Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Well, it is tight, John Anderson, now because of the form of Liverpool, who have been on that incredible run, but Eddie has probably said what Newcastle supporters would want to hear from the manager, that he's just got to focus on them, and they are in the driving seat, and you can't worry about other teams. Liverpool might slip up, but it doesn't matter what they do if Newcastle win 2 of their last 3 games, and it might not even require 6 points. You've just got to do your job to ensure that you get to where you want to go.
I agree totally. You've just got to do what you can do. No point in worrying about other teams. You win your games and it's all done and dusted. You know, if other sides can do you a favour, that's all well and good, but first and foremost, you look after yourself, get the job in hand done, and then look at other results. And as I say, if they can do you a favour, that makes it even better.
And there's such a great atmosphere at St James's Park tonight, and here come the teams to the black and white flags and scarves, and a Gallagher End banner in black and white, Newcastle United Football Club, and then another one just underneath behind the goal that says away the lads. Brighton are wearing their change kit, which is bright red with a bit of black trim, and Steele, the goalkeeper, in yellow. He's had an interesting time over the last couple of years after a really rough time at Sunderland in the Championship. He's now starting games for Brighton and being widely praised, particularly for his distribution, Jason Steele, and he's come through after being, I think, third choice keeper, now to being the number 1, and credit to him for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how fortunes in football can turn around. You know, he didn't look like he was going anywhere fast. New manager comes in, sees him in a different light. All of a sudden he's now number 1, and good luck to the boy.
So Steele all in yellow. Here are the handshakes between the players and officials, and the young mascots wearing black and white stripes, just like their Newcastle United heroes. Black shorts and black socks, and Pope in the light green goalkeeping kit, wearing short sleeves. Brighton with Jason Steele in goal, Pascal Gross probably playing at right back, although they have had Caicedo at right back in recent times as well, just to cover for absences through injury, but I think it will be Gross playing on the right of the back 4. Jan-Paul van Hecke, big night for him, second Premier League start. The other was in a draw at Leicester in January. He played for Blackburn in the Championship regularly on loan last season. Lewis Dunk, the long-serving Brighton captain and ever-present this year, and Pervis Estupinian, who got the 3rd goal at Arsenal in added-on time on Sunday. Moises Caicedo and Billy Gilmore, brought in from Chelsea last summer in midfield. Facundo Buonanotte, an 18-year-old Argentinian attacking midfielder. Denis Undav and Karu Mitoma behind Danny Welbeck. And Brighton's bench, Thomas McGill, the keeper, Alexis McAllister, who drops out, as does Julio Enciso. Evan Ferguson, likewise, named as a sub. And then Yassin Ayari, Odeluga Afaya, Andrew Moran, Cameron Perpion, and Imari Samuels. Newcastle United, no changes. Nick Pope in goal, Kieran Trippier, Fabian Schär, Sven Botman, Dan Burn, 3.5 years, a Brighton player before his move back home last January. Bruno Guimaraes, Joe Linton and Joe Willock, Miguel Almiron, Alexander Isak, and top scorer Callum Wilson, with a bench of Martin Dubravka, Paul Dummett, Anthony Gordon, Alan San-Maxima, Jamal Lewis, Matt Targett, Javier Manquillo, Elliot Anderson, and 17-year-old academy midfielder Lewis Miley. Newcastle are in a huddle. Kieran Trippier jogs back to join his teammates with a television camera up close Getting a view as Newcastle have some final words before they line up. Brighton are going to kick off, and United will be shooting uphill in the first half. As we're watching it, that's from right to left towards the Leazes' end. 2 wins from the final 3 games will see Newcastle qualify for the Champions League. The first of those is underway against Brighton and Hove Albion here on BBC Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV. Brighton playing it back and Newcastle winning it from a misplaced pass, and Willock runs out to the left wing, going down the line with Caicedo, cuts inside. Joelinton, support from Byrne, doesn't need him, goes on a run, then he plays it back to the big man who checks, comes back inside, and it's Botman, and now Cher backpedaling, plays it forwards but out of play on the diagonal, and it's a throw in the right back position for Brighton. 35 seconds on the clock.
Oh, even in that opening 35 seconds you can see Brighton want to play, want to try and play out. They've given it away on this occasion, got away with it.
Caicedo back to Van Hecke, into the box to Steele. Almiron closing in, and he sliced it off his left. It's come, fortunately for Brighton, to Estupiñán. Over halfway to Mitoma, beats Trippier to the ball, but then it's won back for United by Bruno. And here goes Almiron into the final third, over towards Isak, but too close to a player in Brighton red. And Caicedo, away he goes. Isak has conceded a free kick. Caicedo stopped.
Yeah, he was looking for the free kick, wasn't he?
And I think he got a bit lucky there, because Isak
there was a little bit of a pull, but he could have played on, there's no doubt about that.
He came around the other side, Isak, and then took the ball away. Van Hecke back to Steele. And they like to involve the goalkeeper. There he goes, pinging one out to Estupiñán on the far side, brought under control by the Ecuadorian international. And now Deniz Undav, edge of the area, shot blocked, didn't really travel very far. And then Almiron, good challenge on Mitoma. Just getting the ball back. There were a couple of Brighton players there. Almiron combines with a teammate, passes it back to Willock, who's in a deep position at the moment. They've gone into the penalty box to Botman. It's with Byrne. Bruno offers himself short, round the corner off the outside of the right boot to Joelinton, down the line but off Van Hecke. Blonde head, 6'2" Dutch defender, on a throw taken. Isak has taken it and turned and goes on a run away from Buonanotte, and Van Hecke makes the sliding challenge. They get a throw. Joelinton back to Byrne. He's away here, Dan Byrne. Edge of the area, still going. Buonanotte's got back to him. That's a physical mismatch. But he won the ball, played it forwards, and then Deniz Undav straight out of play. 0-0. 3 minutes on the clock. Cher's clearance from the throw is blocked. Newcastle have another one.
It's like jumpers in the playground, isn't it? In the moment, these early stages.
Joelinton having his shirt pulled and being pulled himself by Van Hecke. Referee tried to let it go. Ball went back towards Bruno, but then he has whistled for a Newcastle free kick on the left, just past halfway.
Yeah, good refereeing actually, because he let the play go to see if an advantage was coming. There was no advantage. Brought it back for the free kick.
Kieran Trippier behind it. Every outfield player up ahead of him. Willock's hanging slightly back. It's looking towards Byrne in the box. He had Caicedo with him. The ball is headed clear. Went down the near side, Trippier with the free kick. He's got it back again behind halfway, trying to get Isak in the corner. Byrne's made a run beyond and throwing himself into Caicedo, but he was offside anyway, so it's a free kick, and it's Brighton's ball. And Newcastle look like they're going to stay up high and press. The free kick is outside the box, so Wilson stands in the penalty area watching the goalkeeper. It's on this near side, the right, in the 5th minute. Mitoma stretched the play. It's on the far touchline. Van Hecke's walked away and left it for Steele. Home fans think they're time wasting already. Referee waves to Jason Steele, orders him to get on with it. Trippier then beats Mitoma in the air to the ball. Almiron, lovely takedown. It's come to Wilson and Joelinton just outside the box. Isak on the left, cuts inside, goes for the far side of the goal, and it's bent away. Thought it had taken a deflection, but it was the whip of Isak's shot that carried it wide of Steele's goal and behind.
He's hit it with the outside of his right boot, hasn't he? Which means it's always going to be travelling away from goal. Decent strike, good power on it.
Referee is signalling that he's either stopped his watch or he's pointing that he will add the time on. Brighton goes short again, 0-0. Almiron closing down Van Hecke. Caicedo out of Joelinton. Looks as though Caicedo, Ando, is the one that started at right back yeah, rather than Grosser, and that's something that they've done. They've both played there, but they are central midfielders by trade. And Caicedo, such a highly regarded midfield player, out of position tonight. Well, Newcastle win it back.
Must, isn't it?
Isak to Bruno, back over to the left to Willock. Low cross. It's come to Almiron, who takes a touch and hits a shot with his left down towards the near side of goal. It's looped up off a deflection and gone for a corner.
I'm not even too sure if that was on target, you know.
Willock was just trying to get it past the last defender to Wilson towards the far post, and it came back to Almiron on his stronger left foot.
Yeah.
7th minute, Kieran Trippier on the left side, whips in the corner kick, pushed away by Steele. Whistle's gone. No idea what the referee saw there, but quick to blow for a Brighton free kick.
Not too many complaints.
Willock's played the ball back, but he's actually kicked it out.
Yeah, and the crowd are booing. It's not Brighton's fault. Wouldn't give him the ball back.
No goals yet. Brighton have taken 2 blocks for their away section tonight at the top of the Leazes end, and they're playing it out short in the box at that end of St James's Park, and then after a couple of risky passes, the one forwards into the Newcastle half, nobody there in red, straight to Sven Botman. Here's Bruno onto Willock, shifts it inside, moving the ball nicely. Willock, he's started well. Isak gets away from Caicedo, brings it inside to Willock, back through for Isak in the penalty area. Isak's cut back, it's blocked by 2 defenders and then cleared from the goal line. Burns got it in the middle. Bruno then brought down 30 yards out, central position, free kick. They look a little restless defensively, Brighton, perhaps shaky.
Well, they keep trying to play. It's not that they're looking restless and shaky. They want to play out from the back. They like to take chances. Seen it against Arsenal at the weekend, where they took chances and got away with it. If Arsenal had a pinch one of them, it could have been totally different. And you've just got to keep the pressure on. You've just got to keep squeezing them.
But it does invite trouble when you give it away, and then you're out of shape. Players are not where they would be. When it works, like you say, it's brilliant.
Yeah, but when it doesn't, you're in big trouble.
It has to work, doesn't it? Fabian Schär is behind this, and he's lining up a shot. Schär drives it straight at Steele. Powerfully struck, but the goalkeeper got into the right position and got his body behind it.
Yeah, comfortable save, decent hit. Straight down the throat of the goalkeeper though.
Back to Steele, and then played forwards, and Newcastle have it just outside the box again. Bruno to Almiron. Has to go out wide. Brighton have bodies back. Bruno's given him support near the corner. Back through for Almiron. Cuts it back with his right. Willock. Stabbed wide of goal at the near side, but once again the press and the squeeze forces Brighton into a misplaced pass and an error, but Newcastle unable to make them pay.
And the keeper's just given it away. I mean, it wasn't the squeeze that did it, it was just a poor ball by the goalkeeper. Trying to play it through the lines didn't work.
They've started with another short pass, and it's gone to Gross at the edge of the penalty area. Out to the left by Brighton. Undav laying it off to Gilmore. Gross just got there to help it on. Then there's a foul on Fabian Schär by Deniz Undav.
Yeah, he hasn't started well, has he?
German forward, not a regular in the team. He's got 3 in his last 4 goals in his last 4 games, but probably wouldn't start if everybody was fully fit. And just at the right of the centre circle, Trippier behind the free kick, 0-0 in a crucial match. Into the box it goes. Steele comes and makes a very good catch over the top of players in black and white and in red. He now puts the ball on the floor and with his left moves it to Van Hecke. Caicedo on the right touchline. Forwards it goes. Pope has left his penalty area. Ball bounces up onto his right boot.
Oh, he wasn't taking any chances there, was he?
And it's ended up a couple of rows behind us, in with the fans in the hospitality section. So it's a throw for Brighton on the right wing. 0-0, unchanged Newcastle side. Only a win definitely keeps Newcastle in 3rd spot ahead of Monday. Now they could stay there even if they don't win, but it would require Manchester United and Liverpool both dropping points on Saturday. Just do their job and they'll be there. That's forwards by Van Hecke, and it's a throw on the right, with a couple of players like Van Hecke, Ando, and like Buonanotte on this right side, as Pope with a clearance off his left rather slices it out to Joelinton on the wing. He's played it on to Byrne and then down the line towards Isak, and a back pass that Wilson tried to pinch but Steele clears. Offside against your man Deniz Undav.
Yeah.
You probably wouldn't go as far as to say it's a makeshift Brighton team, but it's not their strongest 11.
No.
And there's a couple in there who could be experiencing something tonight that they're not particularly used to, like Van Hecke and Buonanotte, the defender in particular, with his lack of Premier League football. Bruno out to Trippier on the far side, volleyed forwards, it's gone out though. Estupinian with a throw to take for Brighton, who could still finish above Newcastle, but if Newcastle win tonight, that will not be possible. Estupinian tried a trick and loses it, and Almiron on the charge and away into the corner on the right, into the box. Here's Willock, drags it back. Almiron went to bend it inside the far top corner and has missed the target.
Chance does well initially. Great little play by Willock, great little back heel. It's a long, long way off target, isn't it?
Another short goal kick rolled 5 yards from Dunk at the left to Steele, the goalkeeper, and Newcastle get a throw out of it 30 yards from goal after winning the ball back from Undav with a shoulder-to-shoulder challenge. BBC Radio Newcastle in a big week of important matches. Got Gateshead at Wembley on Sunday in the FA Trophy final. Sunderland's playoff tie the other night. Here Newcastle looking to move closer to the Champions League. They've started well, but it's 0-0, and Isak on the left from Byrne's pass into Bruno. He's got 3 around him, back to Byrne. Joelinton inside, on towards Bruno. Played back through by Bruno. He was rushed by the pressure and the presence of a Brighton player, and Steele has it.
Tell me why they're booing when he's got it in his hands.
Well, it's just part of the psychology of supporting the team, isn't it? Trying to get them to get a move on.
Oh, well, that's not going to happen, is it?
Maybe alert the referee, but I'm sure he's aware. Well, he already has interacted with Steele.
But once it's in his hands, it's not as if he's taking his time over a goal kick in that.
No.
The ball's in play, so he's got every right.
Van Hecke with a risky ball in towards Gilmore, and Gross tried to find Caicedo on this near side, but Isak's pressure means that it goes out for a throw. I think there's a lot of fans, Ando, inside the ground who are annoyed at the criticism of Newcastle over alleged time wasting. And that sort of thing that we've talked about a lot on Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle every night of the week, so it could be in response to that. Willock getting it from Trippier and sending it down the right wing. Almiron chasing, Estepinian back into the goalkeeper. Steele, who's tried a trick on the line wide of his posts, and it got tangled up under his feet, but he just about got away with it. Then the pass back out to Estepinian has led to a Newcastle throw.
Yeah, you get the feeling that it's just a matter of time, don't you?
Cher gives it away, looking for Almiron into Gross behind the centre circle. Danny Welbeck taking a touch and then passing it to Mitoma on the left. Brighton counter-attack into the final third. Mitoma to Welbeck, shifts it, hits it. Pope catches.
Comfortable save. No power in it. He's tried to bend it, hasn't he? Didn't get any bend on it at all. Just straight into the midriff of the keeper. Not booing now.
Nick Pope puts the ball down, then kicks from the floor. Isak gets up and tried to head on away from Caicedo towards Wilson, but out of play it goes.
Yeah, I thought he got one in the ribs, Caicedo.
Caicedo to Gilmore, back to
foul throw.
Caicedo, and
Foul. I was going to say,
brought back by Robert Jones for a Newcastle throw-in, left wing, about 30 yards from the goal, maybe a bit closer as Byrne edges along the touchline. Cher's tying his boot. So
he's stopping the game for that.
Referee's letting him do it. Byrne throws it to Joelinton, backing into Gross at the edge of the area. Bruno to Byrne, and Isak out wide on the ball. 0-0. Isak injects some speed into the move. He's carried it a long way square. It's pushed clear by Gross, who wants a free kick, doesn't get it, then hoisted forwards by Cher. Willock in the box, brings it inside, pushed behind. Is it a corner? Yes. Eventually given by the referee. The assistant wasn't sure.
Referee wasn't sure either, was he?
Hopeful ball forwards, and Willock was in a gap between centre half and full back, and Brighton recovered to push it behind just as he was
handball.
Just about to pull the trigger.
Handball, Willock.
Was it?
Yeah.
18 minutes gone. Would be a good time to open the scoring. Trippier on the right. Floats it in. They've got Byrne and Cher there. It's both of them who go up. Van Hecke
Another
on the
corner.
header. And it's on this near side. Trippier jogs across. Cher is down in the box and has stayed down. And the physio is walking along the touchline. But Kieran Trippier has helped Cher to his feet on his way to taking the next corner. And
blood.
Is that what it is? Has he
got blood?
Cher's referee says he does need treatment, so there'll be a delay in taking the corner. Trippier having a chat with Sven Botman, and Fabian Cher coming back towards the halfway line. So 0-0, BBC Radio Newcastle. Fabian Cher's been given some tissue. It's
told him to take him off the pitch.
Is it a bloodied nose or is it his mouth?
Bloody nose, is it?
Temporarily with 10. The doctor is there, and he is now tending to Fabian Cher. Kieran Trippier with the corner. Got another player tying their bootlace. It's Bruno. He's back up on the edge of the area, and Trippier sends it in with pace towards the back post. Oh, Steele swung his arm at it. Did he not touch it? Must have missed it completely.
Must have missed it.
It's a bit of a
wicked ball.
Wild swing, but it's gone behind.
Yeah, it's a wicked ball, isn't it?
Isak having his shirt pulled in the middle.
No, I got nothing on it.
Fabian Schär back on, no change of jersey. And it's 11 v 11 again. Mitoma into Welbeck in midfield, tripped by Joelinton. And Wilson picks the ball up to delay Brighton taking the free kick. Lewis Dunk trying to find Mitoma. Trippier rises to head away the ball. Schär onto Wilson, nods it towards Isak, who's gone over. Sorry, to Willock. Was Willock. I thought they'd swapped after the corner. It's back to Steele. Still goalless. Van Hecke to Undav, challenged by Schär. They've obviously targeted him, get around him, go in hard, and they've won the ball back again. Bruno to Almiron, Joelinton crowded out, back to Steele. It's a shame because that looked a promising move. Chipped forwards by the goalkeeper. Buonanotte on Welbeck, can't beat Botman to the ball, and he's played it inside. It's a useful pass to Bruno, on to Byrne, Joelinton, Isak available. Joelinton's well throw. Van Hecke made the challenge.
Good defending, strong as well.
Almiron to Isak, played off Van Hecke, and Isak has the ball, takes the throw. It's back to Botman in front of the halfway line. We've not seen Brighton at all as an attacking threat, have we, John Anderson?
No, they haven't had much of the ball, have they? They keep trying to play out from the back, and with the high squeeze that we're putting on.
Schär back to the goalkeeper and up to Wilson. Estupinian from close to the centre circle. Starts again with the goalkeeper. Won 3 of their last 4, Brighton, but they're under pressure again. It's Wilson to Joelinton in the box.
What a tackle that is.
Lewis Dunk makes it go behind for a corner with a brilliant piece of defending.
Yeah, they're going to get caught. I mean, giving it away in that area. Dunk does great, doesn't he? Showed all his experience, good block.
It's just the final finish really from Newcastle. That's all that's missing. Steele's not really had much to do, but here's the latest corner. It's in!
Oh gee!
Own goal! Kieran Trippier fired over the corner kick towards the near post, and it looked as though it took a touch off a Brighton defender and flew across Jason Steele and inside the far corner of the net. And in a match they need to win, they have the lead. It's Newcastle United 1, Brighton and Hove Albion 0. Trippier getting all the congratulations. It was his corner that led to that own goal off Dennis Undav.
Well, that's in keeping with it. He hasn't started the game well. Undav, he's got to be doing better. Got to be doing better at that near post. It's a real poor header.
Now Newcastle slow to get back into their half of the pitch.
How quick will we be now?
Referee telling them to get into position, and it's brought the atmosphere back to the pre-kick-off level. Brighton about to kick off for the second time. 1-0, an own goal. Doesn't matter who puts them in as long as they go in for Newcastle, and Brighton have to respond and come back and attack for what will really be the first time in the game in a meaningful way. Wilson laying it off. Joelinton's through ball couldn't find Almiron. Undav to Welbeck behind halfway. Caicedo now for Buonanotte on the right. Goes past a couple of challenges, wins a free kick. He was caught by one of them. And now Gilmour pushing Wilson. Referee intervenes, tells Wilson to stop and Gilmour to get away. Joelinton goes after Caicedo in an angry fashion.
Joelinton goes after everybody in an angry fashion.
Did you have a problem with that?
No, I never said I had a problem with it.
1-0. That's good. And 64 goals for the season, which takes them past their tally from the last time they qualified for the Champions League in 2002, 2003. They also got 63, but now 64 with that own goal from Undav. Buonanotte, keeper, floating it into the box, and Pope comes out to the right to catch. Walks back into the middle, ball in hand. And here on BBC Radio Newcastle United have the advantage, and it's good the goal eventually arrived, John Anderson, but you said it was going to be a matter of time only.
Look, you sat here watching it, you see the way that Brighton are playing, and you always felt it was always going to be a matter of time. Okay, it's an OG, but it was still going to be a matter of time.
Caicedo caught from behind by Isak after he played the ball. Wilson getting involved in argy-bargy with Van Hecke this time. Back it goes to Steele. Clipped right-footed out to Estepinian, stopped by Almiron, and he's kept the ball in play. Paraguay against Ecuador there. Dunk, not the best touch, takes him wide and almost into the corner, but he is able to play a pass into the box to Steele. Van Hecke, Newcastle put the pressure on Brighton. Caicedo into Gross, and it's into the United half. Botman hooks it clear, and it's out of play. Caicedo takes the throw, gets it back, and Van Hecke down the side of the penalty area starts to carry it away. He's played it off Isak, and Wilson's got it, and that's a Newcastle throw out off Van Hecke. 1-0 up. Burn to Botman. Like Isak, nominated for Premier League Young Player of the Year. Pope from a back pass, high ball into the Brighton half. Joelinton has got around Dunk, and Wilson helped it on, but it was into the spot that Willock had vacated, not into the area he was running into. Cher intercepts now a Brighton forward ball, but gives it back to the visitors, and Albion have it through Scottish international Billy Gilmour. Estepinian up to Undav, Gilmour on, but Trippier covering. The Player of the Year nominee back to Pope. Big kick from the keeper, might beat Almiron. It does. It's out for a throw just behind halfway. Estepinian taking it from a bit further back. Newcastle have pushed up towards the halfway line. Joelinton intercepts. Almiron can't keep it in on the stretch. They lead 1-0, an own goal from Brighton's Dennis Undav. Eddie Howe standing next to Jason Tindall, nice and calm. Roberto De Zerbi, Brighton's boss, jumping up and down a few moments ago, all in black. De Zerbi, very casually dressed. Free kick for Newcastle. It was Graham Potter who was in charge when they met for the 0-0 draw in August, as Dunk, covering, makes an interception and then clears on the far side. De Zerbi appointed in September, and like Eddie Howe, nominated for Manager of the Year. Buonanotte trying to take it around Byrne, who makes a challenge, and out of play it goes. In the Newcastle half, Caicedo to Gross. He's got 9 goals this season, Pascal Gross, from midfield or fullback. Gilmour back to Steele. 29th minute. He leaves his penalty area. Gets it over towards Estepinian, who's hooked it and kept it in, but only for Almiron, who's getting away into the area. Almiron, it's a great run, and he's stopped by a challenge. The shot is blocked, but that's got to be a penalty, has it? A foul on Wilson, surely, as he took the ball away out wide, and the referee's had a good look and is saying at the moment no. Almiron thought he might have had a sniff of a penalty as he charged into the box and tackles came in, but it was blocked by a fair challenge from a defender, and then Wilson got across onto Dunk's touch, took it away. Oh, is that a foul, or did he go down without contact? VAR is checking.
It's a penalty.
Jared Gillett is the video assistant referee,
it's
assisted by Adam Nunn, having a look. Robert Jones on the pitch puts his hand to his ear and he says no penalty. Brighton play on with a throw. Wow.
No penalty, no foul.
Very quick VAR check. Well, we've been treated this week as Brighton get a free kick on halfway to the audio recordings as there's a yellow card is shown to Bruno for that challenge, and he says it was his first one, pleads with the referee, but he goes into the book. Could have had a penalty. Well, they've now got to play a yellow carded. Cut across Mitoma, brought him down. I was saying we were given the recordings of some of the VAR decisions. For some they've got right and a few non-controversial ones that they got wrong, including the Joe Linton offside goal at West Ham that was then given after a check, and the penalty in the Arsenal match. It was interesting to hear the process. Some take a while. That one was very quick. Van Hecke back to Steele from the free kick. Gilmour to Van Hecke, right corner of the Brighton box. Newcastle 1-0 up. Caicedo, Bruno's won it back, but Brighton clear. Byrne with a header to Isak, collects it with a man at his back, wins a throw. He's taken a knock, Isak, but he's all right. Byrne to Bruno, can't find Isak with a first-time pass, and it's Brighton's ball. Gilmour back to Caicedo, to Van Hecke, closed down by Wilson. Gives it to his goalkeeper, Gilmour to Van Hecke. Now they're looking more comfortable on the ball now, they're 1-0 down. Buonanotte, curse of the commentator, gives it away. Bruno then wins a block challenge, but passes it straight to Gilmour. Welbeck, stopped by Joe Linton. Good strong play. Willock to Isak. Got two around him, lovely feet. Superb from Isak to find space and play the ball back to Botman. They're now on the far right-hand side. Trippier, Almiron's given his man the slip, and he's away. Almiron up to the edge of the area. He's got plenty of options. It's Cher who rolls it across, and it stayed in along the goal line. Isak on the near side keeps it alive into the penalty area, then back out wide to Byrne. Bruno, corner of the box, gets away from Buonanotte to Almiron, back to Bruno. Down he goes, play on, says the referee, and tells Bruno to get up. Brighton clear, Trippier's got it on halfway. Very close to number 2, and it was Fabian Cher, Ando, who went on the outside, the overlap, and rolled the ball.
Yeah, it's great ball rolled across, wasn't it? Just needed a touch, nobody there.
Trippier, diagonal ball, Joe Linton's in, tries to bring it down, left side of the area. Joe Linton wins a corner. Van Hecke, the defender, making the challenge. What a ball by Trippier. It's normally Cher who plays those passes, but it was Cher who was involved in that attack that almost led to a second goal a few moments
Yeah, it's
beforehand.
a great ball rolled across goal, isn't it? Just needed somebody coming in back post, and they're rolling it into an empty net.
Newcastle 1-0 up in the 34th minute. Trippier. Almiron, edge of the area. He's gone towards the middle of the 6-yard box. It's headed away. Then another Newcastle header from Botman to put it back into the middle. Byrne on his chest, brings it down Byrne! Went for the near side and was very close, and a deflection has taken it behind for another corner.
Interesting to see whether this does take a deflection or not. I mean, they're protesting. Not sure about that.
Corner.
Just kept the pressure on. There's no deflection on that.
Corner is the
score here. Can they go back?
They've already scored from one corner, an own goal. Trippier fires it round the back, Cher, and Steele has it in his hands, low down by the post, and kicks it quickly towards Mitoma, left wing. It's a throw close to halfway. He apologises, Jason Steele, Newton Aycliffe born goalkeeper. Newcastle's ball again. And they'll be happy, Ando, won't they, that they haven't allowed Brighton to offer very much, and they've kept most of the game in the Brighton half, haven't they? And probably in the Brighton.
Yeah, I mean,
third.
Brighton have seen very, very little of the ball. I mean, they're trying to play out from the back. They're sticking to their principles. But you just feel if they keep doing it, they're going to get caught again.
Byrne, it's behind Isak, and it's gone for a throw in Brighton's half. Caicedo picks it up. Van Hecke back to the goalkeeper. The ball from Steele to Dunk and Van Hecke, and Dunk ahead of the penalty area, finding Caicedo, who shifts it down the line to Buonanotte. Gross. It's nice football by Brighton. Welbeck tripped by Willock. He flicked it through his feet and gets a free kick on the right wing, but nearer to halfway than the Newcastle box. 1-0 up. An own goal is the difference. It's not going to be taken from the correct spot, and Robert Jones, the referee, is telling Brighton and wondering why they're complaining at the whistle, because it was clearly in the wrong position.
Well, it must have been if the referee wasn't happy with it.
Absolutely. Into midfield. Brighton play it, Cher and Almiron, but it was Cher's challenge that led Almiron to win the ball, and it was a foul by Fabian Cher through the back of a Brighton player. On the subject of fouls, Ando, the two Premier League players before this match kicked off that have committed the most fouls this season are on the pitch. There's one in each team. Have a think. Here, Brighton through Gross. This could be dangerous for Newcastle. Buonanotte, level with the edge of the area. On the near right side, Caicedo into the middle. Oh, could have been pinched by Almiron. Dunk's got it instead. Estupinian. Mitoma, first chance to run for him. Into the box. Right-footed curler. Too high.
Joe Linton.
Yes, of course. But he
stands out like a sore thumb.
But he is second in the list. So the player with the most fouls committed in the Premier League this season is in the Brighton team.
Caicedo.
Correct. You know what you're watching, don't you? It's only one in it, 58 against 57. It's 1-0 Newcastle, 38th minute. Joelinton challenged by Van Hecke. Oh, and a misplaced pass in behind. Wilson's got there. Caicedo has committed another foul. He's increased his tally. He's tripped Wilson out towards the corner on the near side from a ball that was fired back. Totally not where it was intended to go from midfield.
Buonanotte it was who played it back, and he's just
alive to it, wins a free kick.
It was just a bad ball, wasn't it? They just played themselves into so much trouble, Brighton. You know, look at it's their principles, it's what they believe in, and fair play to them, fair dues to them. They keep doing it, but they keep causing themselves an awful lot of bother.
Well, they took the lead through an own goal from a corner on this side of the pitch. This one is closer to the box than a corner. It's probably level with the penalty spot. Trippier is going to be Newcastle's man to take it. The referee is separating players in the middle of the penalty area.
Yeah, good luck with that.
And there's only Joe Willock and Nick Pope who aren't in the box, and Trippier who's going to take the free kick. Almiron and Bruno just hanging back on the 18-yard line. 1-0 Newcastle. Looking to go 2-0 up. Mitoma, the only Brighton player in a wall. Trippier's free kick, and it's headed away in front of the keeper, but Robert Jones has blown for a Brighton free kick as players hit the deck in the middle of the box.
Yeah, I mean, Cher
Well, hang on, but Isak was knocked over by Van Hecke.
Yeah, but yeah, thanks to Cher though.
Was it Cher?
Yeah, Cher's just pushed them straight into him, a bit like the...
given away by the keeper, and then back to him. Joelinton got his boot to the ball when it was played short towards the 18-yard line. Almiron was sniffing around as well, but Jason Steele got so lucky that the touch from Joelinton went back to him because Almiron had just tucked inside. Oh. If Almiron hadn't moved, he would have had a tap in.
You just wonder how long they're going to keep getting lucky.
This is anxiety-inducing stuff from Brighton at the back. Botman up to Joe Linton, who controlled but then slipped. Van Hecke, hopefully that won't prove costly. 5 minutes to half-time, leading 1-0. Buonanotte back to Dunk. This is BBC Radio Newcastle. If you'd like to have a message read out at half-time, WhatsApp 08000 321 333, put BBC at the start. Van Hecke into Newcastle's half. Welbeck dropped off, tried to flick it straight to a black and white shirt. Bruno to Wilson. Willock through for Isak to run onto, but the goalkeeper's out of his box and read the situation, and then his clearance goes out next to the Newcastle bench. There was another option in that move, but they went towards Isak. Good goalkeeping by Jason Steele. Byrne throws it inside to Bruno, who's given it away. Then he's been fouled. A pull on the shirt, as indicated by the referee. And Trippier.
Another one before half-time would be nice.
He comes across to the ball with Cher and Botman and Byrne going up there. Plenty of height. Brighton have got 6'4" Dunk and 6'2" Van Hecke to try to deal with it. They look to the near side for Byrne again, and behind it goes for a goal kick.
It's too straight.
An awkward one for him.
Yeah, it's too straight a ball.
Dunk behind the goal kick. Short inside to Steele, and then swings it away onto the left boot of Byrne, blocked by Caicedo. Botman's challenge. Undav out to Buonanotte, just into the penalty area, shifting it onto his left into his shooting position, but then plays the pass over to Estepinian. Brighton with it on the left wing. Some home fans unhappy about something. Then it goes out for a throw, which goes the way of Brighton, high up on the left, and then they go back towards halfway. Gilmour to Van Hecke, right in front of the centre spot. Wilson rushes him, closes him down. Buonanotte takes it back with his first touch. Signed in January from the Argentinian league, Buonanotte, 5 million, wearing number 40. Foul by Joe Linton in midfield. He might be ahead of Caicedo now in the stakes for most fouls this season. Leading 1-0, Dennis Undav with an own goal from Kieran Trippier's corner. Van Hecke to Dunk and back again. 2 minutes until we get the numbers board at the end of the first half. Gross, left-footed, floating it over to Mitoma. Trippier gets up to nod away. Almiron chasing. Estepinian back to Dunk. And Newcastle with only Wilson ahead of the ball. Brighton, good spell of possession. Buonanotte in the area, lovely takedown on the chest, but he is offside.
Shouldn't be. Looking straight across the line. A mile offside as well. There's nothing close to it.
Well officiated by Ian Husson, the assistant on the near side. And Pope, who along with Trippier and Byrne, the only Newcastle men to have featured in all 36 Premier League matches this season. Trippier, Pope and Byrne. And the goalkeeper takes the free kick. It's gone out on the near side. And it's a Brighton throw, middle of their half. Caicedo back to Van Hecke. Not the easiest ball for him. He's controlled it, played it to Caicedo into the box. Diagonal ball. Almiron's going to win it back from Dunk's pass, and now Willock just can't get on the end of the through ball from Almiron. There was too much behind it, and Steele is there.
Yet again, Brighton give it away. Dunk, not enough on the pass. Almiron picks it up. Just overhit it.
Estepinian. It's a messy first touch. Almiron's won it back and then taking it away from Mitoma. And back to goalkeeper Pope, who sliced his kick. Trippier beaten in the air. Cher goes to challenge Undav, who's won the knockdown, and Mitoma might be in, but Sven Botman gets across to scoop the ball away, and Trippier clears. Van Hecke onto it in front of halfway. Brighton are going to come again, but Newcastle almost let them in. Then Almiron with a nutmeg on Estepinian, blocks him off.
Undav yet again. They play it forward. It doesn't stick. He just gives it away. He's had a horror 45 minutes, the boy.
He is German, Dennis Undav. 6 goals this season, but scorer of an own goal tonight, and that is the difference between the teams. 2 minutes is the minimum additional period, and we are into that now. Nick Pope with Newcastle's free kick. Joelinton's taken a knock as they looked for him on the diagonal. Willock with the ball. They're playing on in this attack, Newcastle. Willock still going. He's been tripped near to the corner of the Brighton penalty area, and a yellow card is shown.
Undav.
To Dennis Undav, who I would not be surprised to see replaced at half-time.
No.
Chopped down Joe Willock. Joelinton took a proper whack there. He's going to get up. The doctor and the physio went along the touchline, but they're not required. And they could get what may be, potentially, a killer second goal before the half-time whistle. Trippier walks across to the free kick. They might have a chance to take it, and then maybe one knockdown, as we are in the additional period, and Newcastle lead 1-0 here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Almiron's just inside. If he rolls it, Brighton 2-man wall is moved back, and the vanishing spray hits the playing surface. Now the referee goes into the middle. He is right in amongst players. Isak and Joelinton are the two he's talking to. A lot of communication with the players tonight from Robert Jones. It's usually considered to be a good thing from referees. He takes up a position on the edge of the D next to Joe Willock as Kieran Trippier, right corner of the area just about, with the free kick. Brighton player goes down, holding their face. Yellow card comes out. Billy Gilmore is on the floor, and is that Joelinton yellow carded?
You know what it is? I haven't got a clue who he's...
No, it's Fabian Cher. They're both pushing at each other, and Gilmore, did he get one round the neck or the face? It's gone down. He's having a push at Cher.
So he's booed him. Has he given the free kick then?
No, well, because the ball's not in play, so I don't think he can. And the referee's having to calm things down. Cher has caught him. I think he's caught him on the chin, hasn't he? He's pushing it. I mean, they're both pushing each other. Maybe the difference in height is the reason why Cher...
The only difference was Gilmore was pushing him about the belly button.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't take much to wind up Fabian Cher, and he's next to Gilmore now. He's been yellow carded, but it's still a Newcastle free kick. Well, the best way to get over that is to score a second goal, Fabian Cher. Trippier's free kick, it's a good one! It is in! It's a second goal! And it's Dan Burn against his old club. Burn knows all about scoring big goals at St James's Park. He's got what could be a crucial one, and one that nudges them closer to the Champions League. Trippier just lifted it in round the back, and there was Burn with a header to nod it back across goal and in. And it's Newcastle United 2, Brighton and Hove Albion 0.
Well, you always felt it was coming. It's great delivery.
That's goal number 2.
Just goes straight back across the goalkeeper. Just pulls away. Delivery's great. Keeper no chance. Bottom corner.
That is the sort of goal we have been willing Dan Burn to score. His goal against Leicester was off the right foot. He's banging his hand off his head.
He should have at least half a dozen of them this season, though.
He's slapping his hand off his forehead and laughing as he runs back into position, acknowledging the fact that he's missed a few for his height, and he lets out a huge roar with clenched fists as he turns towards the Milburn stand and heads off down the tunnel as the half-time whistle goes from Robert Jones. The perfect time to get number 2. The first was an own goal from Brighton's Dennis Undav. The second was a Dan Burn header, both laid on by Kieran Trippier, set-piece delivery, and they are firmly in the driving seat now, John Anderson, in this match.
Yeah, difficult to see Brighton getting back into it. We've seen very, very little of Brighton. I mean, some of the football that Brighton play is absolutely suicidal, trying to play out from the back all the time, and you always felt watching it that it was only going to be a matter of time. First goal came from an OG, Undav, who's had an absolute mare. He gives the free kick away for the second goal, picks up a yellow card. Dunk has a right go at him, rightly so. You'd be surprised if he reappears for the second half, because he's been influential in both our goals, you know. So look, I've seen very little of Brighton as an attacking threat, just putting the press on them all the time. They're trying to play through the Lions, and they just keep giving it away. And as I say, 2-0 is probably a fair reflection of the way the first half went.
And shooting downhill in the second half, 2-0 up. Brighton with their approach, which they're probably not likely to change, because they tend not to. You could feel that they could go and really put this to bed, and that would be perfect, and then it would be over to you, Liverpool, Manchester United, and Newcastle just, you know, emphasising their authority in this Champions League race.
Yeah, look, if you just feel that Brighton keep playing the way that they're playing, we're going to get chance after chance in the second half. You know, it's some of the football is suicidal. It's what they believe in, it's the way that they want to play, but when it doesn't work, you cause yourself all sorts of problems. So you wouldn't be surprised if there was more goals in the second half.
We'll bring you that second half here on BBC Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV, but a first 45 that's seen Newcastle on top and scoring twice, an own goal and then a header from the big man Dan Burn to make it 2 just before the break. Newcastle United 2, Brighton and Hove Albion 0.
It's a big day for Sting today.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
We made a fellow of the Ivor Novello Songwriting Academy.
There's 22 people in it at the moment, and it's been going since 1944, so it's very rare.
But nothing will ever beat that first time you hear it yourself on the radio. I was in my kitchen on top of the ladders painting the ceiling with some white emulsion, and I had Radio 1 on, and I suddenly recognised the song. It's Roxanne, and I literally fell off the ladder.
At what point did you think the most interesting, exciting part of that story?
On top of the ladders, painting the ceiling with some white emulsion.
I was painting it with white emulsion.
He's trying to make you think he's just normal. I want to know if he uses any other colour emulsion.
Does he do his own gloss work? That's what I want to know, because gloss work, I hate doing the gloss work.
The sound of the North East at breakfast. BBC Radio Newcastle, making a difference in the North East.
And this is Simon Pride at St James's Park, where Newcastle United lead Brighton and Hove Albion by 2-0 at half-time. A Dennis Undav own goal following a corner from Kieran Trippier was followed by a goal in first half injury time by Dan Burn against his former club. The presentations are just going on the pitch. Amanda Staveley is involved in those. The sprinklers are on, the ground staff are going about their business, and the Newcastle subs are warming up as well. as the Newcastle United women's team come out onto the pitch. The Newcastle men's subs are applauding them, as are the crowd, as well as they come out and display the trophy that they won. They won their division, the 4th tier of English women's football, and will be promoted, or have been promoted, and next season will play at a higher level. They are getting a good reception as they walk out onto the pitch, as I say, with the trophy that they won. And we had Becky Langley, the manager and one of the players, in the Total Sports studio just last week, and a great achievement for them, and they are now taking the adulation of the crowd as they go into the centre circle with their trophy. Now then, if you want to send us a message, you can do, and I'll try and read it out before the end of half-time. 08000 321 333 with your thoughts on how you feel things are going. And I have to mention this one from Stephen, who's in Wardley. He did send it an hour ago. He sent it before the match began. We didn't get a chance to read it out then, but he says, I fancy a Dan Burn goal tonight against his former team. He'd probably got a decent price as well, because he didn't score that many, but he has scored tonight, Stephen, so congratulations on your correct prediction. If you want to send us a text message, 81333, again, start your message with the letters BBC, and we'll also take some calls as well after the final whistle has blown this evening. 0800 234 6565 is the number to call Ando when the match is finished. And Scott the Geordie's just messaged as well on WhatsApp. He says, evening lads, game's going great so far. It's nice to have our destiny in our own hands, not relying on other teams' results. Great commentary as always, says Scott. Thank you very much indeed for your kind words, Scott. Let me tell you what's happening elsewhere. In the Europa League semi-finals, well, these are 8 o'clock kickoffs and no goals in either of the games. Bayer Leverkusen, I should say, against Roma, so Roma leading 1-0 on aggregate, and it's Sevilla 0, Juventus 0. That one's 1-1 on aggregate, so Sevilla, multiple winners of that particular competition, in action against Juventus, and nothing between them as things stand. West Ham United are in the Europa Conference League. They've taken a 2-1 lead to AZ Alkmaar in the Netherlands, and it's currently 0-0 still in the first half there as well. And it's FC Basel 0, Fiorentina 0, so the Swiss side Basel leading by 2-1 on aggregate. In the League One playoffs, well, Sheffield Wednesday trailed Peterborough going into their second leg at Hillsborough by 4-0. They had it all to do. They started well though, and midway through the first half they do lead by 1-0. So that's how things are looking elsewhere. Let me just bring you a few other stories that are making the sports news this evening as well. And Brentford's former Newcastle United striker Ivan Toney has been given an 8-month ban from football after he accepted that he broke Football Association betting rules. After 232 rule breaches, Toney has also been fined £50,000 and warned about his future conduct. The FA has asked FIFA to extend that ban worldwide, not just in this country. Well, Toney's suspension starts immediately. He can now return to training 4 months before it ends. With a few more details, here's Phil Parry. We can't bring you that right now. We will try and do that a little bit later on if we can. Meanwhile, let's just reflect a little bit on last night's achievement by treble-chasing Manchester City, who reached the Champions League final in style with a 4-0 victory over the holders Real Madrid. City won 5-1 on aggregate and will face Inter Milan in Istanbul next month, so we will try and bring you some of the reaction from Pep Guardiola as well a little bit later in this half-time period. At the moment we're having a few problems just playing you the audio, but we're trying to rectify that. Meanwhile, let me just remind you of the numbers which you need to get in touch. 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp, and you can text 81333 in either case, starting your message with the letters BBC, as Darren Eales just walked past, who was a guest in our studio just a few weeks ago, wasn't he? A few months ago now it was, the Newcastle chief executive. As he walks off from his on-pitch half-time duties, he was one of those greeting the Newcastle United women's team as they came on to show off their trophy. Now we can bring you a little bit of Pep Guardiola, who was speaking after his side's 5-1 victory over Real Madrid. So they'll face Inter Milan in Istanbul in the Champions League final next month. Of course, they also face Manchester United in the FA Cup final next month, and are a win away as well from claiming their third successive Premier League title. And talk of a treble, well, it's intensifying, isn't it?
Of course we are there, so now the players can think about it, can visualize it, so it's normal. We are 3 games away, one each of the competition, we can do it. But for me it's more important after many years, 3 years in a row, so especially after first back-to-back, doing that, there are a lot of work behind the scenes to achieve what we are achieving.
So that was Pep Guardiola then talking about his side's fine result last night. A dominant performance against Real Madrid. They are in the Champions League final. Now then, on Sunday afternoon, BBC Radio Newcastle will be at Wembley, where Gateshead will be taking on Halifax Town with the FA Trophy at stake. I have been looking ahead to that match with Mike Williamson, the former Newcastle defender, who is now, of course, Gateshead's boss, and he told me this game is amongst the highlights of his long career in football.
Yeah, up there, of course. It's a real privilege to manage the team since I've come in. You know, I've been lucky to have had the experiences that we've had, and yeah, it's right up there. So looking forward to getting down there.
I suppose your priority through the season was, of course, to make sure you stayed in the division. You did that in some style in the end, and in a way, this feels like a bit of a bonus. But what a bonus it could be if you actually lift that trophy.
Yeah. I think first and foremost it was staying in the league, and it's been a phenomenal season for us, just with the amount of obstacles we've had to get over on and off the field, but one with a lot of lessons and opportunities for us to grow as a club, and yeah, like I say, hopefully it'll be a nice end to it.
That's a diplomatic way of putting it, saying obstacles, because you've been through some rubbish, haven't you?
Well, as a club, yeah, obviously coming in from the previous regime, it's been a lot to build, obviously the reputation and off and on the field with other clubs and things like that. But say the work off the field has been incredible from the guys, and in the community as well is a big area that we focused on. And now, yeah, the boys are getting the rewards on the field.
And the fans have been through a lot as well, of course, and they've stuck through at this club despite all the things that have happened.
Yeah, you know, we've got a strong core, travel a lot of miles, especially this season, and support us through thick and thin. Yeah, they've had to endure periods this season. It's been tough for them, but they've kept the faith, and yeah, like I say, the occasions for them, the enjoyment of the build-up is for them. For us, it's about the process and about preparations. But I'm sure after the game, after the final whistle, we'll be able to take a breath and then take it all in.
Mike Williamson, the Gateshead manager. You'll hear more from him on tomorrow night's Total Sport, and on Sunday ahead of kick-off we will have all the action on Sunday afternoon, the FA Trophy final, Gateshead against Halifax. And tomorrow night's show actually is coming from a pub in the middle of Gateshead as we build up to Sunday as well, and of course reflect on tonight's game here at St James's Park, where Newcastle lead Brighton by 2-0. The second half coming up soon, the subs still going through their warm-ups on the pitch in front of me. So let's bring you some cricket, and Durham have been batting first on day one of their county championship match with Gloucestershire in Bristol. Watching was BBC Radio Newcastle's cricket commentator Martin Emerson.
While Alex Lee, Scott Borthwick and David Beddingham all got to at least 40 on a good batting track, nobody looked like they were going to cash in. Then later in the afternoon, Graham Clark was joined in the middle by Baz Deleda, and they put on a good score of 124. Deleda made 65, a career best, while Clark hit 13 fours and a 6 as he reached his first county championship century since 2017. He eventually fell on 100, LBW to spinner Zafagoa, who took 4 for 104. Durham closed the day on 393 for 9.
And ball-by-ball commentary of that match will continue tomorrow when they resume at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. You'll be able to hear it via the BBC Cricket website, and the BBC Sport app as well is another place to find it. And of course we'll have updates on Total Sport tomorrow evening, as well as we look back on the match tonight and preview Gateshead's final on Sunday, bringing the latest from Sunderland too, of course. Looking forward to that show tomorrow evening. But the second half is due to get underway very shortly here at St James's Park. John Anderson and Matthew Racebeck will be with you in just a moment's time to take you through that second half. And don't forget, you'll be able to have your say afterwards as well by giving us a call on 0800 234 6565, because we're on air until 10 o'clock tonight. But the second half is coming right up.
Half-time highlights.
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Here's the latest corner. It's in! Oh gee! Own goal! Kieran Trippier fires kick towards the near post, and it looked as though it took a touch off a Brighton defender and flew across Jason Steele and inside the far corner of the net. And in a match they need to win, they have the lead. It's Newcastle United 1, Brighton and Hove Albion 0. Trippier's free kick, it's a good one, it is in! It's a second goal, and it's Dan Burn against his old club. Trippier just lifted it in round the back, and there was Burn with a header to nod it back across goal and in. And it's Newcastle United 2, Brighton and Hove Albion 0.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
2-0 the score. Dan Burn with the second after the own goal. His header not quite as dramatic as the one he slotted into the bottom corner against Leicester in the League Cup quarter-final, but of huge importance to them. Brighton had shown a couple of signs that maybe they could play a part in the game before that, but a couple of attacks been quite limited from the away team, who are out first for the second half. Newcastle returning now. Fabian Schär was rubbing his hamstring at half-time, but has come out for the second 45. It's Hope in goal, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Burn, Bruno, Willock, Joelinton last out, Almiron, Isak and Wilson. Brighton, same 11. Steele in goal, Caicedo, Van Hecke, Dunk and Estupiñán. Gross and Gilmour in the middle of midfield. Buonanotte, Undav, who has come out to start the second half, and Mitoma behind Welbeck. 2-0 up on BBC Radio Newcastle. It's looking good, but they have to finish the job tonight to then take it to Monday against struggling Leicester, when they can seal the deal in terms of the top four. Black and white stripes against the bright red of Brighton, the Seagulls, and Newcastle kicking down the hill to the right as we look at the pitch towards the Gallagher end. Gilmour in possession, back to Van Hecke. Gross to Welbeck, who's gone out wide right. They're still in their own half, Brighton, but they've had the ball for a good 30 seconds and given it away to Bruno. Isak played in, Wilson in the middle, Willock there too. And Isak, I think, went for goal. It's blocked by the heels of a defender. Intelligent header on by Schär. Joelinton to Bruno, pushes it over to Almiron. Trippier on the outside, but Pervis Estupiñán made a good challenge, and it's a throw. They're near the corner on this right-hand side. Trippier, he's got Almiron running around. Willock makes a dart. Bruno comes for it, looks for Almiron in the box. It might come for a black and white shirt. Well dealt with by Brighton. Then Bruno blocks the clearance once and then twice. Almiron has it back, challenged by Estupiñán. And Karo Mitoma, the Japanese international, back to Billy Gilmour. May have been caught. Referee says play on. Lewis Dunk has got it. Pervis Estupiñán, that's a good turn. And a pass up to Danny Welbeck in a deep position as centre forward. Looks like Undav might be playing up top with Welbeck in behind. Possible tweak, although maybe they're just going to switch it regularly in the game. Joelinton gets in with a challenge on the far side, near halfway, to push the ball away. Van Hecke nearly gave it back to Newcastle. Turns and plays it to the goalkeeper. Dunk on, and they've beaten the press and got it into midfield, and are trying to come away, Brighton, down the Newcastle near side. Mitoma, left wing. Back to Estupiñán. Almiron is there and makes him play it. It goes inside to Gilmour. Caicedo out wide behind Buonanotte. And it's a throw.
It's just sloppy. First real little bit of possession that they've had It's just a simple ball Caicedo has to play, and he just knocks it straight out of play.
Dan Burn to take it. Brighton coaching staff having a group discussion. Roberto De Zerbi is wound up about something. Newcastle have the ball in midfield. Joe Linton over to Trippier. Nice take on the chest. Getting Almiron in behind with the ball, and what a ball it is! And Almiron into the box, but Estepinian recovered. It's good defending. And Mitoma, tidy ball to Gilmour, back to him from Gross. Cher with a challenge on Undav. Might have been a foul, but referee says play on because Brighton are in possession. Pascal Gross straight to Sven Botman, and Bruno Guimaraes crosses the halfway line, playing it through for Wilson into the area, but he gave Dunk the chance with his second touch to steal it back, and the flag had stayed down despite appeals from visiting players. And we play on with Brighton coming forwards from the back. 2-0 Newcastle, 4 minutes gone in the second half. A ball to try and stretch the defence. Undav chasing, but Pope comes to the side of the area, gets down low to pick it up. Cher, Isak through the middle. It's a ball out wide that's been headed by Caicedo, and he's lost it to Willock and then challenged, but Byrne takes over, goes into the box. Buonanotte with him. Byrne right next to the corner flag, clips in the cross. Willock's header. Almiron, what a save! What a save! And Wilson heads the rebound onto the roof of the net. Almiron had to make it 3-0, but he's hit it straight at Jason Steele after a brilliant setup from Dan Byrne involving Willock, and there was Almiron. Got to score. Big save from the keeper.
Huge save from the keeper, but as you say, he's got to score. Hits it straight at him, either side of it, and that's game, set, match.
Estepinian takes it inside away from Willock. Wilson gets out to him, slows him down. Mitoma into Gilmour. Wilson applauded by the fans near us for his tracking back, and now they've played it through. It's Undav into the area. Dennis Undav scores! He's brought Brighton back into the game, and the man who put through his own net in the first half and had a nightmare 45 has gone up to centre forward, and having been played through has beaten Nick Pope, and it's Newcastle United 2, Brighton and Hove Albion 1. He might be offside though.
They'll have a look at it, won't they? See where the lines are drawn.
It's tight and carried on into the box. It's Byrne the defender because Botman has stepped out of the back line. Cher is definitely not playing him onside. It's about Byrne on the far side. They need to get the lines drawn on the pitch, Jared Gillett. And they've put one on, and I think he could be onside. Referees pick the ball up. We are waiting. Dennis Undav for Brighton. Goal stands. He's onside. No clean sheet again for Newcastle, and they now have the second best defensive record in the league behind Manchester City. And I didn't see that goal coming, Ando, but Brighton have halved the deficit. Straight on the attack immediately from the kickoff. Willock to Almiron, picks out Wilson wide. Might have been a difficult chance behind him, possibly off balance or even mid-air, Callum Wilson, but couldn't get the effort on target.
Yeah, it wasn't easy. Might have been offside anyway, Almiron, but it wasn't easy.
That's why they needed the second goal. Brighton rolling it out in the box short from the goal kick, and then across one side of the penalty area and over to the other in front of goal, and it's worked for them. They haven't changed their approach, but it's bringing them more joy in this second half, and they're looking for an equaliser now through Mitoma into the area, cleared by Cher away from Undav. Julio Enciso might be coming on, the Paraguayan. He's just come back from warming up. He's come back to put a bib on. as Newcastle send out Elliot Anderson and Anthony Gordon. Trippier intercepts, Willock to Almiron, Bruno moves it, Joelinton has got space and an air of expectation as Newcastle go into the final third. Isak, but too much on the ball, and Steele gets there before Wilson.
Yeah, all of a sudden, a little bit of a different atmosphere, a little bit of a nervy atmosphere inside St James's. They've been a little bit better this second half, Brighton. All of a sudden, they're playing through the press.
Steele over the top of the Newcastle players who'd gone up high and tried to squeeze, gets it out to the left. That'll be a United throw out off Mitoma in front of halfway. Trippier to Willock, ball back on the floor, and then Trippier to Cher. He's played more football for Newcastle this season than in any of his previous campaigns at the club. Byrne, some boos from the few hundred Brighton fans. A long way from the action in level 7. It's back with Nick Pope. So to Isak on the left wing. He's knocked it on and will chase, but Dunk gets across, touches it back to goalkeeper Steele, and Isak threw himself at it, and Caicedo, it rather hit him, but he is able to release it to Dunk just in time as Newcastle close down, and now a foul given by Robert Jones, the referee. It's against Newcastle. Might have been Wilson.
Attendance here at St James's Park is 52,122.
Oh, the big guns are arriving.
They are going to bring on Julio Enciso along with 18-year-old Evan Ferguson, who's got 8 goals in a very impressive breakthrough campaign, and Alexis McAllister. 2-1 Newcastle. Brighton go long from Steele. You've just got to watch Botman with a header out to the near side. Almiron nodding it down to Trippier. They're still in the lead, they're still in control, and they're still threatening and looking for a third. Dunk, his touch takes him backwards towards the goal line, into the box to Steele, and then moved quickly to Gilmour. 56th minute on BBC Radio Newcastle. Almiron stretching, intercepts. That's a throw. Here are the changes. Coming off is Billy Gilmour with Alexis McAllister on in his place. Reportedly a big target for Liverpool, McAllister, the World Cup winner. Danny Welbeck replaced by Julio Enciso, and Facundo Buonanotte off, and Evan Ferguson on. Alan Saint-Maximin joins the Newcastle players warming up along the touchline. Almiron with a win, a challenge, and Joelinton touching it on and being brought down by Pascal Gross, right side of central midfield. Yellow card shown for Gross. Sharp midfield play from Joelinton. Up go the big lads from the back. Trippier is having a look towards the bench, and Jason Tindall, it's like he's passed on a message. Enciso needs to get back because he's too close to the ball. Referee telling him, I don't know what he's complaining about.
He's been watching Colin Wilson.
Trippier moved the ball, now he walks back from it and prepares to deliver. It's 30 to 35 yards out. Steele gets back on his line, they look for Byrne, who heads it inside, straight against Caicedo, thumps it clear. Trippier, lovely first touch, then down the line for Almiron, who has to spin and run after it, and Estupiñán is there, and Almiron adjudged to have fouled him. The home fans who are closest to that are furious and are on their feet.
You can see from here it was a free kick. Just swings him round.
Dunk forwards, and Cher in a midfield position intercepts. Wilson in the box on his chest. 2 defenders there. He got outnumbered, and there's 2 balls on the pitch. and Estepinian there. It's gone out off Almiron. Newcastle stopped Brighton breaking away down the left, but it'll be a throw, and the second ball didn't interfere, thankfully. I think that one was accidental. Purvis Estepinian for Brighton told not to go any further up the line. Van Hekke to Undav. Now he's dropped back in, hasn't he, with Ferguson up top, although he's not occupying a centre-half at the moment. It's standing off Bruno Ferguson. This is Undav, takes a touch, rolls it back to Dunk. And Undav again, onto Estepinian. Bit of space, back through for Undav, just outside the area. Look for Mitoma, might have been better off taking the shot on. Newcastle block, share to Willock, who wants to run away. He's pulled his hamstring, Joe Willock. He's pulled his hamstring, and Alexis McAllister very sportingly turns and puts the ball out of play. And they need a substitute, and they have called for Elliot Anderson. Willock straight away signalled to the bench. He wasn't appealing for a foul, he was saying it was his hamstring.
Yeah, fair dues to McAllister, because they could have broke.
So this will mean, John Anderson, that Elliot Anderson will probably go into a midfield three, which is a position that Eddie Howe feels he can play, but he is an attacker, a wide man, really, a winger.
Yeah, he's looked impressive in the cameos that he's come on in. He looks like a boy who's filled out, he's worked on his upper body, looks strong.
19th appearance from the bench for Elliot Anderson. He'll get a good half an hour, and Newcastle are 2-1 up. Willock has to be helped up to his feet and helped off the pitch by Dr. Paul Catterson and Sean Beach, the physio, and he looks in a bad way. Gets a hug from Kieran Trippier. He's played such a big part in the season. He's in a lot of discomfort.
Well, that's his season over, you would think.
And Joe Linton's gone back over to the left, and Anderson playing to the right of Bruno. And Newcastle, having returned the ball to Brighton, have put it out for a goal kick. Yeah, were they to score from this, there would be a big row. But it's away from Steele anyway. Estepinian brings it down. Anderson closes down. This is McAllister, first proper involvement in terms of play, and a through ball. It's picked up by Nick Pope. So half an hour to go. What's your feeling on the direction of the match, John Anderson?
The direction of the game's changed. I mean, we were totally in control for 45 minutes. There's no doubt about that.
Header on by Isak. Joe Linton went for it with his head, has gone down, saying he's hurt.
The two of them went for the ball.
And the Brighton player
can't be given a free kick for that. Where's the free kick in that?
Joe Linton's still down. The referee says it's
a throw into Brighton.
Throw, and that's all it is.
Brighton have come out. They've got more of a foothold in the game in this second half. They've got the goal. They've got something to fight for. But I still think that we carry a bigger threat.
Who's the Scouser in the blue, they're singing, the referee. The Merseyside's Robert Jones. Back to Steele, and that's gone out off the outside of his right boot and out for a Newcastle throw, 30 yards from Brighton's goal, far left side. Burn, but straight onto the head of a Brighton player. Bruno challenging for it. Anderson then back to Botman to share the furthest outfield player back, and it's not necessarily the worst ball, but there was no one close to it. It was in between Van Hekke and Caicedo, centre half and full back. Big throw from Steele to Estepinian. Anderson tracking him, makes a block, stops the cross getting through. Trippier then to Bruno, and out off Bruno. Anderson's taken a knock, he's limping, gets back into position, and the away team, who've won 8 times on their travels this season, same number of away wins as Newcastle. In possession, Ferguson header on, Undav into the box, Botman chests down and stabs away. McAllister's lost it to Wilson near the centre circle. Brilliant play by Callum Wilson, and then he's brought down, and McAllister is yellow carded.
Good battle that.
Newcastle push up and Brighton drop a bit deeper. Eddie Howe instructing Miguel Almiron to take up a different position. He tucks in a bit. Trippier a few yards back from the centre spot. 2-1 they lead. It's 2-0 at half-time. Brighton come back into it with a goal in the second half. Into the box. Byrne having his shirt pulled. It's clear as day. Referee does nothing. Newcastle, despite the appeals, still on the attack. Almiron, left-footed cross from the right. Good header, pushed away by Steele. Still not away. Cher off the line and blocked. Byrne on the follow-up, out to the left corner with Joelinton. 2 Brighton players with him. It's a good battle for the ball. Joelinton comes away with it. Gets into the penalty area and then commits a foul on Caicedo and reacts angrily. And now Newcastle go back to the referee. Byrne was, you could see the stretch of his black and white shirt from the pull from the defender. That's what they were arguing about. Joelinton's gone down holding his head now, and the referee stopped the game. But they had a few chances, and in that move, Brighton struggling to clear.
Good save, Steele, wasn't it, from the header?
Not liking what they're seeing from Robert Jones. We're playing again, and not interested in that pull on Byrne from the free kick. Van Hecke, 10 yards in front of the box. Long ball forwards, away from Byrne and left side of the box. Nick Pope comes over to clear and put it out into the east stand. It's a Brighton throw. And there's 2 balls again. It was the crowd that put that one on into the area towards Ferguson, seen behind by Sven Botman. Pope has got Cher to his right and Botman to the left, but outside the area. They jog forwards now. 67th minute, 2-1 up. Isak is the target on the left side. It's up off Caicedo and out off Caicedo. And Isak has taken a bang to the back of the head or the neck. Picks himself up. Byrne takes the throw, Botman lets it run and goes back to goalkeeper Pope. Away it goes, Joelinton beaten to the ball by Van Hecke. Byrne on, Botman away, Brighton forward, Cher is there on his thigh and chipped into an area for Wilson, but Van Hecke with a header down to Dunk. McAllister back to Dunk, still in front of the Brighton box. Gross to Van Hecke. Moving the ball, short passes, now into the Newcastle half. Caicedo, he's got room on that far side. Byrne comes over, intercepts, challenges Enciso, down the line to Isak, back to the big man, and away it goes, and Wilson wants this, and gets it, brings it down, but can't get around Dunk.
Good defending. Just stood his ground, didn't he? Great take by Wilson originally.
Van Hecke was covering, but Wilson would have had the chance to run through on goal if he'd got around Lewis Dunk. Still leading 2-1. An Undav own goal and a Dan Burn header in the first half. Undav then scored for Brighton early in the second. We're almost at the 70-minute mark. Moises Caicedo crossing from the right, and Ciso. A downward header that goes across goal and wide.
That was a chance.
And the change. Pascal Gross is coming off, and I think they're going to move Moises Caicedo into midfield. Deluga Afaya, the nephew of Martin Afaya, the former rugby league and union player.
Oh dear, if he's as quick as him.
He's gone to right back, and Caicedo's gone into central midfield with McAllister. Two players that Roberto De Zerbi said, McAllister and Caicedo, may not be at Brighton next season because of the interest in them from other clubs. They're both very, very good, and it's part of their attempt to find an equaliser, the change. And Afaya, it's only a second Premier League appearance, both from the bench. He's 20 years old. A throw for Newcastle, up to Wilson, can't hold it. McAllister chased by Bruno and Wilson, spun away and has the opportunity to pick out a pass, but it's too straight, and Pope is there. Comes into the 6-yard box, picks it up. Throws it out underarm, Trippier running onto it. Such a good engine, and that ball, Anderson almost took it.
Just too much pace on it, it was a difficult one to take.
A nice forward run from midfield by Elliot Anderson, who got the final 5 minutes plus added on time at Leeds, and a bit longer today. But if you missed some of the match, Joe Willock has gone off with a hamstring injury, pulled up and replaced immediately. Caicedo, that's really tidy play to Ferguson, but on halfway Brighton, not able to get into the Newcastle half yet. Back to Dunk, more than 400 games for his hometown club. McAllister onto the head of Byrne, cushioned header down to Bruno, to Isak, flicked it through his legs and tried to turn. Brighton have it back, then they lose it. That's a foul by Caicedo on Bruno. Referee helps Brazilian to his feet, and the Ecuadorian is still on the floor and rolling around.
I'm not too sure that that's a foul. I think Bruno's fouled him.
Really? You've just seen a replay?
Yeah, he's just...
Eddie Howe, meanwhile, has called Elliot Anderson across, got his arm round him, and he runs back into midfield.
Thanks, ref.
He's going to say something to Callum Wilson. Bruno walks away from the ball. They lead 2-1 in the 72nd minute. Botman to Cher. Forwards to Trippier, under pressure. He's let it run through his legs on the turn and got caught by Karo Mitoma. Whistle has gone. Only one Premier League win in 11 previous meetings with Brighton since promotion, and that was last season in March. They won by 2-1 that day, and it's the same scoreline in Newcastle's favour right now. Cher, diagonal ball, looking for Joe Linton, edge of the box. Van Hecke with the clearance. Botman makes the challenge on Ferguson, and that's a foul, and no doubt about it. Or have they brought it back for an earlier one?
No.
Yeah, they have, haven't they? It's Joe Linton. Van Hecke gets it back. A fire down the line. And Ciso skips around Byrne. In he comes. Bruno He's on a yellow card, can't make the challenge. And now cross to Mitoma, who stumbled and is stretching. And, ooh, did that go out? Just kept it in the opinion of the assistant referee. Brighton on the attack. McAllister, 30 yards from goal. Caicedo takes a touch, gets closed down and pushes it out to Afaya, the substitute. Into Caicedo. Newcastle, everybody bar Wilson behind the ball. Now they're all behind the ball. It's gone back to halfway. They've forced Brighton a long way from the goal. Mitoma's header from a diagonal ball, and Almiron nods it back to Pope.
Good header. Joe Linton gone down again, taking his boot off.
Jason Tyndall talking to the assistant referee, and they've called for the physio. Lost one central midfielder to injury. Longstaff is still out. They can't afford to lose two tonight. Willock sitting on the bench after picking up that hamstring problem. Chance for players to come over and pick up a water bottle and talk to the coaching staff as Newcastle take a look at Joe Linton. I'm not quite sure which part of the foot it is. He's receiving treatment. Wilson, Almiron and Anderson are with Eddie Howe. They lead 2-1, BBC Radio Newcastle. What do you think, Ando?
I still think we carry more of a threat. It's been more of an even contest second half, there's no doubt about it. Brighton have shown an awful lot more. They've played through the press better.
Joe Linton's on his feet, put his boot back on. We'll be taking calls after the match. 0800 234 6565. 0800 234 6565. We'll be with you until 10 tonight on BBC Radio Newcastle. So you can give us a ring now and we'll get back to you after the match. Take your details and call you back. Or on WhatsApp 08000 321 333. Put BBC at the start. Going to restart the match through Nick Pope, sending it long. Joe Linton is allowed back on. Wilson trying to take the ball down. Afaya's header. And Anderson rises to get Isak in the game. Brighton win it back on the touchline, then play it forwards. Newcastle, a couple of challenges, but they can't get hold of the ball. Caicedo to Van Hecke, edge of his penalty area.
Tell you what, for somebody who's...
Estupinian's made a run through the middle. No one tracked him. There's nobody there. But they didn't play the ball. McAllister to Dunk. Takes a touch, moves it inside to the goalkeeper on the 6-yard line. Steele rolling it forwards. Look at Estupinian, the left back. He's playing centre forward. It's pretty fluid from Brighton. The formation, Estupinian's now gone back to left back. There's a big hole at centre forward. They've dropped deep Undav and Ferguson. They play the ball short, and then it's back to Dunk along the 18-yard line to Van Hecke. 2-1 Newcastle lead. Ferguson, who dropped off. Dan Burn wins it, pushes it away, doesn't get a free kick. Felt that he was fouled in that piece of play. Referee Robert Jones disagrees. Caicedo to Van Hecke and back to the goalkeeper. You were about to say something a moment ago.
Yeah, the centre-back for Brighton, the Dutch boy, Van Hecke, for his second Premier League start. He looks a confident boy, doesn't he?
It's scooped forwards. Burns slides in, makes the challenge, plays it against a red shirt, and Trippier heads back to Pope. He was a player Sunderland was supposed to be interested in signing for the Championship season.
Yeah, he's played well for them.
Maybe they could do that again for next year, but he might have some other suitors. He might get in the Brighton team in the Premier League. After a tough start to the game, he's really grown into it, young Paul Van Hecke. Free kick for Bruno in midfield. Referee tells Newcastle to get on with it. No further changes planned, it seems, by Eddie Howe. Sam Maxima, Target and Gordon warming up. 2-1 the score, 12 to play, plus added on time. Lots of space for Byrne. Look at that, on mark, down the left, there they go. Cher, out to the big man. Nice first touch, into Isak on his chest. Difficult one to bring down. Byrne takes it on into the area. And good challenge by Brighton. Ferguson then wins the header, and it's a 3-on-3 here. They've got more players back now. Defensive reinforcements, looking for Matoma. Brighton cleared by Newcastle, fortunately. But on by Caicedo to Estupiñán. Dangerous cross. Bruno's header clear as far as McAllister. And then Ciso straight to Anderson. Look for Wilson. Challenge comes in, took the ball. Almiron's got it. He goes down. Fouled by Matoma. Intelligent free kick won by Almiron.
Ooh. Getting nervy, isn't it?
A little bit. You weren't nervous.
No, I wasn't.
At the start. No. I was, and now I'm really calm, and you've gone the other way.
No, I still think we carry more of a threat.
Just discussions over who takes the free kick.
Yeah, you take it. No,
after you.
No, we'll leave it for home.
Referee
take your time.
Was pointing to his watch and looking at the Newcastle bench. He tried to get it to Wilson, but McAllister heads away. Too high for Undav. Cher on his chest, lifted forwards. Wilson backing into Dunk, who's done very well. That's great defending.
Great, isn't he?
Excellent skill.
Good player.
Bring the ball down and turn and then get it into the box to the keeper, who's run out of the area. Totally uncontested. Through the middle, looking for Mitoma. Down Byrne chests it. And Anderson takes it on the spin. Oh, brought down by Van Hecke, but play on. They could be in. Bruno onto Isak. Into the box. Isak. Now it's Anderson. And it's Bruno over the top. Yellow card for Jan-Paul Van Hecke. And Anderson's gone back down. He got himself up again after the challenge came in to join in with the attack, and it was a good Newcastle break. But Bruno, who hasn't scored since January, was off target with the shot, but possibly always on the stretch.
Yeah, he was just stretching, wasn't he? Isak sets it up. Just not in control of it. As you say, always stretching, always rising over the top.
Brighton, the usual short passes back to the goalkeeper next to the post. Van Hecke. As Alan Sam-Maxima comes back to the bench. Joelinton tries to win it from Caicedo in midfield, and it's Mitoma now receiving it from Dunk behind the halfway line. McAllister spreads it to the right to Afire, who is a centre half really. Jaluga Afire. Brighton have it through Julio Enciso, and a foul by Elliot Anderson, I think. Might have been Bruno, they were both there. And it is 30 yards plus right of centre. 30 yards plus from the goal. BBC Radio Newcastle. 0800 234 6565, the number to ring. A 2-1 lead. Brighton move it along the floor to the right. Good challenge by Isak. Excellent. And then the ball down the line to Almiron. He gets fouled and the whistle goes. And one Paraguayan on another there. Enciso on his international teammate. He did so well there, Almiron. As did Isak. Oh, now Enciso's pushed Almiron, and he might be about to get yellow carded. The referee has led him away. It's not like Almiron to get involved in any kind of scrapping, but he's going after Enciso, and he's having to be held back by his teammates and led away by Joelinton. He did not like that. He must have said something to him, because this is uncharacteristic from Almiron. Fabian Cher, no stranger to some aggro. He's got his arm around him. Must have been more than the foul. There's no further punishment for Enciso. Caught him in the face accidentally. after the whistle had gone. That must have been what it was. It's wasted a bit of time, 7 minutes to go. Another Brighton change. Cameron Perpignan is going to come on, a 20-year-old Australian midfielder. Almiron, edge of the Brighton box, could have been fouled. Back to goal, still has it, knocks it around Mitoma. Estepinian gets in between man and ball, can't get away anywhere, clears it. Undav makes the challenge on Trippier and floats it to the far side. Byrne cushion header down. Isak looking for a turn ball to Byrne, couldn't find him, and a fire is on the charge. Moves it inside to Caicedo, switches it to Estepinian. Almiron back to him. Oh, judged to have committed a foul, and the Newcastle supporters next to us are going mad. Jason Tyndall is furious, but the referee is not going to change his decision.
Substitution for Brighton, coming off number 21.
Dennis Undav, scorer of an own goal, and then the Brighton goal in the second half is replaced. And Cameron Perpignan, only a second senior appearance and a first in the Premier League, midfielder wearing 51. Golden hair, hairband on, and into the middle, free kick on the left, 35 yards out. McAllister runs over it, Estepinian swings it in, and Cher heads away. Nodded back in by Brighton. Joelinton volleys clear. Fire heads it back to Caicedo, with Wilson closing down. Still 2-1 Newcastle. And Perpignan's first touch, almost lost the ball to Bruno, found Van Hecke. Back to the goalkeeper from halfway, but Steele is out of his penalty box and rolls it to Van Hecke. Caicedo back to the Dutch defender. Into midfield, where Ferguson has come deep. He's a big lad, isn't he, Evan Ferguson?
18,
6'2".
Big boy for 18.
Plenty of muscle. Helped on by Brighton, but straight to Byrne. This is Isak, left side, looking to run and take on a fire, and beats him, but runs the ball out of play. And they think that should be their throw, Newcastle, or the fans do, but it's gone the way of Brighton. With Estepinian on the left, clipping it away from Trippier. Mitoma on his chest. Trippier pushes it clear, straight back to Estepinian. 35 yards from goal. Caicedo got it caught under his feet, but still able to play the ball to Van Hecke just before Wilson got there. On the right in front of halfway, a fire back to Van Hecke. 4 minutes of normal time pretty much is all that remains, and then the additional period. Perpignan back to a fire, using the youth from their bench, Brighton, with a long injury list as they try to get an equaliser. McAllister, one of the big boys that they brought on, metaphorically. This is Mitoma, nice link up, Estepinian in the area, Trippier and Almiron challenge, corner. Everybody comes back to defend. Only a win definitely keeps them third, ahead of Monday against Leicester, and if they win, that's when they can do it with another win. Got to see this out, Newcastle, 2-1 up. Estepinian's out swinging corner, headed back out to Estepinian, who rolls it to McAllister. Brighton have a player down in the box, and the shot comes in from Caicedo. It's Van Hecke who's still down, and Newcastle are saying put the ball out, but they don't want to. He has eventually got up. Might be cramp. Fire to the far side, and Ciso. Isak holds him up. Joelinton gets across there, and Ciso gets away from Isak, and his cross is palmed down by Pope at the near post, and then gathered by the keeper. And Sven Botman swings his arms around at the Leazer's end and asks for more noise.
Never mind swinging your arms, just defend properly.
Pope kicks from the floor. A fire, free header. Botman on his chest, down to Byrne. Long ball into the Brighton half. Van Hecker nodding it towards Dunk. Wilson giving chase. No further activity on the Newcastle bench. Eddie Howe sticking with the players out there. Van Hecker coming up to halfway. Ferguson lays it off, watched by Bruno. A fire back to Van Hecker, right of centre. Roberto De Zerbi waving his players forwards. Back it goes to a fire, back into the Brighton half. Van Hecker, a 2-1 Newcastle lead. It would be enough, but there's time for Brighton, who are dominating possession now, to get back into it. Almiron makes the challenge on Estupiñán. It's run out to the corner. Trippier sends Mitoma over with a shoulder barge, and Almiron away, knocking it around. Caicedo, lovely play. Wilson played through, one-on-one with Steele. Callum Wilson to seal it. Never in doubt. Wilson one-on-one scores the goal at the Gallagher end that will take Newcastle to within 3 points of the Champions League. Number 18 of a brilliant season and 11 in 10 appearances. Played through by Almiron, slotted it past Steele, right-footed. Newcastle United 3, Brighton and Hove Albion 1.
Quality finish. I mean, they did well in the corner. Trippier does great. Then Almiron just knocks the ball.
It's onside for me.
Onside, yeah. Once he gets through, there's only one outcome.
Went down the near side of the goal with Steele in the middle. And you always believed in Wilson. What a hot streak he is on, and that's surely the end of the Brighton possible comeback, as 8 minutes are added, maybe not. At a minimum, Roberto De Zerbi throwing his arms around as Newcastle. Isak through for Wilson again, away from Dunk. Callum Wilson sends the defender to the floor, plays it back for Bruno, and it's 4-1, and Bruno makes it safe, and he has his first goal in 19 Newcastle appearances, and that is the 3 points, and they just need one more win. And Newcastle, no, they are almost there. Wilson could have had another, but he laid it on a plate for Bruno, who was never gonna miss. And it's Newcastle United 4, Brighton and Hove Albion 1.
Well, I mean, it was a game that was on a knife edge up to 2 minutes ago, and now all of a sudden it looks like it's all one-way traffic. I mean, the second half has been so finely balanced. Brighton were in it, but great play by Wilson again, big and strong, and he's just laid it on a plate. He's never going to miss, is he?
His first goals at home, or first goal at home since October, when he got 2 against Brentford. Wilson did so well, didn't he?
Wilson did brilliant. Big and strong, holds Dunk off, and then has the composure to just roll it in, put it on a plate, 6 yards out, never going to miss.
Eddie Howe put his arm around Simon Weatherston, one of the coaches. Big smile. Doesn't normally show a lot of emotion, Eddie Howe, but he really felt that one. And lovely celebrations in the corner between all the players. Bruno pointing to the badge on his shirt. And the scarves are out, so are the black and white flags. 52,000 joyous Geordies as Newcastle move closer to the big prize of Champions League football. 2 changes. Alexander Isak replaced by Anthony Gordon. Alan Saint-Maximin is going to get a run out in added on time as well. He'll come on for Miguel Almiron.
Put a shift in again tonight, Almiron. Did great for the third goal.
Well, they don't have this 3-goal cushion if Almiron doesn't do that great work down the right to get Wilson in for the third goal.
No, definitely not.
So, a couple of changes late on. Joelinton's won it. Wilson's got away. He's one-on-one again. Callum Wilson. Oh, straight into the midriff of Jason Steele, who got down low and
put your
came
house
out
on
on top this time.
Never in doubt.
Matt Targett and Javier Manquillo are going to be next. Paul Dummett, who's on the front of the programme for tonight's match, ran out of time when they tried to get him on against Southampton, and he's going to have to wait for another rare appearance. Dummett, who is among the unused subs tonight. Bruno scooping it up away from a Brighton player. Kieran Trippier's down though, and that's worrying. It's hamstring, Trippier. So they're going to get Manquillo on for Trippier, and Joelinton replaced by Targett. Another physical performance from Joelinton. And it'll be Anderson and Bruno in midfield. It won't be, it'll be Schär in midfield, Ando. Unless they just go with
Why would they
five.
put Schär in the
Well,
midfield?
I don't know, I'm just trying to work out how they're going to play it. Target's gone... Has Targett gone into midfield?
Won't change the back four.
This looks like Target's gone into midfield. To the left of Bruno, Anderson to the right. But worrying about Trippier anyway. 4-1. And any pressure, any tension, any anxiety has gone with the 2 late goals. Targett with a nice header, Gordon chesting it on, away by Dunk, Bruno lifting it up into the box, but
nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Jason Tindall talking to 4th official Thomas Bramall. Trying to see how long's left. 8 additional minutes. Newcastle, 2 late goals to make it 4-1. Estepinian on, and Manquillo back to Pope. Might be in line for a first Premier League start of the season, Javier Manquillo, if Kieran Trippier does have an injury. Up to McAllister, won by Schär, cleared by Schär, out off McAllister. Brighton still in the European race. They'll have a game in hand on most of the other teams, but they won't be able to finish above Newcastle now, and the Champions League might be too much for them. But they could become the first club to make their debut in Europe since Hull in 2014. And you'd say they've got a good chance. Still got to play Southampton at home, that's next. Then Man City and Aston Villa. They go down the right wing, the visitors. Byrne, good defending, keeping it in, playing it to Targett. Sam Maximo wants it. Receives it from Targett, takes it back on the left. Inside it comes, this is Bruno, back through for Sam Maximo to get onto. Wilson in the middle, Gordon getting up there, Anderson wants it too. Sam Maximo around a fire, sits him down, back to Bruno, heavy first touch. And the chance goes, and then Bruno goes down. Stretching in the Brighton boxes, and Enciso goes on a run. Slowed down by Manquillo. Gordon is back there with him. Ferguson, Enciso gets the shot away, but pulls it wide. Bruno might have cramp. Eddie Howe's telling him to stay down. Can you believe that?
No.
Eddie Howe.
I don't believe
Bruno
that.
just motion downwards with his hand.
I can't believe you're saying that.
I'm very surprised at Eddie Howe for doing that. Yeah, it's not like him.
No.
He's got up anyway, Bruno. It's a goal kick.
He'll be getting told off for that.
They lead 4-1 on BBC Radio Newcastle. We're here till 10, and then Stephen Penny will be along as usual. 0800 234 6565. Give us a ring, and we'll take some calls alongside Simon Pride. Nick Pope's goal kick. One more win. That's all they need, and they can do it on Monday against Leicester. And then Newcastle United will be a Champions League team once again. 4-1 victory against Brighton with 2 late goals sealing it. Wilson and then Bruno, after a pretty uncomfortable second half at times, with Brighton having a lot of the ball and a 2-0 lead at the break before the visitors got back into it. But to some it looked like the toughest match in this run of 3 at the end of the season. They've got 3 points, and now up to Liverpool and Manchester United to respond and keep the pressure on ahead of Leicester at home on Monday. But you've got to say, John Anderson, now they are red-hot favourites to do it.
Oh, without a doubt. You know, look, tonight was always going to be a big game. At half-time, it looked all one-way traffic. I mean, Brighton couldn't get out of their own half in the first half. That goal right on the stroke of half-time was huge. You know, it was massive because Brighton came out. They were better second half. They got a goal. All of a sudden, it became a little bit nervy. But those 2 quick goals, really, it sewed everything up. It wasn't the classic we thought it was going to be, but it was an intriguing game because we possibly should have been out of sight at half-time. And saying that, for all the play that we had in that first half, we never really forced Steele into too many saves. Brighton played some kamikaze football in that first half. They tried to play out all the time. They tried to play through the press. They got away with it at times. Second half, Brighton were better, as I say. They got the goal, got them back into it, but those 2 quick-fire goals really sealed it for us. And as you say, just one more win. Leicester here on Monday night, and the way that Leicester are going wouldn't hold any fears.
Yeah, Leicester second from bottom. They will need a win to try to stay in with a chance of staying up. Miguel Almiron and Julio Enciso are having a conversation now, and I think they're friends again, the Paraguayans. Newcastle 69 points from 36 matches. 69 took them to 3rd 20 years ago when they last got into the Champions League. One more win will take them out of sight. Liverpool would not be able to catch them. 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp. Put BBC at the start of your message. Simon Pride here in a second alongside John Anderson until 10 o'clock to discuss with you a victory over Brighton that takes Newcastle to within 1 more win of a return to the European footballing elite and next season's Champions League. It's finished at St James's Park. Newcastle United 4, Brighton and Hove Albion 1.
Not long to go until kick-off at St James's Park. Sam Matterface, Mickey Gray and I are soaking in a tremendous atmosphere. Flags all over St James's Park, black and white. In the Gallagher end, you see Newcastle United Football Club in huge 10-foot letters, and the words, "Howay, the lads." They're totally up for this one tonight, and you can understand why, because at the end of a long, long road, what a carrot being dangled. A place back in the Champions League for the first time in 20 years. Mickey Gray, it's fantastic.
Pretty special, isn't it? But they can't spell Hawaii, can they?
No apostrophe, so it's Howie, is it?
Well, no, from a little bit further up south to Sunderland, it's spelt with an A, but no, it is special. I mean, it's tongue-in-cheek. This is fantastic. The atmosphere in this stadium, what they've stoked up this season, is something that you have to come and witness.
Just in front of us in the dugouts very shortly, we'll see Eddie Howe and Roberto De Zerbi, both of those managers named on a 6-person shortlist today for the Premier League Manager of the Year. They've had superb seasons and they're in great company. They deserve it.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. They had to be on the shortlist along with the other names that are on there. I think probably top of that tree has to be Pep Guardiola if he goes on and wins the treble, but these two managers have done incredible jobs.
Yeah, Mikel Arteta, Unai Emery and Marco Silva also on that list. What are you expecting to see in this first half in particular, Mickey? We mentioned the fact that the defence hasn't been great for Newcastle of late. They've conceded first in 9 of their past 14 games. What do Brighton do here? Do they try and stay in the game or do they try and catch them early?
Well, if I speak about both sides, what I want to see is full throttle from the first whistle. If you keep conceding the first goal like Newcastle have of late, then outscore your opponents, which is what they used to do under Kevin Keegan. And I think we're kind of seeing that era now. I think a little bit more organised, obviously, under Eddie Howe. But this Brighton side have got so much talent and ability, and they will not stop. They will be at you for the full 90 minutes. If you're not ready for this game, you will come unstuck.
A few of the Newcastle players have taking inspiration by bringing their kids out with them. Miggy Almiron's clearly the youngest little baby in his arms as he shakes hands with the opposition. Lewis Dunk at the forefront of them, and he sends his mascot to shake hands with the officials. I think he will lead his team once again admirably tonight, and we expect Brighton to be right in this game, and it should be a cracker. Very quickly, a quick mention for Kieran Trippier, Mickey, because he was named on the Premier League's Player of the Year list, 7 players on that, and he has led his club with great leadership skills this season.
He's been absolutely fantastic. There was a question mark of when he first came to the club, what was going to happen with Newcastle, but he's absolutely loving his time here. I think he's played or been involved in every single game that Newcastle have played this season, so testament to him, he deserves everything that's coming his way.
We're ready to go here on TalkSport. Remember, TalkSport app for Peterborough versus Sheffield Wednesday in League 1, TalkSport 2 for West Ham's trip to Alkmaar in the Europa Conference League semi-final. But here, new life breathed into the heart of Newcastle. Their football team was going nowhere. Maybe now it's going to the Champions League, and who knows what's to come in the seasons beyond. Brighton's journey has lasted a little bit longer, no less remarkable, heading towards a place in Europe for the first time in their history and playing some scintillating football on the way. They will take a big step towards it with a win tonight, but as we've mentioned, a crucial fixture for both Newcastle United and Brighton. It is live and exclusive for you right here on TalkSport with the former Sunderland defender Mickey Gray and TalkSport Sam Matterface.
Evening, everyone. Well, this might be composed by Mark Knopfler, but the song that was written by Tony Britton 31 years ago, the iconic Champions League anthem, hasn't been played at St James's Park for 2 decades. The lyrics of that celebrated theme, borrowed heavily from the work of Handel and reminiscent of one of his coronation anthems that you might have heard recently, state in its lyrics, it is the greatest teams, the main event, it is for the champions. 72 points, that's what Newcastle need to guarantee a place in the main event. That is 2 wins from 3 games, and then those stirring strains will be heard here again. This Thursday night, they have to overcome Brighton, who are playing on a Thursday and a Sunday this week, and they want to get used to it. After their takedown of Arsenal, leaving the Gunners' title tilt in ruins, can they now leave Newcastle humming a cheerful tune of their own? We are underway live on TalkSport with Newcastle in black and white stripes and black shorts and socks attacking the goal away to our left-hand side, and all in orange, Brighton attacking the goal away to our right, the Gallagher end. And immediately Joe Willett wins the ball back and then travels down the left touchline for Newcastle United, who have Joel Linton playing out on the near touchline, and Guimaraes in the centre tonight. He started Joel Linton as a number 6 in the game against Leeds United. I'll run through the 2 11s for you after we've heard from TalkSport's Mickey Gray, who is not the world's most popular man whenever he comes to Newcastle. How did Brighton make themselves similarly unpopular with Newcastle fans tonight?
Thank you for that, Sam. Good afternoon or good evening, everybody. I mean, look, it's a special place to come, St James's Park right now, and it's very difficult for any side But I think Brighton themselves have to get themselves on the front foot, albeit they've had a bit of a shaky start to this opening couple of minutes of the game. But if they can do that, you have to try and silence this crowd. It's very difficult to do, but the only way you do that is by playing well.
Nicky's only unpopular because he knows that Hawaii is spelled differently down the road. Here is Almiron over on the far side. It's picked up and played square into Isaac, and then it's taken out towards the near touchline by Moises Caicedo, and it's out and away for a throw-in on this near side. In fact, it's going to be a free kick deep inside Brighton territory. So here are the two teams then, starting with the home side, unchanged from their last game against Leeds United. Pope in goal, Trippier, Schär, Botman and Byrne for Newcastle, Bruno, Guimaraes, Joel Linton and Willock, Almiron, Wilson and Isaac up top. For Brighton and Hove Albion, it's Jason Steele in goal, Van Heck, who comes in to replace Webster in the defence alongside Duncan Estepinian. Here's Undab charging forward at the other end, getting to the edge of the box, blocked by Schär. The ball breaks to the left-hand side. Almiron with a tackle, turns it into the midfield, and Newcastle have it back again in the right full-back position. I'll get through the Brighton team in just a second, but it's a real fast start to the game, a good tempo to it in the opening couple of minutes. We played two of them live on Talk Sport. So yes, Steele in goal, Van Heck, Dunk and Estepinian. I think Caicedo is playing as the right full-back with Gilmour and Gross in the centre, Matoma on the left, and then Undav and Buonanotte behind Welbeck in attack. Buonanotte getting back to try and help out on this near side, the right, trying to stop Isaac from travelling down the touchline. It's out for a throw-in.
Yeah, well, you're completely right, Sam. It is Caicedo over in this right-back position because he needs to pick up Isaac to try and stop him from running and picking up that ball.
May even be a back four that Brighton are playing today. Ball played out towards this near side, and has helped out into the path of Welbeck, but he misses it, and it goes out on the near side and away for a throw into Newcastle United. It is a lively encounter here at St James's Park, and a lively atmosphere too, and Van Heck is tussling and pulling and not getting much joy out of Joel Linton. He's probably gone a little bit too far there with his pulling and shoving of Joel Linton just inside the Brighton half of the field. John-Paul Van Heck, who you would have seen at Blackburn last year, was Player of the Year there.
Yes, went on loan there last season. Sam did really well coming into the starting 11. I think his last start was in January, so this is a big game for him. Premier League I'm talking about anyway.
Yeah, he doesn't play too often, that's for sure, but he's unbeaten in all 9 appearances for Brighton, and this is only his 5th Premier League appearance, and it's only his 2nd Premier League start. And he's got a big job tonight as Byrne comes down the left-hand side, gets into the left corner of the field. The offside flag is up against him, and it goes behind and away for a corner kick, or a goal kick away to our left-hand side. And Jason Steele will get things restarted again. It's Newcastle 0, Brighton 0. We play 4 minutes. You're listening to Talk Sport. It's quite light grey clouds above our head here in Newcastle tonight. The floodlights already on. And these two teams who have had outstanding seasons. Brighton had just beaten Arsenal on their own patch, and it wasn't long ago that Arsenal came to Newcastle and won here. Football doesn't really work like that, but make no mistake about it, this will be the toughest assignment that Newcastle will face between now and the end of the season, Mickey.
Oh, without a doubt. And I have to say, Sam, 4 minutes into the game, 4.5 minutes into the game, both sides are at it.
Wilson onto Joel Linton, who's just left of the D, attacking the goal away to our left. Onto Isaac, who comes in right-footed, bends the ball with serious movement towards the far stick. It goes one way then the other and weaves its way well past Jason Steele's goal in the end, but it looked like a wicked spin on the ball, which was swerving in mid-flight, which may have caught out the goalkeeper had it been on target.
Just got a little bit too much on it. I think he tried to get a little bit too much pace on that shot there, Isaac, but what a test that's going to be, Sam. A lot of speculation about Caicedo maybe leaving the club in the summer, and that's a big test for him, having Isak over on this left-hand side. Let's see how good he really is in a 1v1 situation.
I don't think it's certain yet, but I think it's pretty sure that he'll be moving on to pastures new. Alexis McAllister is another one of those who may well be moving on. He's not in the starting lineup today, which was a bit of an eyebrow raiser, given away by Billy Gilmour. Willock picks it up. Left side is Isaac. He's about halfway inside Brighton territory. It's returned to Willock down the left-hand side by Guimaraes. Into the box it comes. Almiron to shoot. It's blocked by Van Heck and goes behind all the way for the first corner of the game. Miguel Almiron, whose goal-scoring boots from the first half of the season haven't really been sandwiched onto his feet again after coming back from injury. He never looked confident when he struck that, but he has won his team a corner.
Well, it's just a fantastic move, isn't it? I think they're all on the same page. The Newcastle players, they work it really well down the left-hand side, and as that ball comes in across that 6-yard area, 2 or 3 Newcastle players waiting. It eventually falls to Almiron. And I think it was Van Heck with the last challenge. Didn't really know too much about it.
6 minutes gone. Newcastle 0, Brighton and Hove Albion 0. Corner on the far side in front of the Leeds' end. Punched away by Jason Steele, who's been touted as a possible England contender. And he was fouled as he tried to get that punch away. And he's been given a free kick on the edge of his 6-yard box away to our left-hand side. Newcastle, who come into this game knowing that they already have more points than at any other Premier League season for 20 years. But to throw away a top 4 place now would feel negligent. And Brighton, with Sunday's thrashing of Arsenal fresh in their mind, it's added a sudden bout of nerves across Tyneside. The week before, Brighton were picked apart by Everton in a lacklustre display. Ball cleared by Dunk up the middle of the pitch, and it's Newcastle who have started with a little bit more dominance. Usually it's Brighton who dominate possession, but so far it's Newcastle who have had almost exclusive rights to the ball, Mickey.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit more vigour to Newcastle's game. You can see they want to get on the front foot as quick as they possibly can. Here's that test again.
Yeah, Caicedo slips over a couple of times when faced up by Isaac, and he's got the return ball by Willock. He allows it to go through his legs down the left channel, pulls it into the near post, steered behind by Van Heck, comes back onto the pitch somehow, and then is cleared away by Van Heck for a second time, and eventually a free kick is given against Undav, who's coming back, the German, and he's made a foul on Bruno Guimaraes, and this is a really good start from Newcastle. And at the moment Brighton look a little bit dazed.
Yeah, they're a little bit shocked. I mean, I don't know if the occasion, which it shouldn't really, whether the occasion's getting to them a little bit, but we talk about that 1v1 test for Caicedo. Well, he's losing the battle at the moment with Alexander Isak. He started the game absolutely on fire. What a chance this is for the likes of Kieran Trippier from about 25 yards out. Dead ball situation. Can you imagine if this hits the back of the net, Sam? This stadium will erupt.
I tell you what, it's so noisy in here, you can hardly hear yourself think. It is absolutely cacophonous inside this famous old cathedral, St James's Park. They played loads of big hits prior to the start of the game. Stepping up to hit it is Fabian Schär. It was a big hit, and he can hit him from that sort of range, 30 yards from goal. He drives the shot into the arms of Jason Steele. He can always plunder an effort from that sort of area of the field, but Steele watched it all the way and did very well to stop it. He's played the ball out from the back and given it straight though to Willock, and it's picked up now by Bruno Guimaraes, edge of the D. He turns it out to Almiron. Almiron on the wide right position is immediately smothered by Brighton jersey. The return comes to Almiron again, who pulls it back in towards Willock. It's tucked behind and it goes out for a goal kick. But they are putting the pressure on in the early stages here, Newcastle United, and Brighton have got to be careful not to wilt in the heat of the white-hot atmosphere inside this stadium. It's very similar to the start that Newcastle made, Nicky, against Arsenal the other week.
Well, the equivalent to it, Sam, was, I was going to say, if you watched Manchester City against Real Madrid last night, albeit, look, it's a different competition, they just couldn't get out their own half, Real Madrid, and that's what Brighton are finding really difficult now. And I think sometimes, look, they've done it all season, they overplay at times when you just need to give yourself a little bit of a breather, maybe play a long ball to stretch the pitch a little bit. But Newcastle, they're on it.
And they've won another foul, Newcastle, just right of the centre circle. Fabian Schär was knocked to the floor by Undav, and it's going to be a free kick to Newcastle. And it might need to just settle down for Brighton if they're to get through this period. They've got to ride out this early storm. They've scored more goals than anybody else, Brighton, in the first 15 minutes, but it's the team from the South Coast that are under the cosh in the early exchanges here. 0-0 the score, though, on TalkSport in the Premier League. Trippier forward towards the edge of the 6-yard box. Steele comes and claims again. It's another good take by Jason Steele. And he comes out, grabs the ball, and will clear it away. Interesting that Jason Steele has done so well for Brighton since February that Robert Sanchez, I think, has almost given up the ghost a little bit. He's decided that he didn't want to sit on the bench against Arsenal on Sunday, and he's not travelled with the... he's not in the squad tonight, the matchday squad tonight. Be interesting to see what happens to him. and whether or not he ends up moving on to pastures new in the summer. Not the first player to fall out with the combustible Roberto De Zerbi, who's standing down in front of us in the technical area, dressed all in black apart from his very bright white trainers.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you want to see a reaction, Sam, from certain individual players, don't you? In this case, Sanchez, the goalkeeper, of when you get left out of the team, is to then say, well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you in training. I'm going to fight to try and get my number one spot back. So it's not the kind of reaction that you want, isn't it? But it's all down to Jason Steele and how he's performed since he came into the team. He's been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, he's been absolutely terrific, and so terrific, in fact, that he will be considered, I think, for the next England squad. Whether or not he makes it in ahead of Ramsdale, Pope or Pickford is a different matter, but should one of those pick up an injury, I think he's the next cab off the rank. That's a short ball back to him, though, by Wilson. And it's excellent defending by Dunk, because he sensed the danger and just moved his body across Wilson to block off the run towards the edge of the penalty area. And it's that sort of awareness that Dunk has shown over the course of the campaign, which has also linked him with a move to the England squad, or an inclusion to the England squad.
Yeah, back into the squad, and he's had an excellent season. It's a kind of different role for him. I believe has he touched the ball more, or he's passed the ball more than any other player in the Premier League, Sam, this season, or thereabouts. It's something that he's enjoying, which is great. But if I quickly just go back to Jason Steele, he might have a chance of the England squad because he's better with his feet than Nick Pope, and that's what Gareth Southgate looks for.
We've just seen Nick Pope kick the ball twice, and we've almost caught it twice. We are in the 10th row of the main stand here at St James's Park, on the halfway line, with the perfect view of the pitch. We can almost smell the aftershave that Eddie Howe is wearing down in front of us. Here is Almiron down the right-hand side, trying to get into the penalty area. Willock, little touchback. Almiron opens up his body and then couldn't get his technique right. Got right underneath it and steered it over the top of the crossbar. And it goes into the Lees' end away to our left-hand side and behind for a goal kick. And he knows that's a big opportunity. The kind of opportunity that he was taking in the first half of the season, Mickey Gray.
Yeah, absolutely. And then obviously out to the side with a little bit of an injury. And since he's came back, he's kind of struggled to find the back of the net. But I talked about that battle on the left-hand side with Isak and Caicedo. Well, it's certainly the similar situation over on the right-hand side with Almiron, with Estupiñán. A little give and go. You've got to stay with your runner. If your player's running away from you, you've got to open your body up and stay with your man. It was an easy opportunity for Almiron. He just needed to keep it a little bit lower, and he would have found the back of the net.
Newcastle a little subdued last week against Leeds United. They're anything but here in the opening 13 and a half minutes live on TalkSport. Later on TalkSport 2. In fact, in just 16 minutes time, we'll be bringing you live commentary of RZ against West Ham United. That's TalkSport 2. And the closing stages will be here on TalkSport, as well as they look to get to a European final, which we will follow them in. Here is Bruno Guimaraes playing it down the left-hand side into the left channel of the Brighton box, but it's too heavy and not at all accurate from Bruno Guimaraes, and it's picked up by Jason Steele away to our left-hand side.
And for once, Callum Wilson wasn't really on the same page as Guimaraes, because you knew he was going to play that reverse pass, and Wilson was kind of caught a little bit flat-footed, whereas I like to see him playing on the shoulder of a centre-half and using his pace to get it behind. That's where he gets his goals from.
Newcastle have really struggled to find that right blend in midfield without Longstaff in the engine room recently. Joel Linton started the game as a 6 in the match with Leeds. Then Bruno Guimaraes moved into that position when they altered it midway through the first half. His performances haven't been as good since his ankle injury, but the performance as a whole tonight has just been so much better. They've smothered Brighton completely. Brighton haven't got out of their own half.
Well, they're making him make mistakes, and that's a big worry for Brighton, because we all know they like to get the ball down and play at their tempo.
It's a brilliant high press from Eddie Howe's team, isn't it?
Yes, without a doubt. But they're being told that they have to kind of work to the Newcastle's tempo, and if you're not up for that, which is why Brighton players keep giving the ball away, you're going to be defending for a lot of this game.
Oh, Jason Steele manages to Cruyff turn past Almiron, who was placing him under real pressure, and the ball goes out to the left full-back Purvis Estupiñán, and he can't keep it under control. It's away for a throw-in over on the far side, and they are just a little bit anxious here, Brighton. 16 minutes gone, you're listening to TalkSport. It's 0-0 at this period in time, but it's been dominated by Newcastle United. They need a bit of respite, Brighton. They come up towards halfway through the centre circle with Gross, who nudges it on to Welbeck, and then further wide to the elegant Mitoma. Back to the edge of the area. Right-footed shot, straight into the arms of Nick Pope from Danny Welbeck. And it's patted down by the England international, and he will clear it away. 0-0.
Yeah, it's probably, without a doubt, it's Brighton's best move of the game. Worked the ball really well up to Danny Welbeck, who then got it over to that left-hand side. I'm surprised, actually, Danny Welbeck's not playing through the middle. He's pretty much picking up this right-hand side, trying to get involved in the game as much as he possibly can, but those four players of Brighton, certainly with Mitoma on that left-hand side, he's got to use his pace against Kieran Trippier if he gets a 1v1. But
it's almost like a 4-4-2 tonight from Brighton, isn't it, with Caicedo playing as the right back, then the two centre-halves, Van Heck and Dunk. The left back is Estepinian, Gross and Gilmour in the centre of midfield, with Bonanotte and Mitoma as the wingers, and then two forwards in Undav and Welbeck.
Yeah, it is, but at the moment, Sam, everybody's behind the ball because they're just defending. They can't get out of their own half.
You're listening to Newcastle 0, Brighton 0 on TalkSport with Now Sports. Don't forget, with Now Sports you can stream all the Sky Sports action like Newcastle versus Brighton live right now for $11.99, no contract. Search Now Sports. Ball thrown in towards Joel Linton, back to goal, right on the edge of the Brighton penalty area. They've squeezed up into the Brighton half again. It's back out wide to Isak, whose long, gangly limbs stride towards the middle of the Brighton half. It's stopped by Gross, who smacks it to halfway. Comes back via Share in towards the right channel. Willett keeps it alive, gets past Dunk, and then coming in to nudge the ball behind and out for a corner was Estepinian, and it is a corner to Newcastle United, and that was an emergency challenge from Estepinian, and he had to be very careful about how he applied it.
Yeah, without a doubt. Lovely little ball in between centre half and full back. Callum Wilson will run onto them all day long. Great little flick from him. And Estupiñán, he had to come back, and you're right, it's last-ditch challenges, Sam, to keep this game at 0-0.
AZ Alkmaar against West Ham, 8 o'clock, TalkSport 2 on the TalkSport app, an exclusive. Sheffield Wednesday trying for a miracle against Posh in the League One playoff semi-final. All the playoffs here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2 and our app. Here is the corner, delivered to the far post. Dan Burn is up there, heads it against Van Heck. It's out for another corner to Newcastle United. I mean, it is serious pressure that's being applied to that goal away to our left-hand side, and it feels like just a matter of time before Newcastle make the breakthrough.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall are down in front of us now, and they'll be thinking, we've had so much pressure and so many possession in Brighton's 18-yard area. We've got to try and see it out. We've got to try and get ourselves a lead, and if they can do that, it's going to be so difficult for Brighton.
Fabian Schär just needs a little bit of treatment after having a head injury, so the referee stopped the game, and the taking of the corner kick, which actually probably benefits Brighton more than it benefits anybody else. Has he got a blood injury here? He has, and they're asking him to go off the field of play, but they don't want to take him off the field of play. He's got blood coming from his nose. They're going to try and have to stem that flow, but they're playing with 10 men at the moment as they attack another corner kick away to our left-hand side. Dummett goes out to warm up away to our left. And there's that Matt Targett that's gone out there. It might be Dummett, actually. Here is the corner kick taken by Trippier towards the far post. Oh, and then it's flapped at by Steele. Did he get any touch on that? I don't think he did. And it goes straight behind and away for a goal kick away to our left. That was a wicked delivery from Kieran Trippier.
What a ball. What a ball from Kieran Trippier. I always find it strange when fullbacks come so far up to take a corner, knowing that if a team breaks on you, one of your defenders is so far up the pitch you can't get back. But when you've got quality like Trippier, you can understand why they do it.
Mitoma plays it into Welbeck, who's fouled by Joel Linton, and it's a free kick just short of the centre circle for Brighton inside their own half. You are listening to Talk Sport, and Jason Tindall is out for the first time into the technical area, and he's become rather well, how should we say it, talked about, let's just put it that way.
He's quite irate for a number 2, isn't he?
Jason Tindall front and centre of everything is the sort of phrase that's been going around recently. He loves it, he absolutely loves it, and he's a brilliant fella, and they worship him here now. He's part of the furniture. They take the mick, and it's all a little bit ironic, but they do absolutely love him, and they love Eddie Howe as well. Eddie Howe was actually asked about Jason Tindall on CBS's morning football show this week, to which he said, he was asked by the anchor Suzanne Collins, do you need to ever say to him, hey listen, remember Jason, I'm the chief around here? And Eddie Howe gave the most bland answer you've ever heard ever, and just told the anchor just how, they were a partnership. To which I don't think it was really the answer she was looking for. It's not really the kind of guy that comes out with phrases like that, though, is he, Eddie Howe? He's done a brilliant job here, and the Newcastle fans appreciate him. Over in the far corner, in between the Leazy's end and the stand opposite us, the Jackie Milburn stand, the banner, the black and white banner that says Eddie Howe's Black and White Army is draped from the back wall. And he hopes, and they hope, that he will be leading them to Europe next season. Well, he will be going on a European tour no matter what happens, but will it be in the Champions League? That's what they want. 22 gone, TalkSport live at St James's Park, and things have just gone in Brighton's favour for a second, but they've given it away cheaply, and Joel Linton's free inside the area. He's turned, his shot is blocked by Dunn, who comes sliding in to prevent the effort from nestling in the corner. Sloppily given away by Van Heck, who looks a bag of nerves at the back, and Joel Linton stole in, had a chance, fired it to the corner, and it was blocked by Lewis Dunk, who saved the day for Brighton.
Well, if Brighton keep making these mistakes, Newcastle are going to punish them. Deserby's just in front of us now. He's trying to say to his players just to calm down. They're not really settled into the game as of yet.
Trippier into the near post, it comes off the defender and it's in! Trippier's corner, flicked on by Moises Caicedo into his own net, and there's the goal that's been coming since we kicked off. 23 minutes on the clock. Newcastle United lead by a goal to nil, and this place can smell the Champions League. A simple corner from the captain Trippier, a wicked delivery, bent in with venom to the near post. It flicked off the head at that near post. I think it was Undav actually who got in front of Caicedo, and it goes straight into the net, past Jason Steele. It's an own goal, and Newcastle lead by a goal to nil.
Thoroughly deserved lead for Newcastle, and we just touched on that quality from Kieran Trippier. He whips that ball into the near post, and Undav's just basically trying to throw his body and just hit it and clear his lines. He can't get out the way of it. It's the slightest of touches which just takes it away from Jason Steele into the back of the Brighton net. But all that pressure and that quick tempo start from Newcastle has now paid off. Find themselves in front. Just listen to that. What an atmosphere in the stadium now.
You're listening to TalkSport. It's Newcastle 1, Brighton and Hove Albion 0. Live on TalkSport from St James's Park. And it's how they maintain this now, isn't it? Because Kieran Trippier immediately got them in a huddle, Mickey Gray, and said to them, hey, guys, concentrate now. This is only part of the job. This is just the beginning. There's still 3/4 of this game to go.
I mean, what do you do, Sam? If Newcastle have started the way that they have in the first 25 minutes of this game, do you rest on your laurels? Do you now start to be a little bit more organised and try and win this game 1-0? But it's a little bit too early for that. I think they've got to go for the jugular, because this Brighton team at the moment, they're shell-shocked. The way that Newcastle have started this game, thoroughly deserve to be in front. And they're the side who are probably looking to try and capitalise and maybe score more goals in this game, because Brighton can't get anywhere near the Newcastle goal.
Free kick to Brighton, just 11 or 12 yards inside opposition territory. It's wide on the right-hand side. It's picked up by Pascal Gross, and Bonanotte standing over it as well. Bonanotte takes a little touch from Gross and then takes a couple of steps forward before left-footed, driving the ball high into the air. It's caught by Nick Pope, who's come a long way to claim that. He does right to the right-hand side of the box, stretches his big arms into the air, and he will kick clear. I sat down with Nick Pope after the Leeds United game on Saturday. He is massive. Yeah. He is absolutely massive. He's huge. He's not only incredibly tall, but he's so broad and muscular as well. And he's one of those where you think, I'll stand up, you sit down. He still looks bigger than me. Isaac goes chasing into the corner on the left-hand side. He's given Caicedo a real tough time. And that Undav own goal came after 23 minutes. I think it was one of those that was on the cards since we blew the whistle here at St James's Park. It's been a bright start from the home team, who know that if they manage to win all 3 of their remaining games they'll be in the Champions League. In fact, they only have to win 2 of them, because 72 points will do the job, and Liverpool can only get 71. Jason Still plays it towards the right. Van Heck under pressure, plays it to the right back and Caicedo, but again they're struggling to get out. Gross hacks it forward. It's back with interest by Sven Botman, but into the stand, and it's out for a throw-in midway inside the Brighton half of the field. 1-0 to Newcastle United. You're listening to Talk Sport. 26 minutes gone.
They're just being rushed, Brighton. Every time they're on the ball, there's no options for them to play those midfield passes just to calm the game down a little bit. A split second, it gives Newcastle the opportunity to get themselves on the front foot. They're setting traps for these Brighton players, and these Brighton players basically are not up for it at the moment. They must have been expecting this, Simon. No, they've not started the game yet.
And the Newcastle certainly have, and Wilson just tried to play the ball behind Willock. He knew he didn't get the delivery right, and then Wilson turns to Willock and says, now it's time for you to get back, fella, because we need to make sure we stem any flow coming forward at the other end after losing it on halfway. Brighton have it with Billy Gilmour into Gross into the centre circle. To the left of that is Purvis Estepinian. Gilmour immediately tries to release Karo Matoma, who was a real danger for Arsenal at the weekend, but hasn't been able to get hold of the ball in the opening 27 minutes here tonight. And it's Newcastle who lead by 1-0 on TalkSport with Car Finance 24/7. Search Car Finance 24/7 today.
Yeah, it's no fault of Matona. He just can't get the ball to him over on that left-hand side, and whenever it does go over, Kieran Trippier just seems to be in the perfect position just to sweep things up. His experience, his reading of the situation. And look at De Zerbi in front of us now, so he's not happy. He's seen the start that they've made to this game. He's very frustrated.
Well, he was very frustrated after the Everton game, talking about big matches, consistency, and if they wanted to play in the Europa League next year, then consistency was going to have to be something that they found playing the big matches. Well, they're really good in the big matches against the big boys. Usually they come out on top more often than not, and Newcastle aren't, but Newcastle have just outwitted them tactically in the opening 28 minutes of this first half, and they've done it by pressing really high up, not allowing Brighton to settle and get their passing game going. They've shut down all the passing lanes, they've smothered the passes out from the back, and as a result of that, Newcastle have spent most of their time in opposition territory. And there's a lot to do for Roberto De Zerbi. Tactically very cute though, and I'm sure he'll come up with a way of changing it, and it is only 1-0.
Well, and I go back to the 4 changes. Are they the kind of changes that you would probably make playing against one of the sides who are fighting for one of those Champions League positions? I think the quality of McAllister's certainly a miss in the first 25 minutes of this game. Somebody with a little bit of guile in that midfield area. And even Ferguson up front, albeit young man, but an outstanding talent. Could he have held the ball up a little bit more?
Almiron's got the better of Purvis Estepinian. He's charged into the box. He's gone past 2 challenges. He goes past the third, goes down. The referee. Oh no, Dunk has brought someone down on the far side. Callum Wilson has just been nudged to the floor, and the referee has given a free kick the other way, has he? What's he made here?
Wow. Well, I'm really surprised at this. Lewis Dunk has just stretched out a right leg to try and get the ball away from Callum Wilson, who was going away from the goal. And I think there's a little bit of contact on the ankle here, and I'd be really surprised, Sam, if this doesn't go to VAR. Look, seeing a replay of it now, I mean, does he make any contact with the ball? But there's certainly contact with the player.
Well, it's a penalty, isn't it?
Looks a penalty to me.
Well, VAR is checking for a possible penalty. The VAR tonight is Jared Gillett. Hugh Bosencroft thinks it's a dive, and the referee and the officials agree. Jason Tyndall, you won't be surprised to know, doesn't agree.
Well, I'm really surprised at that,
foul.
Sam, because, look, as a striker, if you feel contact on your ankle in the 18-yard box and there's no contact made with the ball from Lewis Dunk, then I don't understand why that's not being given as a penalty. It's in the 18-yard box, and he's trying to reach out his right foot. Now, if there is contact, I just wonder whether Callum Wilson maybe could have gone towards the referee and made a bit more of it.
I think Bruno Guimaraes has been given a yellow card as well for a foul over on the far side. He's not particularly happy about that either. He's said, that's my first one. Our referee, have you given me a yellow card for that? The referee has decided that is the action that he's going to take. And the officials coming under a little bit of scrutiny here. The 52,000 inside this stadium not particularly happy with the decision not to award a penalty. I even thought that Almiron was clipped as he was travelling into the penalty area as well. The VAR did look at it. Jared Gillett said no clear error. And if you heard Howard Webb on White and Jordan this week, it has to be those clear errors for the VAR to intervene. Here is Caicedo, who's having a torrid time, by the way, at right back. He's played there a couple of times this season. Obviously, naturally a midfield player, but he has played as a right back on a couple of occasions. Most notably, actually, I think against Manchester United, and it worked really well for him. It hasn't worked at all so far in this game. They're targeting him.
No, it's certainly not working for him. I think he likes to play further up the field. He likes that physical battle, really. But now, Isak, whenever he gets the ball, just getting that half a yard on him, and he looks a little bit frustrated, Caicedo, as if he's not enjoying playing in that position.
I'm still going back to that Callum Wilson challenge and thinking, well, if it was a dive, which the referee gave a free kick the other way, didn't he? Then he should have booked Callum Wilson, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Here is Isak on the near touchline. Skips his feet delicately through two challenges and then guides the ball back to halfway. Newcastle firmly in command and playing with a swagger here at St James's Park tonight, and leading by a goal to nil. Oh, Skopinyan's misjudged that, and Almiron's nicked in behind. His fellow South American has run away towards the right. Here's Cher with a low ball through the 6-yard box. It's missed by everybody. Comes right the way through the other side. Isak now picks it up and travels back towards the 18-yard box. He looks up. He's got support from Guimaraes and from Dan Burn on this near side, the left. Back into Guimaraes, who gets a little clip from Bonanotte. Almiron back to Guimaraes, edge of the area, foul. Was he? No, the referee says play on. And again, the Newcastle fans aren't happy about that. It looked more of a dive than it did a foul on that occasion. And it's cleared away by Brighton and up over the halfway line.
He knew what was coming there, Guimaraes. As he was getting in towards the D at the edge of the 18-yard area, you could see he was just waiting for a bit of contact. You could see it was a dive.
Joe Linton takes the ball out of the sky down the left channel after a long raking ball forward, plays it against Van Heck, who gets back for a challenge, and it goes out and away for a corner. The semi-finals of the Europa League have started. It's Bayer Leverkusen 0, Roma 0, 1-0 to Roma on aggregate. Sevilla 0, Juventus 0, 1-1 on aggregate. In the Conference League, it's 0-0 over on TalkSport 2 between RZ and West Ham United. West Ham leading by 2-1, and Basel 0, Fiorentina 0. Basel 2-1 up from the first leg. Peterborough 4-0 up from the first leg away at Sheffield Wednesday tonight. 0-0. Any changes will be with Alan Biggs in a flash. That game is live on the TalkSport app right now. Download it and your head will explode. There's so much content. Here is Kieran Trippier on the left-hand side, right-footed in towards the near post. It's headed down again, and it's back through the 6-yard box before Dunk can try and head it away. It caused consternation again inside the area. Burn has brought it down. He's shot towards the near corner. He's tickled the outside of the post. He's taken a deflection on the way through, and it's out for a corner kick. Rod Jones, the referee, is now being surrounded by the Brighton players who are saying, "How have you seen a deflection there, fella?"
Yeah, I don't think there was one in the end, but again, it's that quality from Kieran Trippier into the box just outside the 6-yard area. And Van Heck, it comes towards him. He doesn't know what to do with it. It comes at him that quick. He just heads it down into the ground, and then Dan Burn gets his chance.
There was a deflection, by the way.
Better eyes than me.
Yeah, Rob Jones did well. Trippier towards the far post, headed down by Cher, straight into the arms of Jason Steele, who drops and picks the ball up and then fires it out towards the far side. But he's rushed that. He's tried to get Mitoma out quickly. The idea was right, but because he was doing it at speed, he didn't quite execute it in the manner that he would have liked.
Sam, I think this is the first time, probably said this season about Brighton, they can't live with the tempo. And De Zerbi knows that. The two fullbacks are so isolated. They need help from Mitoma and Danny Welbeck on this right-hand side, because they're getting left in 2v1 situations. Even in a 1v1, they're getting the better of them.
They have the odd game like this. Go back to the Everton match. It was nothing like this, but it was a game where they looked a little bit frazzled, and tonight they've been frazzled by the sheer tempo of this Newcastle performance. But, Mickey, it's worth pointing out, it's only 1-0 to Newcastle United.
Yeah, for sure. Newcastle have had so many opportunities. Fabian Schär, Dan Burn, Almiron with a couple of opportunities, and even Isak with a great chance early on in the game. But they haven't been clinical enough to see out this game. Still that 1-goal deficit, but Newcastle do look like scoring the next goal in the game, but that might change.
They are a force to be reckoned with, and Newcastle United, and so are Brighton, usually on the road. They have the fourth best record on their travels. Only Arsenal, Newcastle and City have better points hauls away from home than Brighton. Free kick. Gross wants to take it 2 yards in from where it was supposed to. She's told not to by the referee, and then Caicedo moves it back out to the touchline. Roberto De Zerbi is trying to issue instructions from the touchline. He's constantly in communication with those up here in the stand. In fact, we've got 3 Brighton analysts sitting in front of us here, all mic'd up with AirPods, talking to the bench down in front of us. A little bit frustrated, all of them as well. They're getting very animated, just like their manager on the touchline. Jason Tindall and Eddie Howe standing inside the technical area.
Well, I'd like to know what information, if it is actually getting passed down to the technical area, Sam, to tell them to change things, because I think we can see it from here, but nothing seems to have changed yet.
Gross sends it wide. Buonanotte takes it on for Brighton. They're moving up to the midpoint of the Newcastle half. Back in field it goes to Caicedo. And then a ball centrally for Dunk to stride out through the middle of the pitch, to play it wide to Estepinian, and then on to Mitoma. The Japanese international goes skating into the box. A right-footed shot which is elevated, and it's over the bar. And Nick Pope just gives it a wistful look over the top of the crossbar as it goes behind and away for a goal kick away to our right-hand side. Newcastle 1, Brighton 0. And for the latest odds, you can head to Ladbrokes, where right now you can get Newcastle to win the game at 5-1 on. The draw is 5-1. The Brighton victory is 12-1. That's all thanks to Ladbrokes. Play at ladbrokes.com, 18+, begambleaware.org. Now, in any other circumstances, I think I would probably be suggesting that those odds were fantastically generous for Brighton. However, on the nature of the very performance that we've seen in front of us, that is about right.
Yeah, it's understandable. And just only seconds ago, Mitoma picking the ball up.
Wilson trying to get the better of Caicedo. The two collide in the left channel. And I think there might be a free kick here for Newcastle United. There's a penalty in the game at Hillsborough. We'll get there in just a second, because if that goes in the favour of Sheffield Wednesday, I'm not even sure who's got the penalty, but if it was a Sheffield Wednesday penalty that was given, and it may well be converted, then that might sprinkle a few nerves for posh fans who have made the journey to Hillsborough tonight. Has Durham gone? Does anyone know? Is he there? I think he is. Let's go there now. Alan Biggs.
Michael Smith with the penalty for Sheffield Wednesday. He's taking it now, right-footed. It's in the bottom corner. The ground erupts. There's only 8 minutes gone here at Hillsborough. Already Sheffield Wednesday have chipped away at this improbable task. 4-0 down, but now on the night, Sheffield Wednesday 1, Peterborough 0. It's 1-4 on aggregate.
Don't. He won't come to work on Saturday if it gets overturned. Here is Trippier to place the ball down the left-hand side and get the free kick into the centre. Rob Jones just sorting out a bit of messing about between the Brighton and Newcastle players. So the Sheffield Wednesday fight back is on at Hillsborough. That game live on the TalkSport app if you want to listen to commentary of it. This is Newcastle 1, Brighton 0. Newcastle with a height advantage, looking to attack this set piece from the left-hand side. Right-footed in towards the near post, and Danny Welbeck had to scurry back into the 6-yard box. Take charge of that. Head it behind. I think an offside flag was up, or there was there pushing in the centre. Either way, the free kick has been given. I think there was a push, was there, by some... Dan Burns being penalised. There was so much pushing and shoving. Anyone could have been penalised for handsiness inside that penalty area. It's a free kick to Brighton.
Well, but Danny Welbeck didn't know what was going on behind him, Sam. He had to do his job.
Oh, what are you doing? They've given the ball away inside their own penalty area. It's come back to Jason Steele. But they were playing around inside their 6-yard box. That Newcastle press has been and continues to be so aggressive that it's too dangerous to do that. They put it right on Brighton and Hove Albion. The ball ran loose inside the box, and it was only a lucky ricochet that took it back into the arms of Jason Steele.
Look, there has to be a time and place when you start to play out from the back. I understand it, that managers want to see that because it gives them more options. But when you're man-marked and somebody's standing a yard behind you, you can't play that ball, especially when you find yourself a goal behind in the way that Newcastle have started this game. No, they're trying to look to try and get a foothold in the game. Sometimes, I'm looking at De Zerbi, and they don't even go crazy when the players lose the ball. He just stands there as if he knows it's going to happen at times in the game.
He will go crazy in the dressing room at half-time, and I wouldn't want to be there. Because he's a fiery character. Here is Willock playing the ball down the left, asking a bit too much of Isaac, and Steele comes out, does a good job to tidy up, but his delivery down the right side was meant for Buonanotte. It just hasn't quite worked for them tonight. They've just looked a little bit off it, Brighton. They can't finish any lower than 9th, but they want the thrill of a European place, the prospect of travelling to far-flung corners of the continent for the first time. They have never been on a European tour before, and they're in a good position in order to secure 6th place. And they've got the benefit, Mickey Gray, even if it's a conference place at the end of the season that they're fighting for, of being able to just hold off Aston Villa, because that's their final fixture.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And the game's in
But
hand,
I think
of course.
they'd want to try and have the job done before they actually get to that game against Aston Villa, Sam, wouldn't you? You know, you want the points on the board. I think every side would say that. And I think this was an opportunity for them, knowing how good they are away from home, but got to get started in the second half or it's not going to happen.
This is one-way traffic at the moment. Trippier forward towards Burn. It's just a little bit too high and it flights behind and goes out for a goal kick away to our left-hand side. And Brighton's game in hand is against Manchester City next Wednesday night. That's live on TalkSport. We'll be there for that one. Newcastle's next game is against Leicester City on Monday night. Game night will come from St James's Park. How on earth we're all going to get in here, I don't know, but apparently we are. Here is Undav, who scored the own goal, spraying it out towards the far side. He then gets it back to the right, and Buonanotte, who travels up to the edge of the penalty area. Stretching was Estepinian. Mitoma takes it on. Offside flag was called for by the Newcastle fans over on the far side. And then it's played against Willett over on the far touchline. Goes out for a throw-in. The Newcastle fans think it should have gone their way. It didn't. And it's tossed back in, and Brighton are on a rare attack. 3 minutes to go before half-time. And Eddie Howe just trying to urge his team not to drop too deep and cut out from the back here. But Buonanotte has got it for Brighton in those bright orange jersey with thick black trim, attacking the Gallagher end. Up to Welbeck, who rides a challenge from Joel Linton, then runs into another one, wins a free kick on the edge of the centre circle. And just right at that centre circle, it's going to be a free kick to Brighton and Hove Albion, who trail here.
Well, I think De Zerbi's thinking in his head now, before we actually go down the tunnel for half-time, that he's possibly going to have to make changes. And the players that have been left out of the starting 11 today will probably see themselves coming on in the second half. McAllister, Ferguson.
Gross takes it down the right side, delivers across towards the far post. It's headed away by Trippier, and then picked up deep inside Newcastle territory by Estepinian. And they come forward again. Brighton switching the play from the middle out to the right, taken on by Buonanotte. Offside flag is up from Ian Husson, who's the assistant on this near side.
You cannot be offside in that situation. Buonanotte over on this right hand side. You're looking right along the line of Newcastle defence. It's that diagonal pass over to the right hand side. You have to look across that line before that ball is played. It's a great move and it's a great position for Buonanotte to be in. That's criminal to be offside in that position.
And he's miles offside as well. I mean, he's still a young fella, isn't he? Buonanotte, only 18 years of age. He did score in his first start against Chelsea not so long ago. And Carlos Tevez was his manager at Rosario. He compared him to Lionel Messi. He's got maybe a long way to go before he lives up to those sort of heights, the Argentine, but there's nothing like praise to inflate someone's selling price.
Good luck.
Van Heck onto Caicedo, under pressure from Isaac, and then he plays the ball from the right side of the box to the left side, and then gives it away to Almiron, who sent it back into the 18-yard box. Well, it's not going to get there. Well, again, Brighton almost the architects of their own downfall. The crossfield pass from Caicedo to Dunk was difficult. Dunk couldn't get it under control properly and ended up playing a weak pass out wide, which went straight to Miggy Almiron. And if that pass had been a little bit better from Almiron, then Newcastle would have been in again.
I mean, the confidence that Newcastle, Almiron's doing nutmegs in his own half, going back to his own goal, because they've played so well in this first half.
But Mitoma has been released down the left-hand side. Botman comes across and slides in and nicks it off his toes. Trippier clears into midfield. It's won by Van Heck. Now Gilmore's got it. We've got 5 seconds before the end of the first half, and then it'll be stoppage time. There's a foul on Guimaraes. It's going to be a free kick deep inside the Brighton attacking third, and it's going to be 2 minutes of added time at the end of the first half. And it was sensible that from I think it was Kieran Trippier who went down in the end over on the far side. There is a bit of a concern here because Sven Botman has gone down, And there's not too many options at centre-half anymore for Newcastle United on their bench. They've got about 3 left-backs who can play in Lewis, Dummett, Target. Oh, Manquillo can play there as well. So they've got 4 left-backs on the bench today. But they haven't got any centre-halves. I suppose Matt Target could play there into left-back and then put Byrne across, or you could play Dummett as a centre-half.
Well, the biggest lad on the pitch is playing left-back, Sam, so I don't think they'd have a problem if Byrne had to go into that central defence position.
How is it that the former Brighton centre-half is playing left-back when there's 4 left-backs on the bench? Here on the right-hand side, the ball is with Willock. He thinks he's fouled in the right corner of the penalty area. Free kick and a yellow card for Undav. Meanwhile, Joe Linton has gone down just short of the 18-yard box. He's being helped to his feet now. That's a yellow card for the man who scored the own goal. He hasn't had a particularly successful first 45 minutes, Dennis Undav.
No, he hasn't. Gives the goal away, gets himself in the book. He's not got involved in the game at all, along with Matoma on that left-hand side, being really poor. This is why he's tracking back, trying to help out his defenders, but making a rash challenge as centre-forwards normally do. Again, this gives Newcastle a great opportunity from the corner of the 18-yard box just to whip that ball into the box.
They have a goal threat that is the envy of many. 22 goals scored in April was the highest during that period. They scored twice at Ellen Road without even getting out of first gear, and they've scored once here, an own goal. There's a lot of pushing and shoving going on inside the penalty area again. Rob Jones will want to keep an eye on that. Newcastle don't want to give away a free kick from this scenario. They want to make sure that they make the most of this delivery. Joel Linton is not happy. He's having a few words with Caicedo. Over the shoulder, Van Heck's getting it as well now. Rob Jones is going to have to cool that temperature down. Joel Linton needs to keep his head. And there's a quick word in the ear to Alexander Isak just to try and get his teammate under control before this free kick comes in. It's literally a step back from the right angle of the penalty area over on the far side in front of the Leesy's end. Newcastle leading by a goal to nil. A goal scored from a Kieran Trippier set piece, an own goal scored just 20 minutes ago. Can they double it? Oh, there was a problem here. Something into the body of Van Heck. It's a yellow card, is it? Who's that for?
Yeah, I think it's Fabian Schär or Botman, just shoved away. I think it's Pascal Gross. He just gives him one in the chin and then does it a second time.
And it's Billy Gilmore who's gone down under pressure from Fabian Schär. He just pushed him off, and then Gilmore was nudged to the floor with a little arm that was used to strong arm him away from his sort of personal space. Rob Jones is issuing a final warning to Fabian Schär, who's picked up a yellow card as a result of that. Reckless approach to trying to attack the free kick. Newcastle don't want to do anything stupid here. Just keep a cool head. Get yourself in at half-time 1-0 if you can't add to that in the next couple of minutes.
Well, Sam, I know
the
free
referee's going to blow up again here. He's going to, as soon as this ball goes into the box, he's going to blow the whistle and he's going to give a free kick.
Yeah,
definitely.
He's got that feel about it, but it's a mismatch at the back stick.
Trippier takes the set piece, right-footed towards the far post, headed down, and it's in from Dan Byrne! Unmarked to the far post, the former Brighton player who's come back to his hometown team has put Newcastle United in dreamland, and their thoughts of the promised land are tantalisingly close now, and the hometown boy has risen up at the set piece to convert from Kieran Trippier's delivery. Big Dan Byrne has scored a massive goal for Newcastle, who lead against Brighton by 2-0.
Thoroughly deserved. Newcastle deserved to go in at half-time 2 goals up. But just before that free kick was taken, I'm pointing to the back of every Newcastle player, because it's Dan Byrne who stood alongside Moises Caicedo, and it's a mismatch. There's a 1.5 foot difference between the two players, and I'm thinking, I've seen the quality from Kieran Trippier in this game. If he finds Dan Byrne at the back stick, all he's got to do is just direct it towards goal, and it's exactly what happened. It's a brilliant ball in, all the pace is on the cross, and Dan Byrne just heads it down into the bottom corner. Steele's got absolutely no chance. But what are Brighton doing, putting Caicedo on Dan Byrne in the first place?
That's the end of the first half. Dan Burn. He doesn't score too many goals, but he does big goals. He scored in the quarter-final of the League Cup to take Newcastle through to the semi-finals of that competition. He scored a goal here that may well put Newcastle United on the road to the Champions League. Newcastle have won 11 of the previous 13 Premier League matches in which they've led at half-time, and if they can keep up that trend, they will be able to see that European Champions League firm up on the horizon. They lead thanks to an own goal from Undav and a set-piece converted by Dan Burn at the break by 2-0.
The decibels inside St James's Park have been so high you can barely hear yourself think. In fact, I think that's what affected Brighton in that first half, to be perfectly honest. They've barely strung two passes together. They've been miles off what we would expect from them in their brilliant best. And in truth, it's the intensity, the tenacity of the home side Newcastle United, who are all business tonight, by the way, as they chase a Champions League spot. More aggressive, getting numbers into the box, more cohesive in their defensive structure. They have been absolutely brilliant and more than worthy of a 2-goal lead at the break. In fact, the only question to ask Mickey Gray is really, how hasn't it been more? Because both of the goals have come from set pieces. They kind of struggled to create clear-cut chances, but it hasn't mattered. They have just bullied Brighton at times.
Well, you just touched on the atmosphere in the stadium. They will only react to what they see in front of them and what the players are giving them. Well, they've given them absolutely everything in that first 45 minutes. They've just bamboozled Brighton, who have not been able to come up with the answers, not been able to get out of their own half. The set-piece quality from Kieran Trippier, I've not seen that, what I've seen from him, since the days of David Beckham. Honestly, it's that good. The pace and the positions he puts that ball in the box, whether it's from corners or wide free kicks, is absolutely sensational. And the first one, I mean, Undav's at the front post there. All he can do is just leap as high as he possibly can. It comes off the top of his head and gives Jason Steele absolutely no chance. But the second one, I was pointing. I mean, I know you can't see that on the radio. I'm pointing at Dan Burn at the back stick with Caicedo. There's absolutely no chance. You've just got to find the right position to put the ball in, and Dan Burn is going to win that 10 times out of 10.
The difference in size between these two teams, I was silently miming to you. Look at the difference at the set pieces. It's like parents' evening, to be perfectly honest. Newcastle the parents, Brighton the kids. That is the difference in size at the set pieces between these two teams, and it makes you wonder why Roberto De Zerbi has chosen the team that he's chosen tonight, and why he hasn't chosen to change it earlier on. Because I'll be honest, 25-30 minutes into that game, you're thinking next one's coming soon. De Zerbi has to respond, and you were pointing it out. You know, there was no response from that Brighton bench. He wasn't even getting angry at the players losing the ball. So many times trying to pass it out from the goalkeeper at set pieces, and they were even getting tackled in their own box, never going long, never trying to bypass midfield. Absolutely no semblance of a plan B. It's worked before for Brighton, we understand that, but it is not working tonight here at Newcastle United, and they will need something drastic if they're going to turn this game around. We'll be back with Mickey Gray and Sam Matterface for the second half very, very soon, and to look over, I think, some of the more interesting points that we could have picked up in that first half. Before we move on, there has been another goal in the game at Hillsborough. We'll bring it to you very shortly and find out if Sheffield Wednesday can make it 2. Alan Biggs is watching. Is it 2 for Sheffield Wednesday? Is the comeback on?
It certainly is. Sheffield Wednesday 2, Peterborough 0. Lee Gregory has doubled Sheffield Wednesday's lead on the night. He's halved their aggregate deficit to 4-2, and absolutely the comeback, the incredible comeback is on. It was Patterson's cross shot across the face of goal that was diverted in following an early penalty that Michael Smith converted, his 21st of the season, after Marvin Johnson was tripped running into the area on the left hand side. We've had a smoke flare thrown from the crowd, which is the reason for a short delay here. You can imagine the excitement in the Hillsborough Stadium. Not that, of course, it forgives illegal activity like that, but there is a short pause, and I think Peterborough could do with that pause. They have posed problems on the break Kwame Poku in particular forced a save from Dawson, so did Efron Mason-Clark, but Wednesday have thrown everything at it in a high octane start, and you have to say that at this moment in time, that improbable overhaul of a 4-goal first leg deficit would be the first time in the playoff history is on. 26 minutes gone at Hillsborough. Commentary live on TalkSport's app with Adam Bridge and Adrian Clark. Get that on the TalkSport app. They're right alongside me with all the excitement here. Sheffield Wednesday 2, Peterborough 0. It now is trimmed to 4-2 to Peterborough on aggregate.
Will it be one of the most remarkable nights in playoff history? Live for you, as Alan said, on the TalkSport app. Sheffield Wednesday 2 up against Peterborough after 27 minutes. There are live games, of course, in Europe tonight over on TalkSport 2. West Ham United 0. They're away at Alkmaar 0 as well. They do, though, of course, West Ham lead 2-1 from the home leg at the London Stadium. No goals, in fact, in Europe at all tonight. So it is Basel in the Europa Conference League, the other semi-final, who still lead Fiorentina by 2-1. Roma in the Europa League at semi-final second leg. They're away from home at Leverkusen tonight. No goals. Still 1 up from the first leg, and still level between Sevilla and Juventus. 1-1 from their first leg as well. You're listening to Kick Off on TalkSport with Now Sports. Don't forget that with Now Sports you can stream all the Sky Sports action, like Newcastle versus Brighton live tonight. It's £11.99, no contract, just search Now Sports. We've had a remarkable evening so far at St James's Park as Newcastle women are out parading their league title here. No silverware this year for Newcastle, but will they be heading to the Champions League? At the break, Dennis Undov's own goal, a towering Dampern header, is the difference. A Europa League spot possibly slipping away from Brighton. We'll have another engrossing 45 minutes ahead of us here on TalkSport. Newcastle United 2, Brighton and Hove Albion 0.
Kick off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Are you in? Let's go. Play at ladbrokes.com. 18+, begambleaware.org.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a treehouse in the garden.
I'm living my perfect childhood.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Rodri to De Bruyne, flicked onto Walker. Goal! No one saw that coming.
Or as we say in Japan, no warutaka wa tsume o kakusu. The smart hawk hides its talents. For a taste beyond expected, Asahi Super Dry, official beer partners of Manchester City. Enjoy responsibly. Visit drinkaware.co.uk.
And he's barrelled it straight through the midfield into the Village Hotel Pub and Grill fan zone, the home of big screen live football. A long volley over the stadium seats by the giant screens into the left-hand corner of the bar, past a winning lineup of ice-cold beers and a magnificent menu of mouth-watering footy food. Result! Enjoy the perfect big match experience with food, drink and live football at a Village Hotel Pub and Grill fan zone at 33 UK locations. Find your nearest venue and win monthly prizes, including match tickets at villagehotels.com/fanzone. Get in! Conditions apply. 18+, always drink responsibly.
Bing bong. Attentions please, attentions please. We got big new news. Just Eat now does grocery delivery. No problemo if you forgot the only thing you went in the shop to buy. Want ice cream for breakfast? Caught the cat licking the butter. So, don't cry over spilt milk. Get it delivered to your door from Just Eat instead. Grocery delivery. We got it.
Did somebody say Just Eat?
Only available from participating stores and selected locations. Products subject to availability. Service charge may apply. See justeat.co.uk for more details.
For all the top Premier League analysis, listen to The Game, the Premier Football podcast from The Times. Every Monday and Thursday, join Hugh Woosencroft and a host of big-name guests for in-depth reaction and opinion on the latest action and the biggest issues in the world of football.
It's a massive goal!
Hear previews of all the upcoming matches and provocative and compelling opinions from some of the finest football writers from The Times and The Sunday Times.
Lovely bit of football!
Listen to The Game on the free Times Radio app or wherever you find your podcasts.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals on a wide range of building products. In May, we've got a white painted Velux GGL MK06 centre pivot roof window for £295 ex VAT. And with free delivery, that's a real deal. Find more real deals online at selcobw.com.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the train goes.
That charged at 20%. Free delivery within local delivery areas.
This football season, get a hand from Betfair's popular Bet Builder and easily add our fan favourite football selections to your bet slip in just one tap. Spend less time finger faffing and place your bet the easy way. Now that's handy, because we're Betfair.
Exclusive to Betfair Sportsbook. Terms and conditions apply. Please see frequently asked questions on support.betfair.com. 18+ BeGambleAware.org.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with a Now Sports membership. Stream the Premier League live without a contract from $11.99. Search Now Sports. 18+. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
Game day. A broadcasting dynamo of supercharged Premier League football coverage.
Tucked in at the near post.
Game day kickoff on TalkSport.
You're listening to Kickoff Live on TalkSport with myself, Hugh Wozencroft, live inside St James's Park. A very happy home crowd after a dominant first period. Newcastle United 2, Brighton and Hove Albion 0, and Newcastle marching on towards a place in the Champions League for next season, unless Roberto De Zerbi can come up with something pretty special in the second half. Let's get the half-time odds with Ladbrokes.
Odds update on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Are you in? Let's go. Play at ladbrokes.com. 18+ BeGambleAware.org.
Nicola McGeady joins us once again. And Nicola, before this game, I said I think it's going to be a classic tonight. In a way, 2-0 to Newcastle at the break has set that up. Do you see any way back for Brighton?
Not really. I'm so jealous you're there. It's great to have, these different teams challenging for top four, and hats off to both of them. Newcastle are deservedly in front tonight. They've totally dominated, and it's hard to see Brighton salvage this. That's reflected in the prices with Newcastle all but the winners. They're short as 1-33. Brighton are a massive 90-1 for any diehard Brighton fans who think they can salvage this. And then we make the draw 20-1. But Newcastle, they're 4-5 to score next. Brighton can be back to 12-5, come out fighting in the second half and score next. But the odds suggest Brighton won't find the net, because we make it 8-13 that both teams don't score. Dan Byrne was obviously a big prize to score tonight. He's 40-1 to score next, but it is Callum Wilson who's the 14-5 favourite to do that.
Nicola, thank you very much. Those were the latest odds with Ladbrokes. You can play at ladbrokes.com. It's 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Odds update on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Are you in? Let's go. Play at ladbrokes.com. 18+ BeGambleAware.org.
Now, it's been a slow start for Rory McIlroy at the US PGA Championship at Oak Hill. It teed off today. Let's get an update with TalkSport's golf correspondent Rupert Bell.
Yeah, but he's responded well, Hugh, because he was at 3 over par as he started his back nine, but holding a big par-saving putt and then 2 successive birdies. He's finished at 1 over par, which, given his rather lacklustre start, he'll feel pretty pleased with. But that's 4 behind the current leaders, 2 in the clubhouse, Scotty Scheffler and Corey Chambers. Bryson DeChambeau, of course, a live golfer and now slimlined. He's playing well at 3 under par. Victor Hovland leading the European Challenge at 2 under par, along with Austrian Sepp Straka, who's just started his round. Callum Tarrant, the leading English player, at 1 under par.
Rupert, thank you very much. We'll have updates on the golf throughout the evening here on TalkSport. Just to let you know, the first goal of the night has gone in Europe, and it's gone to Fiorentina against Basel in the Europa Conference League semi-final, and that means that tie is level 2-2 on aggregate and heading to extra time. West Ham, by the way, live for you over on TalkSport 2. Still Alkmaar 0, West Ham 0. West Ham leading by 2-1 after the first game at the London Stadium last week. So heading towards a European final. Only 35 minutes on the clock in that one. Remember, you can also listen to what is Sheffield Wednesday 2, Peterborough 0, 35 minutes played, exclusively on the TalkSport app. Download the app. You'll be able to move seamlessly between all of our live games. We've got a big 45 minutes coming here. Mickey Gray, former England defender, with me, because there has to be a response from Roberto De Zerbi. There has to be some kind of change, if not in personnel, in the way that they approach things, because it is just not working for them so far.
Well, you're absolutely right, Hugh. I think they were shell-shocked in that first 45 minutes. They should have expected a huge atmosphere in the stadium. They should have expected Newcastle to be on the front foot, because they've seen some of their performances at St James's Park this season, and they've been breathtaking at times. And they got left stranded a little bit, Brighton. Lack of ideas. but they have to come up with the answers in this second 45 minutes. Look, you cannot wait for this Newcastle team to tire you before you start to grow into the game. They've got to make things happen themselves, and they've got to make them happen as soon as that whistle blows for the second half.
Speaking of waiting for this Newcastle team, Brighton are right now, because all 11 players, Brighton in their fluorescent away kit, out on the pitch, and now finally Kieran Trippier leads out the Newcastle players, and this home crowd responds to seeing their players who've been brilliant in this first half. They're expecting much more, plenty of goals, plenty of fun, and Newcastle marching on towards a place in the Champions League. And after the first 45 minutes, you cannot see it going any other way. Will there be a Brighton support response that could possibly kickstart them to a really positive end to the season that would see them finish in a Europa League spot? We haven't seen anything from them as yet. Could it be a big second half with the former Sunderland defender Mickey Gray and TalkSport Sam Matterface?
Well, the atmosphere has been terrific all night, hasn't it? Is it going to roar Newcastle United to victory here this evening? They lead by 2-0 in a very one-sided first half. They bossed the game, and they had the equal best defence in the Premier League. The encouragement for Brighton and Hove Albion, well, Newcastle have kept just one clean sheet in the last 15 games, and they have conceded 20 Premier League goals in that time. A team that was mean in the first half of the season have started to leak right at the very end, and that, I'm sure, is what Brighton would have been saying at half-time. Would they make any tactical changes, do you think?
I'm so surprised, Sam, that they haven't made changes. Just as the Brighton 11 came out very early, I'm sure De Zerbi's had a word with his players and said, get out there and prove to me that you deserve to be on the football pitch. But it looks like it's the same system. Caicedo's still playing in that right-back position. There's nothing really going on in the front positions either. But Newcastle are not going to let up. They have got to match them for effort and determination, Brian, or they will come unstuck again.
Caicedo's given the ball away again, and Isak has got him behind him down the left-hand side as he's released by Bruno Guimaraes into the area. Right-footed shot blocked by Van Heck, and it's steered towards halfway. Back to Joel Leaton again. Black and white shirts of Newcastle shooting towards the Gallowgate in the second half, where their most vociferous fans are situated. I'll run through the 2-11s for you in just a second. But Newcastle have a throw-in deep inside opposition territory. Live on TalkSport, leading by 2-0. The ball thrown in by Trippier. He's looking for a bit of movement. Sheffield Wednesday leading by 2-0 on the TalkSport app, by the way. And that's 4-2 now on aggregate. And they're only 40 minutes into that game. Here is Almiron, back heel into Mitoma, who picks it off before Willett can reach it. It's guided back towards the edge of the 18-yard box. They've got to stop this playing out from the back unless they're comfortable with doing so. They've been very comfortable all season doing it, but it's caused Brighton so many problems in that first half. I was speaking to former Brighton player Warren Aspinall at half-time, who was saying they've got to be a little bit more direct, and they've got to get Caicedo out of the right full-back position and into midfield, where they need someone a little bit more muscular, because at the moment the boys in there, little Billy Gilmore and Pascal Gross, just can't cope.
I think you used a word in the first half, Sam, as smothered. That's the way it felt for Brighton. Now they seem to be finding a little bit more space early in the second half.
Estepinian travelling forward up towards the midpoint of the Newcastle half. Down the left is Mitoma, who hasn't been in the game much in the opening half. Billy Gilmore, square to Caicedo, and his ball is straight out of play over on the far side. Well, Pope is the Newcastle goalkeeper. Trippier, Share, Botman and Byrne, the back four. Bruno Guimaraes, Joe Linton and Willett in the midfield three, with Almiron, Wilson and Isak up top. For Brighton, it's Jason Steele in goal, Van Heck, Duncan, Estepinian as the back three, with Caicedo at right back, Gilmore and Gross in the middle, and then Mitoma on the left-hand side, Buonanotte on the right, and Welbeck and Undav up top. 2-0 to Newcastle United. And Trippier fires it forward brilliantly, and Almiron's in behind Estepinian, who's just about got back at him and managed to clear the ball out towards the near touchline. But that was a dangerous ball from Kieran Trippier, which opened up the Newcastle right channel for Almiron to run into, and maybe he should have done a bit better with the ball, Mickey Gray.
Yeah, I mean, his first touch, he just couldn't get his body out the way of it. But again, it's a brilliant ball.
And that's a good ball into Wilson, who's isolated Dunk. His first touch isn't good enough, and Dunk nips in and takes it. And Brighton play out from the back and into midfield. Well, they're not going to sacrifice their principles, Brighton, and you can understand that. They've been playing this way all season, but maybe they need just a little bit more physical presence in midfield, because they've created very few chances in this game, if any. Nick Pope's hardly had anything to do. One stop from distance is about it, and it's been all Newcastle United so far. Raking ball by Cher out towards the far side, into the air by Caicedo, who's having an absolute western. The ball is out on the left-hand side, picked up by Byrne, who's already scored once. He charges into the box, he gets into a wing position, looking to try and turn under pressure from Buonanotte. It's steered into the box, the header is on towards the back post, and Almiron's hit the goalkeeper. It comes back off Wilson and onto the roof of the net. Well, it's a big miss from Miguel Almiron. It's a good save, but it's a big miss from Miguel Almiron. A game-changing goal which would have put this match to bed. If Almiron had found the net with that, it would have been over. Brilliant header by Willock at the near post, onto Almiron, coming on at the back post, in the 6-yard box, point blank range. It's a big save by Jason Steele.
I don't understand how Dan Byrne, he's basically on the corner flag, and he gets out when there's no reason for him to get out whatsoever.
Here come Undav, edge of the area at the other end for Brighton, into the box, a right-footed shot under Nick Pope and in. And Brighton, out of nowhere, are back in the game. The Newcastle defenders are claiming an infringement. They think there could have been an offside there. Undav is celebrating after scoring an own goal at one end. He pops the ball in the back of the net at the other. It's tight, it's very tight, but I think it's onside.
I think it's onside, I'm with you, Sam. Just having a look at the replay now, and Undav just times his run. And I think it's Dan Byrne in that left-back position who's keeping him onside. It's a great, lovely through ball. And Undav reads the situation. Just having a little look at it now.
It looks tighter every time you look at it. The referee is checking the possible offside with Jared Gill at the VAR. This could be a massive moment in the seasons of both Brighton and Newcastle United. The crosshair lines being drawn. Is he onside? I think he is, you know. It's the second dart forward, I think. They're just checking it. It's a goal. He's onside, and Brighton are back in the game. And what is that going to do to the atmosphere inside this stadium? Undav scores, it's 2-1, and all of a sudden, Mickey Gray, it's game on.
Oh, totally out of the blue.
Here come Newcastle, steaming forward immediately. Willock onto Almiron, into the box. It's Wilson with a volley just wide. Well, that would have been a response and a half. Joe Willock picked the ball up from the centre, and he just ran through the Brighton midfield, straight to the edge of the box, sent it wide to Almiron, and then sent the ball into Wilson, who couldn't hook his shot on target. What a chance.
You know, you're always asked from your coaches and your manager what your reaction's going to be like if you find yourself conceding a goal. And within the space of 7 or 8 seconds, Newcastle are down the other end. Brilliant opportunity, great ball in from Almiron over on this right-hand side. And Callum Wilson, I mean, he's had 2 great chances. One with the header that just went over the top of the bar, but that was a huge opportunity.
The next goal is absolutely massive. Here's Mitoma, full of confidence. Now Brighton coming forward towards the edge of the penalty area. Gilmore picks it up, sends it back towards halfway. There's only a goal in it now. We could have a humdinger of a second half live on TalkSport. It's Newcastle 2, Brighton 1. It was all Newcastle in the first half. Brighton barely got a kick, but they've conceded again. Those clean sheets that I mentioned that were harder to come by, proving to be so again tonight. Almiron's made a dart through the middle. Joe Linton didn't trust him. They went down the other side instead. Almiron was the ball, but I think Almiron's missed too many chances tonight. As a result of that, I think they declined to give him the ball there.
Well, I have to say, Sam, you're right, it was the ball, but I'm not actually sure Joe Linton, who was the man who was running with the ball, actually seen the run of Joe Linton. Almiron over in this right-hand side, because they'd all pushed forward. Estupiñán had gone into the opposition's half, and he was in acres of space. If they could have just got his head up and seen that pass. Eventually went for the wrong one, which was Callum Wilson, who again was caught flat-footed.
Well, The Toonami know that a win takes them to within 3 points of guaranteeing Champions League football. A draw will mean they need to beat Leicester on Monday live on TalkSport and win their final game against Chelsea to secure it if Liverpool keep winning. Eddie Howe is looking a little bit more pensive than he had done throughout the most of the match. Newcastle so super dominant in the game. But Brighton are going to make changes as well, attacking ones. As Isak comes down the left-hand side, runs into the box. Jason Steele tries to clear, and he was under pressure from Isak, who slid in. It goes straight into Caicedo. He fumbles the ball, and eventually it goes out to the right full-back position. There's a foul by Wilson. It's going to be a free kick. Ferguson, Enciso, and McAllister all coming on. Maybe this is part of the Roberto De Zerbi game plan. Go rope-a-dope for the first 52 minutes, get back into the game, and then bring on the big hitters.
Possibly. He can sense blood, can't he? The way that they've come out in the second half. Look, you want a reaction, don't you? After you were so poor for 45 minutes. Well, they've got that reaction and they've clawed their way back into the game. De Zerbi now just wants to freshen things up with the players that actually should have started the game. Real surprise to me that they weren't in the first 11.
Well, Ferguson, who has been struggling recently with an injury, is just about coming back to full fitness. RZ 0, West Ham 0 is the half-time score. It's Fiorentina who lead in Basel by a goal to 0 in the other semi-final of that competition. That's 2-2. West Ham still ahead on aggregate. That's the key information. That game's on TalkSport 2 right now. And of course, a little bit more technology for you to fumble with on the TalkSport app. Is really easy. Just download it, press live matches. You can get Sheffield Wednesdays. Great comeback against Peterborough, possibly. It's 2-0. Lee Gregory got the second goal. It's 4-2 on aggregate. Remember, they were 4-0 down from the first leg. Next goal's crucial in that game as well. So Ferguson, Enciso and Estepinian are on here. And Buonanotte has come off, Welbeck has come off, and who is the other one who come off? I haven't seen another one come off yet. Estepinian about to throw on this near side.
Replacing him by 28, Evan Ferguson.
Well, you know who's come on. Here is McAllister, deep inside his own half. Newcastle win a free kick. A yellow card goes to Pascal Gross, the latest of those to be booked in the game.
Well, those changes, no question about it, Sam, they're going to give them a little bit of life. Brighton got their tails up back into this second half, got themselves back into the game. You can see a little bit of confidence starting to grow into the side.
Remember, there's more live football for you on TalkSport and TalkSport 2 over the weekend. What a weekend we've got for you as well. On Saturday from the Premier League, Tottenham take on Brentford. That kicks off for the 12:30. We're on air from 11. Then we're doing Manchester United and their game against Bournemouth. That's on TalkSport 2. The playoffs continue as well, and on Sunday we're round the grounds on the Sunday session from the Etihad. Mickey and I are going to the Etihad to see if Manchester City can win the title.
Third time in a row.
Here is the free kick. Trippier to take it high into the night sky to the back post. Byrne heads it down. It's blocked by Van Heck and then picked up by Moises Caicedo, sent to the halfway line, taken in by Trippier, who shoots it forward into the right channel. Chasing it is Almiron. Across comes Estepinian, who goes down under pressure from Almiron. Hardly any pressure really, and it's going to be a free kick in the corner to Estepinian. It looked a little bit soft. Half time at Sheffield Wednesday. What's the latest, Alan Biggs?
It's Sheffield Wednesday 2, Peterborough 0. Peterborough lead 4-2 on aggregate, but they're trembling now along with the stadium, which is absolutely rocking. Michael Smith with an early penalty after Marvin Johnson was tripped. Then Lee Gregory with the second as early as 24 minutes. Posh glad to get to the break. Commentary on the TalkSport app. Sheffield Wednesday 2, Peterborough 0, 2-4 on aggregate.
And if you want to get the TalkSport app, it's pretty easy. All you have to do is just download it from the TalkSport website, or you can follow the links from there, or you can go on your Google Play Store or your Apple Store. And if you do that, you can get the TalkSport app and flick through all of the matches that you need. Tonight we've got 3 of them live commentaries, including this one, Newcastle 2, Brighton 1 on TalkSport with Now Sports. And don't forget, with Now Sports, you can watch all the Sky Sports action like Newcastle versus Brighton live tonight for $11.99, no contract. Search Now Sports. And Barnsley Bolton tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, is on Talk Sport 2. Stockport Salford 12:30 on Saturday. Here is Undav approaching the penalty area. They still want to be in the equation for a European place, Brighton, and they're going to fight with all their might. Oh, Willock has pulled his hamstring. This is bad news for Newcastle United because they've already got a midfield problem, a midfield crisis of such with no long staff. And Willock has just pulled his hamstring. He's just gone ping in the middle of the park. He's put his hand up immediately. He's turned to Eddie Howe. There has to be a substitute, Mickey Gray.
Yeah, just having a look. I mean, he just waved straight to the technical area, didn't he, as he turned towards that Brighton goal.
Elliot Anderson, I think it's going to be, who comes on. Elliot Anderson getting ready to come straight on and replace Joe Willock, who's in some pain. That looked bad. His reaction was really bad. And like every now and again you'll see those where you get those hamstrings that are just a little tear here or there, or you get a little strain and everyone goes, right, stop, before it gets any worse. That one, he looks in some serious pain.
He does. And I've been in that situation, so it's like a pop. You don't expect it coming in. As soon as you feel it, you have to just stop running. You've got to go to ground, and straight away when he waved over, you knew that was it. It was game up for Joe Willock.
It's the worst feeling in the world, that, because you immediately know you can't move at all.
Yeah, it is. It's a horrible feeling.
Oh, it goes all spongy and horrible in the back of your thigh.
But it's all down to the preparation. And look, I mean, he's had a brilliant season, Joe Willock, and he's worked his socks off in this game. You can see the agony he's in there now.
I mean, he's really hobbling off on this near touchline. That is not looking good for Newcastle United. They will hope to get this job done, because he's not going to be able to play any more part in this season, I wouldn't have thought. That is a serious injury. He's got a forlorn look on his face, and he's going to just head down the touchline, I think, and into the treatment area. Elliot Anderson is on for Newcastle United, wearing the number 32 shirt. There's still a bit of a tug-of-war between Scotland and England about his international future, because Scotland keep calling him up, and he says, look, just give me a little bit of space here. I think he wants to play for England. Here's Estepinian on the halfway line. Infield it goes to McAllister. McAllister tries to bend the ball into the left channel, and it goes all the way through to Nick Pope. Tomorrow morning, Laura Woods will be putting her feet up, listening to Alan Brazil and Ray Parlour dissect all this action and lay in Thursday and Friday for Laura, but Alan Brazil will entertain you. And Ray Parlour and I will go head-to-head in the curse of the commentator at 7:30 tomorrow morning, with a hope that he might drop some points. There's a collision over on the far side. Joel Linton's gone down. He wants a free kick. There was a head-to-head with Van Heck. It was just two players going for a ball. There's no foul there.
An honest challenge.
It's just a collision.
It was.
The referee's got it spot on. Just says, OK, he needs treatment. Let's make sure he's OK, but crack on.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's never nice when two heads collide, but you can see two honest players going to try and win the ball. I think Joe Linton gets there before Van Heck, and because it's Joe Linton on the ground, you can hear the Newcastle supporters across where he's fell to the ground, but he's back on his feet now. Everything's okay, but right decision.
Van Heck gets it back to his goalkeeper, who clips it high into the evening sky. It goes out over on the far side. Half time in the game in the Conference League semi-finals. RZ 0, West Ham 0. Perfect scoreline for both, they'll feel, at half-time. RZ will have the chance to attack it over on TalkSport 2. West Ham will try and see the game out. TalkSport 2 is the destination if you want to hear the rest of that commentary. Here it's 2-1 to Newcastle United. Newcastle dominating proceedings in the first 45 minutes. They haven't had everything their own way in their second half. I think that Brighton probably scored with their first opportunity on target, maybe their second, because they had a long range effort, but just their second attempt on target in the game. And they haven't really had that many attempts at all, really. Newcastle had 15 attempts, 4 on target. Brighton 4 attempts on goal, 2 on target in the game. 63 on the clock, but they're very much in it, aren't they, Mickey?
There's no doubt. They've certainly made a game of this in the second half. The words from De Zerbi at half-time. You've seen how early the side came out. They were waiting for it to get going.
Ferguson flicks it on, big, tall and brawny. Tries to nudge it behind him to Undav. It's away as far as the edge of the centre circle, and Wilson is trying to get away from McAllister. McAllister is wrestling with him. It's a yellow card for McAllister, who's come on as a second-half substitute for being a little bit too handsy, the Argentine. I think he's been brought in just to add a little bit of physicality to that midfield area. He's playing very deep, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Came on for Billy Gilmore in that position, but as that ball was coming out of the sky, he just basically got his first touch completely wrong, which then gave Callum Wilson the opportunity to get his body in front of McAllister, and he was just stronger. McAllister frustrated, probably his first challenge of the game actually, and finds himself with a yellow card.
Gilmore, Welbeck and Buonanotte replaced by those three newcomers, Enciso, Ferguson and McAllister, after the goal had gone in. Brighton feel there's still something in this for them. A free kick is taken by Trippier, launched into the penalty area. There was a pull back inside the box, was there. The referee is just shaking his head. It comes out to the near side. Almiron's got hold of it, gets it onto his left foot, delivers across towards the far post. Isak with a header! Brilliant save by Jason Steele. Comes back out to Cher into the 6-yard box. Burn again, comes off the defender, goes out to the far side. What a stop by Jason Steele from Alexander Isak. It was a terrific save. Here's Joel Linton down the left, trying to get into the penalty area. Caicedo pulls him down, he pulls him back. The referee says free kick Brighton, and the Newcastle fans Steele appeal over what was a perceived penalty just prior to that brilliant stop from Jason Steele.
Oh, what a spell of play from Newcastle, piling on the pressure to this back line of Brighton. Great ball in from Almiron from this right hand side with his left foot. Isak's done everything right. It's a great header, brilliant save from Steele, and that ball comes back to Dan Burn, just waiting for him to keep it low. Even the header as well, which is cleared off the line, but it's his weaker right foot, Dan Burn. He does everything right, he keeps it low, but Brighton defenders just throwing their bodies on the line to keep this score at 2-1.
Well, it's been some 3 months for Jason Steele, plucked from the bench and replacing Robert Sanchez, and I think he has been worth his weight in gold. He's made a brilliant save from a effort from Newcastle United that may well have kept Brighton in this game. 2-1 the score.
Do you know, when he's been called on tonight, Sam, he's come up trumps Jason Steele. If you think about the goals, he couldn't really do anything with the first one, the deflection, the own goal, and then the Dan Burn header, but other than that, he's been in the right place at the right time.
Sven Botman just seeing the ball out over on the far side. It goes into the area and he just lets it travel behind and go out for a goal kick away to our left. A couple of seagulls fly above our head here as dusk falls. There's still blue sky in the air, a few wispy dark clouds on the horizon, some white fluffy ones above our head. It's nearly 9 o'clock at night, still very light in these parts. Floodlights burning on the lush green playing surface as Pope clears over the halfway line, headed into the air by Caicedo, and out for a throw-in. Another accusation of a strong challenge from Caicedo on Alexander Isak. The referee says play on. No one had a look at any infringement inside the penalty area when the Newcastle fans, just before that chance that they had, were screaming for a tug back by a Brighton defender. Ball is loose on the halfway line, comes back into Fabian Cher, flicks it forward down the left. Wilson a little bit isolated. Just wonder whether or not, after what was a really intense first 45 minutes, Newcastle might just run out of steam as the game goes on, Mickey Gray.
Yeah, it's always possible, isn't it, because you're putting so much into the game, the energy just was sapped out of you, and Brighton have kind of capitalised on that when they've had their opportunity.
Well, they still haven't really tested Nick Pope since the goal. It's been pretty much still Newcastle have been the dominant force in the game, but the chances have been fewer and further between, and actually the domination that they showed in that first half has just slackened off a little bit in this second. It's still 2-1 to Newcastle United, live on Talk Sport with Car Finance 24/7. Search Car Finance 24/7 today. Here is Pascal Gross, halfway line Van Heck. That din, that noise continues to ring around St James's Park. The Brighton fans high up in the Leazes end, cheering their team on as they come forward. A header by Enciso at the near post. He's glanced toward the far post. After a decent cross from Caicedo, it goes wide of the upright and it's out for a goal kick. Another change. And this is going to be interesting because there's not too many opportunities this season for Adel Afaya, who is the nephew of Martin Afaya, former rugby league great. He's going on, and if genetics have played any part, then he will have some raw speed.
Well, he's got the size as well, hasn't he, Sam? I mean, he looks a unit, and as you mentioned there before, if he's half as quick as Martin, then he's going to be absolutely rapid.
Michael Martin's got a statue outside Wembley Stadium. It's only his second appearance of the season. He's gone over to right back, and he's replaced Pascal Gross. It means Caicedo has now gone into that central midfield position, which is what we've been talking about.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, Caicedo, about 30 seconds ago, I think he put his first cross into the box, which was the opportunity for Enciso, but he looks more comfortable when he's in that central midfield position. It suits him more. We talked about that physicality. Well, he certainly brings that to that central midfield area.
TalkSport live at St James's Park, 2-1 the score. Is there an opportunity here for Brighton to get back in this game? Because a draw will be big for them. Here is Elliot Anderson trying to get on the end of another Kieran Trippier razor sharp pass down the right side. He whips that ball, doesn't he, with such velocity. If you can get that under control, you're in a great position. He has to hit it with that sort of pace because he needs to get it through the tight gap.
Yeah, no, you're completely right, Sam. It's not one of those balls where you can play down the side of Anderson. He has to make sure that his first touch is right. Look, it's a difficult situation, but Kieran Trippier, he read the situation because there was two Brighton defenders around him, and if he does get his first touch right, then they're in on goal.
It'll be interesting to see how Fire deals with Alexander Isak over on the far side, because Caicedo had some trouble with him. He's got very, very tight to him, the former Bromley lad. He was brought into the Brighton youth system after a spell at Bromley. Pushing the back of Bruno Guimaraes. It's going to be a free kick to Newcastle, just short of the centre circle. How they manage this is going to be important for them going forward. Currently Newcastle 2, Brighton 1. The odds have changed slightly, but it's still Newcastle are the big favourites according to Ladbrokes, where right now you can get Newcastle to win the game at 5-1 on. The draw is 17-4. A Brighton win is now 16-1. It's gone out even further.
That surprises me, as we're just watching Caicedo get back to his feet. He initially gave the foul away on Guimaraes because he stretched a little bit too far, and I think Guimaraes' knee just went into Caicedo's stomach and just got himself winded for a second.
Those odds all thanks to Ladbrokes. Play at ladbrokes.com, 18+, begambleaware.org. Newcastle 2, Brighton 1, 72 on the clock. TalkSport. TalkSport 2 has commentary from the Europa Conference League semi-final, second leg, 2-1 on aggregate to West Ham United, who are hoping to go to Prague against either Basel or Fiorentina. And at the moment that game is finely poised as well.
Sam, I think you're on the same page as me, but Kieran Trippier has been absolutely outstanding in this game,
all
on
season,
and off
mate,
the ball.
all season.
He's quality from set pieces. He's football and brain. Defensively, he's on point.
He knows how to use the dark arts every now and again as well. I think he's picked up one or two little things from his spell under Diego Simeone at Atletico Madrid. Who wouldn't, eh? Bayer Leverkusen 0, Roma 0 is still the scoreline at half-time in the Europa League. At the moment, Roma heading through to another European final under Jose Mourinho. Sevilla 0, Juventus 0 is the other scoreline. That's finally poised at 1 apiece on aggregate. Fiorentina are leading the other game in the Conference League semi-final, but it's 2-2 on aggregate between them and Basel. Here it's 2-1 to Newcastle United, who are attacking the goal away to our right, but defending at the moment in front of the Leesy's end, because Brighton are coming forward with Matoma up towards McAllister, now onto Afaya, who sends it wide towards the right. He's 2 yards in from the touchline, back to Caicedo in the centre. He then funnels it forward into McAllister, and then Caicedo plays it back towards the halfway line, and it's with Van Heck. He clips the ball forward out towards the left. Matoma gets something on that, and Miggy Almiron sends it back towards his goalkeeper. Roberto De Zerbi not happy, says that there is still a lack of composure with his team. He wants more calmness amongst them. Ian Hussin is suggesting that maybe treatment needs to be given to Joel Linton, and now the physios are about to come on and deal with him because he's taken his left boot on. We can't afford another injury to the Newcastle midfield, says Jason Tindall to Eddie Howe down in front of us. And those two in tight-knit conversation, knowing that this game can go either way now, knowing that Brighton can get back into it at a stroke, as they did when Undav got them on the scoreboard in the 52nd minute of the game.
Well, since they've come out in the second half, they've certainly been a bigger threat, and the substitutions, I think, have made a big difference to them as well. It's just given them that outlet, certainly on the wide flanks, and with Caicedo going into that midfield area now, it's just given that little bit more physicality, and they've grown into the game. But they just haven't created enough chances, Sam, to get that second goal, that equalising goal. It still looks like Newcastle on the break look a real threat with Almiron down this right-hand side. Put two wonderful balls into the box, and you still think about the chances that we've seen in the second 45. Newcastle have still probably had the better, with the Isak header, the Callum Wilson chances, the Dan Burn chance with his right foot. So they still need to do more, Brighton, if they're going to get themselves back on level terms.
Joel Linton is back on his feet, and they're not afraid of a stoppage or two, Newcastle United. They've been accused of gamesmanship all season, and that is something that they have used to their advantage, delaying restarts. No one takes longer over restarts than Newcastle. We've seen the table now. Their secret is out of the bag. And Graham Jones has just come out into the technical area, the coach of Newcastle, to have a word with Eddie Howe. Just maybe thinking that the tide may be turning in favour of the opposition. But Isak has got the ball over on the far side. He brushes a fire off the ball, and Ciso goes over and wrestles with him. Since those two have come on, it has been a little bit more quiet over on that left-hand side for Isak and Dan Burn. And it's still 2-1. Look at the space in the middle for Pervis Estepinian, who's ran right through a massive hole and hasn't been picked out. I mean, why on earth no one played him the ball? I'll never know. But Estepinian just escaped his marker, came off the left flank into the middle of the pitch, and there was a huge hole, and if the ball had been dinked in behind, he was through.
And I'll tell you why he didn't play that, because it was Van Heck on the ball, and moments prior, De Zerbi told him not to play a diagonal pass and told him to calm things down. He should have played that long ball there, Sam. He should have took the game into his own hands instead of listening to his manager. You see the picture when you're on the pitch. You don't see exactly what the manager sees, because that was on to play.
That was a ball that needed playing. That was a moment that Estepinian created with his little bit of ingenuity, and he's good at that. Burn wants a free kick, not going to get it, goes out to the far side. Picked up by Van Heck once again. And Brighton just keeping the ball inside their own half. That composure that we mentioned that De Zerbi was asking for. Brighton now just trying to get a grip on the game, get their confidence on the ball back. The noises from the Newcastle fans inside this huge stadium, this cavernous stadium. The clearance by Burn hits Evan Ferguson, bounces towards Matoma, but Trippier sees it back to Nick Pope. Ferguson will pressurise him, but it's half-hearted, and Pope will pick it up and bowl it into the path of Sven Botman, who will try and build from the back. Newcastle 2, Brighton 1 on TalkSport. On TalkSport 2, the second half of the Europa Conference League final has restarted. RZ 0, West Ham 0, and on the app it's Sheffield Wednesday 2, Peterborough 0, 4-2 to Posh on aggregate. But nervy moments for them and excitable moments at Hillsborough. Hope maybe at Hillsborough for Darren Moore and his team. The playoffs never fail to deliver, and we've got all three finals live on TalkSport and TalkSport 2 over next weekend. Not the weekend coming, the weekend after that will be camped at Wembley for the whole weekend. A couple of the coaching staff for Brighton just pointing out to Rob Jones that Newcastle taking a lot of time over restarts now as Isak gets hold of the ball, plays it into Burn, charges into the box. Isak wasn't backing him up with any real purpose, and as a result of that, a fire was able to clear. And now it's 3-on-4 in Brighton's favour, and Ferguson, if he can switch the ball to the right hand side, can squeeze it out to Undav, but he played it behind Mitoma, and then Newcastle were able to clear up to the halfway line. In by Estepinian, away by Bruno Guimaraes, picked up by McAllister, worked wide to the right, Ciso, infield, Anderson picks it up, and then a crunching tackle by Dunk, nudges the ball away from Wilson, and then a half-hearted pull from Mitoma hands possession back to Newcastle United, and you don't want to do that with 11 minutes to go, Mickey Gray.
Well, they've just given Newcastle a breather that they needed. It's Brighton now, we're on the front foot, but the problem I'm seeing, Sam, with them is it's one pass too many. Instead of just playing that ball in behind when they've got willing runners who are trying to get in behind the centre-halves and in between full-backs, Evan Ferguson being one of them. Look, he's came into this game in the second half. I want to see more from him. He's quick, his hold-up play is very good, he's certainly got an eye for goal, but they're not using him. He's having to come deep to get involved in the game, where you need him playing against the two centre-halves of Newcastle. He'll cause more of a threat there.
Botman on halfway, lofts it high into the evening sky. It bounces once and Dunk manages to bring it under control in the left full-back position, guide it back to the goalkeeper Jason Steele. He'll play it with his feet right outside the penalty area. There's a bit of showboating, rolls his studs under the ball. There's no pressure now from Newcastle. Their press was so high and aggressive in the first half. They've dropped off that press in the second half. Good turn though by Elliot Anderson. He's taken out by Van Heck. Referee says play on because Newcastle have got the ball. They steer it to Isaac inside the area left side. He gets to the edge of the box. He rolls it back to Anderson. The shot comes in from Guimaraes. It's over the top of the crossbar, and Van Heck is going to get a yellow card.
Yeah, he has to get a yellow card. I think he knew that straight away. Fair play to Rob Jones, the referee, just to let that game carry on there. When they work it out, I don't know who it was, I think it was Kieran Trippier who was actually waiting at the edge of the 18-yard area. It might have been Anderson actually, as that ball got played across. Guimaraes just came in and just basically took the ball away from him, when I thought the player was in such a better position to take that shot on.
Anderson was a step back from Bruno Guimaraes and had the ability just to open his body up a little bit better and strike across the ball, whereas Guimaraes was always stretching.
He was
for
rushing.
it.
Absolutely.
And he steered it over the top of the crossbar. As a result of that, it remains 2-1 to Newcastle. There's a bit of tension in the air at St James's Park. The supporters doing their best to alleviate that with a noise, but Brighton have just got a smidgen better as the game has gone on. They've not been at their best, there's no doubt about it. This is a completely different performance to the one we saw at Arsenal, but they've got stronger in the second half. But can they fashion an opportunity to come with their little bit of extra dominance in possession? They've won a free kick 15 yards from the edge of the penalty area, with Enciso trying to get beyond Bruno Guimaraes. He brings down Enciso, and it's going to be a McAllister free kick, and that's a warning for Newcastle United.
Well, this is a chance. It's in a position where Alexis McAllister's going to have to whip that ball into an area with a lot of pace. He's got to try and get it above these tall centre-halves of Newcastle, but if you've got the right quality, well, they might just played it wide.
And then it's a poor ball into Enciso, who then tries to take on Isaac, and then he dislodges the ball from Enciso's feet, gives it to Almiron. He's then fouled by Enciso, and what a waste of a free kick that was from Brighton and Hove Albion. 10 yards outside, 15 yards outside the box. They had the ball and then decided to give it straight back almost. Almiron involved with Enciso. It's a bit of a South American, in fact that's an all Paraguayan clash, aren't they, compatriots? Almiron and Enciso. Almiron, who would be the senior of the two. Enciso, who's only 19 years of age. Almiron, 10 years his senior, is being told by Kieran Trippier in no uncertain terms. He's dragged him away, patted him on the head and said, now shut up and get away from the situation.
Well, I mean, I don't think it really took too much to separate those two, did it? Let's be honest with you, but Almiron just a little bit frustrated. You can see him coming over basically in front of where we are right now doing this commentary from, but it's silly because the game doesn't need that.
Enciso just to put his left hand in the face of Almiron. They'll make up on international duty, I think.
Sure he will.
Yeah. Both have been, well, obviously Almiron's been capped a number of times, but I think he's got 9 caps already, hasn't he, Enciso, at the age of 19. Unbelievable. Ball is on the edge of the penalty area at the other end. Now, Almiron was being held there by Estepinian. He's turned and ran at him, and the Ecuadorian has got in front of him this time and taken the ball towards the left full-back position. Almiron's going to try and stand his ground here. It's played away. Trippier on the press, but Undab has won it with his body and then clipped it into the air. Not a good idea to do against Enciso when Dan Burn is his direct opponent. But Afire has picked up the loose ball and he's running to the halfway line. He plays it infield. It's good running by him. It's switched towards the near side and Estepinian chests it down. He's tackled by Almiron, who gives away the foul. Roberto De Zerbi wants to get it moving again. And Robert Jones is being told by the Newcastle crowd that they think that's a little bit soft.
Talk about winning a free kick for your side, because that's exactly what Estupiñán's just done for his side there. There was a little bit of contact for Almiron, but he just lost his balance, went to ground, which has given Brighton the opportunity to make, I think, their final substitution, Sam, if I'm right.
This is Cameron Poupion, who is an Australian midfielder who made his debut in the League Cup against Forest Green back in August. That's his last appearance. But he's on now for the final 6 minutes of this game as Brighton throw everything at Newcastle United. Newcastle adept at game management. They were 2-0 up and cruising in this game. It's 2-1 going into the final stages, live on TalkSport. So big this for Newcastle in terms of their Champions League future. They'll still need to win their final 2 games to guarantee a top 4 place if they drop points here tonight. If they win, they're just 3 points away from securing a Champions League berth. Brighton have still got to play Manchester City. They've got other games that are slightly more winnable. Southampton at home on the weekend on Sunday, and Villa away on the final day of the season should be enough to secure a place in at least the Conference League. But they want a place in the Europa League itself. Getting a point here from these circumstances would certainly help them do that. Ferguson goes wide on the right-hand side. Intervening was Dan Burn, up to the halfway line. Isak takes it on. He powers down the left side. Thinks he's won a throw-in. It's gone against him. And the crowd don't like that either. At least the crowd are playing their part tonight. They're like the extra man, aren't they? They're taking their cue from Jason Tyndall, I think.
I think they are. Yeah, definitely wanted to throw into the home side there. A little bit frustrated. Sam, I've got to say, Evan Ferguson, they've got to get him involved in the game more. Go back to that free kick that they played wide. Great opportunity to put the ball in the box. We know he's a threat in the air. You've got to give him the opportunity in the service.
Eddie Howe's black and white army is the cry from inside the sellout St James's Park. The Gallowgate roars. 4 minutes to go. There is tension. There is nerves. They know they can see this out. Then all of a sudden they can almost touch the Champions League. But here's Estupiñán for Brighton, down the left-hand side into the area, smuggled behind by Kieran Trippier. It's out for a corner to Brighton and Hove Albion, and that will just ratchet up the pressure levels inside this stadium.
Do not let your centre-halves down. They came all the way up into the 18-yard box, put that ball in the area and give them the chance.
Well, it's not McAllister this time, it's Purvis Estupiñán who's going to take the corner kick on this near side in front of the Lees' end. And it's aimed in towards the near post, and it's a header up there by Poupion. It comes back out towards this near side and back in again. There's a player on the floor, but it's hit by Caicedo anyway, and it ricochets to halfway. I think that's Van Heck who's down. I think he's got cramp, you know. They're playing on inside the Newcastle half. Estupiñán coming forward. 87 minutes on the clock. Van Heck can hardly work. His aching, rusty limbs. He hasn't played too much football this season. Brighton, who are down to the bare bones because of the injuries, have had to use a lot of fringe players tonight. And Enciso into the box. It's caught at the near post by Pope. Yeah, we mentioned before the game about Webster being injured, Colwell being injured, not being available today. They're not the only ones. Brighton have lost players over the course of the last few weeks, as have Newcastle even tonight, as the long, ambling season comes to its conclusion and it starts to take its toll. And Newcastle hope they can get over the line, Mickey.
Well, it certainly looks like they're going to do that this evening. It's now or never for Brighton. Into the final 3 minutes of the 90 that we've got, and they've got to just try and get that ball and work and open it if they possibly can. They've been few and far between for Brighton this evening.
Brighton have had to dip into their youth ranks to bring players on the journey that they hope is going to take them to the European stages for the first time. They've never been able to perform on a continental level before. They want that chance. They might need a point from this game to do it. Manchester City next Wednesday night is going to be a tough one. And that Villa game would become all important at the end of the season if they don't get all 3 points here. They must win on Sunday against Southampton as well. Won by Trippier in the right full-back position. Caicedo tries to get on Almiron, but he's beaten him and he's fed Wilson, and this is a massive chance because he's in behind. He's one-on-one with Steele. No danger, he was going to miss that. Newcastle are going to win 3-1 at St James's Park, and the Champions League comes ever closer, and Callum Wilson is the angel of the North. What a second half to the season he's had, and there was no danger that the game changer was going to miss once he was released by Miguel Almiron. It's 3-1 to Newcastle United on what seems a pivotal night in the race for the Champions League.
Well, Sam, I think this might be checked. I've got to be completely honest with you, but it does look like he's onside to me. I think this goal will stand. And this goal, it started in the right back position with Kieran Trippier winning the ball back for his side, playing a wonderful ball to Miguel Almiron just before halfway. It was an outstanding, amazing run. And to see that run from Callum Wilson, and it was that man who's just had Cramp Van Heck who actually plays on Callum Wilson. He tries to step up and does it too late. We'll take nothing away from Callum Wilson. What a finish. 18 Premier League goals this season. Absolutely fantastic. Listen to this place.
Oh, he's had some time. He has had some time, and he's through again here, trying to get the better of Dunk. He's in the area down the left side. Dunk's on his backside. He's set up Bruno Guimaraes! It's 4-1! St James's Park explodes with emotion. Bruno Guimaraes has scored the 4th goal on the night. 8 minutes have been added on at the end of this encounter between European chasers Newcastle and Brighton. But there's no panic now. 2 killer goals in 2 minutes, right at the end of this encounter, have sealed the deal for Eddie Howe's men, and they're now just 3 points away from securing a place in the top 4. It's a brilliant bit of hold-up play by Callum Wilson, who ran in down the left-hand side, sat Lewis Dunk on his backside, turned, held it up, waited for the arrival of Guimaraes. He rolled it into him, and he smashed it home in front of the Gallagate, who gleefully welcomed the latest Newcastle United goal with noise that takes the roof off St James's Park.
Well, it's just simply sensational from Newcastle. Listen to this crowd. There's not many places you go in the country and you hear an atmosphere like that, but they've just given them 30 seconds of brilliance and they've won this game. And we talk about the points, Sam. Look at that goal difference now for Newcastle over Liverpool. It is absolutely massive. There's an extra point for them tonight.
You're absolutely right. They can afford now probably to draw 2 games, although it's only 7 goals. And if I'm not mistaken, Liverpool have got some... Liverpool got on the final day of the season? Is it Southampton? Yeah, they got Southampton on the final day of the season. So I think that's probably likely to be a fixture that they could win by quite a few goals.
Yeah, look, you're probably right. But all Newcastle can do...
They play on Monday night against Leicester City now, knowing that if they win that game, that's it.
Yeah, exactly. It's in their hands.
Bad news for Leicester City, by the way, at the bottom of the table, because they're really struggling for points. And to be in a situation where they've got to come here on a Monday night, they hate Mondays anyway, to come here on Monday night, live on Talk Sport, and have to stop Newcastle from winning, because Newcastle, if they get 3 points to go into the Champions League, imagine what the noise is going to be like then. Oh, they've got it again, and Wilson's stolen the ball from the set piece, and he's striking it towards Jason Steele, and he runs and plays it straight into the arms of the goalkeeper, and the analyst from Brighton in front of us, he's in the desk in front of us, he's punching the table. So if Newcastle have got any damage investigation that they need to do later, it's him. It's not us. He's kicking the table, he's thumping the desk in front of him. They're quite small, these desks, and pretty rickety. They've been around for a while. I don't know if that one's going to last much longer.
Sam, just looking at goal difference and how important it can be, and thinking about the season that Brighton have had. In the last 3 games, they've lost 5-1 to Everton, and they're getting a thumping 4-1 at St James's Park. That's not European form.
That significantly affects it. I think that we should mitigate it by talking about those players that have been missing and the injuries that they've picked up, because it has had a major impact on what's happened to Brighton. The consistency isn't there. They are making a change now, Newcastle. Joe Linton is coming off. Kieran Trippier is coming off for Javi Manquillo. He's just rubbing the back of his hamstring, Kieran Trippier. He won't want that to scupper his chances of playing on Monday night when they look to try and secure a place in the Champions League, live on TalkSport. Join us for game night from 6 o'clock on Monday night. It could be Eddie Howe's crowning glory.
Yeah, you hope Kieran Trippier is okay. I just moments earlier I seen him come across to have a word with Jason Tinsdale and Eddie Howe, just to say, look, I'm feeling my hamstring a little bit. If we're going to win this game, take me off as precaution.
Eddie Howe, who's still stony-faced inside the 18-yard box, has brought on Anthony Gordon as well, who's chasing away to our right-hand side, into the air by Guimaraes. How many minutes have we played now? We've played 6 of the added 8 minutes, and there's still a couple still to go. Rob Jones is looking at his watch and not necessarily sure that he's going to be merciful to Brighton and Hove Albion. Brighton, who were, I think, really outplayed in the first half. Second half was a lot more even, and there was tension in the air, but ultimately 4-1 probably gives you a fairer reflection of how the first half went, really, because they were so far on top. They smothered them with a high aggressive press. They didn't take all their chances. Miggy Almiron missed a chance in the second half. Isaac and Wilson did miss chances before taking them right at the very end, and those goals from Wilson and Guimaraes have given Newcastle the added comfort. Here is Fabian Schär from the right fullback position clearing. It takes a deflection, goes out. It's going to be a Newcastle throw, and they'll waste more precious time, Mickey Gray.
But I also have to add to that, Simon, I said a little bit earlier, I think the better chances have come from the home side. It looks convincing now, but at the time we were saying Brighton were growing into the game. But apart from the goal, there hasn't really been that threat in behind to maybe get themselves back on level terms. It was always Newcastle who still looked a threat, albeit their tempo had died a little bit in the second half, but they just kept some energy in the tank. Those 2 goals.
Basel have gone level in the second leg of the Europa Conference League semi-final. They lead 3-2 on aggregate. They will be the prospective opponents for West Ham, who are still drawing 0-0 in their game over on TalkSport 2. We'll bring you the conclusion of that very shortly. Sheffield Wednesday still leading 2-0 against Peterborough on the TalkSport app. Here it's 4-1 to Newcastle, and Newcastle about to be a top 6 team for only the second time in 10 matches this season. Here's Saint-Maximin down the left-hand side, getting into the penalty area, guiding it back to Guimaraes, whose heavy touch doesn't allow him to get a shot away. He's now got a calf problem. He's gone down holding the back of his calf, and Brighton are coming forward with Enciso, running up towards the edge of the penalty area. And Manquillo has come on as a substitute. He's trying to block him off. It goes into Evan Ferguson, back to Enciso, a chance to strike it down to the goalkeeper's right. Doesn't catch it at all well, and it dribbles behind and away for a goal kick. And we've now played the 7.5 minutes of the 8 that need to be added. Guimaraes gets back to his feet, and he turns round to the Gala gate, and he orchestrates a cry of Bruno, Bruno, away to our right-hand side, because now the pressure actually starts to fall not on maybe even Liverpool, but more Manchester United and their game at the weekend, which is live on TalkSport 2 this Saturday afternoon. Tune into that. We've got it live. Bournemouth against Manchester United with Nigel Adderley and Perry Groves. Download our app, you can access that, or ask your smart speaker to play TalkSport 2.
You try and call that top 4.
Well, I can tell you this. Newcastle United are 1 win away from securing a place in the Champions League. for the first time in 20 years. It's so close now that the Toon Army can almost touch it. Only a collapse of epic proportions will stop them from fulfilling a dream. Victory over Brighton was emphatic in the end. It means that they move on to 69 points and that any Liverpool slip on Saturday will be fatal. It's Newcastle's for the taking. They just have to reach out and grab it. What a job Eddie Howe has done. This time last year they were securing a place in the top flight. Now they are thinking about playing Real Madrid, Napoli and PSG. It's the main event for the greatest teams, and Newcastle can hear the first few bars of the Champions League theme. They've beaten Brighton by 4-1.
Total Sport.
Live from St James's Park.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
We'll have a look again at the two starting lineups tonight, and Newcastle with the one change that sees Sean Longstaff return from injury, the foot problem that had kept him out for the last 4 games that they have played, but he starts in place of Joe Willock, so one alteration. Rest of the 11 is therefore the same: Pope, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Byrne, the goalkeeper and the back four, Bruno, Longstaff, Joelinton in midfield, and Almiron and Isak either side of Wilson up front. On the bench, Jacob Murphy returns. He takes the place of Javier Manquillo in the matchday squad. The other substitutes are Dubravka, Dummett, Gordon, Sam Maxima, Lewis, Targett, Anderson and Miley. That's how Newcastle look. There are 3 changes to Leicester's team, and they've gone to 3 centre-halves and a back 5. In goal, Daniel Everson, the man who replaced Danny Ward a couple of months ago and has been in goal regularly since. So he is Leicester's keeper in behind 3 centre-halves that are Harry Souttar, the Australian international, played at the World Cup and they signed him from Stoke in January for 15 million. Johnny Evans made his first start after injury in the defeat by Liverpool last week. He'd been out since November. And Wout Faes is the other Leicester central defender. Timothy Castagna on the right, Luke Thomas on the left in wing-back positions. That's as we expect it to be, with Wilfred Ndidi, Boubakary Samari, a player you might remember 3 years ago Newcastle tried to sign. That was when Steve Bruce was manager. He moved to Leicester 2 years ago. And Yuri Tielemans, the other midfield player. Jamie Vardy, 6 goals. He's got 2 in his last 4 appearances in draws with Everton and Leeds. And Kelechi Iheanacho, who they say had his rehabilitation accelerated from a hamstring injury that he picked up at Leeds a couple of weeks ago. When I said accelerated, you started smiling, Ando.
Yeah,
I mean, that's rushing him back, isn't it, to play a part in this match?
It's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, it's how do you accelerate? You've either got a hamstring or you haven't. Accelerating, is that going to make it get better sooner? I don't know. It's interesting phrasing.
You often get hamstring injuries from acceleration, don't you?
Yeah, I got worse ones.
Yeah. So Iheanacho starts. That means that James Maddison and Harvey Barnes miss out. They are named on the bench because of the Leicester changes. They are 2 of the players who drop out. The other is the right-sided fullback, Ricardo Pereira, who's not in the squad, but he's had a bad time with injuries this season. Not sure why he is unavailable for them tonight. But Barnes and Maddison substitutes. I suppose Dean Smith, the Leicester manager, might hope they are still in the game at that point when it's time to introduce them, which may well be in the second half, because they can cause trouble. Impact substitutions, your favourites. Yeah, Barnes and Maddison. So they've left out their best players, whereas Newcastle have gone with most of theirs from the start, which is always your preferred method when it comes to team selection.
Play your best team from the start and go and win the game, and then you can make as many substitutions as you want. You know, what's the point in being behind and then bringing players on to chase a game? No guarantee that you're going to get back into it.
Leicester's bench, Alex Smithies, the goalkeeper, he signed for them from Cardiff last summer, but he's yet to make an appearance. And then Harvey Barnes, James Maddison, who are their two leading goal scorers, with 12 for Barnes, and Maddison has 10 respectively. Victor Christiansen, a Danish under-21 fullback that they paid £17 million for in January. Daniel Amati, Patson Daka, Non-Police Mendy, Dennis Pratt and Tete, Brazilian winger on loan from the Ukrainian side, Shakhtar Donetsk. He's with Leicester until the end of the season. Players with Ukrainian clubs were allowed to suspend their contracts, and he made the move to Leicester. He has one goal so far. That's how the two teams look. It is top of the table against bottom of the table, generally speaking. Leicester 3 points from safety. They can't be relegated tonight. It will go to the final day when they host West Ham, whatever happens, because their goal difference is better than Leeds and Everton, but it could be out of their hands depending on how things go tonight. It's such a huge match for them, and of huge importance to Newcastle for different reasons. But we were saying earlier, Ando, that a team that is struggling, that looks in a really bad way, and according to a lot of people who watch Leicester regularly, may have gone in terms of the mentality and belief, would be what you'd want at home when you need a point to secure your place in the Champions League.
Yeah, I mean, we had Owen on earlier on who was talking about Leicester and the fact that there's 8 first teamers who are out of contract at the end of the season, and I put it to him that, is it the fact that they're out of contract? Have they chucked the towel in? Is it the fact that they know they're not going to be here come the start of next season? They're going to be away from the football club in the summer, and that they're not bothered one way or the other, So yeah, it's a strange situation for Leicester to let that many first team contracts run down, where they can all leave the football club in the summer. But look, that's their predicament, that's not ours, and you're right in what you say. It's probably, if you were to pick a game at this moment in time, Leicester at home is probably the one that you would pick.
This is BBC Radio Newcastle. It's a nice evening, bit of a breeze as the players go back into the changing room, warming up on the pitch for the final time this season. There's such a lovely feeling inside the ground. Everyone's smiling, everyone's happy and positive. The job's not done. It nearly was, but for the late Liverpool equaliser, and they had a lot of added on time to try and find a winner against Aston Villa on Saturday. They couldn't, but it means Newcastle just need to avoid defeat tonight. But so many black and whites here, Ando, just I think really appreciating where the team is, where they are tonight, and with full belief that the players will do the job, because they haven't let them down all season. And it's strange, isn't it? You're in the final week of the season, and hopefully it's about whether you finish 3rd or 4th, but it feels like, even though they do need something just to be certain, because you would expect Liverpool to win at Southampton next weekend, that even though there's so much riding on it, and it would be so meaningful for the club to get back to the Champions League, that the pressure's also off, really.
Look, people are saying, you can't be complacent, you can't be this and you can't be that. No, you can't, but as I said earlier, I haven't seen the Newcastle side go out this season where they've been complacent and where they've taken things for granted. As well as we've done this season, we're not good enough to do that. We're not good enough to go out and play at half pelt. We need to be at it all the time. We need to be on the front foot straight from the off. We need to be in people's faces. We need to make life difficult for the opposition, and we've done that all season. So I don't see any reason why tonight should be any different than why people think that tonight is going to be any different. And whatever the outcome, and I've said this all, whatever the outcome, it's been an unbelievable season. It's been a remarkable season to come from where we've been to achieve what they've achieved. Is second to none. You know, it's been phenomenal.
Well, they are preparing another spectacular pre-match display around St James's Park with black and white foil flags at the Leazes end to the left and the Gallagher to the right. Bit of gold in there at the Gallagher, creating what I think is a shield with the gold outline, and then black and white stripes in the middle. There's a giant surfer banner that they're getting ready to pass up to the top of the east stand, and the volume levels increasing as we get closer to kick-off. 10 minutes away here on BBC Radio Newcastle. We brought you commentary on every match this season, as we always do, exclusively so. And for one final time at St James's Park, we're getting ready to bring you the full 90 minutes. They just need a point and they will be a Champions League club again. It's been a campaign beyond all expectations.
I think I was asked before the season started, and it was about improvement. It was about not being involved in a relegation battle, trying to be a stable Premier League team with a view on improving each year, to try and eventually get to where we are now. That was sort of our plan, just with logical common sense. When you've been fighting relegation as we were last year, you don't expect to go from there to there in one pre-season. So full credit to the players for what they've done.
Thursday night against Brighton, fantastic result, great atmosphere, great feel inside St James's Park, and on Monday against Leicester you'll want the same again, really, won't you? Yeah, we'll want the same again. I've got no doubt the crowd will be there for us. We really have to take the good feeling from Brighton, the confidence that game should give us, but then forget it and focus purely on a totally different game. Tactical game will be totally different, but we have to be ready for a tough match. Leicester are in trouble and they need something from their final two matches or they will be relegated. They've got so many good players, but how much does it show the strength of the Premier League that a club and a team like Leicester can be in this position? Yeah, it does. It can happen to any team in any season if things can sometimes conspire against you. As you say, Leicester have some outstanding individuals. Really, really strong team, really strong squad when you look at the squad as a whole. But as you say, that is the Premier League. I'm not going to talk about Leicester's reasons for being in the position that they're in currently. All I know is I know their qualities. Dean Smith's an outstanding manager as well, so he's been given a tough task. But just focusing back on ourselves at home and the energy that we gave the Brighton game, the intensity that we played at, that's the standard for us, and that's what we want to try and recreate. We saw Elliot Anderson for a good half an hour against Brighton, and you've used him mostly from the bench this season, but he has played an important role in some matches. I mean, notably Nottingham Forest away, when he helped turn that match back into your favour. How do you think he has grown and developed this season? Yeah, when you look back to the start of the season, I'd say he himself would consider himself a first team player now, as in a fully integrated member of the first team squad. I think he's trained consistently throughout the season. It's very difficult for those lads that haven't played regularly, when the team wins consistently and has performed as well as they have, to sort of wait for their chance. Now, he's a young player that's been desperate to play. He's controlled his emotions really well. I do believe he's added elements to his game and improved certain parts of his game that needed to improve. I'd say he's ready. He's versatile, so he proved that against Brighton. He came on as on the right side of midfield. He's predominantly been used by me as a left side player, and he's very much capable, so yeah, we believe in him. You've been shortlisted for the Manager of the Year award. Kieran Trippier is up for Player of the Year, and you've got both Alexander Isak and Sven Botman nominated in the category of Young Player of the Year. Must be really gratifying to see so many nominations coming the club's way. And I know it's about the collective, but individual recognition is nice. Yeah, it is. Just speaking on behalf of the players, brilliant to see the two nominations for the Young Player, deservedly so in my opinion. And Kieran, I can't speak highly enough of this year. He's been magnificent. He was magnificent again last night. So really pleased for the players concerned. And really, I've been nominated on behalf of everybody. That's how I look at it. Coaching staff, players. Without them, my name wouldn't be there.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Eddie Howe up for Manager of the Year in the Premier League. The voting has closed for those awards. Botman and Isak could be the young player of the season, and Kieran Trippier deservedly one of the players shortlisted for the Player of the Year award. Newcastle have a few nominated for the Team of the Year in the Premier League as well, and that's what happens when you're at the top of the table and you're competing and you're fighting for honours and for European football again. St James's Park looking spectacular with the black and white foil flags at either end, and that surfer banner in the east stand from near to the front right the way up to the top is showing pictures of Newcastle United legends in the current team. Actually, it's all the current team, with Eddie Howe in the middle, Kieran Trippier and Callum Wilson either side, and a number of players at the front of the banner in glorious Technicolor, and then the players in monochrome black and white behind them. I thought they were old pictures, you see, and then I've just realised you've got Anthony Gordon, Jamal Lascelles, Paul Dummett on the back row, Emil Kraft, Matt Targett, Matt Ritchie in black and white. But those who've played a big part are in the foreground of a banner just paying tribute to this season's squad, and underneath another banner being held up that says hard work pays off, dreams come true, bad times don't last, but legends do. And here are the Newcastle United team, some of them achieving legendary status already, I'm sure, led out by Kieran Trippier, and Leicester with Johnny Evans, the skipper, taking to the field. Now they line up next to the Premier League branding, the yellow and purple sponsors board. Next to the referee and his team of assistants, it's Andre Mariner from the West Midlands. It's his third match of the season after Everton away and Liverpool away, which hopefully won't have any sort of bearing on European football, given its controversial nature. Dan Cook and Scott Ledger are the assistant referees. Craig Pawson is the fourth official. Darren England on VAR tonight, with Richard West assisting him. Referee in luminous orange, black shorts and black socks. Leicester City in blue and white, and goalkeeper Everson all in yellow with white boots and predominantly black gloves with a bit of blue and white in there, and black and white stripes, black shorts, black socks for Newcastle United. Pope all in green, and he heads out with some of the mascots to play a few passes and warm up in front of the Gallagher end goal. Leicester, Everson in between the posts, Suter, Fass and Evans the centre halves, Castagna on the right, Thomas on the left. Midfield of Ndidi, Sumare and Tielemans, Vardy and Iheanacho up front, and their bench is Smithies, Barnes, Maddison, Christensen, Amati, Daka, Mendy, Pratt and Tete. Newcastle United, Pope in goal, Trippier, Cher, Botman and Bird, Bruno, Longstaff, Joelinton, Almiron, Isak and Wilson. 38 Premier League goals for Callum Wilson. He is sixth on their list of top scorers in the Premier League. Next is Les Ferdinand on 41. The substitutes are Dubravka, Dummett, Gordon, Sam Maxima, Lewis, Targett, Murphy, Anderson and Miley.
Joel, just watching the mascot with Bruno. Everybody else is there having the photograph taken in the centre circle with the captains. He just wants to kick a ball about with Bruno.
Well, can you blame him? Meeting his heroes Nick Pope's come running over to the side of the pitch for a quick word with Jason Tindall, as all the mascots now come sprinting off, and Newcastle going to get into a huddle once Kieran Trippier has contested the coin toss. With Johnny Evans, they shake hands, and now they line up together. Newcastle United, one last time at St James's Park this season. And the stakes couldn't be higher. We just have been notified of a change to the team, and Elliot Anderson has come in for Joe Linton. And Harrison Ashby added to the bench for the first time. So no Joe Linton, Anderson into the middle. They've got Longstaff one side of Bruno, Anderson the other for a second Premier League start.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Linton was out there when they came out to warm up, but obviously he's felt it, so he's out of the side, and big night for young Anderson.
We're underway on BBC Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV. They made their move on Thursday by beating Brighton. Liverpool couldn't respond fully on Saturday, and Newcastle just need a point. They're already on the attack, trying to win a corner, but Isak, having gone into a tight spot with two in blue on him, gets nothing from the referee. It's a goal kick, despite the Swedes' appeals.
Yeah, I just wondered with the Joe Linton whether the formation would change, but no. Longstaff on the right side of that three, Bruno in the middle, young Anderson on the left side.
I'm pleased to see Anderson from the start, but obviously I hope Joe Linton's okay. And it could be a big night for him. Burn to Isak, and he plays it across to the right side, over the centre circle, and to Trippier. Almiron down the line is going to have to chase, but Wout Faes
quick, I know.
Is there to see it behind the curly-haired Leicester defender. We've had 90 seconds, and here come the whistles for the visiting goalkeeper. It's just become a thing, hasn't it? Try to get them to get on with it. We know that Andre Mariner does add a lot of time on.
Well, he had to go and get the ball, you know.
Everson, it's a big goalkeeper, 6'4", over halfway. Anderson on, Wilson to chase, Evans backpedaling, heads away, flicked on by Thomas for Leicester, the young left wing back, up to Wilson, offside though, against Callum Wilson, coming back from an offside position. Scott Ledger with the flag up straight away. Leicester have taken 2.5 blocks of seats at the top of the Leazes end, which means more space for home supporters. Big kick from the goalkeeper. Cher at the edge of the box with a header away. Almiron competes for the ball. Leicester have it through Kelechi Iheanacho. Trippier plays it against him, and it's a Newcastle throw. Level with the edge of the penalty area. Back to Cher on the goal line, to the side of the box, and down the line to Trippier, who goes for the switch. Byrne on the 18-yard line, left side, takes it down and carries it up to halfway. Anderson ahead, Bruno square, but they go back to Sven Botman. BBC Radio Newcastle. Botman, that's too high for Trippier, and he overclubbed it.
Yeah, he just needed to roll it along the ground.
Leicester City throw in the 4th minute. They finished 8th last season. They were 3 points and 3 places on from where Newcastle were. Second bottom as it stands. Long ball forwards. Pope comes to the side of the area, catches it, throws it out immediately. Trippier with the ball. And it's over to Anderson, who collects and pushes it on to Isak. Byrne on the outside, 35 yards from goal. Isak into the centre, then moves it over to Trippier. Almiron free, down the line it goes. Almiron, right-footed cross, wins a corner.
Yeah, good play, quick, moving the ball quickly.
Wasn't convincing with that right foot, was he?
But look what crossing with your right foot can bring you, a corner kick. And if they score, you have to give Almiron credit. Trippier drives it to the back of the box. Byrne looking for it, headed down and stabbed away by Leicester. Cher on the left side, it's pushed clear. Bruno with a header down and back to Longstaff, who plays a first-time ball to Trippier. 5 yards into the Leicester half, diagonally to the edge of the area again. Byrne drops out of the way. Cher, it rather hit him, and it's cleared up to Vardy, who's got Botman for company, and the Dutch defender gets between man and ball and pushes it back to Nick Pope from a wide position on this near Newcastle left side.
Not as quick as he was, is he, Vardy? A little bit like everything, the years catch up with you.
Trippier receiving it from Longstaff and back again. Back after a 4-match absence, over to Anderson on his chest, 30 yards from goal. Looking confident, Elliot Anderson, the 20-year-old. Trippier sends in a ball, looking for Wilson, hit the defender and then hit Wilson, and Everson makes the catch.
Yeah, Evans tight with Wilson. Flat ball played in by Trippier. Both went for it, ricocheted off each of them. Easy take for the keeper.
Just a reminder that Longstaff is in for Willock, and Joe Linton was named in the starting 11, but was a late withdrawal, so Elliot Anderson starts instead, and Harrison Ashby, the right back they signed from West Ham in January, is on the bench. Back to Everson from close to halfway by Leicester. Trippier beats Soumare to the ball in the air. Tielemans over the top, but it's going to go through to Pope. One bounce and into the hands of Newcastle's goalkeeper. Byrne over halfway to Isak. Anderson inside, that's where it goes. He takes it on and then back through for Isak. Good ball into the area, and then the cross was straight to a Leicester defender, but cleared only as far as Anderson. Down the left wing, cuts inside, delivers the ball into the middle. Evans volleys it away. Byrne tries to keep it in but concedes a throw.
Yeah, good play again. Isak quick, little 1-2 give and go.
Wilson was hanging back and Almiron was coming in, but was arriving too late for the cross from Isak. But nice combination between left-sided central midfielder and the left forward. Botman intercepts a Tielemans header on halfway. Out of contract in the summer, Yuri Tielemans, linked to Newcastle amongst other clubs. Trippier down the line for Almiron, back onto the left, into the area to Longstaff. Now Bruno back through. Longstaff's gone down as he chased the ball. Andre Mariner swings his arms out wide and says no penalty, only a goal kick.
Having himself on. Just threw himself to the ground, didn't he?
Luke Thomas, the Leicester player involved. Eighth minute, 0-0. Whistles are because Everson takes the goal kick. He started 11 games in a row. He hadn't played a Premier League match for Leicester before this season, despite having been at the club for 7 years. Had a lot of loan spells. Foul on Soumare by Bruno. And a yellow card shown by Andre Mariner. It's the first challenge he's made. Shake of the head from Bruno. And Newcastle have a player in the book.
I'm not surprised
him
yellow
on the knee, and he's going to need treatment. Boubakary Soumare just missed the ball. Bruno, when he went for that, hopefully
that was naughty.
VAR won't have a look, because if they do look at it, then
that's nasty.
It might lead to other things, but I think that is going to be that. And Andre Mariner felt that yellow was par. Leicester coaching staff, Craig Shakespeare, John Terry, both with Dean Smith, having a chat to the fourth official, Craig Pawson. It's 0-0. No sign of a VAR check. Soumare might need treatment for a good while here. There's no doubt that it was mistimed. It's not. rather than it being a deliberate piece of bad play to actually injure an opponent. You don't think he's gone to stand, put his studs on his knee?
I think he knows exactly what he's doing. Look, he knows exactly what he's doing.
I think he's gone in. He's gone in.
No, he hasn't. He knows exactly what he's doing.
He might tell you a different
story.
You what,
if that was blue and black and white, you'd be saying exactly the same.
If it was on a Newcastle player,
if it was blue and black and white,
VAR to look at it, wouldn't you?
You would,
yeah.
You would, yeah.
No, I think it's a bad challenge. I'm just saying, I thought he mistimed it rather than actually going to do him.
I think he knew what he was doing.
The free kick came to nothing, and Soumaré's okay, which is a good thing for him and for Leicester. Don't want to see players getting injured. 10 minutes on the clock. Trippier, diagonal ball up to the feet of Wilson, who holds it and picks out a pass to Bird in front of halfway, onto Anderson, who's got room. Lots of Leicester blue there because they've got a back five and three in midfield. Every player behind the ball now, which is with Byrne and Botman on halfway. Trying to be solid. Dean Smith, his team selection tonight, stands hands in pockets, dark suit. Technical area to the left. Almiron fouled near to the far touchline. Tripped by Wout Faes.
Could have let it go, couldn't he? We had the ball. Big boys go forward.
Trippier puts the ball back down, then picks it up again, then places it down, moves it a little bit forwards. They're in a line on the edge of the area. A couple of players in the D. Everson near to his 6-yard line. Out on the right. The free kick from Trippier. Swung in there. Good Leicester header up. Anderson on his chest. Then he brings it down. Can't get the shot away.
Well played.
Back to Longstaff, keeping Newcastle in possession. Hoists it over to the far side. And it's come through here for Almiron. Left-footed delivery. Good cross, but Faes is there by the near post to nod clear. And Cher lets it go for a throw, 35 yards out on the far right side. Bruno back to Cher. He takes it on. And could run into the box, could have a go. It's Anderson, 20 yards out. Went to feed Isak and it's cleared. Botman over to Trippier, could go back to Pope from halfway. Instead goes forwards to Longstaff. And Bruno on to Trippier. Good football, moving it well Newcastle, but 0-0. Back to Botman. And Byrne on halfway. Isak wide left. Castagna comes to him. Skips inside, then around Soumaré. Alexander Isak, he started well. Bruno back through for Isak. Just ran into a defender.
Just keep giving it back, don't they? Leicester can't get out.
BBC Radio Newcastle. We'll be on till 10:30 tonight for a chat after the match. We'll take in the post-match lap of honour as well. Byrne to Isak, coming in off the left, slightly heavy touch, but he's got it away from Tielemans and over to Botman. That's a better ball to the right side than earlier to Trippier. Taken down under control, Longstaff pushed away, but Almiron keeps it in. Now to Bruno, on to Longstaff on the touchline, forwards into the path of Almiron, who shifts it back inside onto his left, tackled by Faes, but then wins it back. And Almiron comes in off the right wing, rise the challenge of Soumaré. The crowd enjoyed that. Over to Isak, and challenge from Castagna on Isak, who lost the ball and then commits a foul on Vardy near to the centre circle. Leicester free kick.
Yeah, just got caught on it, didn't he? Leicester can't get out though. They just keep knocking it away. It keeps going to a black and white short and it keeps coming straight back at them.
Callum Wilson giving the ball back to Johnny Evans. 35 years of age, Evans. And they'll welcome his experience as well as his quality on his return from injury. But that free kick straight through the middle to Nick Pope.
Poor.
Trippier, Almiron makes the forward run, doesn't get it. Longstaff has it now and takes the ball over halfway. Down the line to Almiron, who's spun his man and away from Thomas. inside onto the left. Longstaff into the corner, wins a corner kick, playing it against Thomas, who had recovered from the Almiron turn to get back and divert the ball behind. And in the 15th minute, Newcastle can send forwards Byrne, Botman and Scher.
Yeah, they've worked it well down that right side again.
Kicking towards...
Combination play down that right side.
Kicking towards the Leazes end, up the hill to the left in this first half. And Trippier, with his right arm in the air, comes forwards to the ball, an outswinger. Leicester,
what a touch.
Important header
touch.
away.
Yeah.
Anderson on the left wing, inside to Bruno. Burns wants it. Bruno plays the pass, and Wilson almost got his boot to the ball. It might have just clipped off him, and it got through to Everson. But that was a lovely threaded through ball, and Wilson very close to making something happen.
Yeah, great run, great spot as well. But it's one thing spotting that I mentioned before. It's another thing being able to play them balls.
Might have just clipped off the outside of his left boot. Callum Wilson from Bruno's pass. 0-0. Trippier. Lovely control and a really good ball over to Byrne. Stooping, chests it down and passes to Isak. Castagna sticking with him. Isak inside, outside. Lovely feet away from the defender. Still going Isak into the box. Anderson takes it on. And it's played off a defender and then off Anderson and behind.
Great play again, great feet again, Isak. As I said it before, he runs as quick with the ball as he does without it. Looks like it's stuck to a piece of string.
Impressive stuff. Applause for Jacob Murphy, Anthony Gordon and Matt Targett, who have gone for a jog along the touchline. 0-0. Leicester 3 points from safety, 2 to play. We've been relegated previously 3 times from the Premier League, but relegated from the top flight on 11 occasions in their history. Birmingham have the record, 12 top flight relegations. Now Wilson getting the better of Suter into the area. Wilson went to pick his spot in the bottom corner and it's blocked. Leicester wanted a free kick when Wilson got in behind.
How weak was that? He's 6 foot odd,
6'6". Oh, it's huge. Harry Suter. I think because of the way they stopped, you expected the free kick to be given, but
little touch and he's looking for a free, but this is it, slightest touch now, everybody wants a free kick.
It's back with Scher. Right side, front of halfway. Trippier onto Almiron and Longstaff back to Trippier. They're on the touchline. Longstaff to Bruno, out to Almiron. Lovely Newcastle football. Almiron back onto his left, into the box. Still Almiron, goes for the shot. Misses the target.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty, was it? Cuts inside. Just lashes at it.
Probably a lot further away than it initially looked. Yeah. Ball running away from him, couldn't wrap his foot around it. Very effective, very good on Thursday, Almiron. 18th minute of this one, 0-0. Goal kick from Everson out of play. Newcastle throw. Trippier throws it back to Scher. 10 yards in front of the Newcastle box. A return ball to Trippier. Anderson making a run through the middle. And then comes back as the ball goes back. Scher to Botman. Byrne will have it. Closed down by Ndidi. Up to Anderson. Isak available. Anderson tripped as he took it out and away from Suter. I tell you, he looks heavy, doesn't he? Harry Suter.
It's a big boy, isn't he?
Over to Trippier. Bruno inside. Closed down by Tielemans. And it's Scher to Trippier again. That's a misplaced pass, too much on it for Bruno. And Leicester through Ndidi. And now Tielemans looking for Iheanacho. It's hit Byrne, and Iheanacho's picked it up 10 yards outside the box on the right side, back into midfield to Ndidi, square to Sumare, Almiron on his shoulder, backwards to Evans and Suter, and this is the first Leicester possession as they try and go forwards, but Suter straight onto the head of Botman, Byrne inside to Anderson, second Premier League start and 19 appearances in the league off the bench this season. Began the game well, and they've switched it to Trippier, and they're into the final third looking for Longstaff, who's caught Evans, who made the clearance from his run, and it's on the thigh, could be a dead leg. Free kick for Leicester, nothing more. After Evans had cleared it.
Yeah, his momentum's just taken him into him, hasn't it? Definite free kick. No malice in it.
Took a whack from Longstaff. Medical men from the Leicester staff are sent back to the bench. Johnny Evans is okay. Able to shake it off. Everson with the free kick on the edge of the penalty area. 21st minute, 0-0. What have you made of it, John Anderson?
Yeah, what we expected. We're having all the ball, getting into some good areas, had little moments, very little seen of Leicester as an attacking force. They just can't get out, can't keep the ball.
Trippier across to Byrne, lovely take down on the left thigh from Dan Byrne, and a return crossfield ball to Kieran Trippier. They're up to halfway now, Newcastle. Almiron running away, then coming short, back to the ball. Isak stretching the play on the left side. Byrne getting it back from Trippier, their own private game at the moment. Return passes, now Isak involved, in off the left. Wilson edge of the area, Isak chops away and gets it past Ndidi. Anderson back to Bruno, Byrne takes a touch, then another, could cross it. Bruno gets it inside, flicks it. Elliot Anderson! Curling right-footed shot from 20 yards, caught by Daniel Everson in the Leicester goal.
He didn't get enough movement on it, did he? Didn't start it far enough. Decent enough hit, straight at the keeper. Good play again, though.
He's looked good so far, Anderson. Some of the things
he's done well.
He's been involved. Confident start. He replaced Joe Linton in a last-minute change to the 11 just before kick-off. 0-0 here on BBC Radio Newcastle. They're coming forwards again. Byrne to Isak. He's got 5 without a goal, Isak, since getting 2 against Spurs. He's in a creative mood tonight, though, and a ball across to Trippier, who takes the touch, sends the cross in towards the far post, could have gone for goal, went to pick somebody out. Anderson was closest to it. It was too high for Wilson. Leicester have it back. Castagna, the Belgian international, downfield or upfield. Pope leaves his box, and a comfortable cushioned header away to Bruno, who skipped past Iheanacho. Doesn't look in prime physical condition, Iheanacho, just coming back from a hamstring injury. Almiron on the Newcastle right to Trippier, back to Bruno, just outside the area, into the box to Longstaff, left-footed shot blocked. Byrne wins it back. Could be a handball, but referee says play on. Isak on the left, 2 to take on, beats them both, wins a corner.
Iheanacho doesn't look fit, does he? He's not moving. What are we, 22, 23 minutes in, and he's already blown.
Trippier comes over to this near left side. He's created 9 goals this season, 6 from set pieces, following the cross for Byrne's header against Brighton. Just heard the referee's whistle. Newcastle have packed the 6-yard box. How many players are in there? More than 10 from both teams combined around the goalkeeper. Referee will be watching. They've got 2 on the edge of the box, Newcastle. Trippier goes for the near side, a bit like the one that led to the free kick at the own goal from Undav for Brighton on Thursday. It's cleared by Leicester, and then a diagonal ball forwards by Newcastle. They've kept it in the corner on the right. Back to Almiron. into Bruno, back through, Almiron didn't take it.
Got his legs tied up.
Didn't take it with him, and Luke Thomas clears for Leicester, straight to Sean Longstaff in the centre circle. Vardy at his back, he moves it on to Cher on the right wing. Cher intercepted by Soumare, and now down the Leicester left, and Cher commits a foul to slow his progress. He could get booked for this. The referee went running after him.
Yeah, I thought he'd got yellow for that as well.
And then Yuri Tielemans chased after the referee. Fabian Cher's been called across by Andre Mariner, and he has been ticked off, but not cautioned. 0-0.
Yeah, that's another one. He knew exactly what he was doing. The boy got away from him. He wasn't catching him. Was it called cynical?
I think so. You know better than me. Castagna with a header from the switch from left to right. Anderson has it, back to Byrne, Botman in the box. Longstaff finding space here, Newcastle. Leicester getting back, trying to keep their shape. There's 5 at the back and then the 3 in midfield. They're in position as Newcastle go over halfway on another attack. Byrne to Isak. They're getting 2 on him. He rolls it back to Byrne, still in the Leicester half, but back into Newcastle territory. And Botman rolls it just behind halfway, square to Cher, forwards onto Trippier, Almiron down the line, and Wilson takes it at the edge of the box, but a heavy touch, and Fass with a clearance. Cher, Vardy chasing after it, and Fabian Cher goes back to goalkeeper Nick Pope. BBC Radio Newcastle. Trippier. So much freedom and room down the right side, and then the ball looking for Isak. Oh, he's nodded it down at the edge of the box and tried to get Anderson in. Leicester bring it away, and Isak with a sliding tackle on Castagna. He's now going to get booked. It's his second challenge. 2 Newcastle players yellow carded, Bruno and Isak, who's hurt himself in making that tackle. He did really well to win the header,
didn't he? Yeah. Just late, wasn't he?
So the physios come running on, and quite a few players from both sides jog across or walk across in some cases to pick up a water bottle. Eddie Howe talking to Fabian Cher and Sven Botman, and Jason Tindall got his hand on the shoulder of Dan Byrne, and now having a word with Bruno as Alexander Isak receives treatment. The doctors come running on as well with another medical bag. It's Isak's left leg.
Left shin by the looks of it, isn't it?
I wonder if it's cut. They're pulling down his sock. But now the view is obscured by the 2 members of staff.
Can't see anything.
They are not preparing a change, Newcastle. Gordon is warming up though, along with Paul Dummett and Lewis Miley. Now Alan Saint-Maximin goes out for a jog. It's 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. And they'll hope Isak will be okay, because he's been very good.
Yeah, he's been lively in this opening half hour.
Still on the pitch, sitting down, receiving treatment. Now they help him up. Isak, Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall watching on. He's limping, but he will hopefully be okay. The doctor is communicating with the bench through a headset. Newcastle have 10 players at the moment. They've got Isak off the pitch, and they are just going to give him further treatment. The 4th official's gone to stand next to the Newcastle staff and Alexander Isak.
They're putting a strapping on it.
Strapping his shin. Leicester free kick. Everson to the far left side. Header on. And Soumare looking for the ball and winning a throw near to the corner flag. And Isak is signalled back onto the pitch. Leicester crossing into the box, but straight to Cher, but the whistle had gone. I think
ball had gone out.
Yeah, had gone out on the far side. It's a throw. Trippier to take. 5 yards up from Newcastle's corner flag. This is the 4th week in a row that Leicester have had to wait until Monday to play. Something Dean Smith, the manager, wasn't happy about because it gave other teams in the relegation battle the chance to play first. And they obviously know what they need to do, but it could be an anxious wait, certainly for supporters. Newcastle in possession, and Wilson making a run into the right corner, trying to keep the ball in, hooks the cross into the middle, Castagna header clear, big Dan Burn coming onto it, takes it down and hits it. It was blocked by a defender, but it was travelling. Vardy on the ball, Iheanacho back to him, Vardy pushes it around, Burn, Longstaff slides in.
Great tackle.
Sean Longstaff drawing a big cheer from the Newcastle fans. Isak on the left, and down the line for Anderson, who's got away. Anderson cuts back inside onto his right and then gives it to Isak. Rolls it square to Bruno, takes it on. Burn couldn't hold it properly at the edge of the box. Iheanacho coming forwards, back to Tielemans. Shifts it one way and then the other, and then the pass. There's nobody there in blue, and Pope takes it back into the box. Newcastle have possession again, 0-0. Trippier beyond halfway, on to Longstaff. Between Leicester midfield and defence, Almiron takes it over, comes inside, Bruno, Wilson on the move, across to Anderson. Isak near to the left corner of the box, shifts it inside, Isak tries to hit it, and it's spun away off the outside of his right boot, and behind for a goal kick. No deflection.
No, just hit it with the outside of his right, always moving away, isn't it?
Everson walking the ball along the 6-yard line to take the goal kick. Newcastle in 7 of the last 9 seasons have won their final home league fixture. The 2 exceptions in that run were both defeats by Liverpool here in 2019. Rafa Benitez's final home match, and then in 2020 behind closed doors. Though they took the lead in that game 3 years ago inside the first minute through Dwight Gale. 0-0 tonight against relegation-threatened Leicester. Botman with the ball at the back. They've dominated possession, Newcastle. Burn to Anderson, who's tried to turn away down the line. Ball goes out. Newcastle think there was a foul. Jason Tindall having a word with the referee.
Unusual.
He's right next to the 4th official, so right on the halfway line, but Leicester throw only. And Nick Pope's had very little to do, a couple of clearances to make. That's it. Iheanacho off Anderson, Bruno header on to Wilson, backing into Suter. Ball's gone up. Bruno heads it forwards, Wilson takes it down, lovely touch. Almiron, good turn, surrounded by Leicester players, but on the move into the area, goes down far too easily. Almiron, no chance of getting that. And Leicester clear. Bruno wins it back. Burn inside to Longstaff, Trippier's free. And back to Bruno, just in front of the centre circle. Elliot Anderson in off the left, now out wide to Isak. Sends in the cross, stabbed away by Evans, and will that run for a corner? No, kept in. He's chased his touch and pinged it down the line. Burn intercepts, looking for Isak, but Ndidi is there. Iheanacho's got it. Leicester in possession. Tielemans, they've rushed him, but he's got away.
Oh, he's done well. He's done brilliant.
It's more like the Yuri Tielemans that we're used to seeing for Leicester, as Iheanacho looks for Vardy, but Cher makes the header, and Botman down to Bruno. He's got 2 free to the right side, Bruno. Rolls it square to Cher. Now Trippier just over halfway. Almiron available. Trippier goes back to Cher. Along halfway to Dan Burn. Isak's dropped in. Anderson's a bit further on. Back inside to Sven Botman. Bruno takes it on the turn, and loads of space for Trippier. Couple of touches. Sends the cross in. Anderson looking for it, but a header from Castagna, who was between Anderson and Isak, and he's chased his own touch, Timothy Castagna, and then lifted it over the top looking for Iheanacho, who's got his boot to the ball, but Cher is there to clear to stop Vardy getting a shot in from the left side of the box.
Yeah, just a straight ball again. That's what we've been done by in recent games, just that straight ball between the 2 centre-backs.
Rare Leicester attack. 10 minutes to half-time on BBC Radio Newcastle. Isak seems to be okay after getting treatment a few minutes ago. Not in a rush to take the throw. Wilson's won it back. Anderson smacks it clear. Almiron chasing. Evans watching it all the way. Heads on. Longstaff lets it run. Got a shout from Trippier behind. And inside to Bruno, deep in central midfield. Lovely ball. Chipped over to Burn. And inside to Bruno again, in the centre circle. Botman. Cher. He's got space to hit Fabian Cher. Carries it forwards and then passes to Trippier. There's lots of black and white forward, but a lot of blue to get through first. Bruno back out to the wide area to Trippier, then inside to Bruno, but backwards. And now Cher on halfway. Every Leicester outfield player well behind the ball, 0-0. Anderson's got it. Couple of touches and then into Botman. To the feet of Bruno. Little turn, Longstaff over to Cher, takes a touch down the line to Trippier, moving it with a bit more speed. Newcastle, Bruno, edge of the box, sliding challenge. Wilson beaten to it by Suter, and the clearance. Burn after it, Vardy behind him. He's headed it on to Anderson, who's done well to play it back into an area where Cher can pick it up, middle of Newcastle's half. Trippier on halfway. Having a look. And a floated pass to Burn. Here's Anderson. Gets turned. Isak on the touchline. Dropping his shoulder, then playing the ball back to Botman. Cher, first time to Trippier. Bruno could have it. It's Longstaff.
That's a free kick.
Nothing given. Newcastle still have the ball and no sense of playing an advantage from the referee. Bruno with it, 30 yards out, right of centre. Carrying it over to the left. Isak could take it. Does take it on from Bruno's pass. This is Burn in central midfield at the moment. Botman now to Bruno, left wing. Anderson down the line. Bruno comes inside, looks for Almiron. Heads it back from the goal line. Trippier in the box, dinks it over the cross, but headed away by Leicester. And then Cher went for the spectacular.
Did he not?
And missed.
Yeah, wasn't set up for that, was he? He always fancied him to try it as well. It's come out on the volley and it's high up into the Lees' end.
Daniel Everson, another goal kick from the left side of his 6-yard box. The players 10 yards either side of halfway on the far side of the pitch. Header from Newcastle, Suter volley forwards. Burn takes it with his chest, then gets it away. Suter with a header, Burn with another chest down for Bruno and stabs it over to Trippier. Looks for an option. Short ball inside to Almiron. Takes it out wide again to Trippier. Longstaff down the line, has it. And forwards onto Almiron. Challenge comes in, Newcastle throw. Trippier takes it quickly back to Share. It's hard to get to break through the Leicester lines, isn't it, at the moment? The 5 at the back and the midfield 3 have been keeping their shape, even though Newcastle have had so much of the ball. Now they've given it away with a pass inside. Leicester in possession, and then they lose it. Elliot Anderson, that could be their way through. Leicester mistakes. Anderson to the edge of the box, then Isak left corner, back through for Anderson. Tries to cross it, deflection, corner.
Iheanacho keeps giving it away. He doesn't look fit at all.
What does it say about players on the Leicester bench that they'll put somewhere? I know he's an important part of their squad, Kelechi Iheanacho, but those who are in reserve tonight, they see a player who just doesn't look.
No.
So he can cope physically because he's just back from injury. Trippier corner on the left, 40th minute. It's towards the back of the 6-yard box, flicked away by Leicester.
Keeper was nowhere near it, was he?
Just needed a Newcastle touch. Share then sends it back in, and it's gone up, and Byrne keeps it in, and then it's off the line, and Wilson headed off the line again. Referee looks at his watch, but the goal line technology says no. It's another corner. Everson was all over the place.
I mean, it looks a goalkeeper's ball all night. He grabs it and then he drops it. Dear oh dear.
Wilson hit the post from the first one. Left-footed hooked shot off the post from Burns' header back in after Everson missed it, and then it came up off Evans, and Wilson had the header, and it was Ndidi who got onto the line, and well, just in front of the line. Wasn't that close to head away. Referee's been sorting out something in the 6-yard box. They're surrounding the keeper. They obviously feel that there's a weak spot there as Trippier goes for the front post again with a corner. Fabian Schär shot from the far side of the box after it missed everybody. Blocked. Almiron on a run away from Tielemans. Schär wide right to Bruno. He's played it against a blue shirt, and then it's
Iheanacho again, just not reacting to things.
Bruno back to Longstaff. Trippier in the centre circle. 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Out to Schär. And then Longstaff. Newcastle with Botman back in position now, but Schär stayed right wing. And Burns pulled out wide on the left. Botman into Bruno, closed down by Iheanacho. Bruno drags it and then moves it the other way to the left. Anderson comes inside. Finds Bruno with the ball, back to Trippier, trying to move Leicester one way and then the other. Schär still on the right wing. Back to Trippier, every Leicester player behind the ball in the defensive third. Chips it into the box to Schär, headed down, and then off the post from Almiron. Isak over the top. Should be 1-0. They've hit both posts in the last couple of minutes, Newcastle. Almiron there with Everson beaten, and then when it came back to Isak, he fired it right-footed towards goal, but it was too high.
Yeah, good header back, Schär. Good hit. Hits it into the ground, bounces up, hits the post. Everson's never seen it, never moved. Comes back, Isak snatches at it a little bit over the top. Big chances.
We are 2 minutes away from the end of the first 45. It's 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Send us a message for our half-time break. 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp, or text 81333. Start your messages with BBC. Trippier switches it to Byrne, along the floor to Isak, back to Dan Byrne. And Trippier wants it again. He's got acres of space. It's it under control, and now into Leicester half of the pitch. Almiron to Bruno. Set pieces, I said earlier that could be Leicester mistakes, but set pieces can give them a chance, Newcastle. Obviously feel that they can exploit something with the goalkeeper.
Yeah, he doesn't look
Doesn't fill you with confidence, does he?
This is Trippier. Out to the right touchline to Almiron, who comes in and gives it to Bruno and gets away Bruno and lifts it back through, looking for Longstaff, but Fass is there and clears.
Did well.
Trippier keeps it in rather than wait for the throw, then sends over the cross. It's off Castagna, got in front of Anderson and above to head it away. And here is the throw. Anderson leaves it for Dan Burn. Botman. It's 0-0. A point is enough for Newcastle. It would probably suit Leicester. That's clearly what they'd come for. Trippier, good cross. Wilson's there, but can't connect with the ball in. Corner though. Got a touch off a defender on its way across to the near side.
Great ball in again, wasn't it? Whipped ball, a lot of pace on it.
Wilson close, but Harry Souttar was the player that got the touch. Minimum of 3 additional minutes. Here's Trippier's corner kick. The keeper's missed it again, and it's headed over. Back stick by Callum Wilson. I think he was backpedaling, going away from goal, and it was coming down from a good height, but Wilson couldn't get a header on target, and another chance passes Newcastle by.
Oh, you'd have fancied him, wouldn't you? Back stick. Keepers all over the place again. Combs gets nothing, nowhere near it. The form that he's in, you'd have fancied him, wouldn't you?
Eddie Howe now having a chat with Graham Jones in the technical area. 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Cher comes to meet the ball in the air from the goal kick. Anderson got a push there. Referees let it run because Byrne has the ball, and he goes back to Botman on edge of Newcastle's box, inside to Pope. Misses out Cher, and it comes to Trippier, middle of United's half. Away he goes. Bruno in the centre.
Oh, Iheanacho, dear oh dear.
A little dummy can get away from Iheanacho, and then Anderson to Isak, taking on Castagna at speed, then a ball back out wide to Elliot Anderson, on his right, on the left, cross is blocked. Isak then makes a challenge to win it back. Anderson couldn't get away, there were 2 Leicester players there, tried to wriggle free, cleared to Cher on halfway, in additional time. Scored in first half, added on time on Thursday. Trippier to Botman. Now Bruno, just outside the area, wide to Almiron. There's plenty of bodies in the box. Trippier sends over the cross, too high for everyone. Anderson, furthest player to the left, let it run. Isak takes over, a few step overs into the box. Now Bruno, edge of the D, rolls it to Almiron. Cuts back inside, goes down at the edge of the penalty area. Bruno, and now Trippier. Longstaff, he slipped as he cuts in and chopped away from a defender, and Leicester through Thomas can bring it clear, and they go long, but it's out of play. And Vardy was never getting there anyway. Andre Mariner having a look at his watch. Still time to get an opening goal before the whistle. Byrne on a run and then stops and goes back to Isak, who twists and turns and well, doesn't get a free kick.
It's never a free kick.
And Ndidi brings it away. Bruno's going to be careful because he's already been yellow carded. Ndidi to Vardy, stopped by Cher. Good defending in front of Newcastle's box. First time Leicester had really committed a few players forwards, and Newcastle being roared on upfield by the crowd. Almiron 30 yards out, down the right to Trippier, inside to Cher. Only Wilson in the box. Longstaff makes a run. Trippier back to Bruno, and the whistle's gone for half-time. It's 0-0 here on BBC Radio Newcastle, between Newcastle United, who just need a point to secure the Champions League return that they're dreaming of, and Leicester City, who need something desperately in the battle to stay up. It's a match, John Anderson, that they've been on top in, but they'll be frustrated that it's level and 0-0 at half-time.
Yeah, they'd be disappointed. He hit the woodwork on 2 occasions, had all the ball. Everson's all over the place in the Leicester goal. He's here, there and everywhere. He's not confident on crosses at all. all you've got to do is just keep doing what we're doing. You know, movement's good, football's good, intensity is all there. You just feel that it's only a matter of time. We haven't seen anything of Leicester as a forward threat. They've came with a game plan. They're letting the fullbacks have the ball. They're keeping it. Want the fullbacks to get it. They obviously feel that they can handle those situations. But look, the performance has been good. All that's been lacking is a goal.
And they've hit the woodwork twice, Newcastle, either post Wilson and then Almiron and Isak following up missed. So it's probably as close as they've come with that.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the width of a post, isn't it, from being a goal either side. Wilson's hit it again. The keeper nowhere to be seen. Almiron hits it into the ground, bounces up, hits the post. Keeper's beaten, all ends up. As I say, it's the width of a post from being a goal, from being 2 goals.
Second half coming up on BBC Radio Newcastle. Big second half. They avoid defeat, and they are there. That's all they need to do. But a win would keep them firmly in the driving seat as far as 3rd or 4th is concerned. But the main thing is they do it, and they're on top, but they haven't been able to find a breakthrough against the 5-man Leicester defence. So at half-time at St James's Park on BBC Radio Newcastle, it's Newcastle United 0, Leicester City 0.
This is Jam Hot. Time of our lives. Nothing's fine.
I can feel my face when I'm with you. Gold, always believe in your soul. There is superstition.
Chaka Khan. Time of our lives.
Chaka Khan, let me rock it.
1 hour, 2 mystery years. Weekdays from 1. BBC Radio Newcastle, the sound of the North East.
Dominic James live from St James's Park. The half-time score: Newcastle United 0, Leicester City 0. Keep your messages coming in to BBC Radio Newcastle throughout the evening here. Send us a WhatsApp 08000 321 333. Text 81333. Again, start your messages with the letters BBC. This one is from Kev, who says Ando has been commenting on how bad Ian Nacho has been this evening. Hope it doesn't come back to bite them in the second half. A couple on Twitter as well. This one is from Jay Carter. He says Isak's lost his clinical touch playing out on the left hand side. This one, quite a couple about that actually as well, about Isak playing on that left hand side. We've also had a couple about Bruno's challenge as well in the first half as well. Let us know your thoughts on that as well. Should it have been potentially more than a yellow card for Bruno in that challenge there? Do keep your messages coming in though. As I say, 08000 321 333. The substitutes for each teams have just come out onto the pitch there. On BBC Radio Newcastle yesterday though, we covered Gateshead's trip to Wembley. They were beaten by Halifax in the FA Trophy. BBC Radio Newcastle's Colin White has been talking to the Gateshead manager, Mike Williamson.
Proud versus disappointed, where is that balance at the moment?
As far on the immensely proud side of the scale as you can possibly get. Like I say, we give everything out there today. Obviously, the first half was just a tense affair. It was cagey. It was a typical final. But then when they scored, I said to Bust, hopefully it will kind of take the shackles off of us a little bit, which it did. And I thought our second half was really positive. And the boys threw everything at them. And we know how good Halifax are. They're really good, and they deserve a lot of credit, like I say. But we give everything. The boys, what they've given to the club and the community, should be immensely proud. And reflect back in time, I think it's been a hugely positive experience.
What do you say, if anything, to Louis and Monty at half-time? Given that it's happened 2 minutes, given that the goal and the way it happened 2 minutes before the break?
I don't have to say anything. Generally don't. They're such professionals, so strong-minded, and it's irrelevant. It's gone. A football game is littered with mistakes all over the field. Some get punished, some don't, and we've all been there. One thing we know about them too, is they're just they're unbelievably strong mentality, and they'll pick other boys up, when they're hurting, and that's one of the best traits you can have.
How hamstrung were you, particularly in the second half, when you were having to chase a game, by the lack of, I guess, experienced game changers on the bench?
Yeah, I mean, if this was a league game, you'd dissect it, and there's many reasons and elements that you could look at, and I'll leave that to you guys and the fans and the pundits, whoever it is, to look back and dissect that. For me, we had this group of lads, and I couldn't be more proud of what they give us, and they got us here, and they deserve all the credit for that, and in a real difficult period of the season as well.
Yeah, last one for me. Even if you'd won it, probably wouldn't have defined the season, just those 90 minutes, certainly not in your mind. But how do you then reflect on the season overall and stop this be the one thing that people think of because it's the last thing in a long season?
Yeah, maybe I'm just weathered to it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm just old to it now. But I generally, from the bottom of my heart, there is no disappointment. Like I say, for the families and for the fans, of course it would be nice, but for those group of lads, how much they've given and what they've achieved this season should just be its own merit.
That is the Gateshead manager Mike Williamson there, speaking to BBC Radio Newcastle's Colin White. Mike Williamson also, of course, a former Newcastle United player, speaking about how proud he was of his players, of their efforts yesterday despite the defeat to Halifax in that FA Trophy final at Wembley. I went after the match in Wembley yesterday and went into the stands to speak to some of those fans who were disappointed at the full-time whistle.
Thought they played really well, but just didn't get a chance to test the goalkeeper. Thought the lads played brilliant, but it's just one of those things. Another disappointment coming down to Wembley and losing. But Mike Williamson's done an absolutely fantastic job, and hopefully the lads next season will kick on.
They fought hard out there, John, but just wasn't meant to be today, was it?
No. We were the better team. One stupid mistake, and we've lost it. We're the better team. Oh, it's just devastating this. We don't know our bare bones.
Once again, the town proud, they've done the management proud. I'm proud to be from Gateshead. To get 5,000 down today, if this gets another 100 people going to the stadium every other Saturday, it'll be brilliant. This is why you come to football. We support whatever team you like to support, but coming here to Wembley, things like this, it's what football's about. And whether you support Real Madrid or you support Gateshead, moments like this just make you so happy to be a football fan.
Yeah, this is my first time in London and Wembley, yes, and I've really enjoyed it. Just unfortunately it didn't go our way today, but it was just amazing. The atmosphere, incredible, but yeah, it just didn't go our way today.
That was just a flavour of some of the fans who were in the stand yesterday at Wembley. The Gateshead fans, disappointed but proud in the way that their players performed. The Newcastle United owners have just stepped out onto the pitch at St James's Park and are about to take part in the crossbar challenge. Jamie Rubin, Mehrdad Guddusi and Al Ramayan, the non-executive chairman, is out there just trying to see who's taking the first penalty. Here comes the chairman Al Ramayan to take his first penalty. Oh, didn't even make it above. Mehrdad Guddusi now just about to step up to take his penalty. Oh, just gone over the crossbar there. Jamie Rubin now stepping up to take his crossbar challenge. Good effort from Jamie Rubin. They're the Newcastle United owners out on the pitch this evening, taking crossbar challenges. They just close there. Let's get you some cricket reaction then from yesterday. Durham beat Gloucestershire in Bristol for the first time yesterday, winning by 175 runs on the final day. It means they stay top of Division 2. The Durham skipper Scott Borthwick spoke to our cricket commentator Martin Emerson after the game.
Well, Scott, it's been a fantastic start of the season for Durham. You've won your first county championship match in Bristol, and you've cemented your place at the top of Division 2.
Yeah, look, it's been an outstanding start. Look, on paper you could look back and
we could have won all 6. The Sussex game was so tight, and then that rain affected game down at Glamorgan, we could have sat here 6 from 6. But look, we're playing some really good cricket, like as we've said the last few weeks, and to come here and to beat Gloucester the way we did, we knew their record here was pretty good. I think that's their first defeat in 19 games, so it was always going to be tough, but I thought the way we went about it was excellent.
Great start with the bat. You got your highest total against Gloucestershire as well on day one, I think it was, with centuries from Graham Clark and Michael Jones as well. They gave you the platform, and then the bowlers came to town.
Yeah, look, we batted excellent with our first innings, and look, everyone was so buzzing for Clarkey. Obviously his first 100 in 6 or 7 years, I think it is, and everyone's really pleased for him because he's actually been batting quite nicely this season, but hasn't finished it with a proper score. So the way he played, he actually came in at quite a tricky time as well. I think we were 150 for 4, I think, and so that partnership with him and Robbo, and then with Baz again was really crucial in the game, and it led us to then build a platform to get over 440. And then I thought our bowlers were outstanding. Again, we've gone down with the bowler. Coggers went down again with an injury, and I think that's happened 3 or 4 times now. So the way the other lads back it up, and Potty and Rainey, and just keep coming. Honestly, they're a joy to have in your side because they never want to stop bowling. And when you've got 2 lads with attitudes like that who keep wanting to come in, it's brilliant. So they were brilliant, and like I said, Jones's knock yesterday was brilliant to put us in a really good position as well.
You needed 4 wickets today. They kept plugging away this morning. Marcus Harris was obviously always going to be on your mind. Was there any point where you were looking at that scoreboard and starting to worry or not? Or did you think it was going to come?
I think it was going to come. There was a lot of runs. What did we win by in the end? 130? It was 120. Yeah, it was always a lot of runs, and something ridiculously had to happen for us to lose that game, I think, this morning. And Harris would have had to go on and get a 250 not out or something. So the runs were coming down, but I think it was because we were just trying things in the field. We had attacking fields. We were trying to take wickets. And again, they were brilliant how they kept coming. And we knew it was going to be tough because the pitch almost got a bit dead. I think the life sort of went out of it. And as the ball got older and softer, it was always going to be tough. But we had to work hard for it. We knew we did. So yeah, it was just thankfully coming at a good time just before lunch, so it was good.
10 wickets in the match for Ajaz Patel, the best return for a Durham player against Gloucestershire. And what you're taking now, the form you've been in, taking into the T20, which starts in a few days' time as well.
Yeah, I'll hand the captain's armband over to Leesy, which would be nice. But no, Jazzy was amazing. I think he just showed great control throughout the game. He never really bowled a bad ball. Obviously the pitch helped him with some rough, but I thought his control and accuracy was fantastic. And yeah, to get 10 wickets is a great return.
That is the Durham skipper Scott Borthwick there speaking to BBC Radio Newcastle's Martin Emerson after Durham's victory over Gloucester in Bristol in the county championship, winning by 125 runs on the final day there. Here at St James's Park, the Newcastle United owners have just gone back down the tunnel after partaking in the half-time crossbar challenge or all-net challenge. There are a few quick other things of text-wise. Keep your texts coming in as well to BBC Radio Newcastle over the course of the evening. We're here till 10:30. After 10 o'clock we'll be taking your calls. The number you need is 0800 234 6565. Newcastle United owners are just walking past us here to our right. I'll remind they're just walking past us to the right, walking back up to the director's box there. Keep your messages coming in here on BBC Radio Newcastle. 08000 321 333. Text 81333. Starting your messages with the Let's BBC. This is from Barkers. He says, we need to put the ball in the back of the onion bag in this second half. However, the lads, the players, the substitutes still warming up on the pitch here at St James. And Jacob Murphy there just warming up, and Jamal Lewis, Alan St Maximin too, just in the box there with Anthony Gordon passing the ball between each other. Amanda Staveley has just walked past us as well to our right hand side, saying hello to supporters on her way back up to the director's box, just going behind me there as she just walks past us back towards the director's box. The players are coming back out here at St James's Park, so time to head back to our commentary team this evening of Matthew Racebeck and to John Anderson.
Matthew Racebeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Thanks very much to Dom James for half-time, 0-0. After 45 minutes, Newcastle out first for the second half. Here come Leicester. Black and white stripes, black shorts and socks against the visitors, who are all in blue. Goalkeeper Pope in green and Everson at the other end in yellow. Leicester's outfield players, the back five. Oh, they've made a change for the second half. More on that in a second. Castagna on the right, Suter, Fass, Evans in the middle, Thomas on the left, then Ndidi, Soumare and Tielemans, and just playing off Jamie Vardy is the half-time substitute James Maddison, Ando, who comes on for Kelechi Iheanacho. No surprise.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about Iheanacho during the first half, didn't look fit. Maddison comes on.
Newcastle, as they were in the first half, have started the second, kicking off. Trippier down the right, Wilson laying it off to Anderson. We'll have a full run through of the 11 in a second. It's back to Botman. So it's Pope, Trippier, Cher, Botman, Byrne, Longstaff, Bruno, Anderson, Almiron, Isak, Wilson. Ball up to the edge of the Leicester box, cut out, and then Wilson charges down the clearance, and it's gone for a throw on the near side. It's BBC Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV. United's bench: Dubravka, Dummett, Gordon, Saint-Maximin, Lewis, Targett, Murphy, Anderson, Miley. Joelinton was named in the 11 but withdrew late, just before kick-off because of an injury. Leicester's bench now: Smithies the keeper, Barnes, Christiansen, Amate, Daka, Mendy, Pratt and Tete. Botman to Trippier, Newcastle kicking down the hill to the right as we look, aiming at the Gallagher end goal. Almiron in off the right wing. Leicester closing off the space. He has to go back to Trippier, miscontrolled, but he had plenty of space and time, and passes the ball to Cher behind halfway. Still 0-0. Anderson's dropped in on the left to get the ball from the back, and Isak in a wide area comes in and floats it across away from Vardy and to Trippier. It's gone out wide again to Almiron on the wing, forced away by challenge from Soumare, but Almiron gets it back from Bruno into the box, looking for Longstaff, but too much on the ball forwards. Longstaff couldn't get there. Everson lands on it in the 6-yard box.
Yeah, good play again, just a little bit too much on it. No change, second half has started the way the first half finished.
Trippier takes a touch from the ball up from the back, keeps it in on the line. Good control. Referee's Andre Mariner, by the way. Dan Cook on the near side, Scott Ledger far side of the assistants. Isak taking on Castagna, trying to run him down the far touchline. Still going, Isak. It's 3 with him now. He's heading to the corner and wins a corner kick.
That's all he could do.
Third minute of the second half. So no clean sheet in 9. They're well on for a clean sheet tonight, Newcastle. Leicester barely threatened in that first half, but with James Maddison on the pitch, they have somebody who can hurt them, as Trippier takes the corner, and it's back to Almiron, edge of the area. He's hit it and blocked. They want handball. Play on. Almiron scoops it up to Cher, and challenge on Cher as the ball goes behind, saying it was either a corner or a high foot. And now they go back to the referee to ask about the possible handball shout. If nothing else is given or happens, it'll be a goal kick. It's hit Tielemans. It sort of looks like it's on the elbow with his arms by his side.
Not going to get them, are you? Although you never know, do you?
Darren England on VAR duty, but players are walking away. So is Andre Mariner. Callum Wilson not happy with something from the referee. But second half has been a continuation of the first, in that it's been Newcastle trying to create, trying to get it in behind and have that opportunity. Leicester, though, win it back, and this is Maddison through for Vardy, but too close to the keeper. I remember the Cup quarter-final in January, Ando, Leicester offered nothing until Vardy came on, and he missed a big chance.
Did, yeah.
And caused problems. And if they get the ball right to him...
Yeah, his game was all based on his pace, looking for balls in behind. He was never one to come short and look to play that way. It was always get in behind defenders and use his pace to get away.
Bruno over to Trippier. Good first touch now to the corner of the box. Out to Almiron. Inside to Bruno. Back through for Almiron. Looking for Longstaff, but cleared. In situations like that, it's a Newcastle throw near halfway. When Almiron has to check back inside, the Leicester defence can get set. And if he could just go with his right, I know they nearly created something then, but it would keep the momentum going, wouldn't it? And the speed of the move.
That's the problem.
Gordon and Murphy are warming up. Isak away from Castagna. And then has to turn and come back on the left wing. Burns got it 30 yards out, back to Botman. Every Leicester player sitting in behind the ball. Botman comes to Trippier. 15 yards in from the right flank, 30 yards from the goal. Schär to Anderson. Picked up a bit of space, left of centre, onto Isak. Then he goes on the outside, Elliot Anderson. Isak plays it to him. Bruno comes short, corner of the box, gets it, goes on a run. He's been tackled. And Castagna with a clearance, but nobody there.
Just keeps coming back at them.
For the away side. 51st minute, 0-0. Well on top, but still goalless. Trippier onto Almiron. Longstaff inside, gets it, stabs it back to Trippier. Bruno wanting it in the centre, but it's Schär who has it instead for Newcastle. And Elliot Anderson, closed down by Castagna. Isak is tucked in. Dan Burn goes down the left wing now. The ball comes inside to Schär in front of halfway, and Trippier has to go back to Schär. Leicester closing down. Trippier looks to the bench. Newcastle still in possession with Anderson. Comes inside, then chipping it into the box to Longstaff, who tried to chest it down and slipped. Hit the deck, and then Everson swings it clear. Vardy hooks it inside to Maddison. Laid off to Ndidi. And from a Leicester point of view, that is frustrating, because he's fired it forward and there's nobody there.
No. Just can't get out, can they?
It's attack versus defence again, really. Anderson down the left, back to Burn. Switch to Trippier. Now wide to Almiron, taking on two. Down the line for Trippier, who'd gone beyond in support. It's Bruno, back out wide to Trippier. Then to Bruno again, lets it run and turns inside. Botman. Leicester just outside their penalty area. Longstaff takes it, turns, hits it. Well, that was a good chance they created. Wilson says it should be a corner. It's gone wide. Longstaff received it, opened up his body for the shot, but it was well off target in the end.
Yeah, he just pulled it, didn't he? Opened up for him. Looking for the corner, but
Leicester have pushed right up to halfway, and the assistant referee on the near side came sprinting up the touchline just before Everson took the kick, headed on, and then Trippier out off a Leicester player. It was Vardy, and a quickly taken throw. Botman driving Newcastle up to halfway, and then on to Burn. Here they go into the final third. Isak takes over from Burn's pass. Bruno will have it. Then back down the line to Isak. Flag stays down near the corner. Isak on his right. Can't find any space, can't get the ball in. Botman to Bruno, back to Schär. They're really having to be patient, Newcastle. Trippier, back to Botman. Elliot Anderson, what can he do? Down the line to Isak. Anderson again. Back to Botman. Pushes it over to the right. Trippier, good ball in. Headed back across the penalty box by Castagna. Thomas heads it down. Samare on his chest and then up. But Cher lets Vardy head it on. Byrne hooks it over his shoulder. And then indeed he's touched straight to Trippier. This is Longstaff. Out to Almiron. Takes it away from Thomas and will have the corner after the defender got back to stab it behind.
Leicester just can't keep the ball, can they? Just keeps coming straight back at them. Just can't get out. No outlet at all.
An out-swinging, potentially set piece. It's on this near right side and it's with Trippier. Anderson and Almiron edge of the box. They haven't packed the 6-yard box like they were doing in the first half. Cher and Byrne are on the penalty spot. Trippier drills it in. Suter, 6'6", heads it away, and it's a throw on the far side. Bruno to Anderson from the throw, back to Longstaff. Drives it out to Trippier, takes it on his chest. Can give it to Cher just inside and does. Sends in the cross, headed away by Evans this time. He's stretching his hamstring, Johnny Evans. Picks himself up. He's just back from a hamstring problem. Limping as Newcastle stay in possession. Bruno, centre of midfield. Over to Trippier. He's got plenty of room. Wilson wants it delivered. Trippier sticks it in, but it's
too much on it.
Powerful. And nobody could get there, and that's a Leicester goal kick.
Yeah, I don't think Evans is gone. I think his hamstring's gone again.
Stretching it out, Johnny Evans. Got his right knee on the floor and his left leg outstretched, heel in the turf. Leicester, they do have Daniel Amati who can play there. They've got Victor Christensen who's a fullback.
Yeah, they wouldn't want to lose him. He organises things, pulls people around, he sees things. He's been a good player.
He is going to carry on for now. Alan Saint-Maximin warming up for Newcastle. Tight game like this, you might feel it's one for him as we get closer to the latter part. Currently 57 minutes on the clock, 0-0. Byrne.
Here we go again.
Just back from halfway. Cher on to Trippier. Here they go, Newcastle. Floated over to Anderson. Brings it under control, short to Bruno, 5 yards to his right in midfield. Bruno over to Trippier, could go wide to Almiron, does, then goes beyond him as Almiron has two defenders there. It's with Bruno, and he's turning and coming inside from a wide position, back to Cher, goes back down the line to Trippier, and he's got runners, but can't find anybody, still has it Trippier. It's back to Cher again. Patient, it's repetitive, but it's all Newcastle here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Anderson on the left wing's got Castagna behind him. Leicester have, to their credit, I guess, been disciplined and followed their instructions, but Newcastle through Isak, played around Suter, and Isak gets it back from Byrne, 25 yards out. Cher onto Trippier, near to the right corner of the box, back inside to Bruno. Cher's available, it's gone to Almiron near the corner, on his left. Almiron heads for the line, turns through to Bruno, and then Almiron into the box. Here's Alexander Isak, what a good save from Everson. It was close to the goalkeeper, but it was firmly hit from Isak, right-footed from the back of the box, and it was pushed over for a corner.
Well, we've seen it score from there at Brentford, coming onto its side, just passing it into the top corner. It's a good strike. On this occasion, it's too close to the keeper though. Strong hand pushes it over the top.
Kieran Trippier, out-swinging corner. Leicester header clear. Elliot Anderson and Miguel Almiron go for the same ball. Wilson's got it now, back out to Trippier. And over to Bruno. Harvey Barnes ready to come on. Cher's taken it instead of Bruno, then gives it to the Brazilian. Isak on the left. 2 Leicester players there. Bruno with it again. And Longstaff to Trippier. Almiron, 2 to take on once more. Longstaff makes a run. Bruno might have it. Challenge comes in on him at the edge of the area from Maddison, and the ball spins away to Tielemans in the corner, and he lifts it forwards, but Botman with a header on. Longstaff on his thigh, and then it comes inside from Longstaff's pass to Anderson, and he moves it over to Cher, to Isak. Alexander Isak, it's opened up. Isak hits it, big deflection, another corner. Looks like Cher and Botman have swapped as well, with Cher now left side centre half, and Leicester are going to bring on Patson Daka and Harvey Barnes.
Yeah, you just feel the way that it's going. It's only going to be a matter of time before the breakthrough comes. It's just to see a black and white coming at them all the time. Leicester can't get out.
Kieran Trippier, as the volume levels increase, rolls it along the goal line to Almiron, tried to roll it back to Trippier, but Tielemans was there, read it, made the stop, made the block, and Leicester have played it out as they come forwards down the near touchline. Newcastle take a quick throw, they can't get the subs on. Leicester, they're not happy. This is Cher, and Bruno taking it back towards halfway. Still no sign of a Newcastle change, an hour gone. 0-0, Cher into the box. Isak on his chest, but it's gone away from Wilson, and Maddison on it. Maddison might have been tripped. Play on, Leicester through Boubakary Soumaré, back to Wout Faes. Wilson closing down Everson, but the goalkeeper's kick is big, and it's Botman with a header forwards on halfway, and then Suter with a big up and under. And Botman, that's gone backwards off his head. Byrne to Pope, and still the 2 Leicester lads wait to come on. Cher onto Trippier. Kieran Trippier crosses the halfway line and switches the play. Dan Byrne coming onto it. One touch and then a pass to Isak. Byrne goes beyond, gets it back from Isak, tries to stick it in. It's come for Isak, can roll it across. The challenge from the defender, though, enough for him to carry it behind. And it's a goal kick only. And Leicester survive again.
Substitution for Leicester. Number 6.
Johnny Evans coming off with Patson Daka coming on. It's an attacking change. And Harvey Barnes replaces Jamie Vardy.
Yeah, obviously Evans feeling that hamstring. But as you say, it is an attacking change. Vardy hasn't seen anything of the ball. He hasn't really got a kick. Fresh legs coming on. Be interesting to see how they rejig this, Leicester.
Daka will go up top, Barnes will go
left side, you would think.
Yeah, Maddison could be to the right, so they could go 4-3-3. Alan Saint-Maximin has been sent out by Eddie Howe to warm up after a bit of a chat in the technical area. Still 0-0. Johnny Evans has given the Leicester's captain's armband to Yuri Tielemans. And I think that is what they're doing, the 4-3-3.
Yeah. Thomas on the left, Faes and Suter.
Well, that gives Leicester more. Sorry, Andy, that gives Leicester more players in forward positions, and here they are through Daka on the left, but lots of black and white back. Patson Daka, Soumaré on the left outside the area, Thomas. And Barnes, the number 7, straight into the action, trying to win a corner, and does. Saint-Maximin jogging up and down the touchline. Tielemans is now joined by Murphy, ready to take this this corner kick for Leicester, and they've left 2 back, and they've got 1 on the edge of the box. Newcastle defending, haven't done much of this tonight. Tielemans is standing in front of Nick Pope in the middle of the 6-yard box. Trippier now gets in between, and here's the corner. So it was Maddison standing in front of Pope because Tielemans was taking the corner. You know what I meant.
Yeah, just needed a touch from Barnes. It's a flat ball played in near post. Barnes doesn't get anything on it. Bruno heads it away.
Thomas to Samare, big midfielder, back to the big defender, Suter, on the halfway line. Cut inside away from Wilson, and then the ball is not a particularly good one, and Trippier heads it back to Pope. Rolled out underarm to Botman. It's now back on the left and Cher on the right. Forwards into Bruno in midfield. 0-0 still. Square to Longstaff. Almiron comes into the centre to have a touch, give it back to Longstaff, now inside to Bruno. And over the top from Bruno, Isak making the run, might get there, it's just beaten him. And Everson came and then stopped, didn't really know what to do, the goalkeeper. But it's gone behind. Scooped ball up to get Isak in, nearly came off.
Yeah, I think the keeper knew it was always skidding away, wasn't it?
BBC Radio Newcastle. 25 to play, but a point is fine. A point gets them into the Champions League, but it has been frustrating. Goal kick out of play, one bounce. This is Botman, square to Cher. Back to Botman. Isak, 2 on him again, 15 yards beyond halfway. Byrne and now Botman in the Newcastle half of the field. It's back to Botman from Bruno and Cher to the right of the centre circle. Lots of conversations being held among the coaching staff. On the pitch, Bruno back to Trippier. Almiron. More fluidity about the positions now. Newcastle, Longstaff had been out wide right there, Almiron more in the centre. Cher now goes to the left to Bruno, 35 yards out. It's a good ball, moved out quickly to Isak. On his chest, back into Bruno. Shifts it, Fabian Cher has a touch, could hit, doesn't. Ooh. Plays the pass to Longstaff. Doesn't cross, no, back to Cher, takes a touch, then goes for the top corner, but it's over. Everson's got.
It's better than that. Strikes a great ball and he's going to try and bend, but just put your foot through it.
Eddie Howe will be hoping that his match winner is about to come on. Alan Saint-Maximin, an arm around him from the manager with some last minute instructions, and he's about to be introduced on 68 minutes, 0-0 for Callum Wilson. Isak through the middle. Eddie Howe's called Miguel Almiron across. Howe breaks away from the Almiron conversation to high-five Wilson. Saint-Maximin, the instructions will be get it, run, and create something.
That's what he does, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what he does.
Cher and Trippier both go for the long ball forwards and they both missed it. Barnes,
oh dear,
the forward pass for Daka, he's just kept it in, but having got his boot onto the ball, the cross goes behind. It didn't really give him much of a chance.
No, it wasn't the best ball in the world, was it?
Cher now to Trippier and then back again. Fabian Cher coming towards the halfway line, but goes square with the pass. Botman back to Cher. Anderson making a run in from the left. Saint-Maximin's free. Oh, Cher's smacked it straight against Bruno. Longstaff foul on Barnes. Needed height to get up and away and over to Saint-Maximin, who had loads of room. What do you think of the way the second half's been going? Ando?
Same as the first. We've had all the ball. Leicester have made the changes. they've gone a little bit more offensive, but still can't get anything of the ball.
Everson takes a long time to come into midfield to take the kick. Trippier with a header, and that's out. But whose ball is it? They've given it the way of Leicester, despite Newcastle having taken it. Jason Tindall shouting over to Alan Saint-Maximin, telling him to get into the right position from the throw. It's back to Fass, he slipped and played it forward straight to Bruno, had to turn. Now Longstaff to Almiron's got a man on, back to Trippier, and no real advantage from that Leicester mistake. Newcastle with it in defence, but coming forwards, good ball by Botman to Anderson, on to Saint-Maximin. Isak now in the middle, Alan Saint-Maximin, there's three there. It's brought it inside to Bruno. Longstaff with it, looking for Trippier. And under pressure, they get it back to Cher. Burn on to Saint-Maximin again, releases Elliot Anderson, heading for the goal line, keeps it in and wins a corner. Looked like it was about to beat him, he did really well, Anderson.
Yeah, just got away from Maddison. Maddison didn't track him, did he? Just let him run. It's got goal side. Maddison's forced to get back. Anderson could be suffering from a little bit of cramp, I think.
Kieran Trippier to take it. Almiron, Saint-Maximin either side of the D. Cher hanging free round the back. A packed 6-yard box. Trippier fires over the corner. Oh, headed away from goal by a Newcastle player, I think, after it was flicked on by a Leicester defender. Now a slip from Longstaff near halfway. He's recovered and done superbly to get out of a really sticky situation. A spot of bother for Longstaff.
He's got away with it.
Almiron down the line, and then Cher fouled by Thomas. They get a free kick, Newcastle, in front of Eddie Howe. Cher was caught, but Longstaff almost with an awful
away with
slip.
Big style. Keepers all over the place again from the corner kick. Where is it?
It was fast. Did it hit the post? Saint-Maximin left wing. It's great feet into the area. Longstaff and Isak getting one another's way, and Bruno can't pick up the scraps. Now Trippier intercepts. Hit it. Trippier through for Almiron. Wins a corner. Does he? Or is it a throw? It's run along the line.
No right foot again. How did Guimaraes not score?
It might have hit the post rather than hit Bruno.
He's headed it onto the post.
Oh. It's one for the replays later. Saint-Maximin, who's made a difference. Here he goes again. A step over, then a turn back. Now the ball to Anderson. Takes the shot on, but it's well off target. And that's a disappointment given the position he picked up, but the reaction from the crowd to the last couple of minutes is significant. Did it actually touch Bruno? Fass flicks on along the line.
Headed it onto the post.
Bruno next to the post. Well, that's the third time they've struck the frame of the goal, and it's still 0-0. BBC Radio Newcastle.
Give him 10 opportunities at that and he wouldn't be able to do it again.
Looks like we're going to see Jacob Murphy soon. I think it would be for Almiron. Cher with a header away from the goal kick. Picked up by Trippier at the back. Cher's hurt. He's holding his face. Is there blood? He needed treatment, didn't he, the other night? Trippier playing on at walking pace. Cher might be all right. Botman to Burn, still in their own half. Trippier, who's come inside now in a central position. Cher on the right. Bruno. Isak comes in short. Longstaff's out on the right wing. Off Thomas and a throw. We've got the ball back quickly from one of the ball boys, and Longstaff takes it to the feet of Almiron, Botman and Trippier. Lifted into the area by Trippier. Fass comes over. Away, straight to Trippier, headed on to Bruno. Man on. Bruno around Tielemans. Almiron back to Trippier. Has to go to Share on halfway. Still looking for an opening goal, one that they've been trying to find since the start of the match. It's been all Newcastle tonight. Alan Saint-Maximin, the substitute. Quite deep with it, middle of midfield. Back to Botman, now Share. Trippier's got room, takes a touch. Options in the middle. The cross is headed away as far as Bruno, down on the chest. And Share pushed out to the right wing to Almiron. Bruno trying to get him back in with a return ball. Fastest header, Samare straight to Trippier, and Bruno back out to Trippier and back to Share. Leicester not getting out, not getting away. And Bruno, he slipped as he's gone to switch it. Oh, Isak, clever header on to Saint-Maximin. Just comes inside the area on the left, back to Bruno with the pass. And around a Leicester player to Trippier. Back through to Bruno. Into the box, Isak and Almiron couldn't get a piece of it. It's been cleared. Murphy ready to come on. Ball hasn't gone out though. 15 minutes of normal time to play. Saint-Maximin lays it off with the outside of his right boot to Bruno. They're on the left of the attack. Byrne to Anderson. Bruno again. Into Almiron. Trippier's pulled free onto the right. Longstaff takes it and moves it on to Kieran Trippier. Through the legs of a defender. Sean Longstaff! Saved by Everson with his feet. And it's gone for a Newcastle throw. 20 yards out. Taken quickly by Almiron. Share. Inside to Botman. At the front of the centre circle. Bruno in possession. Trippier wide right, Longstaff wants it again. Trippier's ball is stopped by Thomas. He's got it back, floats over the cross towards Anderson. Here's Almiron! He got completely underneath it and has smacked a volley way over the top and caught and hurt a Leicester player in doing so.
Yeah, it's half a chance. His body position's all wrong, isn't it? Leaning back, coming on to it earlier in the season, they were flying in, weren't they?
Number for messages after the match is 08000 321 333. That's WhatsApp 08000 321 333 and text 81333. Put BBC at the front of your messages. However you get in touch with us. We'll be here till about 10:30. Elliot Anderson replaced by Jacob Murphy. Maybe a different role for Almiron, more centrally perhaps. He will play unless they go with a 2 of Longstaff and Bruno. And for 3 weeks out for Longstaff, missing 4 games and not doing a lot of training by all accounts, might have to get through 90 minutes, but it's good to have him back. Share comes and wins a big header. Suter away for Leicester. Share can't get to that one. Barnes nods it on. Leicester want a free kick, so do Newcastle, but it's just play on. Players colliding with each other. It's on the left, and Saint-Maximin now into the Leicester half. Back to Bruno, centre circle. Murphy's on the right wing. This is Alan Saint-Maximin on it again, scooped forwards for Longstaff to chase. And Ndidi, it's a free kick. Went behind off the midfielder for Leicester, but Longstaff had fouled him. Dean Smith applauding his players. Suspect their fans will be increasingly nervous. Daniel Everson, like many visiting goalkeepers this season, with no real sense of urgency. And away it goes. This is Murphy, a header back to Trippier. Volleyed forwards, too high for Isak, Suter away. Barnes will come after that, but Trippier heads forwards to Murphy, who skips inside away from Thomas. Then the pass to Almiron, who can get turned, and it's opened up a little bit. Longstaff to Saint-Maximin, trying to get into the penalty area. Away from one, back to Bruno, closed down by Daka, who got back, the forward for Leicester. Saint-Maximin with it though, still on the left, comes inside, a through ball which is blocked. Saint-Maximin with a challenge, but Isak was in the centre of the penalty area, but he was on his heels and couldn't chase after it, and Iversen picks the ball up.
Yeah, it could have went anywhere, couldn't it?
Iversen, big kick from his hands. Daka, that could be handball, but it's come to Bruno anyway. 80th minute, and 0-0 is the score. Longstaff, bit of space. Isak is sent him wide, but gets there before Fass in front of the line, wanting a corner. Goal kick is the decision.
Just ran out of space, didn't he?
Staff will complete a lap of appreciation to thank you for your wonderful support this season. We ask you to remain in your seats at the end of the game, and please do not attempt to enter the pitch area.
Just a reminder that the fans will see the players go around the pitch at the end. After a quick break, we'll be back on. Not that they ever do this here, but supporters reminded not to come onto the field. Cher rises and heads forwards. Will go out on the Leicester left in a defensive spot. Thomas to take the throw. Barnes down the line, Murphy with him. They're looking for Daka, that's too long. Fabian Cher is there. Oh, but he's misjudged the bounce of the ball, and Patson Daka has it through towards Harvey Barnes. Kieran Trippier had made the run back and followed him, and does really well to defend and turn and then play it forwards to Cher, who wins a free kick from Daka's sliding challenge.
It's been poor since coming on, Barnes, hasn't he?
12-goal leading scorer, Harvey Barnes, 25 years old. One cap for England. Saint-Maximin. Longstaff is outside of him on the left. At the minute, they've got Murphy to the right and Almiron slightly to the left of Isak. Saint-Maximin now wide left. Gets it from Bruno. Down the line for Longstaff, but indeed he's there. And he's tried to win a free kick. Referee's not buying it. He's got back up, and Longstaff hits the floor, but Leicester through Castagna can clear. Daka chasing, Trippier's covering though, and steps in to lift the ball up and find Dan Burn. It's good defending. Fair play to the referee, because indeed he just hit the floor expecting a free kick. A lot of players get that almost as a matter of course, but he didn't. Jacob Murphy 20 yards out on the right. 3 Leicester players between him and the box. Isak receives it, passes it to Bruno. Maybe he could have driven on towards goal. Trippier back into Bruno. He's lifted it into the box. There's nobody there. Castagna's turned it behind. That's the best they could have hoped for, Newcastle. Get a bit fortunate. They'll take the corner.
Just lack of communication between fullback and the keeper. Keeper's got to see that. Just tell his fullback to leave it. Ball goes harmlessly out of play.
Kieran Trippier, make this the one that counts. Bruno near the back post again. Burn in front of the goalkeeper. Isak on the 6-yard line. The curling delivery to the near post. It's off Castagna and it's out for a throw.
Good defending, wasn't it?
Whipped in again by Trippier. Dealt with by Leicester. Longstaff makes himself available, but it goes behind him to Botman, inside to Almiron. Murphy pulls out wide right. Almiron over to Trippier. Saint-Maximin, 2 to take on Maddison and Castagna, and he's beaten 1, then rolls it back to Trippier, takes a touch, delays the cross. Bruno in a central position, runs out to the right, still going. He's been tripped, has he? No. Home fans don't like that decision from Andre Mariner. Bruno doesn't really appeal, in fairness. And a clearance from Leicester. Burn is there. Cushioned header to Trippier. Inside to Longstaff, and here they go again. 84 minutes, 0-0. He's tried to switch it to Saint-Maximin, but Castagna intercepts, and Maddison picks it up just behind halfway, inside away from Byrne, running into the centre circle. Hit traffic, but he's still held on to it, James Maddison. Back it goes to Tielemans. Suter and Fass behind the centre circle. Leicester with Thomas now rolling it forward. Soumare could go out wide to Barnes, comes in, and Tielemans in central midfield. Bit of possession, back to Fass. First time Leicester have really had the ball for a long time. Suter. Castagna steps out to the touchline to receive it. Back to Ndidi, trying to play some stuff, the visitors. With a score at 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Final 5 minutes of the 90. Tielemans back to Fass. Newcastle can't win the game if they can't get the ball. Maddison on halfway. Anthony Gordon is about to come on. Suter drives it through the middle. Barnes behind Trippier, and the ball has bounced well for Harvey Barnes, near to the left side of the penalty area. Back to Luke Thomas. Now Soumare, and Maddison has got space, had it on his right, but brings it back across and plays the pass to Soumare, 10 yards outside the area. 0-0. Thomas to Soumare, back to Suter. Leicester have had the ball for a long time. This is not to Newcastle's liking. Crowd getting frustrated. Castagna not getting close enough to win the ball back. Thomas to Barnes, inside, Soumare. Bruno tries to make a challenge, so too does Almiron, but it's fallen for Tielemans, and Cher has to stretch to get in the way and try to get the ball clear. Now Murphy put under pressure from a back pass, and Daka with a cross, and Byrne heads it away. Isak beaten to it by Soumare. Maddison, right of centre. Oh yeah, switches it, that'll do. Now it's Newcastle's ball. Gordon about to come on for Almiron. And they've got a player down. Leicester, it's Wilfred Ndidi, is it? Wilfred Ndidi, yeah. Almost 87 minutes on the clock.
Newcastle coming off. Number 24, Mickey Almiron.
Standing ovation for Almiron. Isak comes running over as well. Given a water bottle and a pouch with some sort of gel in it. It would be great for Gordon if he could play a part in them getting the victory, but to reiterate, I'm sure you know, a point gets them into the Champions League. They've just got to avoid defeat and stop it going to the final day. Ndidi is sitting down, so hopefully a lot of time will be added on. Newcastle a bit longer to go and win it, as Non-Police Mendy, 5'6", Senegalese international midfielder, is brought on by Leicester, and Ndidi helped to his feet, but he can't continue. And they've lost Johnny Evans. They're already without Kiernan Dewsbury Hall through injury. So their final day match against West Ham could be with a few missing. Leicester. You may remember they missed out on the Champions League right at the end of the season in consecutive years in 2020 and 21, finishing 5th on each occasion. I think losing out on the final day both times. They have one win in 14 before tonight, Leicester. Newcastle go to 70 points, one away from the 71 they got when they finished 4th in 2002. one more than the tally that took them to third in 2003. We're playing again. A minute of normal time to go. BBC Radio Newcastle. 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp. Put BBC at the start. But we'll have the lap of honour before we go through messages. Still playing. Shem to short pass. And Trippier's committed a foul. Could get further punishment. He doesn't. Misplaced ball. And Leicester free kick. It's on halfway, fortunately. And they were going to wait for the goalkeeper to come up and take it. And that's not going to happen at any particular speed, apart from a slow one. Hopefully it won't feel anticlimactic if they get their Champions League place with a draw. Obviously they could still lose it. I think just supporters, understandably, were coming here thinking that they would win the match. A minimum of 5 additional minutes. And we are into that now on BBC Radio Newcastle. With no goals tonight. Leicester with the ball. Castagna back to Everson. Isak, energised after taking on that drink and those fluids, closes down. Burn, big header away. Isak's offside. Doesn't go for it. Now he closes down Suter. Big kick clear from the defender. It stayed in play. Botman has to head it out. Leicester take a throw. Through Daka, and Maddison's won a free kick, having, in the opinion of the referee on the far side, been tripped by Sean Longstaff.
It's just Cardomandi.
Jamie Vardy, part of the Leicester coaching team at the moment, with his bib on, communicating with the players. A minute of the minimum 5 gone. James Maddison. Is back up, and Yuri Tielemans just moves the ball slightly. It's on the right, maybe 5 yards in from the touchline, and a touch over 30 yards from goal. Maddison rolls it to Tielemans, takes a couple of touches, back to Maddison, right corner of the box. Now roll to Sumare, wide to Tielemans, down the line to Maddison, chance to cross, does, and volleyed, and Pope makes a massive save.
What a save that is!
Nick Pope with a huge save that could be the one that gets Newcastle into the top 4. It was fired at the goal. Might have been Suter, the big defender. It was Castagna in the middle of the box, and Pope has done nothing all night. They haven't needed him to do anything tonight.
That's what top keepers do.
Pushes the ball away, and Leicester have a throw on the near side. And it's Daka with a long throw into the box. It wasn't that long because Trippier heads it away. And Sumare back to Thomas. Leicester over the last 5 minutes or so have had lots of the ball and are threatening. It's a header inside into the area from Daka, and it's thumped clear by Newcastle. Isak wins the knockdown, but it comes to Sumare, closed down by Murphy. Thomas inside away from Murphy. They're playing with a confidence, the strugglers. Through into the box. Pope dives at the feet of Daka. Newcastle with the ball.
Want the final whistle?
I think they do. Never mind trying to win it, don't lose it. Almost at 3 of the additional 5. Sven Botman at walking pace. In fact, barely even that. Bruno breaks into a jog to come and get it. Gordon part of a 3-man midfield now with Bruno and Longstaff. Fans maybe wanting them to play forwards. A draw's not bad for Leicester, who couldn't be relegated tonight anyway. It's a risky ball back by Newcastle, and then Botman has to stretch and play it out to Trippier. Under pressure from Barnes, it's a foul. Barnes swinging his arms in the air. disagrees with the decision, but it was a foul. And they have a free kick, and Jason Tindall telling Newcastle just to slow down.
Did Jacob Murphy just kick that second ball onto the pitch then?
There was a second ball on the pitch.
Did he kick it on?
It's been removed by Fabian Schär.
You didn't answer the question.
I didn't see him, he must have.
Oh, did
I didn't see. And I wouldn't want to accuse him of such things, and I'm sure you wouldn't either. Bruno helping it on to Longstaff. Back down the line to Byrne, to Botman. They can't get out, Newcastle, but they've still got the ball. Botman to Bruno.
Keep it there. Just keep it there.
Over the top, Gordon looking for this one. Rises to head it on, but there's nobody beyond. 30 seconds or so from the end of the 5. And Everson kicks from his hands. It's gone out of Thomas. Nearly there, Newcastle. Nearly there. The Champions League is coming over the horizon. They're close to getting the point they need from this goalless draw with struggling Leicester. Thrown back by Trippier to Schär into a 6th minute of additional time. Fabian Schär. Forwards it goes. The Champions League Knights are returning to St James's Park, and Newcastle United are back among the elite of European football. They have secured a place in the top 4, and after 2 decades away, they will play Champions League football again next season. The players huddle together to celebrate. The staff come onto the pitch to enjoy the moment and herald a fantastic achievement after an unbelievable season. No one would have expected this, no one would have dreamt of this back in August, but they have achieved something truly remarkable, and Champions League football is theirs next season. It will be a case of finishing 3rd or 4th, but no worse. Liverpool cannot catch them. They have seen off a resurgent Liverpool who put the pressure on in recent weeks, and it's them or Manchester United for places 3 and 4. But whatever happens, there'll be no qualification round. They are straight into the group stage for a 3rd full Champions League campaign and qualifying for the 4th time in their history. John Anderson, they needed a point tonight. That's what they got, and they've done it.
Yeah, look at it. It was a game where we totally dominated from, I was going to say start to finish. Well, start to the 90th minute, and then Leicester had a bit of the ball, and we were indebted to a goalkeeper, Pope. You know, he's had nothing to do all night, and then all right at the death he makes an absolutely massive save from Castagna to keep the score levels. We've hit the woodwork 3 times. Intensity and everything about it was there, just wouldn't drop for us. But look, a point was all we needed to guarantee Champions League football, and that's what we got.
Leicester players heading off after thanking their supporters. Could be a big point for them, might help keep them up, but they will need to do something on the final day. Newcastle go to Chelsea on Sunday with the pressure off, thank goodness. I mean, it's a different pressure to needing to stay up on the final day, which they've had it a few times, and unsuccessfully in one particular case, but they don't need a result on Sunday. A result could get them 3rd. They might get 3rd anyway, but
yeah, you wouldn't have liked to have been going to Chelsea looking to win on Sunday, that's for sure.
Because they would love to deny Newcastle Champions League football.
Even as poor as Chelsea have been, and what Frank Lampard's only won 1 game since going back there, I think. So, but you still wouldn't like to go there with that type of pressure. It's nice to go there nice and relaxed. They can go there and enjoy it, knowing that Champions League qualification is guaranteed. You know, it's been a massive season. You would never have dreamt that it was going to be as successful as it's been, but the fact that we've achieved Champions League football is massive. Congratulations to everybody involved.
Players have been in the middle of the pitch, they're now coming over to the touchline. One or two are being interviewed. Jacob Murphy kissing his hands and pointing up at spectators in the crowd. Coaching staff, the analysts and technical staff are applauding the players as they come back over. Eddie Howe had been out in the middle with those in black and white. Majority of supporters have stayed, as you expect. And hey, next season, Ando, can look forward to, well, more of what you used to have every year, it felt like, or well, not Champions League every year, but trips to the continent.
Yeah.
And Barcelona a couple of times. They played Juventus, the incredible night in Feyenoord, the San Siro. All those are distant memories.
It seems an eternity ago. Yeah. I mean, as we said in Total Sport, some of the people who spoke, that, you know, a lot of the supporters in here didn't see that. You know, it's a totally different generation. Something for them to look forward to, something for them to enjoy. Something huge for the players as well. And many of these players will be here to actually enjoy that. That remains to be seen. I mean, it's good. I think it changes the whole complexion of the summer spending as well. The fact that you've got Champions League football. It'll be really interesting to see what happens over the summer.
Well, a new generation of fans can make their own memories of travelling Europe and watching Newcastle next season. And 20 years on from Sir Bobby Robson's team being the first to lose the first 3 group matches and then go through to what was then a second group stage. Newcastle are back at the top table of European football, and they will have the chance to mix it with the very best. And there is also a consolation prize if it doesn't go so well, of dropping into the Europa League and continuing through that, which is no bad thing. But Champions League it is for them. What a special team this is, led so superbly by Eddie Howe and his staff. They have brought the good times back to Tyneside and to St James's Park. A big cheer as Miguel Almiron and his young son, who is tiny, carry a mini football all the way from halfway to the Gallagher end, and the little one shoots over the line and scores a goal. Players have got their families on the pitch, and they are going to give that lap of appreciation. We'll be staying on till 10:30 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Once the players have gone round the pitch, Dom James will be back and we'll go through some messages with John Anderson. Text 81333, put BBC at the start of your message, and similarly on WhatsApp, BBC at the start, and the WhatsApp number 08000 321 333. And save the WhatsApp number to your contacts list, and once you've put BBC in your first message, you won't have to prefix it that way again. So players just mingling with young ones, with partners, and lots of smiles and hugs, and plenty of joy pitchside. Leicester have gone, most of their fans have disappeared. Heading back, they were stubborn and they threatened right at the end, and that save from Nick Pope, Ando. Newcastle couldn't score, but Pope kept a first clean sheet in 10, and that was the key moment really in the match, given the chances that they missed earlier, hitting the woodwork 3 times. Newcastle,
look, Leicester didn't have a chance in the game until that point, and it's a massive save. All of a sudden Leicester got a little bit of the ball, kept the ball for a few moments, Ball whipped in, great strike as well, great volley. Mark of a top keeper who's had nothing to do for 90 odd minutes, and then he pulls off that save. It was absolutely huge.
BBC Radio Newcastle live at St James's Park. Total Sport back on at 6 tomorrow. As usual, we are on this week and next week before a summer break between 6 and 8 to take your calls on Newcastle and Sunderland with former players from both clubs. We'll have the latest news from St James's Park and the Stadium of Light. One more match to go, 4:30 on Sunday, and we'll bring you that one exclusively live once again. I want to get this lap of appreciation going quite soon. I think they're still trying to do a couple of interviews on the pitch, but I think they're ready to go around. The fans are certainly ready to see the team make their way around, and now led by Jason Tyndall, they start the walk along the Milburn stand towards the Leazes end. And here they go, Newcastle, to do a lap of the pitch. In darker times it was called a lap of appreciation. We'll call it a lap of honour this season, because they have achieved so much. And what a brilliant season it's been, the most enjoyable for some time. And Eddie Howe applauding supporters who respond, punches the air with two clenched fists, swings his arms up, and is followed by his staff and players and the families, and they start their lap of honour. And they deserve to do this in front of a full house at St James's Park, Ando, which is what they've got after getting the point they needed.
Yeah, look, it's been an absolutely massive season, you know, to achieve what they've achieved. It's great for supporters as well, who've had to endure so much under the previous regime for 14 years, where it was a club that was going absolutely nowhere. And to say that it had stagnated is an understatement. You know, it was just trundling along, just happy to be in the Premier League. They'd have a relegation and then he'd spend money to get them back up, but no incentive to move the club forward whatsoever. Then all of a sudden these new owners came in, and look, the money they've spent, they've brought quality players in, but they brought players with good attitudes as well, who want to buy into what you're trying to achieve and what you want to do. And that's all been achieved this season by manager, coach and staff, players who are all singing from the same hymn sheet, who all want the same thing, who are prepared to work at it and dig in and do the dirty stuff as well as the good stuff. And it's been a fabulous season. Yeah. And what you're going to remember is it's been a long season as well for these players, because of the World Cup break that we had as well.
Extra matches with the League Cup run.
Yeah, so look, it had to. It's been brilliant, and to see the smiles on supporters' faces and the joy of supporters coming back and watching football matches and enjoying watching the football team. It's been brilliant.
Yeah, that had been missing.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I know there was a period before the takeover when fans couldn't attend, but for a long time before that, it didn't feel right. It didn't feel like it used to. And as you said earlier, with the European thing, Ando, there's plenty of fans here who didn't experience those better times. I mean, because they're 15, 20 years ago, but now this is their time to enjoy that. And since Eddie Howe came in, or really since probably February last year when the turnaround really got going, there's been an excitement about coming to watch Newcastle, rediscovering their love for it, for the team, for those involved in the team, and the appreciation on display here as Newcastle now walk along the east stand and head towards the Gallowgate end. And black and white flags are back out. 0-0 with Leicester tonight on BBC Radio Newcastle. A little bit frustrating, had all of the ball, created chances that they'll probably feel they should have taken, but it didn't matter because they got a point, and a point was all they needed after Liverpool drew and failed to beat Aston Villa on Saturday. They are 4 points behind with a game to play. Newcastle cannot be caught, and they are Champions League bound. And it'll be Manchester United or Liverpool for one of the other places, but Manchester United play Chelsea on Thursday, and if they get a point, they'll be in the top 4 as well, and Liverpool will miss out.
Yeah, look, I'm not worried about anybody else. You know, Manchester United and Chelsea and Liverpool can do whatever they want to do. You know, it was just important that we got a point here tonight. I always felt the goal was coming. You know, we just kept plugging away, kept doing the things that we do, kept being patient, kept moving the ball well, hit the woodwork 3 times. Sometimes it's not your night, but as I say, in the end we were indebted to Nick Pope and that save that he made right at the death, because if that had went in and Leicester had scored, it would have got really nervy on Sunday then at Chelsea. Fortunately, he made that top save, you know, which kept the score at 0-0. And we can look forward to Champions League football next season.
Well, they are standing in front of the Gallowgate end, taking the acclaim. Que sera, sera, the chant, but not Wembley. We're going to Italy, sing the Newcastle fans.
I hope they're not disappointed.
Could have a couple of Italian trips.
I hope they're not disappointed and do get an Italian club. Might not. Might get a German one.
Might get Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, Paris Saint-Germain.
Oh, nightmare.
Might have Celtic. Or that would be something, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Possibilities are there for them in the Champions League draw. It remains to be seen quite which pot they'll be in and things like that, but that's all to come later in the summer. Group stage begins in September, and Newcastle will be in it. And thankfully, as I mentioned, they're in the group. There's no possible nightmare, a repeat of Partizan Belgrade, thank goodness, because that is one that still haunts many supporters who remember their qualifying round defeat on penalties. This is BBC Radio Newcastle. We're at St James's Park, waiting for the lap of honour to finish, but they're just stood in front of the Gallowgate end, which is full. Nobody really has left early from there, and the young family members of players and staff are playing football in front of the goal, and they're just savouring the moment, taking it all in after qualifying for the Champions League. It's BBC Radio Newcastle. A reminder of the numbers: 08000 321 333 is the WhatsApp, and that's if you put BBC at the start of the message. On text, BBC at the front as well, 81333. A bit later, when they're all off the pitch and back inside, we'll get the chance to interview Eddie Howe and hopefully a player or two, and we'll put the post-match reaction on social media. Twitter is at BBC Newcastle, or the Facebook page is BBC Radio Newcastle. Remember, Total Sport back tomorrow at 6 with plenty more reaction and the chance to phone in and have your say. Newcastle United needed a point tonight to book their place in next season's Champions League, and they got the point that was required. A 0-0 draw with Leicester here at St James's Park. The top 4 is secured, and Eddie Howe's team will be playing Champions League football next season.
But what an atmosphere already at St James Park. Imagine this in the Champions League next season, and what a turnaround that has been. Last season, Newcastle bottom half finish, 22 points off the top 4, and amassing 49 points already, 20 points ahead of that total with 2 games left. Extraordinary stuff from Eddie Howe, which is why he is considered to be in the running for most people's manager of the season. and Leicester Newcastle. I'll go back even further when I used to live in this part of the world and realise just how huge football was in this city, what it meant to the fans in this city as well. That was in the early 90s, and they were a game away from going down to the third tier. They went to Leicester, their opponents tonight, and needed a win to be sure, and they won 2-1. Last minute own goal from Leicester's captain Steve Walsh, and the fans invaded the pitch and got the game stopped, and the 3 points belonged to Kevin Keegan. Fans opposite us have just unfurled a huge flag with Eddie Howe in animation form, and the players as well. Hard work pays off, dreams come true, bad times don't last, but legends do, and these players have the opportunity to make sure they go down as Newcastle United legends. Maybe not just finishing in the top 4, but they've been to a cup final, remember, this season. What if they finally bring a trophy to St James Park after all the years without silverware? And what if they go further than they've ever done in the Champions League next season? Opportunity is there for Eddie Howe and the players to make history here at Newcastle United. Well, they need a point to guarantee it. They're as good as there given the goal difference, but a win would get this place absolutely rocking tonight. Kind of all started when I was talking about that game at Leicester. Kind of all started then with Kevin Keegan. Before then, yeah, they loved it. The Newcastle fans were brilliant. They weren't really packing out St James Park. Ozzy Ardiles was manager. They were playing some good football but not winning football, and a few had lost heart. Keegan brought that back, and 4 years after that game at Leicester, they're challenging for a title they probably should have won, but actually blew it in the end, and Manchester United stole in. Kevin Keegan giving his famous, now infamous, rant. He so nearly won the title here at Newcastle United. Could Eddie Howe possibly do that in the seasons to come? Well, out come the match officials, all in orange with black shorts, and out come Newcastle United, led by their player of the year, Kieran Trippier, Nick Pope behind him, and Leicester as well. Johnny Evans, the skipper, Everson, the keeper, and the rest of those Leicester City players. What a noise at St James Park. Get Ashley out and watch this club fly. That's what the fans kept telling us, and the fans were right. Newcastle are on the brink of bringing Champions League football back here to St James Park after a 20-year absence. For Leicester tonight, a win will mean their survival will be in their own hands on Sunday's final day, which we've got covered for you on TalkSport. Trouble is, Leicester do not win games. Big consequences on a big night on the world's biggest sports radio station, TalkSport. It is Newcastle against Leicester. It's former England defender Danny Mills alongside TalkSport's chief football commentator Sam Matterface.
Newcastle's local heroes are so tantalisingly close. Leicester City, perilously so. In the most likely event of Champions League qualification and relegation, ownerships will be questioned, ownerships will be blamed. But what is a club in any case? Not the buildings or the directors or the people who are paid to represent it. It's not the television contracts, the get-out clauses, the marketing departments or executive boxes. It's the noise, the passion, the feeling of belonging, the pride in your city. It's a small boy clambering up stadium steps for the first time, gripping his father's hand, gawping at the hallowed stretch of turf beneath him, and without being able to do a thing about it, falling in love. The words of the great Sir Bobby Robson never seemed more apt. Strap yourselves in, because only 3 teams can reach the 2 places in the promised land. Manchester United and possibly Newcastle. Well, they can secure theirs tonight. One of only Everton, Leeds and Leicester can survive. Leicester will find it difficult if they don't win. This is massive. As mentioned previously, there has been a late change to the starting lineup. Joel Linton is replaced by Elliot Anderson in midfield after Joel Linton got injured in the warm-up. Harrison Ashby is now on the bench for a Newcastle United team who start like this. Pope in goal, Trippier, Cher, Botman and Byrne, Bruno Guimaraes, Elliot Anderson and Longstaff in midfield, Almiron and Wilson up top with Isaac on the left-hand side. For Leicester, Everson, Suter, Evans and Fass the back three. The wing-backs, Castagna and Thomas, and Didi Tielemans and Samare in midfield. Vardy and Ahia Nacho up top. Yes, Maddison and Barnes are here. They're just on the bench. Danny Mills is alongside me. The noise is, well, it's almost deafening, isn't it, really? But how does that affect the two sets of players on the pitch ahead of occasion they know both of them need to win?
It could quite easily make Leicester very, very nervous and just ramp up that apprehension a little bit, add a little bit more tension to it. Newcastle are used to it. It's like this every single week. I think it will just make Leicester realise how much is at stake for them, and the way the team started to be vital. The first goal is going to be vital. If Newcastle get that first goal, you start to worry for Leicester.
Enjoy the game.
Enjoy the game. Newcastle shooting from right to left towards the Leesy's end in black and white striped jerseys, the famous strip of this great club, black shorts and black socks. Leicester all in blue, shooting from left to right towards the Gallowgate in this first 45. And immediately Alexander Isak gets a touch of the ball, his long gangly frame, his excellent exquisite skills that caused so much damage at Goodison Park a couple of weeks ago. He's running down that left touchline, getting to the byline, outpacing Castagna, and then Castagna puts the ball out off the Swede, and it goes behind and away for a goal kick away to our left hand side. I think he had a shout for a corner there, Alexander Isak.
But what a start from Leicester. They've got the kick-off, they roll it back to Castagna, who smashes it straight into Isak. I mean, come on, you've got one job to launch it up the field and miss that one player, and he hits it straight. And sometimes that sort of sets the tone, doesn't it? Because Jamie Vardy's now thinking, I can't believe he's done that. How you managed to do that? And all of a sudden you're on the back foot. Little things make big differences.
Referees Andre Mariner, Dan Cook, Scott Ledger the assistants, Craig Pawson the fourth, and the BAR is Darren England. Remember, on Wednesday night we've got live Premier League coverage of the champions against the new Europeans. Next weekend, 3 playoff finals for you on the TalkSport network, and all the final day drama. And we've got all the finals: the FA Cup final, the Europa League final, the Conference League final and the Champions League final, all on TalkSport. We're here at St James's Park. We've played just over a minute and a half, and it is Newcastle United 0, Leicester City 0. Eddie Howe stalking around inside the technical area down in front of us. There is a smattering of Leicester City support, nearly 2,000, about 1,700 who have made the journey up in the top of the Leesy's end, right up high behind the goal that they are currently defending. Sent long by Everson, headed forward by Cher, and then tossed up into the air towards the Leicester goal. It's away by Evans before it causes any danger, and runs through to Kieran Trippier. Picked up by Bruno Guimaraes, immediately wraps the ball into Wilson. The offside flag goes up. And it's very much a back five, isn't it, for Leicester City? That's how they look when they haven't got the ball, and so far Newcastle have had the most of it.
It's a back five with 3 sitting midfield players in front of them. It's very, very defensive.
So far from it being a back 7, which you said, it's a back
8. it's not far off it, in all honesty, when you look at it. You know, it's 3 narrow centre halves, 2 deep wing backs.
That needs must for Leicester City, who know their situation is precarious. Iheanacho back in the team after a groin injury, which he sustained against Leeds United while setting up a goal for Jamie Vardy. Live on TalkSport. Newcastle 0, Leicester City 0. Newcastle were terrific on Thursday. They smothered Brighton right from the off here, stopping them playing out from the back, disrupting their passing lanes. They face a bit of a different prospect, I suppose, today in Leicester City. They won't come onto them. They will sit back and hope that maybe Jamie Vardy can get in behind the Newcastle defence. A Newcastle defence that has found clean sheets harder to come by than earlier in the season. And just a little bit of a mistake there. And when the ball was played crossfield by Botman out towards Trippier, and it went right over his head, and Trippier then turned round to everyone and went, hey lads, just calm down.
Ball sent down the left channel. Out comes Pope to the edge of his penalty area, collects it and immediately bowls it out over to the far side and finds Kieran Trippier. Anderson wants it near side. It's coming towards him now. He takes it into his body and runs up over halfway. He plays it into the feet of Isaac, who's about 3 yards in from the left touchline, cuts into the middle of the pitch, opens it up, gives it back to Trippier. Chance to send the ball down the right touchline. Miggy Almiron picks it up, plays it against the defender, claims of handball, but it goes out for a corner over on the far side, the first of the game for the home team, Newcastle United. Goalless on Talk Sport.
I just love the way that Kieran Trippier's technique, the way he passes the ball, it never bobbles it into people. It's always on the floor so they can play it first time.
150th Premier League appearance for Kieran Trippier tonight. Most assists for Newcastle this season. Right-footed, delivers a deep cross towards the far post. Dan Burn, who scored with a header the other night, heads the ball down and into Wilson. It comes back out the left side of the penalty area, and then Bruno Guimaraes takes it back to halfway, and Longstaff will keep things moving. It'll be good for Eddie Howe to see Longstaff back in the team as Trippier drips it forward again, left by Byrne, taken down by Cher, but Byrne got in his way. It's cleared upfield for Jamie Vardy, who's tussling with Botman on the halfway line. Botman sandwiches his body between ball and man and steers it back to his goalkeeper Nick Pope. Good defending by Botman, who's been a really good acquisition actually, nominated for the Young Premier League Player of the Year. 23 years of age. He said a month ago that they would finish in the top four. It looks as if he's going to be proved right. They only need a point in order to do that. Here is Longstaff, back from injury, sends the ball out towards the near side. Anderson takes it on, runs square, midway inside the Leicester half of the field. Bruno Guimaraes opens up the pitch to Trippier. Lovely ball in towards Wilson. It flicks off his head, actually ducked out the way, hit him on the back of the head and went into the air, and it was garnered up by Daniel Everson. Away to our left-hand side. Late change to the starting lineup. Joe Linton had to be replaced by Elliot Anderson, and as a result of that, Harrison Ashby, who they picked up from West Ham United, is sitting on the bench tonight. And Leicester know that all 3 points will remarkably take them out of the relegation zone. They also know they can't be relegated tonight. Defeat means it's almost certain that they will be. They would need to win, hope Everton lose and Leeds fail to win on the final day, should they end up being defeated here this evening. No Barnes and Maddison in the starting lineup, and although we've sort of thought from the beginning really the premise of the attack for Leicester City will be get the ball over the top for Vardy to chase. Actually, one of the major supply routes to Vardy are those balls from Maddison and Barnes. Here's Isaac down the left-hand side to the back edge of the penalty area, through the 6-yard box, cleared away by Luke Thomas. Good run by Isaac again. Anderson takes over, sends it back towards the edge of the box, right-footed ball into the area, away by Johnny Evans this time. He volleys it out towards the near touchline. Byrne can't keep it in. Apparently there was a touch on that, and it's going to be a Leicester City throw. I was just about to say, Danny, that the supply routes to Vardy usually come from Barnes and Maddison, and actually trying to find those balls to thread them behind the Newcastle defence might be more difficult when you've got the likes of Samare and Ndidi and Tielemans in midfield, and especially Tielemans not on the best of form.
Well, you want to be playing those balls from sort of round about the edge of the D in your own half, edge of the centre circle, that D. You know, so it's a 30-yard pass. At the moment, they've hit 4 long balls from the centre-half position.
Here on the right side, Almiron for Newcastle, chasing into the penalty area. Longstaff turns, fires it back to Guimaraes, plays it down the right. Longstaff goes down, being wrestled by Luke Thomas. It looked naive and a little bit clumsy, and Longstaff went down, didn't appeal too much, which sort of suggests there might not have been too much in it.
I think wrestle was a slight exaggeration. I think it's good defending. It's just blocked off. Look, there's no way you're going to get a penalty for that. Never in a million years.
His left arm came out and he just sort of pushed him to the floor, didn't he?
No.
Not going to get a penalty for it, but
no.
It's
you don't. The rule says you don't have to get out of the way as a defender.
More than a tickle. I wouldn't like to be pushed like that. Newcastle United. I'm the big softy though.
Yeah, so you need to get in the gym more then.
I was in there today actually.
Yeah, but you have to do stuff when you're in there.
Yeah.
Not just sit on the machine and have a coffee.
I was going to say, sitting in the cafe's not the same thing, no. Yellow card has come out for Bruno Guimaraes for a challenge on Samare over on the far side, wiring into a tackle on the midfielder. The first yellow card of the game. That didn't take long for Andre Mariner to get his card out. 8 minutes gone. It was a bit high and it was right on the knee, and actually he could have been in a little bit more trouble, actually, in fairness.
It's nasty, it's missed time.
Oh dear, oh dear. I wouldn't be too surprised if there was a VAR check.
I think VAR should look at it. I mean,
oh dear,
I was at the Liverpool game at the weekend.
So he's missed the ball, and he's put his studs onto the top of the knee.
Yeah, and there's more force in that. So the one at the weekend for Liverpool
on Gakpo.
Yeah, I think Mings is trying to pull out of that. He wins the ball first, and then he tries to pull his legs away. You can't referee by outcome. You can never ever do that. That's always a very, very dangerous thing to do.
And your suggestion is there, because there was blood drawn, you thought they overplayed it.
Yeah, everyone gets a bit more to when you look at what Mings wins the ball, he pulls his foot away. This one, he goes in with a straight leg, misses the ball, and that's the difference. A straight leg means...
Is there enough force in it? Does it look worse in slow motion, and actually it wasn't as bad as that in full speed?
If it had been in red, would someone have overturned it? Probably not, is the answer.
Well, maybe Bruno Guimaraes has got a little bit fortunate. Early set piece then for Leicester over on the far side. Right-footed, swings the ball towards the edge of the penalty area, Tielemans. It's away by Cher, back in by Thomas, but it's not a very good delivery. He's just sort of volleyed that hit and hope style, and it's picked up by Nick Pope and sent out towards the near touchline, and it's with Dan Burn. Dan Burn has it, just a couple of yards in from the left touchline. He slides it across to Fabian Cher, and then they start building down the right-hand side. Infield they go to Wilson. Wilson trying to turn. He moves the ball out towards the left, and now it's with Byrne. Byrne onto Anderson, 10 yards short of the Leicester penalty area, wider onto Isak. Isak, slender of build, into Dan Byrne, anything but big, tall and muscular. Plays it centrally into Botman. Botman to Cher, who strides over the halfway line. Good patient football from Newcastle United, who are building up through the middle of the pitch now, out towards the right, and Almiron, who is fouled by Luke Thomas. Free kick, tight to the touchline, far side for Newcastle United. 0-0.
Very defensive, very negative so far from Leicester. Not really closing down particularly with any ferocity, allowing Newcastle plenty of the ball. I mean, this might be quite bold, but they look like a team waiting to get beat at the moment.
That is the exact same phrase that Danny Murphy used last Monday night for the game against Liverpool.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't listening either. Sorry.
It's exactly what he said. Almiron over on the far side, taking the free kick, right-footed, deep towards the far post. They're queuing up. It's away by Evans, chested down by Elliot Anderson, who gets it onto his right foot, keeps the ball in play well, actually, despite harassment. It's sent down towards the right, and that's a poor challenge by Tielemans, but it's run through to Almiron, and they're going to be allowed to play on. The crossing towards the near post, headed away by Wout Faster. Under pressure here, Leicester City in the early stages, live on TalkSport. 11 minutes gone. Ball out of play far side, throw into Newcastle. Guimaraes back to the wide right, and Cher, who charges forward. He's run into the edge of the box. He's laid it off towards Anderson, who's encouraged to shoot. Instead he threads it forward, looking for Isak. It was a little bit ambitious to try and play that sort of pass. He gave it straight to Castagna, and it's cleared away to halfway, but they come again. They've got possession once more over on the far side. There's an intensity and a tempo to Newcastle that there isn't about Leicester City.
Leicester, you're right, Sam, there's no intensity whatsoever. No one's getting close to the ball, no one's putting pressure on. It's almost like, well, if the ball comes to me, I'll clear it. If it doesn't, I won't bother making an effort.
Isak into Guimaraes, got it back again, and Isak couldn't take it into his body. It's cleared to halfway. There's no one to get hold of the ball. There's no outball whatsoever. They're so deep that there's no one in front of them. And Iheanacho and Vardy are just chasing around like shadows, because it is basically 8 players and then the 2 up top.
But again, the ball's switched. No one has moved. Not a single Leicester player's moved. It's like you get lulled into a false sense of security. Because what happens is you're all back behind the ball and you think, oh, we're all behind the ball, we're safe. But nobody's actually picking up. No one's making sure players are marked. It's way too easy for Newcastle at the moment.
Dominating possession, 76% of it so far in the game. They're down the right side on the attack with Almiron, who gets towards the angle of the penalty area. Goes over the ball and tries to get away from Wout Faster, who's at least showing a little bit of fight over there, chasing him out there. Oh, he skipped past another challenge, past Samare, kept hold of the ball well, and he moves towards the midpoint of the Leicester half. Isak loses the ball, and Vardy now looks to counter-attack. Isak comes from behind, knocks him to the floor, runs it back, and Vardy screams and shouts. The free kick is given to Leicester City. Elliot Anderson, using the gamesmanship skills honed on the training ground, picks up the ball and delays the taking of any free kick.
And why not? Exactly what he should be doing. It's not it's not dark arts, it's professionalism.
Absolutely. Listen, that is something that they've learned very quickly here, and it's something that Eddie Howe sort of employed down at Bournemouth, but it went under the radar a little bit. He went off to Atletico Madrid and spent a bit of time there during his sabbatical and picked up even more from Diego Simeone, things he could use, and they've done it. But it's not just about that. They've played some brilliant football as well. They've got some great goal scorers, and they're putting the pressure on Leicester City here. Here is Longstaff down the right. A roll by Almiron. He beats Luke Thomas. He goes into the right wing position, lays it off to Longstaff, who's been chased out there by Wout Faes. He's played it against Thomas, who's coming back, and it's out for another corner away to our right hand side. It's all Newcastle.
I mean, Leicester have been in the Newcastle half once with any, I would say, control on the ball. There's been a few launches forward that have come to absolutely nothing. But listen, they're defending at the moment, and it feels a little bit like, well, if it hits me or is close to me, I'll clear it. But I'm not going to make a huge effort to get anywhere else.
0-0 the score. 14.5 minutes gone, live on TalkSport on game night, and it's a corner over on the far side to be taken by the arch set piece taker Trippier, in towards the near post, flicked away by Harry Souttar, out towards this near side, and Elliot Anderson scurries to retrieve it for Newcastle, back centrally, and Guimaraes, lovely ball in towards Wilson. He almost got there. It was a brilliant ball through the eye of a needle for Bruno Guimaraes. It split that tightly packed Leicester defence in two, and Wilson was on it. Look at that run and movement from Wilson as well, the way he checks back to make sure he's onside, then darts into position down the left channel. And if he'd got on the end of that and rounded the goalkeeper, that would have been a certain goal.
Perfect centre forward play. Come towards the ball, 2 or 3 steps, turn and spin. Make sure you stay onside, and a fabulously weighted ball from Guimaraes was inches away from being perfect.
How good is Kieran Trippier? Just picked the ball up over on the far side under a little bit of pressure, so switched it from right to left into Byrne, who was free. Oh, how good is Isaac? He's torn Castagna a new one down the left-hand side. Played a good ball into Anderson inside the box. He played it against Johnny Evans, and then it popped up against him and then went out of play for a goal kick. But Isaac's having a field day down this left-hand side. Couple of little step-overs and tricks which have easily taken him past Timothy Castagna, who can't live with him at the moment. And that was excellent from the Swedish attacker.
You've got so many problems like that when you're the full-back, and already he's got him on toast.
Who's done that to you?
Ginola.
Yeah?
I think it was at Spurs.
Okay.
But it's one of those, it's like, because if I was Isak now, I'd be in the full-back's ear going, you know what, I've got you. What are you going to do about it? Because in this day and age, you can't foul. You can't go and put a massive challenge in to stop him. And you just keep on it. So what, there you go again, look, he's just running in behind him.
Oh, Wilson, he's got the better of Souttar. He's gone into the penalty area now. He tries to tease it towards the far post. It wasn't the best of efforts, and it was cleared away. I think everyone was shocked, actually, that the ball came through to Wilson, even Callum Wilson himself. He's got a grimace on his face, but it feels like a matter of time.
They're enjoying themselves, Newcastle, at the moment.
Just a bit. It's 0-0. But they've had all the ball. Yeah. 80% possession now.
Even Isak there, where it didn't quite work out. They looked at each other, had a little smile, a little giggle to each other. It's like, this is good. We're enjoying this. There's no chance. We're going to get that point, at least. And probably more the way they're playing.
TalkSport live at St James's Park with Almiron on the attack again for Newcastle, down the right hand side, moving into the penalty area, gets it back onto his left foot, runs inside the box, left footed, drives it towards the far corner. It's over the top of the crossbar. It's a good effort from Miguel Almiron after a really good run, and he's had a difficult time really. Only 3 goals in his last 25 after a brilliant start to the season in goal scoring terms.
Well, he was ahead of Jack Grealish, wasn't he, at one point? Yeah. Getting all the plaudits. Obviously Jack's kicked on since then, and all credit to him. But I think what you do have here with this Newcastle side, it's a very good organisation and a fantastic team work ethic. They are very much a team.
Well, you see that with all the way they celebrate after games when they've won, the pictures, the collective group celebrations. I was here on Thursday night. They started that game so well. They bossed the midfield, which was the first time they managed to do that in the absence of Longstaff. And he's back in the team today.
It is a lot easier doing that and having a great spirit when you're winning, I have to say that.
But they weren't winning last season. not as much as they are now. I mean, when Eddie Howe took over, they were relegation fodder.
That's credit to Eddie Howe and his staff and the players that he's brought in. But he's brought in those characters that not only have won, but are able to create that mentality of good characters working hard, being together.
Listen, let's not pretend they haven't spent loads of money. They've spent good money on good players, but they've also coached some of the players that were here and made them better.
Yeah, but they haven't spent extortionate amounts of money compared to everybody else in and around them.
19 minutes played. Newcastle 0, Leicester 0. Live on TalkSport. That's a little bit loose from Trippier. Goes straight to Ndidi and then on to Tielemans, who travels forward, clips the ball over the top looking for Iheanacho. Byrne got a little bit tangled there. Iheanacho has kept hold of the ball and then he's been pushed backwards by Byrne. Into midfield it goes. Samare back to Johnny Evans, and Newcastle push them back into their own half. Harry Souttar has it, clips it down the right touchline. Botman away, heads it into Byrne's path. First time ball goes past Ndidi. Anderson, now Bruno Guimaraes is on it again. He clips it wide right. There's space here for Trippier. He runs forward. The Leicester defence are backpedaling. Trippier's coming forward. He's now midway inside their half. He plays it forward towards the edge of the box, and there's a bit of a late challenge by Longstaff on Johnny Evans. It was a coming together of the two, according to the referee, but Johnny Evans, who has only just come back from a very lengthy injury, doesn't look particularly comfortable after that collision.
Dead leg. Nothing more than that, really. Johnny Evans comes across and clears it.
Oh, is it not the knee on the...
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's a knee into the... It's a dead leg. It's just like you said, Sam, it's just a coming together. There's nothing you can do about that. He's slowing down, he's stopping. He just catches him. It'll be a sore one for Johnny Evans. He's going to have to keep stretching that, keep that warm. If not, that is going to tighten up very, very quickly.
Leicester City have scored the 10th most goals in the league over the course of the season. Only Leeds, Southampton and Bournemouth have conceded more. As Dean Smith said yesterday, disappointment and frustration are the two words I'd say I've seen. But we are running out of games to put that right, and the players know that. Yep, it's now or never for Leicester. Newcastle just need a point to secure Champions League football. So as it stands right now, they're all right. Byrne moving up to halfway. Newcastle dominating the ball. A lovely tifo came up prior to the start of the game with the old school Newcastle badge away to our left in the Lees' ends, which I thought was terrific. Ball sent wide.
Look at Trippier and Byrne are just playing like 1-2s with each other across the back, aren't they? But the ball's travelling 60 yards and not a single Leicester player is going to close down.
Isaac has seen a lot of the ball in the early exchanges, plays it back into midfield. Guimaraes wide, on to Byrne, back to Bruno Guimaraes, who leaves it for Elliot Anderson, who sizes up an effort, right footed towards the far corner. Everson has to take a couple of steps to his left in order to get there. He does, and it goes into the arms of the Danish goalkeeper, and it will be cleared away. But that was good football from Newcastle United, manipulating the ball across the line. It's a tightly packed defence. It's going to be difficult to break down, but they've had a couple of efforts already.
But it looks like one of those games, training games, where it's youth team versus the first team, and the youth team has said, don't get too tight, don't tackle anyone, don't get anybody injured, just be in the way and let them have the ball. But where's the pressure? Everybody's behind the ball, but there's not a single bit of pressure on any Newcastle player.
Trippier on the right side delivers a ball into the box. It's flicked away by Souttar. Where's the pressure? It's on the Leicester City shoulders. Castagna on the right side of their defence brings it clear up towards halfway, then launches it high down the right channel. Nick Pope's going to come and get that. He heads it delicately into the path of Bruno Guimaraes, and they're off and underway again. Newcastle coming through the middle up to Trippier. They're allowed to pass the ball around. Dean Smith says he should have shaped that ball, Timothy Castagna. Why didn't he? By which time they're already on the edge of the Leicester penalty area. Guimaraes into Longstaff inside the area, left-footed shot blocked by Evans inside the 6-yard box. It'll come through towards Isaac. They're playing on despite of a handball. He's gone down the side of the penalty area. He's twisting away from one defender, plays it against Castagna, plays it against him again.
Another handball,
and it's away for a corner.
It was a second-hand ball there, I think.
I think it was outside the box, wasn't he?
Well, be close, but his arm was high as well. I'm not sure. I know Andrew Mann's trying to play on, But when you've got Kieran Trippier in your side and a free kick potentially at 22 yards...
I thought it wasn't much of an advantage turning him down a cul-de-sac, was it?
Well, yeah, I'd rather have the free kick.
Corner kick has been given on this near side. The Newcastle left as they look at it. It's a huge bunch of players in front of the goalkeeper, Daniel Everson. And there's a bit of space on the edge of the area for Almiron and for Anderson, of which there's only one Leicester City marker. And this corner to be taken by Trippier on this near side. He hits it right-footed in towards that congested near post. It's headed away by Vardy. Comes back to Longstaff, who's in front of the centre circle. He clips it over the top towards the right side. It's flicked away and then picked up by Cher, far side. He travels with it, plays it to the right edge of the area. It's a 1-2 from Almiron and Bruno Guimaraes. He gets caught under his feet. Thomas does well to scrap the ball away. They dig it out and send it long, but of course it goes straight to a black and white shirt and it comes back again. Down the right, Cher travelling forward. 24 gone, Talk Sport runs into Samara, he turns it over, he looks up, where can he pass the ball to? Well, he can't pass it now because he's been dragged to the floor by Fabian Cher.
What did I say Leicester's tactics would be before the game? Pack the defence and launch it. And that's exactly what's happening, isn't it?
Is it working?
It's 0-0, so they're in the game. And this is... Dean Smith's game plan would have been, you know what, lads, stay in the game. If we can get a bit lucky, keep a clean sheet, whatever it might be, there's always a chance with the pace that we have up front, with Vardy, with Iheanacho, that we can nick one on the counter-attack.
Newcastle already have more points than any other Premier League season for 20 years, when Bobby Robson was blending youth and experience with a cool hand. Amiobi and Shearer, Genus and Speed, Bramble and O'Brien interspersed with Woodgate, Solano and Dyer. Now it's a new team and there will be new faces that want to join this project in the summer. It's a special time to be a Newcastle fan, and a point tonight takes them to the promised land of the Champions League. And Europe itself is new ground, the first European tour since the Alan Pardew days. Just a point needed tonight for top tier stuff, but they've already guaranteed a place in the Europa League next season at bare minimum.
Just a word on Eddie Howe as well, though. When you think, you know, he's earned his stripes coming through the ranks.
Absolutely.
You know, finishing very, very early, taking a coaching managerial role extremely early, and working his way up through the system, and has now got to the very, very top level. I know he's young, but he's actually very experienced, isn't he, for a young manager?
Absolutely. I've spent a lot of time with Eddie because he was injured for a large part when I was a rookie reporter down on the south coast. Here is Isaac playing the ball towards the left-hand side, and that's a late challenge on Castagna by Isaac, and he's going to get a yellow card. He's gone down and hurt himself, and now, or is he tying his laces? No, I think he's hurt his calf, has he there?
No, I think he's just caught his knee. I think it's one of those that, as he's stretching, it's just caught his shin. And the problem is, they don't wear shin pads these days. You know, that's the issue, isn't it? They're so small, they're so tiny.
I think we should probably explain to listeners what you mean by that, because if you go into a kit room at a training ground, there's a special regulation about how big the shin pads have to be.
It's about iPhone size.
Yeah, and the players have them cut to exactly that, don't they? To make sure that they're as light as possible on the front of their shins.
Which, again, it just goes to show there is almost zero contact in the game. And that's the other problem, I think. There becomes, and I spoke to a lot of the rugby guys about this, there becomes a point where maybe the players are feeling a little bit more because they're not used to contact. They're not used to getting clipped. They're not used to getting that shin on shin and getting up and playing on. But yeah, you're right. If a phone's bigger than an iPhone, I mean, you'd be very, very surprised. Sorry, shin pads are bigger than an iPhone, you'd be very, very surprised.
I was going to say, if a phone's bigger than an iPhone, then it's probably a Samsung Galaxy, isn't it?
Other phones are available.
This is Talk Sport. You're not listening to the phone shop. And we're live.
He's struggling here, isn't he, Sam, though?
Well, he's down and he's getting some treatment, and we've got a pause in play, and as a result of that, all the players are taking on fluids to make sure that they're hydrated. I thought it was pretty warm and humid today, actually. It's a bit of a dehydrating day. You're listening to Newcastle versus Leicester on TalkSport with Now Sports. Don't forget, with Now Sports you can stream all the Sky Sports action like Newcastle versus Leicester live right now for $11.99. Search Now Sports. And let me tell you what's coming up this week. Brighton Manchester City on Wednesday night is live on TalkSport. That's basically like a party, right? I wouldn't be surprised if like Norman Cook's there DJing while the game's going on. Those two teams have achieved everything they need to achieve this season.
He'll be down the front, mate. Don't worry about that. He won't be in the stadium.
Manchester United Chelsea is Thursday night. That's live on Talk Sport. Saturday we got Coventry Luton, the Championship playoff final, live and exclusive. Looking forward to that. 4:45 that one starts. Sunday Carlisle Stockport, the League Two playoff final, and then at 4:30 we'll have 2, 3, 4, 5 games for you on the Talk Sport network. We won't decide yet where we're going until we know what the state of play is, but we will let you know in the fullness of time. Monday it's Barnsley Sheffield Wednesday in the League One playoff final at 3 o'clock, and then Wednesday night Sevilla against Roma in the Europa League final. Looking forward to that. And then the Manchester Derby Saturday 3rd of June, the FA Cup final, Conference League final and Champions League final to come. All the football all the time. It's Talk Sport. We're back underway, and so is Alexander Isak back on the field of play after his treatment, and he's moving. Leicester City are on the attack down the left-hand side. It's clipped in towards the near post. I think there might have been a hand used there. It's going to be a free kick to Newcastle in the right full-back position, 0-0.
When you say on the attack, you mean in Newcastle's half?
Sorry, yeah. Geographically on the attack. Floodlights are on, and the Newcastle fans haven't stopped singing since they all crammed in here about half an hour before kick-off. They brilliantly whip the atmosphere up now inside this stadium. It is great to be.
The only thing that's annoying is the PA system that is so loud. And I say that because it's unnecessary.
Do you know what? PA systems get on my nerves.
They don't need
They're
it.
either too loud or they don't work properly. Yesterday at Manchester City, just didn't work properly. They were in interviews on the pitch. You couldn't hear a word they were saying.
If there's one place where you do not need to ramp up the atmosphere, it's here.
Ball in towards the Leicester City box from the right-hand side by Wilson. Dealt with by Castagna. Burns shoots from miles out, hits the first man, and then is won by Jamie Vardy in midfield. He sends it up, plays a 1-2 with a Iheanacho. Longstaff's going to get there ahead of Jamie Vardy, turn the ball over, and now Newcastle on the attack again. Half an hour played at St James's Park on this Monday night, game night, on Talk Sport. It's on to the left and Anderson by Isak. He tries to get beyond Castagna, gives it back to Isak, a chance to cross. Who's he waiting for in the centre? Burns travelled in there. Here's Guimaraes trying to steer it through towards Burn. He couldn't keep it under control. It bounces off him, and Samare leaves it for Ndidi, who brings it clear. Then Tielemans whips it round the corner, inviting Iheanacho to chase. He's fast, but not that fast. And Nick Pope has it just outside his own penalty area, away to our right-hand side. Newcastle United in possession again.
It's a dangerous thing to say, and it's not a very nice thing to say, but Leicester look like they've lost all hope.
Maddison and Barnes were left on the bench tonight because they've become too easy to play against, says Dean Smith. Here's Anderson outside the D, playing it towards the left. Isak takes it on, gets it onto his right foot, shoots, but gets maybe a little bit too much on that. Ended up being a bit of a toe poke actually from Isak, and as a result of that, it flew away beyond the far post and out into the Leeds' end and away for a goal kick. 81% possession for Newcastle United, 4 shots on goal, 1 on target, 3 corners. Leicester's figures 19% possession, no shots on target, no corners,
and only giving away 2 fouls, which means they're not getting tight to anybody. They're not putting pressure on the ball, because you would expect a team defending for their lives would be overstepping the mark on occasion, and they're clearly not even doing that.
Now, they still remain the only team in Europe's major leagues not to keep a clean sheet post the World Cup, Leicester City. Byrne plays it straight against Ndidi. Ball's blocked. Jason Tindall with a bit of control on the near side. He's just on his phone then, Jason Tindall. Just put it back into his pocket. Still never beat the Sam Allardyce trick yesterday of finding a fiver, offering it around to everyone, and then casually putting it in his pocket. That was terrific. That was all going well at that point for Sam Allardyce until...
Surely Jason Tindall was just taking a selfie, wasn't he?
He's a good lad, Jason Tindall.
I'm just jealous. He's got a very fine head of hair, a lovely tan.
He really has. He's got enough hair for the both of us, I think.
Not sure where that tan comes from in Newcastle, though.
I am. Here's Castagna on the near touchline, down the right, looking for Ndidi. Ball into the air, and Bruno Guimaraes has a little bit of poise by nudging it forward to Wilson. And Leicester, who are defending very deep, now have to deal with Almiron. That's a good touch. He's turned and he's run at the tightly packed defence. He runs into Suter, gets an arm in the face, and Andre Mariner doesn't give a free kick. It looks as if he was looking for that Almiron.
He was going down before he got the knock in the face. And I think he did get a knock in the face, but I think because he was already on the way down, the referee makes the right call.
Trippier far side the right, still 0-0. 12 minutes before half-time. Here's Elliot Anderson on the left-hand side. It's very tiring when you haven't got the ball for so often in the match. Isak in towards the near post, it's stabbed towards his own goal by Evans, who eventually runs it out towards the near side and manages to clear. And it was a delicate little ball in by Isak. It was a really teasing ball which Evans had to deal with. Here's Iheanacho dropping deep, and Leicester trying to get out. Newcastle harassing them. They find a way to find Ndidi, whose ball over the top is headed away by Cher, and it's picked up again by Newcastle United. They've got nowhere near Nick Pope's goal, by the way, in this game. Leicester City, maybe that's the plan.
They're just hoping for one ball over the top, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're going to keep trying it. They're going to sit deep, defend, well, put themselves behind the ball. Not quite sure you can call it defending, and they're just going to launch it forward and hope that Vardy gets onto something or a Newcastle player slips over.
Well, they've got a goal threat, Newcastle United. 18 goal Callum Wilson. Isak's got 10, both create 2. Almiron's got 11, Bruno's got 5. Here is Trippier into the box looking for Anderson. He's a bit behind him and it's away by Castagna, and he clears out towards the near touchline and he runs upfield towards halfway for Leicester. Clips it over the top looking for Iheanacho, and he almost got something on it, but across comes Cher in front of Vardy, puts it out for a throw-in over on the far side. 0-0. Dean Smith claps and applauds the effort from Leicester City, who have worked hard in the opening 35 minutes of the game.
And breaking news, Leicester and Newcastle's half.
And Luke Thomas is going to take the throw-in over on the far side.
There's no urgency from Leicester at all, is there?
Nope. Run the clock down. Let's see how far we can get with a scoreline that reads Newcastle 0, Leicester City 0 on TalkSport with Car Finance 24/7 behind you on your car buying journey. Search Car Finance 24/7 today. Ball headed away by Newcastle, picked up by Wilson, smacked into the air by Anderson, launched to halfway. Evans nudges it forward. It's over the head of Longstaff, and Kieran Trippier can take a couple of touches before sending it into midfield for Bruno Guimaraes, who shapes the ball through the air out towards the near side. Dan Burn takes it down, wants to run up towards the halfway line, just got outfoxed by the spin of the ball, and sends it back to Bruno Guimaraes, and then it's infield to Fabian Cher. Cher wide onto Trippier, who's got space to run into down the right side. He's midway inside Leicester territory now, on the attack for Newcastle United. Wide on the touchline again now. Trippier gets it back from Bruno Guimaraes. He then turns infield. Needs to be a little bit more movement from the Newcastle forwards. Here is Cher out to Anderson on the near side. Back to Botman. Into Bruno Guimaraes. Longstaff. Cher far side once again. 37 gone. Trippier slides it through up to the edge of the area. Bruno Guimaraes dives in. Wilson will get there. No, he won't, because Harry Suter comes lumbering out. He's big and physical and chunky, and he smacks the ball to halfway. Australian international Harry Suter, who hasn't been used that much by the new manager Dean Smith. Brendan Rodgers was using him a bit, but he's a very big, bulky defender. He's got a real physical presence about him. He's strong and very aggressive. He did very well at the World Cup. Here on the left-hand side, Isak trying to take the ball down the touchline. He comes infield instead and gives it to Botman. They switch the ball to the far side. Quickly touched on to Trippier. Trippier down the right. Longstaff gets a nudge in the back. I thought that was a foul.
It's a foul.
That is a foul.
It's a clear foul, that. Not quite sure why Andrew Mount has missed that one.
Guimaraes travels forward. He needs some support. He's got Isak to his left. He gives it to him eventually. He comes centrally. It's very tightly packed in the middle of the pitch. They need to get the ball wide here, Newcastle United. Open up the pitch, stretch that back line. Guimaraes delivers a ball into the box. Almiron is peeling away, heads it down, finds Trippier inside the area, sets it back, headed away by Suter. Comes back towards the edge of the box and Cher just swings a foot at it, and it just goes into the Lees' end, into the second section of seats, and then a steward tried to kick it and then fell on his backside.
That's why you're a steward. let the lads do the playing. Trying to do a half volley off the steps is never a good idea, is it? But Newcastle, so dominant. They just need that goal. They just need that breakthrough. If they get one, they'll get 3 or 4. I think the way that it's going at the moment.
Well, the Opta supercomputer has given Leicester City an 83% expectation of relegation now. And lose tonight, and I think it will be 95% or more. Their one ray of hope is the fact that their manager is one of only 5 in Premier League history to have kept a team up from as precarious a situation as this, with just 2 games remaining. 3 seasons to go. Dean Smith's Aston Villa were 4 points from safety with 3 to go. But 5 points from their remaining 3 games in the running was enough to get them to leapfrog Watford and survive.
But there's a chance. And that's,
you're telling me there's a chance.
Well, but that's what it is. If Leicester go into the last game, and they will, no matter what happens here, with a chance.
I suppose tonight gives you an indication of how good that chance is. If they lose, it's not a very good chance at all.
No, because
if they draw,
confidence is
not a great chance.
Confidence
if they
is
win,
even more or lower than
they've got every chance.
Normally.
Yeah. Here is Iheanacho. Plays the ball across his own half of the field and gives it straight to Anderson. Anderson scurries towards the edge of the box. Isak takes over now, plays it down the left. Anderson delivers across it, takes a deflection, goes behind, it's out for a corner. And that's come about because of a sloppy pass from Kelechi Iheanacho. Barnes warming up down in front of us, and Newcastle warming players up too. It's 5 minutes before half-time. You're listening to Talk Sport. Here is the corner kick away to our left in front of the Leesy's end. Very difficult with Harry Souttar in there. I mean, he's probably been deployed by Dean Smith because he knows just how good Newcastle are from set pieces. Ball sent into the box, pushed away by Everson, comes back out to the right hand side. The cross is deep. Byrne gets up there with a header. He's trying to keep it in here. He does. He's hooked in by Wilson. It cleared off the line. Wilson again, cleared off the line again. This time by the retreating Ndidi, and it's behind and away for a corner kick.
Wow, that's really got the crowd going. 2 great opportunities. Where was the goalkeeper going? You just mentioned delivery superb. Newcastle keep it alive. Goalkeeper comes out.
Oh, he's hit the post from about 2 yards out, Wilson.
But he catches it, the goalkeeper, and throws it back into his own area. Look.
Corner again. Trippier to take it away to our left-hand side. That was a big, big chance for Newcastle United to take the lead. 40 minutes into the game. Wilson's hit the post on the volley, and it's come back, he's headed the ball goalwards, and it's cleared off the line by Ndidi. Bit of pushing and shoving going on inside the 6-yard box before this delivery comes in, wide from the left-hand side. It'll be a right-footed delivery from Kieran Trippier. He sends it into the near post, it's flicked on, it goes through the 6-yard box, comes back out, shoots De Scher towards the edge of the 6-yard box, it's blocked again, and then Almiron will try and travel down the right side before getting it back to Scher, who will get it towards the edge of the area. Here is Bruno Guimaraes trying to slide it down the right side of the box. There's a challenge by Iheanacho, which stops the momentum of the attack, and then Trippier has it inside the centre circle. He clips it down towards the right, chested down by Scher. He moves forward, lays it off to Sean Longstaff, and then Longstaff comes infield. Up it goes into midfield, then back towards the edge of the 6-yard, the centre circle once again, and then it's with Bruno Guimaraes. He plays it out towards the left, onto Elliot Anderson. Anderson travels infield, being chased by Ndidi. Bruno Guimaraes forward to Trippier, keeping hold of the ball well. Newcastle United. Leicester back behind the ball, trying desperately to defend, keep a clean sheet, which they haven't done since November. Ball chipped towards the edge of the area, headed down, comes to Almiron, right footed shot, hits the post again. Isak over the top of the crossbar from 7 yards out. Well, I don't know how it hasn't gone in, but it hasn't. They've hit the post twice now in this first half, and Isak knows that he's just missed a huge opportunity. As it came back off the post and into his path, it was almost certain to go in. It went a yard over the top of the crossbar. Lovely ball down the right channel, helped on by Scher into the path of Almiron. He got something on it. It bounced in front of the goalkeeper, who was nowhere near it, to be honest with you. And it hit the inside of the post, came back towards Wilson. He miskicked it. That way it came through to Isak, and then he blasted it over the top.
He hits the target, he scores, doesn't he? I mean, incredible, really. Again, good strike from Almiron. Digs it down into This reminds me a bit like an Xbox game when I'm playing one of my kids, where I've got no idea what I'm doing, and I'm just pressing buttons,
bashing.
Yeah, and getting lucky.
Currently, Newcastle United 0, Leicester 0. And for the latest odds, you can head to Ladbrokes, where right now you can get Newcastle's win at 15-8 on, 13-2 the Leicester win, 23-10 the draw. That's all thanks to Ladbrokes. Play at ladbrokes.com, 18+, be gamble aware.
Only 13-2. Are they watching the game?
As you said earlier on, there's a chance.
There's always, and that's the thing. Sometimes, they've got to ride your luck. Post has been hit twice already,
and they have ridden their luck in the opening 45 minutes of this game.
It's nearly half time and they're still in the game.
Before the World Cup, Leicester were in the Premier League top 6 for goals per game and shot conversion, despite a bottom 5 defensive record. Only an inability to hold on to leads was keeping them out of the race for Europe. But since the resumption of the season at Christmas, their performance in both attack and defence has declined. Only the Premier League high 13 points taken from losing positions has prevented them from relegation already. Here is Bruno Guimaraes to the edge of the box, scooping it forward. It's behind Almiron, fast trying to take charge, under pressure from Longstaff, worked it wide out towards the right. We're in the final minute of the first half. Crossing to the box by Trippier, away by Castagna, out for a throw in midway between the edge of the penalty area and the byline, away to our left hand side.
Again, it's just going to be an onslaught in the second half, isn't it? Slightly down the slope towards the Gallowgate end. We might as well just turn our seats and face them down the hill.
Well, we've been facing this way the whole of this first half. Here is Trippier into the box towards Wilson. It's clipped off his toes by Johnny Evans, and it's behind and away for another corner kick right at the end of this first half. We've got 20 seconds of normal time to play. Across goes Botman to Anderson, to protect the ball, and then he gives it to Trippier. Trippier places it on the edge of the quadrant. Longstaff is on the edge of the area, completely unmarked. There's not anybody within 20 yards of him. 3 minutes of added time. It's towards the back pass. Wilson with a header free over the top of the crossbar. Goalkeeper came and completely missed it again, and it was headed by Wilson over the top of the crossbar, and he can't believe he hasn't added to his magnificent goal tally.
He'd be very disappointed that he misses the target. It's a free header at the far post. Again, superb delivery from Kieran Trippier, bending into the far post. He's unmarked, he's free, and he's trying to guide it back towards the far post.
Could you explain what the goalkeeper's doing?
Well, that's twice he's come out and just completely flapped at things, isn't it? I mean, no, I can't, is the answer.
3 minutes of added time to play, of which we've played 40 seconds of the first of those. It's still 0-0 on TalkSport. The good news is that 60% of the 67 goals that Leicester have let in have come in the first half of matches. To get to half-time without conceding is a rare treat for Leicester City supporters, for those of whom have made the journey.
But, what were we, a minute or so from half-time, hit the post twice, a couple of
great chances.
Really good chances where not far out from goal. You start to wonder, is it going to be Leicester's night?
Here's Isaac down the left-hand side, moving towards the edge of the penalty area, plays it wide onto Anderson. Anderson chops back, Isaac wants it back again, get it inadvertently after a half clearance by Castagna. Then Anderson will get hold of it, tackled by Ndidi, away by Castagna, goes to halfway. Cher has it now. Remember, they only need a point, Newcastle United, to go to the Champions League next season. So this is fine by them at this moment in time. But the longer the game goes on, I suppose the more nervous people will get. Here's Guimaraes down the right-hand side into the path of Almiron. Almiron sends it to Trippier on the overlap. His cross is deep. It's over the head of Anderson. A little bit too deep this time. Isaac scurries to retrieve it. He's down the left side of the Leicester penalty area. On the attack, he comes in on his right foot. It's still 0-0. He gives it to Bruno Guimaraes on the edge of the D. More space for Almiron. Out wide right. He cuts in onto his left foot. He got a trip inside the penalty area there. The ball goes out towards the right, back towards Longstaff. Inside the box, he falls over, and then it goes out into the left full-back position, and Luke Thomas will clear. Just wonder whether or not, if Almiron had been a little bit cuter and gone down, then there might have been a decision to make for Andre Mariner.
Yeah, possibly. Looked like a couple of players just slipped though as well, going into that area, and maybe the referee was aware of that, thinking, not quite sure. And of course he's got the backup of VAR. No, they'll have a quick look at it.
Here is Dan Burn, who's backing up Isaac on this left-hand side. He's run down into the left-wing position, giving it to Isaac, who's been
pulled to the floor by Ndidi. He thought he was going to get a foul. He didn't, and now Ndidi is escaping over halfway. Bruno Guimaraes, who's got to be careful because he's already in a booking, sees the ball slid beyond him, and it's already black and white shirts everywhere before Vardy can get hold of the ball from Ndidi. And now they come forward, knowing that there's a couple of men the wrong side of the ball for Leicester. And here comes Almiron down the right side, the Paraguayan, who's darting beyond Soumare, gets to the edge of the box and lays it off to Trippier. Back infield it goes towards Cher. Cher looks up, there's no one really to aim at in the centre, so Trippier takes over now. We're into the final few seconds of added time, and there is the last action of that first half. A first half in which Newcastle United have hit the post twice and seen Isak and Callum Wilson steer efforts over the top of the bar from very close range. Newcastle are heading to the Champions League and about to record their best points total since Kevin Keegan's first spell in charge. Leicester are inching above Leeds United as it stands, but will still be relying on beating West Ham and Everton dropping points on Sunday if they're to stay up, and it stays like this. They've had 17% of the possession, no shots on target, no corners in the first half, but it is Newcastle 0, Leicester 0.
Just watching Nick Pope walk in, he must be so bored. He's literally had nothing to do but watch a game of football. He didn't even buy a ticket. But the rest of the players going in has been so one-sided. It's been ridiculous here at St James Park, but it is 0-0. They've hit the post a couple of times. They've had some other good chances. Isak firing wide, Wilson heading over. A goal line clearance from Ndidi as well, but Newcastle on top, but without the goals to show for it. But points enough for them to secure Champions League football. A point will take Leicester above Leeds, but they will need a win on the final day of the season if they only get a point here at Newcastle tonight. They're certainly going to have to show more ambition than they have in the first half if they want to get the victory. One talking point from early on that mustn't be forgotten, Danny Mills, and that is Bruno Guimaraes. The foul on Soumare, it was studs at knee height. If the referee shows a red there, VAR would not overturn it, in my opinion. But referees, I think, are not showing a red. They'll show a yellow, thinking, well, if it is a clear red, VAR will change that and we'll get it right eventually. That's not how it works, though, is it?
No, I think that's a very good assessment. And this is what it's all been with VAR. It's a backup. It's I don't have to make a decision, because if it's a glaring mistake, they'll pick it up for me. So it's too easy sometimes for them to go, actually, I'll give a yellow, it's a foul. Having said that, I mean, I look at it, there wasn't a huge amount of force in it. He mistimed it and he caught him. It wasn't like he was going right through him. On the basis, do you want to see players sent off for that? I don't think it was nasty. It wasn't excessive force. It's a little bit late and it looks a little bit nasty. So probably a yellow is about right, but I think you're right. You know, and you watch so much, you watch a ridiculous amount of football. That's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, it's one of my big problems with VAR, that the likes of Howard Webb do not address. They don't address that kind of thing, and that's the kind of thing that does need addressing. I don't think it would have changed Leicester's game plan, and let's talk about their game plan, which is basically to sit back, soak it all up.
I told you.
Harry Souttar to head everything away if possible, and that's about it. The end of the first half, the possession stat, 83% for Newcastle, which is insane, but it is actually working for Leicester, and the job
well, it is.
Last 15 minutes, bring on Maddison, you win the game.
The ball boys have had more possession than Leicester. But what's the big stat that counts? 0-0. You know, and I said that gives them a chance. They need one moment. If they can keep, and they've ridden their luck incredibly, but if they continue to do that, they need one moment. That's all you need. You just need a 5-second moment in the game where Vardy gets away, goal. Simple as that. Job done. But a point is not a bad... Are Leeds going to win against Spurs? Probably not, is the answer. If Everton get a point, let's say it's still 0-0 here, Leicester still have to win that last game, and that would get them out of it. So that's probably what they're back. They're going, if we get a point here, we've got just as much chance as actually if they win here.
I did have a message from our TalkSport colleague Hugh Wozencroft, said all three are going to win on the final day. I mean, none of them are winning games, so how he thinks, if he's right, it's fair play to him.
I'll tell you what, I'll take that bet, Hugh. I'll message you later for the odds.
I can't see Leicester winning anything.
I'll take his house off him.
Absolutely extraordinary. But listen, if that comes off, we've both got to apologise to him. It's 0-0 here, all Newcastle. As a Newcastle fan, I know Emma has just messaged me saying, how on earth are Newcastle not in front? Somehow it's stayed away from the back of the net. The keeper's been flapping, there's been chances that should have been taken, and the woodwork's been rattled as well. Leicester, though, are goalless here at Newcastle, and they will move up a place in the bottom three. You know, this is a season that's never ending. We've got more Premier League football for you on Wednesday night. I'll be at Brighton against Man City. What a celebration that will be. Stuart Pearce and Sam Matterface on commentary duty for that, live and exclusive. And then the following night, there's another one. Thursday, Premier League, Man United against Chelsea. Nigel Adley and Dean Ashton with the commentary. Hugh Wozencroft will be your host at Old Trafford on that night. And all three playoff finals, all three European finals, live on TalkSport. We will be heading out to Prague with West Ham and to Istanbul with Manchester City as well. This is TalkSport, where the football never stops. Half time on game night, Newcastle somehow 0, Leicester 0.
Monday game night on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Are you in? Let's go. Play at ladbrokes.com. 18+ begambleaware.org.
And he's barrelled it straight through the midfield into the Village Hotel Pub and Grill Fan Zone, the home of big screen live football. A long volley over the stadium seats by the giant screens into the left-hand corner of the bar, past a winning lineup of ice-cold beers and a magnificent menu of mouth-watering footy food. Result: enjoy the perfect big match experience with food, drink and live football at a Village Hotel Pub and Grill Fan Zone at 33 UK locations. Find your nearest venue and win monthly prizes, including match tickets at villagehotels.com/fanzone. Get in. Conditions apply. 18+, always drink responsibly.
Hello, my friend. Life comes at you fast, so make time for you time with Just Eat. For early times, lunch times, late times, strange times. The perfect times for the McDonald's Sausage and Egg McMuffin, Five Guys Cheeseburger and Strawberry Shake, Domino's Pepperoni Passion, plus more from Costa Coffee, Creams Cafe and Pizza Express. So order now, later, in a bit, whenever. We got it.
Did somebody say Just Eat?
Product subject to availability in restaurant and serving times. Participating stores only. See justeat.co.uk for details.
Rodri to De Bruyne, flicked onto Walker. Goal! No one saw that coming.
Or as we say in Japan, no warutaka wa tsume o kakusu. The smart hawk hides its talents. For a taste beyond expected, Asahi Super Dry, official beer partners of Manchester City. Enjoy responsibly. Visit drinkaware.co.uk.
For all the top Premier League analysis, listen to The Game, the Premier Football podcast from The Times. Every Monday and Thursday, join Hugh Wozencroft and a host of big-name guests for in-depth reaction and opinion on the latest action and the biggest issues in the world of football.
It's a massive goal!
Hear previews of all the upcoming matches and provocative and compelling opinions from some of the finest football writers from The Times and The Sunday Times.
Lovely bit of football!
Listen to The Game on the free Times Radio app or wherever you find your podcasts.
We all fantasize about our perfect home, sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a treehouse in the garden.
I'm living my perfect childhood.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals on a wide range of building products. In May, we've got 2.4 by 1.2 metre by 12.5 millimetre fireboard plasterboard for £11.49 ex-VAT. And with free delivery, that's a real deal. Find more real deals online at selcobw.com.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
That charged at 20%. Free delivery within local delivery areas.
This football season, get a hand from Betfair's popular Bet Builder and easily add our fan favourite football selections to your bet slip in just one tap. Spend less time finger faffing and place your bet the easy way. Now that's handy, because we're Betfair.
Exclusive to Betfair Sportsbook. Terms and conditions apply. Please see frequently asked questions on support.betfair.com. 18+ begambleaware.org.
Sunday session on TalkSport with Now Sports. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Newcastle versus Leicester live tonight for $11.99. No contract. Search Now Sports 18+. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
Leave behind the workday blues. More live football on a Monday night.
night.
What a chance, what a goal!
This is Game Night
on Talk Sport.
Game night on TalkSport with Car Finance 24/7. Search Car Finance 24/7 today. It is Newcastle 0, Leicester 0. Newcastle with all the ball and with all the chances. A point though does mean Champions League football for Newcastle guaranteed, but they want to win. And I've got to say, when I worked in the bars here, the Tuxedo Royale, the boat under the Tyne Bridge with a revolving dance floor, Monday nights were always student nights in Newcastle, but I tell you the big market will be rocking this evening if Newcastle United get the win and guarantee Champions League football next season. For Leicester, they'll stay in the bottom three with a point, but they will go above Leeds. They will, though, need a win on the final day of the season. Let's get the half-time odds with Ladbrokes.
Odds update on Talk Sport with Ladbrokes. Are you in? Let's go. Play at ladbrokes.com. 18 plus begambleaware.org.
Jess O'Reilly from Ladbrokes. 0-0, remarkably, unbelievably, inexplicably 0-0 at half-time.
I know, crazy. Over 80% possession from Newcastle, which on one hand is pretty pathetic from Leicester that they haven't really got out of their own half. But in fairness, on the other, they're doing the job that they obviously set out to do with the team sheet they have. 14 shots from Newcastle, just 2 on target. You've got to think, how long can they hold on for? They are very much surviving here. Not too much change in the match betting. Newcastle still odds on at 4-7, Leicester out to 7-1, and the draw is in there at 9-4. I don't see the draw myself. I do see Newcastle nicking it after that first half. You've just got to think they're eventually going to creep through. Newcastle to win to 0 is around the 21-20 mark. I think that's where the play is now, and the 1-0 scoreline is in there at 19-5.
Jess, thank you very much. That's the latest odds with Ladbrokes. Play at ladbrokes.com. 18 plus begambleaware.org.
Odds update on Talk Sport with Ladbrokes. Are you in? Let's go. Play at ladbrokes.com. 18 plus begambleaware.org.
Well, they've just had some sort of shooting competition at half-time, and some of those had Amanda Staveley's out there on the pitch as well. Some of those, she's had more of the ball than any Leicester player in that first half. She's kicked the ball more than Jamie Vardy did in that first half, but that's the Leicester game plan. TalkSport Breakfast with Laura Woods and Ali McCoy from 6 a.m. on Tuesday morning. Tomorrow morning, the former Newcastle and Liverpool manager Graham Souness is among the guests. He'll tell you why he's swimming the channel. It's all for a good cause. Fair play to him. He's a good man. And when the breakfast show's done, stay with TalkSport, because White and Jordan will be joined in the studio by rockstar Noel Gallagher, of course a big fan of the champions Manchester City. He'll be absolutely lauding it tomorrow. Martin Keown this morning was sensational. He said he wanted to know why people were accusing Arsenal of bottling it, and if they were, why weren't they accusing Spurs of bottling their whole season? Martin, mate, they've developed a word for that. It's Spursy. Everybody talks about it. Come on, join in, catch up. You know what's going on. The half-time subs were warming up. James Maddison was out there, just went in a moment ago. Not too sure whether he'll be coming on or not. I can't see any changes being made this early by Dean Smith. Maybe later on when he might be pushing for a win if it is still 0-0, or if they do go behind and need to get back in the game. But so much possession for Newcastle United and so many chances as well, and it makes you wonder if Newcastle have to change their approach in the second half. Graham Jones has just come out onto the bench from the coaching staff at Newcastle. He was involved in a big conversation, a lengthy conversation with Jason Tindall as the half drew to a close. Eddie Howe joined them as well, and you made you wonder whether they were thinking, does it need a different approach in the second half to actually make the breakthrough? Well, they've made chances, they just haven't converted those chances. And that late change as well, Joe Linton out injured and Elliot Anderson coming in off the bench and starting the game. I think he's actually played quite well. His grandfather, Jeff Allen, played for Newcastle United as well as a winger. That was in the 60s. He was actually in the squad. He didn't play. He was in the squad when Newcastle won the Intercities Fairs Cup in 1969. So actually there's a Geordie who's been on the pitch, who's got family history, trophy history with Newcastle United. Him and Longstaff coming through the ranks here. Longstaff's dad, a Great Britain ice hockey player. He's an ice hockey legend, without a doubt. And Longstaff's brother, a footballer as well, Matthew's been at Mansfield Town and Colchester United on loan in League Two in recent seasons. But we wait to get the second half underway. Officials are out there. The Newcastle United subs are still out there warming up, but we'll wait the players. Danny Mills, just wondering if Newcastle need to change their approach if they are to break the deadlock. We've got to remember they only need a point to guarantee top four.
Yeah, but I think they'll want to win here, and especially attacking the Gallagher end in the second half. You know, talk about it a lot. That slope does not get bigger when you're trying to defend it, and Leicester will find that. They'll do exactly the same thing, but I think they just need to be a bit more clinical. Newcastle, I suggest, would be the only real thing. Do they bring maybe Anthony Gordon or someone like that, or a dribbler that can maybe open something up? But there are so many bodies back there, it becomes very, very difficult. They get one, they'll get two or three.
Oh yeah, and they are going down the hill, as you say, from the Leazes to the other end of the pitch to the Gallagher. So that will put the pressure on Leicester, who are just making their way out. Newcastle already out there. And I mentioned Elliot Anderson. You were talking about dark arts in the first half, maybe from Newcastle. Anderson will have learnt a bit on loan at Bristol Rovers under Joey Barton, who once compared him to Maradona. You want a dribbler? Maradona. Elliot Anderson, he's the dribbler. We've had everything from Newcastle in that first half, everything but the goals. It is Newcastle 0, Leicester 0, and Leicester have made that change. To tell you more about it, with the second half about to get underway, it's the former England defender Danny Mills alongside TalkSport's chief football commentator Sam Matface.
Maddison is on, Iheanacho is off, and I think the idea is that Iheanacho would provide the bullets for Jamie Vardy. That didn't really work out in the first half. Maybe Maddison can come up with something that he couldn't. Newcastle shooting from left to right, immediately get us started and get moving very quickly into Leicester territory, and immediately the game takes shape as it did in the first half, with Newcastle on the ball and Leicester defending deep.
Should we just turn to the right, Sam, and keep looking down that way?
Here is Almiron trying to get on the ball, beaten to it by Luke Thomas. Wilson comes across and puts it out. It's away for a throw-in. So Newcastle still got Pope in goal. Trippier, Share, Botman and Byrne. Bruno Guimaraes, who could have been sent off in that first half. Anderson and Longstaff. Almiron, Wilson and Isaac. And then for Leicester, it's Everson in goal. Suter, Evans, Fass and Castagna, Ndidi and Thomas. And then Tielemans and Samare, Vardy and Maddison. TalkSport live at St James's Park. Newcastle in black and white. It's all blue for Leicester City. The floodlights on now, and the sky going dark as this area of the country finally succumbs to night time. This time of the year, it's very late before it gets dark in Newcastle. Here is Share up to halfway. On to Botman, wide on the left is Anderson, and then further wide is Alexander Isak, who comes infield, looks up, switches the play from left to right, gives it to Trippier. Trippier takes a couple of steps up towards the Leicester penalty area, goes wide now onto Almiron. Almiron trying to turn away from Samare, plays a 1-2, gets it back from Bruno Guimaraes, leaves it on towards Longstaff. He's just a little bit heavy with his pass onto Longstaff, and Everson only had to come out a little bit to gobble up that ball and be cleared away. This is TalkSport.
I mean, if it carries on this way, you know, the possession stats and the chances, it will be a minor miracle if Leicester don't concede.
That's what they need. They need miracles, don't they, at this stage of the season? And Newcastle United want to deliver for their fans that have been so good to them this season. This has been a historic Newcastle Premier League campaign. Those years of the entertainers really were kind of blips, I suppose, on the landscape for most of the Premier League era when you take it as a whole. Newcastle are, though, on course for their second best Premier League season based on points per game. And the only one better than this was 94-95 when Kevin Keegan's entertainers took over 2 points per game, finished second, 78 points, 4 points behind the champions Manchester United, but they should have won it that year. Corner kick early in the second half then for Newcastle. After Byrne travelled down the left, it goes out of play. Kieran Trippier gets rapturous applause from the supporters in the corner of the east stand and the Gallowgate over on the far side, diagonally opposite us.
What a signing he's been, Sam.
Oh, brilliant.
The first signing, wasn't he? But, and even myself questioned why he would sign.
Right footed to the edge of the box, space for Almiron. It hits the hands of Tielemans, no doubt about it. But was it too close? It comes out towards the near side. That's a high foot from Johnny Evans. And the referee is going to have to stop the game and have a look at the situation and consult with his assistant on this near side. First of all, it appeared to be a handball. I mean, I don't think that it's going to be given because it hits underneath the arm.
It hits his elbow.
His back to it.
It hits his elbow, but his elbow is tight into his body. And the second one on Guimaraes, the foot is high, but I don't think he makes any contact.
Well, the referee has decided to play on. No more questions asked, and the Newcastle fans are starting to think that things are not going their way. We played 4 minutes of the second half. Newcastle won easily when these two met on Boxing Day. They have won the last two meetings between the two, but they haven't won 3 in a row against Leicester since '94. Here is Maddison playing the ball down through towards Vardy, but Vardy didn't have the ability to get on the end of that ball, and it's cleared away. And here's Trippier up over the halfway line. Maddison urged to get back and help out his team. Trippier back to Byrne, near side. Longstaff, sorry, not Byrne. Byrne's on the other side of the pitch. Here is Cher. He finds Byrne, who's just over the halfway line. He plays it down the left touchline into Isak. Isak runs up towards Castagna, who's backpedaling here. Isak delays and then comes back to the edge of the centre circle. Bruno Guimaraes trying to move things out toward the wide right. It's on to Trippier, who's engaged by Samare. Back to Almiron. Infield to plays a lovely 1-2 with Bruno Guimaraes, teases the ball into the box, cleared away by Johnny Evans, and it comes back on this near side. Jason Tindall acting as ball boy, wants things moving quickly. Clap of the hands from Eddie Howe. Back to Jason Tindall again, who is trying to urge his team forward. Out to the right, wide right, and Trippier's got it for Newcastle. The ball's back in play under the floodlights at St James's Park. It's 0-0. Newcastle probing, they're prodding, they're trying to open up this back line, this stubborn back line of Leicester City. Over on the far side, Isak outpowers Castagna, goes towards the corner flag, turns. He's had so many touches of the ball in this game, Alexander Isak.
I think what we haven't mentioned, Sam, a win guarantees Newcastle third. You know, that's really important. I know it's not about Champions League qualification. The goal difference is ridiculous, Sam. They'd have to lose something like 20-0 in the final game. That ain't going to happen. So, you know,
Manchester United got to play on Thursday, though.
Oh, of course, they've got two games
another
left,
game.
Yeah. Sorry, yes.
You went a bit early there.
Yeah, no, they won't win that. They'll lose.
They're playing Chelsea, Dan. They're playing Chelsea.
Oh, okay, fair point.
Here is Bruno Guimaraes.
But even still, they're going to want to finish third because that's important. And I know it's not about Champions League. You know, there's no qualification process. The top four go in automatically. But it's when you've been in this position, you want to say we finished third in the Premier League.
Yeah. In order to do that, they need to definitely win the last two games, and they have this game and then their game against Chelsea on the final day of the season down at Stamford Bridge. Here is Bruno Guimaraes. Securing Champions League was the aim, and they will do that with a point here tonight. Back in field to Fabian Schär. They've been patient so far. They've created good opportunities and missed opportunities. Hit the post twice. Two sitters. Here is Longstaff inside the penalty area, under pressure, goes down. Claims of handball by the Leicester players, saying that he illegally touched that, and the referee has allowed play on. Sent forward by Ndidi, but Vardy's still inside his own half of the field. There's no chance he's going to be able to race on to the end of that. He was doing the dirty work and trying to win the ball back previously, so it was a bit of a rushed pass by Ndidi forward.
Even he looks a bit downhearted, doesn't he, at the moment?
Who?
Jamie Vardy.
Yeah. Well, they all do.
But I mean, normally, if there's one player you'd expect out there to be like running around fighting for everything, it would be him.
A wave of noise sending Newcastle towards the Gallowgate. Here is Bruno Guimaraes, right angle of the penalty area away to our right hand side. Gets the return ball from Kieran Trippier. But this Leicester defence is holding firm at this moment in time. Slid forward by Schär, onto Longstaff, right footed shot, took a deflection, did it? No.
Goes behind and away, wide of goal, out for a goal kick away to our right-hand side. You're listening to Talk Sport, and we're live at the home of Newcastle United, St James's Park. 52,152 in the stadium tonight.
Not a spare seat in the house, is there? I mean, it's incredible. It's pretty much always completely packed out here. Has been for the last few seasons. Magnificent support, even when they've been through tough times.
Yeah. Official capacity is 52,305, but there is quite a few seats that are taken out here tonight because of segregation. So that probably means every seat that is available has been taken. It's almost like getting gold dust trying to get a ticket now to get into the home end at St James's Park. Here's Isaac down the left side, taken on by Bruno Guimaraes. Back to Isaac again, now down by the corner flag. He travels laterally towards the edge of the penalty area. He's got Trippier waiting for the ball on the edge of the D. He goes instead to Botman, into Bruno Guimaraes. Cher, now Trippier will get it. He's just right of the midpoint of the Leicester half of the field. Back to Botman, then on to Elliot Anderson. They're keeping the ball well here. 84% possession in the game for Newcastle United. 16 attempts on goal, 2 on target until this point, and 2 times they've hit the woodwork. Trippier into the penalty area, deep towards the far post, away by Castagna, funneling back into position, headed down. Soumare smacks it into the air. Cher is underneath it, vying with Vardy for the ball. Vardy gets the first contact on the ball, but Burns sends it back again. Poor ball forward by Ndidi, comes back to the right side, where it's collected by Trippier, onto Longstaff, onto Almiron. Almiron down the right, tickled away by Luke Thomas, out for a corner.
Leicester are camped 35 yards from their own goal. That's it. They're not even getting close to the halfway line at the moment. It's incredible. They're quite happy just to sit there, wait, see what happens. Newcastle just needs to be a little bit more clinical in and around the penalty area.
Trippier to take the corner in front of the Gallagher end. The first of the evening at this end of the ground. Right-footed, sends the ball in towards the back post, away by Harry Souttar, who I think has been placed into this team to deal with those set pieces from Kieran Trippier. Thrown in quickly from the far side by Guimaraes and turned back by Anderson to Longstaff. Longstaff floats the ball out wide towards the right. Trippier keeps hold of it, chests it down, takes it on. He's got Cher for company. Cher flips it into the box towards Isaac, away by Johnny Evans. Evans then picks up a knee problem. Gets back to his feet. Is he stretching out cramp there? I think he is stretching out cramp. Johnny Evans trying to get out from the back. He's got an issue. He's hobbling around inside the penalty area as the ball goes out towards the wide right. Trippier with the delivery towards the far post. Too heavy this time, goes behind. And Johnny Evans looks as if he's going to need some treatment.
That can't be cramp. He's not run more than 15 yards in the whole game.
It looks like he's stretching it out.
But he might have tweaked his hammy or something like that. But I mean, cramp, you've got to run around to get cramp. He's been camped on that box for probably all but 1 minute of the game.
Yeah, he's gone down inside the area trying to run something off, that's for sure. He's had so many injuries, Johnny Evans. He's been out for so much of this season. Eddie Howe's just put on a jacket. It is chillier tonight than I expected it to be, bearing in mind I came up from Manchester where it was almost tropical today, actually.
Even in Yorkshire today it was very, very sunny. But that's often the way, isn't it? This early warm sunny days, sun goes down, clear skies, temperature drops a little bit.
Yeah, I think I come underprepared, I've got to be honest with you.
Well, you know, you've gone cream jacket early for summer.
It's nearly June.
Yeah, our summer, what we get a week in August if we're lucky.
It's usually around this time that it's the hottest, isn't it? Which doesn't bode well going forward. 57 minutes gone. Newcastle 0, Leicester City 0. Live on Talk Sport. The ball is wide on the near side with Kieran Trippier. 0-0 the score. And lots of opportunities for Newcastle United, but no goals as of yet. Bruno Guimaraes out towards Trippier toward the edge of the penalty area. Now it's on to Almiron trying to get through 2 blue shirts. The blue wall has certainly been erected on the edge of that penalty area away to our right hand side. Can Newcastle find a way through? Can Newcastle pierce it? Trippier moves up towards the angle of the penalty area, back to Cher.
I'd like to see Newcastle score, if for no other reason to see what Leicester do then.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, all I can think about this moment in time is Leicester needed so desperately to learn how to defend earlier in the season. Why didn't they just employ this approach right from the beginning of Dean Smith's tenure? Isaac coming forward to share. He's got space for Trippier on this near side. Trippier moves up towards the edge of the penalty area. Back in it goes to Guimaraes. It's all Newcastle United. Back to Almiron. Almiron trying to take on Samare and Thomas and then play it in between them to find Guimaraes. Then takes over, gets it back. Almiron lays it to the edge of the area. Isaac! Brilliant save by Everson. It was too close to him. Isaac's effort went curling towards the far post. It was probably a little bit too close to Everson, who stuck up a right hand and popped it over the top for a corner.
Yeah, he was lucky. He was pretty much straight at him. Yeah, it was. It's just above his head. He's able to put an arm up a yard either side with that much power, and that's probably in the back of the net.
Good football though, wasn't it?
Oh, but it's far too easy, isn't it? They're just passing it around, no real pressure on them.
Trippier in towards the near post, going in was Botman for it, didn't reach it. It was forward to Wilson from Almiron. Now they're on the edge of the penalty area with Trippier once again. It's still 0-0. You're listening to Talk Sport. We're approaching the hour mark. It's picked up by Bruno Guimaraes, left hand side of the Newcastle attack. Isaac again probing, prodding, trying to find a way through.
Leicester are playing, Sam, like they need a point to stay in the Premier League, aren't they? They're just hanging on for dear life.
Here is Almiron down this near side, the right, onto Guimaraes inside the area, trying to charge his way through. Maddison gets back, gets something on the ball. It spills to the left full-back position. Tielemans will clear it, but it's headed back by Botman. Collected by Longstaff, near touchline for Newcastle United. They have it for 1-2 passes, possibly Leicester, and give it straight back to the black and white jerseys, who are coming forward once again with Isaac, moving towards the edge of the penalty area. Gets it onto his right foot, shot takes a deflection, goes over the top of the crossbar. Another corner.
And listen to that roar. Crowd trying to will the ball into the back of net. I know you love a stat, Sam.
I do.
Have you got the stats, territory stats in there? Because it must be about 95% in Leicester's half.
Inside opposition territory.
That's the one.
I'll get that for you in just a second. Hold on a second. Let me do this corner kick first of all, because it's taken short by Trippier to Almiron. The back heel didn't come off as he was trying to get it back to Trippier. And then Maddison and Tielemans are playing around these two. It goes out for a throw-in on this near side. And I even think that's a Leicester throw. It's not. It's gone to Newcastle. It's played square now to Share. Tielemans was still complaining about the throw-in going the wrong way. Guimaraes has got it back again. They're coming forward on this near side. Over towards the left it goes. It's picked up by Share and smacked into the box. It's half cleared by Leicester City. Maddison's got it, tries to draw a foul. Eventually it comes through to Samare. He's still on the edge of his own penalty area. Fast gives it back to his goalkeeper. The clearance by Everson is into the air, and then Botman heads it away. Hoofed up into the night sky by Harry Souttar. Flicked on.
I was going to say, it's a while since he played for Leicester, isn't it? Rob Hoof?
It is, yeah. Well, we've got 38 touches in the opposition box by Newcastle United. How many from Leicester?
None.
One.
Oh.
But Daka and Barnes are coming on to add a little bit more threat.
To add a bit more defensive solidity.
Here's Isaac down in towards Byrne. On to Isaac again. Isaac inside the 6-yard box, just couldn't get it back. And it's smuggled behind, and it's away for a goal kick and a pat on the head for Ndidi. And here come the changes. So, who's going to come off here?
Vardy, I think.
Evans coming off for Daka. That's the first change. And the second change is going to be Jamie Vardy off, Barnes on.
Well, Jamie Vardy's not really been in the game, has he? He hasn't been able to show that pace in behind. He has no service whatsoever. Even he looks not out of sorts, but it's almost like he's lost that little bit, lost a little bit of fight. Looks like there's confusion now. What sort of system they're going to play? Look, Vardy's just sort of put 3 up. Someone else has gone like 4. I'm not quite sure they know what system they're going to play.
Yeah, they're arguing about it, aren't they, down in front of us, and Dean Smith is putting his fingers up. Vardy hasn't quite come off the pitch yet. Daka has had his instructions. Johnny Evans comes off the pitch as well. Wout Faes is talking to Luke Thomas and saying, I want what. I haven't got a clue what's going on. Wout Faes has just shaken his head as if to say, what on earth is happening then? I don't get it. Who's playing right back?
It's charades going on. It's like, give us a clue. Is it a film?
Why is there so many midfielders? Here is Daka down the left-hand side for Leicester, who move up towards the edge of the Newcastle penalty area. Maybe it will work. Here's Samare. Now he plays it wide onto Thomas. And Thomas plays it down the line into Barnes. Barnes trying to take on the Newcastle defence on the left-hand side. He wins the first corner of the game for Leicester City in doing so.
I tell you what, if Leicester manage to win this, it's like movie stuff, isn't it?
Well, look, Wout Faes has just come running over towards the near touchline. He's asking for instructions from Dean Smith just to get clarification as to what tactically they're trying to achieve. He's got his explanation. He's going back. John Terry's coming over just to make sure that everyone's on the same page.
But I've just seen there Dean Smith hold 3 fingers out. It's gone from 3 to 2 to 4.
Well, we've got 27 minutes left to play, and Leicester have got their first corner of the game. Can they make the most of it? Nick Pope looks a dominant figure in that penalty area as it goes in towards the near post. It's headed away by Bruno Guimaraes and out towards the near touchline and away for a throw. Tielemans' delivery wasn't the best.
Starting to get the feeling though that there could be a huge twist in this.
Listen, it's the Premier League. There's always twists. There's always plot twists that you can never even imagine. That's what makes it the addictive division that it is. It's why we cram round our radios, televisions all day, every day, looking for news and intrigue, and why we can't put it down. It's absolutely terrific.
I tell you what Nick Pope does very well, and he has his critics with his feet, doesn't he? He's not the greatest, but he throws it out very well.
He distributes with his hands well, yeah.
So rather than sort of roll it out and try and kick it, he's got a great overarm throw and an underarm one to get the attack going.
Here's Bruno Guimaraes clipping the ball forward down the left side. Isaac is on beyond the defence, but he can't keep it in because it's going to run off the turf and go behind and away for a goal kick away to our right hand side. I wonder when Eddie Howe and Jason Tyndall start thinking about the possibility of unleashing a wild card. They've got Jacob Murphy on the bench back from injury. They've got Alan Saint-Maximin available to them. They've got Anthony Gordon, all possible wild cards up the sleeve.
Couple of minutes I'd have thought, keep looking around at the bench, keep talking to different coaches. How can we change it up? It's just not happening for them. Everything's almost at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
And this is the difference. Newcastle haven't been in this position before. This is new to them. You have to be patient in terms of being at this stage of the season, expectation of winning games, not to panic. Manchester United in the past, Liverpool, the Arsenal, Chelsea will believe that even if it takes 89th minute, they'll just keep playing and they will score that goal.
Yeah.
Newcastle, and because it's new to them, haven't quite got that belief when they're at this end of the table.
They haven't kept too many clean sheets recently. They kept 12 in their first 20 matches, and that's another thing that they would like to get back to. Maybe it's tonight that they keep a clean sheet for the first time in a little while, Newcastle United. Bruno Guimaraes has it from Kieran Trippier as they come forward again inside Leicester territory. Leicester with everybody behind the ball once more. Trippier into Almiron. Almiron across to Sven Botman, who strides up through the centre circle. Is on the left side of the middle of the Leicester half. Everybody inside that final third now in the black and white jerseys. It's flipped out towards the far side. On to Isaac. Now Guimaraes. He's got Tielemans for company. He lays it back to Fabian Schär, who can hit them. He doesn't. Instead he slides it down the right side of the area for Longstaff. Longstaff back to Schär. He's got Guimaraes. He's going to hit it this time. It's going to curl towards goal, but too much elevation on it. And here comes Alan Saint-Maximin.
Well, Newcastle just getting a little bit frustrated, aren't they? Can't quite find the way through. Not really creating clear-cut chances anymore. Can this man make a difference?
Well, he has made the difference in previous matches. In fact, the last time he scored a goal, it was a 90th minute equaliser against Wolves in August. But he hasn't scored in 25 games. Off comes Saint-Maximin. On comes Saint-Maximin. Off comes Callum Wilson. Are you surprised by that change?
Yeah, a little bit. He hasn't really had too much service.
It means Isaac will go down the middle and Saint-Maximin will go out wide towards the left. Interesting. Very interesting. Newcastle know that a point will send them to the Champions League next season. They'll have 70 points from 37 games. Liverpool can't catch them if it stays like that. Daka tries to cross on the left side. It goes behind and away for a goal kick. If it stays like this at the bottom of the table, this is what it's going to look like. Leicester are going to go above Leeds on goal difference. It means that Leeds will have 31 points from 37 games, 1 to play, minus 27 goal difference. Leicester minus 18 goal difference, same points, same games. And Everton will have 33 points from 37. They will need still to win on the final day of the season to ensure that they get a place in the Premier League next campaign. They play Bournemouth, Leicester entertain West Ham, Leeds entertain Tottenham at Elland Road. They will have to win.
I know Hugh Wozencroft thinks all three will win. I think one will win. I think there'll be a win, a draw and a loss out of those final 3 games.
Yeah? You want to tell us which ones?
I know what I hope for.
Everton.
Not saying. I'm being unbiased.
Yeah. Newcastle 0, Leicester 0, and for the latest odd, heads to Ladbrokes, where right now you can get Newcastle to win the game at 11-10 on, 10-1 for Leicester to win the match, 6-5 the draw. It's all thanks to Ladbrokes. Play at ladbrokes.com. 18 plus, begambleaware.org. Do Premier League players take a drop if they go into the Champions League in terms of wages?
Championship, you mean?
Championship, sorry, yeah.
Some will.
Yeah.
Some have in the past, but the problem is in this. Oops.
Oh, goal. Wout Faes has slipped over on the halfway line, playing the ball forward.
The problem is in this day and age, Sam, players are going to go, if I'm coming to your football club, if we go down, you're going to get a 25% wage reduction. They'll just go, I'm not signing it.
Here is Elliot Anderson out towards the left. Saint-Maximin with his first touch of the ball. A burst of electricity goes around the stadium as he plays the ball into Guimaraes. Takes a lucky deflection onto Longstaff, who helps it back to Kieran Trippier. It's 20 minutes before the end of the game and it's still goalless on TalkSport. I don't think many people would have predicted that at this stage, but then Leicester are playing 8 defenders. The ball's out on the left-hand side. Anderson just about keeps it in, plays it against Maddison, is out for a corner. Anderson looks as if he's feeling the pace of the game. He's now touching the back of his hamstring as we get to this late point of the season, which is taking its toll on so many players. It's been a long season. Newcastle have just got one tiny hurdle to jump over. If they can get a point from this game, then nothing else will matter to them. If they get all 3, they'll be smiling from ear to ear. It's been a terrific campaign for them. Jacob Murphy's about to get ready and come on for Newcastle. Trippier, ball right underneath the crossbar, and he's flicked off the post again. Flicked on at the near post, and it hit the far post. It might have gone all the way through, and now Longstaff is under pressure, and he's done brilliantly to get away from Maddison and Daka. And Almiron will just keep the ball on this near side. He plays it forward. Scher draws the foul from Thomas. Free kick given. How's that not gone in?
How's that not gone in? Where's even the goalkeeper going? He's ended up and he's got himself tangled up in the back of the net. I mean, it comes out, it's a great set piece yet again.
Right underneath the goalkeeper. It took a little flick on Wout Faes, and then
that's Guimaraes.
It's Guimaraes who heads it against the post from less than 1 yard. Here is Saint-Maximin into the penalty area. 2 players getting each other's way. Longstaff and Isaac. And the ball spills out of the penalty area, but Trippier intervenes. He's picked it up, he slipped it down the side of the box. Here's Almiron, plays it through the centre, blocked by Faes, goes behind, and it's away for another corner.
It's absolute chaos in there now. Leicester all over the place. Newcastle almost trying too hard to score, getting in each other's way.
Now Longstaff and Isaac really did get in each other's way there. They almost kicked each other's feet. The ball's with Alan Saint-Maximin once again. Moves down the left-hand side, beats Castagna, then tees it up towards Anderson. Anderson, who drives it, gets right underneath it and blasts it over the top of the crossbar.
Do you know, Sam, it reminds me of a team when they've got 9 men on the pitch and there's no ambition whatsoever to move off the edge of the 6-yard box.
That's the 3rd time tonight that they've hit the woodwork.
Do you know what? He sees the post. and he pulls out of it a little bit. I think he gets a little bit scared at the far post. He realises if I go right through this, I could headbutt the post, and
knock myself out.
Yeah. Got to be braver than that, lad. Back post. Alan Shearer would have done it. Just anything for a goal.
Would you have done it?
Oh, too right. I'd have dented the post. No sense, no feeling.
0-0. Newcastle have come so close to getting the goal.
3 times the post?
3 times they've hit the post. Wilson over, Isak over when they should have scored. They've been so unfortunate. That goal's led a charmed life. I don't know how, because Daniel Everson has missed about 3 balls into the box, come completely flapping for it and got nowhere near it.
But Dean Smith's now starting to think, you know what, 16, 17 minutes to go, this might be our night.
But they might get a point. I don't know if that constitutes being their night, but they might get a point.
It gives them a chance, doesn't it? Or gives them a better chance.
It gives them a better chance, yeah, than not winning, yeah.
Because even if Everton then pick up a point and Leicester win, they go above them, because the goal difference is far better.
Yeah. But they're relying on Everton at home dropping points against Bournemouth on the final day. So it's not in their hands. There will be drama, there's no doubt about that, and you'll be able to follow it all on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Probably a good idea to download the app if you haven't got it. You can flick between the 2 stations. You can also listen back to some of our great programmes that we put out on a day-to-day basis, like White and Jordan this morning with Martin Keown, who again was fascinating, absolutely fascinating to listen to every single time he's on the radio with those boys, and it was a good listen again this morning. And tomorrow they've got Noel Gallagher in the studio with them, White and Jordan, from 10 o'clock. Here is Trippier into the penalty area, away by Fass, comes out to Bruno Guimaraes. He picks it up, lays it back towards Cher, down the right it goes. It's collected by Almiron, who plays it infield, scooped up into the air, Fass away, and it bounces on the edge of the box, and Trippier sends it infield. Guimaraes back towards halfway, it's collected by Cher, infield to Bruno Guimaraes again. He turns it forward, he slips, he plays it for on, but Isak has the presence of mind to steer it out wide towards the left, and now Saint-Maximin, who gets to the edge of the penalty area, gives it to Guimaraes, who turns and plays it back to Trippier. They're all packed on the edge of the box. It's difficult to pick a way through. It's into the box for Almiron. It's away by Fass, who stepped in front of the Paraguayan. But it's all Newcastle United.
It's the most one-sided 0-0 I've ever seen in my life.
Ball is on the left-hand side. It's played infield to Alan Saint-Maximin. Saint-Maximin plays it wide towards the left-hand side. So they continue to come forward here, Newcastle United. We've played 75 minutes of this game. Ball out wide towards the right. Trippier through the legs of the defender, onto Longstaff, drives it goalward, stopped by Everson down the right-hand side. And it continues to be one-way traffic. 83.2% possession to Newcastle United. They've hit the woodwork 3 times. They've had some cracking chances. They haven't converted one yet. Guimaraes down the right onto Trippier. Slipped by Thomas into the box, across towards the far post. Isak coming in. It comes back towards the edge of the box, and Almiron's effort, he couldn't keep it down. He collides with Ndidi. It's going to be a goal kick away to our right-hand side, and Jacob Murphy's going to come on. This is TalkSport.
What are the odds on the draw, Sam? I think I might...
What was it, 13-2 or something? 6-5, sorry, 6-5. That was about 10 minutes ago, though. So it's probably even tighter than that now, shorter than that now, as we take another drinks break here. And I can tell you that tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, Laura Woods will be back on breakfast. Graham Souness is going to be on the show, the former Newcastle manager. He's going to talk about swimming the channel. He'll also reflect on this game with the guys. White and Jordan from 10 have got Noel Gallagher with them. And remember, we've got more live football for you on Wednesday night as Brighton take on Manchester City. That's live on TalkSport. Adrian and I will be there down on the south coast for that one. And then Thursday night, it's Manchester United against Chelsea. Nigel Adderley, Hugh Wozencroft and the gang will be at Old Trafford for that one. Elliot Anderson has come off for Jacob Murphy. Over the weekend, all the playoff finals are on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. And we've got the final day of the WSL. And we've got the final day of the Premier League on Sunday, 4:30 kickoff. You're listening to Newcastle versus Leicester live on TalkSport with Now Sports. Don't forget, with Now Sports you can stream all the Sky Sports action like Newcastle versus Leicester live right now, $11.99, no contract. 12 minutes to go. Newcastle doing everything they can to get in front, but they haven't breached Daniel Everson away to our right-hand side just yet. Saint-Maximin. On to Bruno Guimaraes.
So it's a Leicester Mourinho performance, isn't it? Just park as many buses as you can and hope for the best.
I don't think I've seen this many buses since I was walking down Seven Sisters Road on the way to Tottenham.
But I mean, there's been no ambition whatsoever from Leicester. I mean, I said at the start, you know, from the lineup that they had, I thought it would be 7 players behind the ball and they'd launch it long. They haven't really, apart from the first 5 minutes, they haven't really launched it long.
Well, they seem to be happy with the point. They think this is a good result for them. Okay.
But this is what I said. It's like they're playing like a point keeps them in the Premier League.
I'm not sure that it is enough.
No, I know it's not, but that's the way like they're playing at the moment, isn't it? It feels like this is the last game, and if they get a point, they stay up.
Listen, if they've done their calculations. They obviously have worked out that they think they've got a better chance with a point than not, so good luck to them. Here is Longstaff over on the left-hand side, plays it to Saint-Maximin, who runs at the angle of the edge of the penalty area. Madison coming back at him, plays it into Guimaraes. Oh, there was space on the near side for Trippier, but someone came back and nabbed it. It was Patson Daka who got it away, but only as far as Saint-Maximin, who once again goes swashbuckling towards the edge of the penalty area, plays the ball down the left channel. It's blocked this time, comes back to Madison, almost repelled into the path of Isaac. He didn't quite get hold of it, and they're waiting in front of the goalkeeper to pick the ball up and clear it away. 79 on the clock now. Dean Smith getting a little bit more pensive. I wonder if it stays like this. 83% possession, 23 shots, 4 on target, 11 corners. If right at the end of the game, when there's a set piece, and Leicester's propensity for set piece concession is pretty high, whether Nick Pope is allowed to come up and join the fray. He hasn't got anything else to do. Here's Longstaff, slipping it down the left channel, looking for Isaac, who's going to get there ahead of Wout Faes. He's down by the touchline. He's engaged by Castagna, and the goal kick is given. Andre Mariner seemed to be following that.
Right, as a defending team, Sam, you now get to 80 minutes and you start to believe you can get a point. There are certain markers in the game that you think we get to.
Do you get like
to
an
80.
extra win?
Oh yeah, without a doubt. You get to 80 minutes and you think, you know what, just dig in now for 10 minutes. We can kick the ball out of play and waste 4 or 5 minutes just by hoofing it in the stands.
Do you think that Leicester should have started to employ this sort of tactic then earlier in the season? Like go back 2 or 3 games? Why not?
Start the season. If you draw every game 0-0, you stay up. Simple as that.
But what I mean is, Dean Smith has got the reputation of someone who can drill a defence. Obviously, this defence has been drilled to play like this today. Why did they not do that for the games against Everton, for the games against Liverpool, for the game against Fulham down at Craven Cottage? If they'd done that, they wouldn't be in this situation.
Because, and especially you're right, because the players that they've got, the attacking prowess, they're always likely to nick one somewhere.
Here is Trippier in the right full-back position. I just wonder if it's just a little bit too late now. Here is Cher coming forward, fouled by Samare, and it's going to be a free kick in the right full-back position, played into Botman on the edge of the penalty area. He's played it out to the wide left, and it's now with Byrne. Byrne moves up towards the left side. Alan Saint-Maximin comes to the halfway line, looks up, wanted to release Almiron or Isaac. Murphy's now on this right-hand side. It's almost like a 4-2-4 for Newcastle United, because they've sort of vacated the midfield area because they haven't required it for most of the game. Here's Bruno Guimaraes, who seems to be playing in there on his own at this moment in time. Longstaff's broken the lines and gone down the left-hand side. And Dini's just dived on the floor. I don't think you can really just do that and expect to get away with the ball. He's then had to give it to Castagna, who's cleared it away. It's gone upfield. Daka's got the pace to chase it, but Kieran Trippier has lifted it over his head, taken down by Byrne. And they've got some space over the halfway line. Trippier, Guimaraes, centre circle. Newcastle on the attack. Newcastle fans a little bit frustrated. Have they got the ingenuity to find a way through this tightly packed Leicester defence, this blue wall that's been amassed on the edge of their own penalty area, having had no shots on target at all? Here is Bruno Guimaraes, and only 17% of the ball. Here's Bruno Guimaraes again, flipping the ball into the box. It's going to be tossed behind by Castagna under no pressure, and that seemed negligent. Are they going to make them pay for it?
Have they even had a shot, Sam? I mean,
no shot.
Yeah, no shot.
No shot on target. Not even a shot. It's been a very limp attacking display, but they have managed to keep Newcastle at bay up until this point. There's 7 minutes to go. You're listening to Talk Sport. They've hit the woodwork 3 times, Newcastle. Trippier in towards the near post, headed away by Castagna towards the far side. It goes out for a throw-in, and they want the ball back quickly, Newcastle. They want to get things going. There's got an urgency about them now, even though a point is enough for them. They get to the Champions League with a point. They don't need to win this game, but they want to win this game. That's the difference between the two teams, I think. Here is Trippier over on the far side. There's a rigidity about Leicester that has been missing all season. They haven't kept a clean sheet since November. Here's Trippier moving towards the edge of the box again. Didn't decide to put the ball in the box or give it back to Saint-Maximin. He's gone wide to Bruno Guimaraes, who's travelled down the near touchline. He felt he was fouled. The referee doesn't give the free kick, and Leicester are able to bring it away. Tielemans up towards the halfway line. Byrne dabs it back. Trippier's got hold of it now. Right side into Longstaff. Byrne had moved to left back position to right back position there. Longstaff's ball's not going to reach Alan Saint-Maximin. The clearance by Castagna is going to reach Maddison. He comes forward, travels with it in towards the centre circle, twirls away from Longstaff and moves out towards the wide right position. And there's a bit of an attack going on for Leicester City. Oh no, they've gone back to the halfway again.
Nosebleeds, isn't it? Got over the halfway line, panicked. Now what do we do?
Samare travels down the left. It's collected by Tielemans in centre field. He looks up, plays it back to halfway, bout fast. So they need to come on and push a little bit further up the field here, Newcastle, and try and rob the ball high up. Here is Harry Souttar, slides it down the right side, collected by Castagna. Castagna travels infield. Indeed, he's got it. Tielemans now. They're still only 10-15 yards over halfway. They're not getting anywhere near the Newcastle penalty area. Maddison drops deeper to pick the ball up. 5 minutes to go, 0-0. Live on Talk Sport. It's not enough for Leicester to get excited about, because Everton will still have a huge points advantage. Remember, if Leicester win this game tonight, by the way, they move out of the relegation zone, and safety will be in their own hands on the final day. They draw tonight, safety is very much out of their hands. They need Everton to drop points, and they need to win against West Ham at home. Here down the left-hand side is Barnes. Back to Thomas. He's got Samare square of him. He plays the ball to the edge of the area. Maddison in a little bit of space. Can he conjure something? A bit of magic for Leicester. Samare moves up towards the edge of the box. On the left-hand side is Thomas. It's a rare, sustained period of Leicester City possession. And the Newcastle just surrendering possession for the first time in the match, really. Dropping deep towards the edge of their own penalty area now.
Just watch them nick a goal or get a penalty or something ridiculous now.
Leicester?
Yeah, free kick, edge of the box, Maddison puts one in.
Thomas.
It's just been one of those nights, isn't it?
Barnes into Samare, trying to get away. Onto Tielemans, plays it left. And a big right foot comes out from Cher to stop it from reaching Barnes, and Newcastle United now try to bring it clear, but Murphy's giving it back to Daka. Daka into the penalty area, away by Byrne, and now Isak waited too long for the ball, and Samare went across and won it. Maddison turns it over, looks up, plays it into the box, sort of, goes over everyone's head and goes out of play, and out comes Dean Smith screaming at everybody. Craig Shakespeare, get back into shape, get over this side. Indeed, he's gone down. He needs a bit of attention. And we're into the 87th minute of the game, and it's still goalless on Talk Sport. Arguably, Dean Smith will be the happier of the two managers in terms of performance and what it has generated in terms of outcome. But overall, this will be enough to take Eddie Howe to the promised land, and that should be welcomed by this crowd that have tried to roar their team onto victory. Anthony Gordon comes on for Almiron for the final few minutes of the game.
It's going to be interesting to see what Dean Smith says in his after-match press conference. You know, surely he's got to be asked, was there no ambition to go and win the game? You know, do you think a point here is enough. They're banking on Everton only getting a draw and then winning on the last game of the season.
Yep, that's what they're doing. They're hoping that is enough. And the problem with that is what if that doesn't happen?
No, I completely agree.
So if that doesn't happen, then you decided not to try and win this game and sacrifice your place in the Premier League.
Whereas I guess they're assuming that Everton will get a point last game. That's what they're banking on, isn't it? No, but that has to be the thought process.
How can you just decide that that's going to be the case? I don't really get that.
Well, they've shown no attacking intent whatsoever. Like you said, they've not even had a shot. I was going to say, if you don't shoot, you don't score. That's not true. When I was at Middlesbrough, we beat Man City 1-0. Sunji High scored an own goal for City. we never had a shot.
Indeed, he's coming off, and Mendy is coming on. We're into the final few seconds on TalkSport. Newcastle 0, Leicester 0, with Car Finance 24/7. Search Car Finance 24/7 today. Newcastle, it'll be enough for them. They will have new Champions League heroes next season, new memories to make. They beat Juventus here in 2002, played Barcelona, drew with Inter, won against Leverkusen. Shola Amiobi scored in the Nou Camp. And they're going to get some big teams because of their coefficient. So it'll be interesting to see who gets to visit this vibrant atmosphere, this cathedral of football. Halfway line, the ball is at the feet of Dan Burn. 0-0 the score. There are two sides to this story. Leicester played in the Champions League just 6 years ago, but they will be relying on Everton failing to beat Bournemouth in order to have any chance of staying in the Premier League. They'll still have to beat West Ham at the King Power Stadium. Can you trust Leicester to pull it out of the bag? A team that were on course for a 43-point season based on their points per game before the World Cup. It's been a serious decline after the World Cup, an undulating season of pain. They started badly, got better, got worse, and then gradually got even worse. They stopped. They never really started keeping clean sheets all season, really, but they haven't kept one since November. If they keep one here, they'll get a point. Is that enough? Well, maybe you should give the boys a call on the Sports Bar. 03717223344. They'll take your calls. 5 minutes of added time at the end of the 90. There'll be a lap of appreciation at the end of this game to celebrate the Champions League party. They'd like to do it with a late winner, but you never know. There's still time. Everson clearing the ball away. Burn forward. Suter goes across to reach it. Isaac now challenging. The ball's cleared upfield by the Australian over towards the far side, and eventually it will be nudged out of play by Botman, who was taking no chances there. And they want to get things started, Leicester City, because Maddison wants to get on the ball. He's won a free kick over on the far side, and now a chance possibly for Leicester to try and pinch it right at the very end in injury time. Danny Mills.
Told you. I mean, this would be the greatest. Well, they'll pretend it's the greatest tactical game of all time if they nick this, won't they?
Maybe it is.
Well, they've been lucky as. That's what you have to say.
We said when the teams came out that may well be what they were designing. We said it was a risky strategy. So far, they're coming away from here with just a point. If they could get all three, they'll move out of the relegation zone. Free kick, far side, injury time. We've played a minute and a half of 5 that are added. Over on the far side, 2 yards in from the right touchline. Leicester City got Harry Suter up from the back, trying to cause chaos with his height. They don't deliver the ball first time. They play it wide down the right-hand side instead. It goes back to Samare, and they still haven't got it in the box. It goes back to the wide right. Maddison into the penalty area. It's hit by Castagna, and it's saved brilliantly by Pope down to his right-hand side. Castagna's effort from Maddison's cross, and Pope pulls off a world-class save, moving down to his right to keep it at 0-0.
What a save that is. Leicester so unlucky. I thought they were messing about on that far side with a free kick, and in the end it's a great ball in from Maddison. A decent volley. Pope's lucky it's close enough to him. Oh, another foot and he can't reach it.
He's had nothing to do all night, and he's made one magnificent save to save the game. Ball cleared away, but only as far as Samari. Now it's Newcastle who can't get out of their own half, and it's Leicester who are looking for a late winner. Daka down the left, heads the ball in towards Barnes, almost comes through to Madison, away by Byrne upfield towards Isaac. He can't make it stick now. Samare gets it back to Luke Thomas. He's rushed by Murphy. The ball goes down the left hand side. Daka is chasing. Pope's come a long way, and Pope is going to get there. And they want to get it forward again, the Newcastle fans. Jason Tindall telling Alan Saint-Maximin, come on, raise your game. There's one more big puff of breath. See this through. 2 minutes to go, and they will be in the Champions League.
Castagne's unlucky because it's in and around Pope. It's a good save, but I would say it's a save of a keeper of that calibre that you'd expect him to make.
The reaction time was very short.
It's fabulous, but it's in and around him. If that goes in, you're asking questions of the goalkeeper.
I tell you what, that was a moment of high drama right at the very end of this Premier League game, which has been all Newcastle United. They've had one shot on goal. That was it from Castagne. They fired that bullet, and Nick Pope, as he so often has been the shield for Newcastle. Free kick, right full-back position for Newcastle. They're happy to waste the time now and take the temperature out of the game because they know their job is done. No point in risking it. Because if they lose here, all of a sudden they become vulnerable on the final day to Liverpool snatching their place in the Champions League. Yeah, it would take a lot, but you never know. The way things stand at this moment in time.
When I said you never know early on, you all laughed at me.
No, he said you never know. It hasn't happened, Dan, just to be honest with you.
Well,
Leicester haven't won the game.
But you didn't expect this to happen, did you?
Didn't expect. Well, listen, I think we were more expecting of a 0-0 than we were of a Leicester City victory, bearing in mind they've played pretty much 8 people behind the ball since the start of the game.
9.5 at least.
Everton against Bournemouth, Leeds against Tottenham, Leicester against West Ham, the final day games. Gordon flicks the ball on, but it's going nowhere, and it's into the arms of the goalkeeper, Everson. We're into we've played 5 minutes of added time. Newcastle United just about to secure Champions League football. Leicester still with work to do to stay in the Premier League, still with a lot of work to do and hope. They've got to hope that Everton drop points on the final day of the season if they're going to stay in the league. A draw takes Leicester above Leeds. They'll be relying on Everton losing or drawing in the final day against Bournemouth, and they will have to win against West Ham. They'll have to hope that West Ham are distracted by Europe. This crowd's distracted by Europe because Newcastle are going into the top 4, securing a position in the top 4. The full-time whistle blows. For the first time in 20 years, Newcastle United are a Champions League club again. They will be playing in club football's premier competition next season, thanks to a magnificent season, a season that saw them go to a cup final, ride the blip of the first 3 months of 2023 and come roaring back to claim a place at Europe's top table. Eddie Howe, Jason Tindall, Kieran Trippier, Bruno Guimaraes, the whole team rejoice. St James's Park is rocking with jubilation. This is where they think they belong. This is what they crave. Through the dark times, through the Ashley era, Que Sera Sera is sung with gusto around St James's Park. But Leicester's Premier League status is still alive. A backs to the wall performance, which means it has a pulse. It's a weak pulse, but it's just about there. They have to hope Everton mess up at home on Sunday, and they have to beat West Ham. It means Leeds are increasingly likely to drop to the Championship. Whatever happens, it will be some final day, and it will all unfold on TalkSport. Newcastle 0, Leicester City 0.
The flags are flying again, the fans celebrating. They knew just before that final whistle Champions League was assured, and if you'd said to them at the start of the campaign you'll finish top 4, they'd have absolutely grabbed your hand off. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what we've all witnessed here tonight. It certainly wasn't a game of football, we'll get into that shortly, but the outcome is that Newcastle United will be mixing it shoulder to shoulder, toe to toe with Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, Barcelona and co next season in Europe's top club competition, the Champions League. They're back there after 20 years in the wilderness, away from the Champions League. Newcastle, under Eddie Howe, have gone back to the big time, and he had a massive smile on his face at the end of the game. Yet they didn't get the result they wanted, but they got the point they needed to get into the Champions League, as Leicester come off the field after applauding their fans up in the top tier in the Leazes. James Maddison first down the tunnel. He was on for the second half. Yuri Tielemans following him. Harvey Barnes, a second half sub. Harry Souttar headed so many balls away tonight, incredible. They finally had an effort on goal, and what an effort, and what a save from Nick Pope. But that was the exception that proved the rule, that Leicester didn't want to play tonight. They didn't want to win tonight. What they wanted to do was go above Leeds in the bottom three, and that's exactly what they've done. So it looks like this down at the bottom. Southampton are bottom and relegated on 24. They've gone. Leeds on 31 with a goal difference of minus 27. Leicester on 31 with a goal difference of minus 18. Everton above the dotted line on 33 with a goal difference of minus 24. So Leicester and Leeds have to win to have any chance of staying up. Everton beat Bournemouth, they're safe, and they send Leicester and Leeds down. If Everton draw and Leicester win, then Leicester will be safe. Their goal difference is far better. Leeds Spurs, Leicester West Ham, Everton Bournemouth on Sunday, final day, and it's all getting heated down there. One of them will be happy, two of them will be going. But Danny Mills, what exactly have we just seen in front of us for the 90 minutes tonight? I mean, can Leicester really be happy with that?
But they've gone to their fans, punching the air, hugging each other. It's almost like they're celebrating a win, isn't it? I mean, it is absolutely bizarre. Okay, they've got a point. They've given themselves a slightly better chance on the last day of the season. They've got to win, simple as that. They're obviously banking on that, and then they're praying that Everton don't win and only pick up a point at Bournemouth. It's a massive gamble, I think.
It's huge, isn't it? Yeah. Because a win would have taken them out of the bottom
and then it's in their own hands.
Yeah.
And they never had any. And almost, if you're going to go down that route, you'd have said, actually, you might as well gamble tonight. Go for the win. If you lose, you're still going to have to win the last game of the season.
Yeah.
And then you're still hoping at the other end of the table. In the other games anyhow. So, but they've celebrated almost like they've won the game. But do you know? That's what I was trying to say in commentary. It's almost like they've come here with the impression that this is the last game of the season, and if they get a point, they stay up.
It's mad. I don't really understand it. Listen, if it works out on Sunday for Leicester, fair play, but I'm a bit confused by the whole game plan, really. But listen to this. The Newcastle fans are staying behind to show the appreciation to their players. It's all smiles down there, right in front of us. We're yards from the dugout, but they're all smiles. They're in the Champions League, Newcastle.
Huge congratulations to Newcastle. You know, Fabius, I know there was a lot of conjecture when the new owners came in. They haven't spent absolute fortunes. Yes, they've spent money, and they've got every right to do that. But they've spent it very, very wisely. From where they were when the new owners came in and Eddie Howe came in, all you can do is stand up and applaud Newcastle, because they have been absolutely magnificent. And I think not just in the way that they've played, the way that the team, the manager, the coaches, they've all conducted themselves, you know, through this process. You know, all you can do is just stand up, applaud and say, well done, Newcastle.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the fans are doing here in St James Park. This place will host Champions League football, and they're going to get big boys early on in the competition as well. Fantastic time for these fans. They're going to enjoy every second of the celebrations tonight, no doubt about it. You are going to get reaction to this match from the Newcastle manager Eddie Howe and the Leicester boss Dean Smith with his explanations and rationale. That's in the sports bar once we've finished. You can get your calls into Jason Cundy and Jamie O'Hara right now. The phone number 03717 223344 is the number to call. But it's time now for us to pick our man of the match with Car Finance 24/7.
Man of the match on TalkSport with Car Finance 24/7. Get your finance sorted first, then choose your car. Search Car Finance 24/7 today.
Danny Mills, who are you going for man of the match? You look a bit bemused by it.
Post. Post? Yeah, the post was decent, wasn't it? I mean, you can't really give it to a Newcastle outfield player. Can't really. Leicester weren't amazing. I'll give it to Nick Pope for a save at the end. That's what gets them into the Champions League. Although it's a save of a keeper of that quality, I'd expect him to make.
This is one thing I've noticed with you, Danny Mills. You rarely give goalkeepers credit. I think that's a better save than you think. It's close in. He's caught it well.
But it's in and around him, isn't it? I mean, if it's another yard, he's got no chance. It's a great reaction.
Why do you hate goalkeepers? What's wrong with you?
I've just given him man of the match.
By accident.
Well, by default, really. There weren't too many other options.
But there's nobody in a Leicester shirt who deserves it, because they've kept a clean sheet away to Newcastle. You might argue they should have gone for the win,
but they weren't great. I mean, they were all. Newcastle hit the post 3 times, missed 3 open goals. It's not. The goalkeeper.
I mean, Nick Pope's had one thing to do, and he's got man of the match. What about Harry Souttar? He's headed everything.
I'm not sure he has. He didn't head everything when. Where was he when Newcastle were in the post?
There's no man of the match. Sam Matterface, does he get man of the match?
Yeah, do you know what? I'm going to give it. I'll give it. Adrian, you can have another award to add to an illustrious collection.
Has he told you about the award that he won?
Oh, well, only.
To be fair, this is the first week he hasn't mentioned it, but it is only Monday.
72 WhatsApps have had about that.
You just want another free bar. Are we giving it Nick Pope?
Yes, because there's no one else to give it to.
Danny, brilliant. Nick Pope, man of the match from today's game with Car Finance 24/7. Search Car Finance 24/7 today.
Man of the match on Talk Sport with Car Finance 24/7. We search a panel of lenders to find you the best deal. Search Car Finance 24/7 today.
Well, Danny, Sam, thank you very much for your company this evening. Really enjoyed it, even though the game was really weird. All the Newcastle players and their families are out there on the pitch. The fans have stayed behind to show their appreciation. This, of course, the last home game of the season, but it's certainly not the last game of our season. Brighton Man City live and exclusive on TalkSport Wednesday. Man United Chelsea live and exclusive on TalkSport Thursday. Next weekend it's a massive weekend with the playoff finals all on the TalkSport network. Title and relegation to be decided on the final day of the WSL season, and Sunday, final day of the Premier League season. Well, Leicester go into that final day in the bottom 3 but above Leeds after a goalless draw here at St James Park, while Newcastle with that point have secured Champions League football, so congratulations to them. Leicester needed to win it but didn't try to win it. Newcastle needed a draw but went for the win. Leicester got lucky, then nearly nicked it, but in all honesty, they murdered football tonight and may well have killed off their best chance of staying up. Sports Bar next on Talk Sports.
An opportunity for, well, 4 players who have probably had to be patient this season. Dubravka, Target, Gordon and Sam Maximo, all for different reasons.
Yeah, had to be patient. Doesn't matter how well they play today, they've run out of game time with this being the last game of the season. But yeah, look, it's good for them to get the opportunity. Target's had to wait a long time because of the form of Dan Burn. St Maximin's had his injury worries. Gordon has found it difficult since coming from Everton to tie down a regular spot on the side. He's had little cameos here and there. So yeah, as I said, I think the season is probably coming to the end at the right time for us because of those niggly injuries. You know, you would say players who've been key to us throughout the season. You know, Longstaff mentioned not so long ago when he was out of the side, all of a sudden he was becoming a better player week by week. You know, people seeing his importance. Joe Linton, all of a sudden his importance, his physical stature in the middle of the park. You know, so yeah, it's an opportunity for them. It's one, and the thing about them coming in today as well, Razor, is there's no pressure on them. You know, it's not as if you're going into a pressure game or a pressure situation where you're in desperate need to get something. You know, look at it. Yes, it is important. It would be great to win here today and put an awful lot of pressure on Manchester United then to get a result against Fulham. But you know, it's a game where they can go, they can enjoy it. You know, no pressure on either side really. Chelsea's season's just faded away, to be quite honest, but yeah, they can go and they can enjoy their game today.
BBC Radio Newcastle live at Stamford Bridge. It's 4:30 kick-off. We'll hear from Eddie Howe in a second. He's selected this team. Martin Dubravka in goal, Kieran Trippier, Fabian Schär, Sven Botman and Matt Targett at the back. Elliot Anderson, Bruno Guimaraes and probably Anthony Gordon in the middle, though they could go with a 4-2-3-1, but if he sticks with the 4-3-3, Gordon, who Howard said can play in a more central role, would be the one that would go in there, you would think, with Almiron and Sam Maxima either side of Isak up front, and on the bench Karius, Gillespie, Dummett, Wilson, Lewis, Murphy, Ashby, Byrne and Miley. Chelsea, Frank Lampard returned last month. They have lost 8 out of the 10 matches under his management since he was brought in as an interim replacement for Graham Potter, with Maurizio Pochettino, the former Spurs boss, lined up to take over from next season. 3 changes for them from the side that was beaten 4-1 by Manchester United away on Thursday. Thiago Silva, Ruben Loftus-Cheek and Raheem Sterling come in for Wesley Fofana, Carney Chukwuemeka and Mykhailo Mudryk. So Chelsea with Kepa in goal, Cesar Azpilicueta, Nathaniel Chalobah, Trevor Chalobah, Thiago Silva and Lewis Hall, the 18-year-old left-sided player who was probably their star man at Manchester United. Earned a lot of praise for that performance, and he started at St James's Park in November and was pretty good that day as well. And then in midfield, Enzo Fernandez, the British record transfer in January, £107 million from Benfica. Ruben Loftus-Cheek and Conor Gallagher with Raheem Sterling, Noni Madueke and Kai Havertz, who got the winner in this fixture last season as Chelsea's forward players. And then on the bench, Edouard Mendy, Mateo Kovacic, Christian Pulisic, João Felix, Mykhailo Mudryk, Hakim Ziyech, Kalidou Koulibaly, Carney Chukwuemeka and Wesley Fofana. That's how the 2 teams look. Newcastle United will have a big summer and probably a busy one as well, and Eddie Howe thinks this will be, coming up, the most difficult transfer window since the takeover. They are going to be active, and Howe says he's looking to increase his options in the squad for what will be a bigger and tougher season next year.
I've got a clear vision in my head of what we need, and I think it's hugely important that I know. But obviously these things, we have to work in a discreet way. But I think the squad definitely needs strengthening. There's areas that aren't strong enough in terms of depth. I'd love to try and improve the team as well and make us stronger for when we kick off next year, because the competition, as we said, is going to get harder. But I don't want to break up the core fabric of what we've got and the spirit that we've got. So it's very delicate, but we need to be stronger. I think there's certain positions this year where if we would have suffered injuries in those positions, we'd have been in a difficult situation. Thankfully, for the majority of the season, we didn't. We were able to navigate the season with a strong enough team. But with the competitions we'll be entering next year and the games that we've got, it's not going to be possible to play the same team in every game. That will be impossible. So that's where you need the depth, and that's where we need the strength, and hopefully we can find the players.
Ando, Eddie Howe knows that he needs a deeper squad next season to cope with Europe, maybe more domestic cup football as well. When you look at the layer of players beneath the starting 11, or maybe the sort of 13, 14 that would be in his team, there's probably not the quality that he would like to be competitive on a number of fronts next season. And also the way they play, with the intensity and the physical demands that he puts on his players, who are incredibly fit. He's going to need the ability to change it around next season, especially with all those midweek matches before Christmas in the Champions League.
Yeah, I think all you've got to do is look at this season, Rays, and see how many players he's actually used. He hasn't really used that many players. You know, he's become very reliant on a certain number of players. Now, is that down to the fact that he feels that he can't trust the rest of them, or the rest of them aren't up to what he wants. Next season's it is a totally different animal. You know, there's no doubt about it, because yes, we had the Premier League this year and obviously the 2 cup competitions, but next year is going to be even tougher again, because you've got the cup competitions, you've got the Premier League, and then you've got Champions League. And with the intensity that we play at, and the intensity that he wants his players to play at, 3 games a week, can you keep that intensity up all the time? Travelling around Europe, coming back, playing on a Wednesday or a Tuesday, and then playing on a Saturday lunchtime or Saturday evening, whatever it may be. Can you keep that intensity up throughout the season? Now, we've seen, just mentioned earlier, look, that the season has probably come at the right time for us, because I think the intensity that we play at has actually caught up with us now, because of the injuries that we're starting to pick out. And that's nobody's fault. I'm not dishing blame out here. It's just the way that we play, and it's the way that we have to play, and it's the way Eddie Howe wants to play. But you need a strength and depth. You know, you look at your Manchester Cities, you look at your Manchester Uniteds, look at your Chelseas, the amount of depth that they've got in the squad. We haven't got that depth. It will take it. I'm not saying it's not going to get there, it will, but it'll take time. It's not going to happen over one transfer window. And look, they'll spend money this summer, there's no doubt about that, and the quality will be better that we bring in. But are we still going to have that? We're still not going to have that depth of squad where you're going to be able to rotate 11 players or 8 players or 9 players. So it'll take a little bit of time. So next season, I think next season's going to be tough. You know, I really do. You know, the achievements this season has been great, and everybody's delighted with what's been achieved and where we are, and the competitions that we will be playing in next season. But I just think it'll be a tough one next year.
It's BBC Radio Newcastle. You can have your say on all of that next week on Total Sport. The show won't be on tomorrow, but Tuesday to Friday, our final week of Total Sport before the summer break. You can ring in to talk about Newcastle and Sunderland between 6 and 8, and we'll be back again at the end of July to do it once more throughout next season. 4 changes to the team today to play Chelsea. Dubravka in goal, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Target at the back, Anderson, Bruno and Gordon in midfield, Almiron, Saint-Maximin and Isak up front. On the bench, Karius, Gillespie, Dummett, Wilson, Lewis, Murphy, Ashby, Byrne and Miley. Longstaff along with Pope drop out of the Newcastle matchday squad. We've been there every step of the way throughout the campaign here on BBC Radio Newcastle, bringing you exclusive commentary on every match. It's been their best season as a club for 2 decades. Here are some of the highlights. Having rescued the club from a desperate situation to somehow finish 11th, where did Eddie Howe think Newcastle could go this season?
You want to be looking back at success, so whatever that constitutes. You know, I've made no secret of the fact I'd love to win a trophy for this club. That would mean everything to us. Now, whether that's this season or the season beyond, who knows? But we will give it our all to try and do that, and make our supporters proud.
Well, they certainly did that. In the summer, Nick Pope, a bargain at 10 million, a permanent deal for Matt Targett, and big money on the impressive Sven Botman. Then the club record signing of Alexander Isak took their spending since the takeover to about 200 million. The new campaign got underway with a win over promoted Nottingham Forest and a goalless draw with Brighton. Then the pulsating clash with champions Manchester City. They want Kieran Trippier over the wall. It is Trippier over the wall! Yes! Absolutely out of this world from Kieran Trippier. The road to Wembley for the League Cup began at Tranmere before Alan Saint-Maximin, whose season was blighted by injury trouble, won the Goal of the Month award for August. Murphy chasing. It's bounced once. Murphy's kept it in. Defending from Wolves, Saint-Maximin! Oh, what a goal! On the volley! Brilliant goal! Alan Saint-Maximin right at the end of the 90. A controversial late defeat by Liverpool was their only loss in the first part of the season, but we got our first sight of Alexander Isak in black and white, and we liked what we saw.
Longstaff through to Isak, is he onside? He shoots, it's into the back of the net. I thought he was offside, but Alexander Isak celebrates in front of the Newcastle United supporters. Edge of the 6-yard box, it's bubbling, the volley comes in, and Liverpool have scored in the 7th minute of injury time.
Isak, though, was to miss around 4 months with a serious thigh injury sustained on international duty with Sweden, but he would be back. Having started with 5 draws in their first 7 matches, a 4-1 success at Fulham, with Premier League Player of the Month Miguel Almiron the star of the show, was the first of 7 wins out of 8 before the World Cup.
Gets it back from Bruno.
Oh, what a goal!
Miguel Almiron with an unbelievable volley across goal and into the far corner off the outside of his left boot.
That was the goal of the month too, and a Manager of the Month award followed for Eddie Howe, whose team hit 5 against Brentford and 4 past Aston Villa. They went to Spurs and won, and then signed off for the World Cup by beating Chelsea.
Almiron, edge of the area, still going. Willock! Oh, what a finish! What a strike!
Eddie Howe had Newcastle in 3rd position.
Of course, there's a part of you that wants the season to carry on, but we know it's been there for a while. The key thing is for us is that we come back and the spirit isn't damaged. The group's in such a good place at the moment.
Shortly before the mid-season break, we welcomed the new Newcastle CEO, Darren Eales, into the BBC Radio Newcastle Total Sports studio.
For us, it's going to be improving season on season. We have to put the building blocks in place. For us, every penny counts, and we've got to be smart, we've got to be shrewd, we've got to be strategic in how we invest that.
For the first time since France '98, 3 United players went to a World Cup with England, but Nick Pope, Kieran Trippier and Callum Wilson would go no further than the quarter-finals. Returning to domestic action just before Christmas, they progressed in the League Cup and made light work of Leicester on Boxing Day to go up to 2nd. Then a couple of goalless draws, a frustrating one against Leeds, followed by a battling one against then league leaders Arsenal. They were continuing to upset the other top sides.
We're not here to be popular and to get other teams to like us. We're here to compete. And to compete, you have to give everything to try and get a positive result. I've got no issues saying that. That's our job, and that's what we're going to try and continue to do.
For the 2nd year running, Newcastle went out of the FA Cup at the 3rd round stage to a team from League One, losing at Sheffield Wednesday. But the focus quickly shifted to the League Cup and the quarter-final against Leicester, which produced one of the moments of the season.
Castagna plays it against Willock, who wins it back, and Joelinton, and Byrne in the area. Dan Burn! Oh! Dan Byrne's first Newcastle United goal!
Big Dan Burn, the hero in the quarter-final, and then another of their Geordies stepped up in the semi-final to send them to Wembley.
Trippier gets involved into the area, cuts inside, Longstaff touch, and hit, and goal! From Sean Longstaff, the perfect start. Just outside the area, Willock through for Almiron, the cutback, here's a chance for number 2! Brilliant! And Sean Longstaff has got his, and Newcastle 2nd, and it's turning into a dream night at St James's Park.
I'm happy, I'm going to get me suit measured. Come on, lads!
But after booking their place in the final, the league form faltered. Draws with West Ham and Bournemouth were followed by a costly defeat by Liverpool.
Big kick from Alisson, looking for Salah. Pope.
Oh,
handball outside
He's
the
off.
box from Nick Pope.
He's off.
He went for it with his head. It's a red card. Nick Pope is off.
Nick Pope ruled out of the cup final, which would mean a first outing for Loris Karius. The goalkeeper signed earlier in the season as emergency cover, acquitted himself well at Wembley, but picked the ball out of his net twice as Newcastle experienced that all too familiar pain of defeat.
Luke Shaw, left-footed delivery, headed into the net. The opening goal goes the way of Manchester United. Edge of the area, danger here. Rashford.
How's that gone in?
It's gone over Karius. It might have taken a touch, but Newcastle
have got big problems now.
I'm very proud to be their manager because of that effort and commitment that they've given the club. I think they've represented the fans really well again today, who were magnificent for us, and just so disappointed for them really that we weren't able to reward their incredible support with what they wanted.
I'm proud of the lads, I'm proud of the togetherness that we've got from top to bottom of the club with the supporters. We have to go again, we have to try and forget about this moment now, because we've got a big second half of the season to try and finish in the top 4.
32,000 black and whites did the club proud at Wembley, having taken over Trafalgar Square, as is tradition, the night before. Mixed emotions for them and for Eddie Howe and captain Kieran Trippier as the long wait for silverware goes on. Probably the last thing they needed next was a trip to the champions, Manchester City, beaten 2-0 that day, and it was 3 defeats in a row for the first time in almost 12 months. But determined not to see their great work earlier in the campaign go to waste, they regrouped and responded with 5 wins in a row and 8 victories out of 9 to bring European football back to St James's Park for the first time in a decade.
Newcastle's record signing in front of the away fans at the City Ground. Alexander Isak has scored what could be the winner. It's 2-1 in added on time.
A pressure penalty put away by Alexander Isak in added on time at Nottingham Forest felt significant, as did the dismantling of rivals Manchester United to reignite their Champions League charge.
Isak at the edge of the box, he's brought it down, plays it through. Bruno Guimaraes chips it to the far post. Saint-Maximin. Oh! Goal! Joe Willock has scored the goal. A brilliant Newcastle move. Oh, and what scenes at St James's Park.
The goals had dried up after Christmas, but they were flowing again in April, with Alexander Isak really coming good, scoring in the 5-1 win at West Ham and getting the winner at Brentford a few days later.
Into the area, Callum Wilson on his left. Alexander Isak! Oh, what a goal! What a hit from Isak! They've turned it around. Alexander Isak with a glorious finish from the edge of the area. What a strike that is.
Then a shock to the system as they were beaten by Aston Villa.
Buendia, a cut back to Ramsey. Watkins! That's number 3. Newcastle United are going to be beaten for only the 4th time in the league this season.
Well, it's only just one of those days if it is a blip in your season, and we hope that that's the case and we can respond next week and for the remaining games that we have to come.
Next came a fixture billed as a showdown for a Champions League place, but we were not prepared for what followed as Newcastle humiliated Spurs in one of the most stunning halves of football St James's Park has seen.
Joelinton's got space, might hit it. Joelinton, good save. The rebound is put in, and Jacob Murphy has put it into the net. Joelinton making the run. Joelinton's in. He's gone around Lloris and makes it two. Joelinton with an absolutely brilliant finish. Murphy's had a go from Jacob Murphy has scored an absolutely unbelievable goal. And Willock won an unbelievable ball. Alexander Isak 1-on-1. Here they go again. Longstaff into the corner on the right. Back to Isak. Has another goal. This is outrageous.
Alexander Isak was showing he could not only score goals, but create them too, with this ridiculous run at Everton.
Isak down the left wing as they look to get a 4th. Newcastle into the corner, taking on 2. Oh, he's beaten them. It's wonderful skill from Isak. What a run, Alexander Isak. It's going to go in. It's Jacob Murphy. Murphy has scored. But Isak gets all the congratulations after some absolutely incredible skill.
Callum Wilson, meanwhile, had scored once in 12 matches after the World Cup, but he was back to his best in April with 8 in 7, including 2 against Southampton, as they came from behind to take another step towards the top 4.
Willock might be in from a big ball over the top. Maitland-Niles with him. It's Wilson for 3-1, round the goalkeeper and into the net. Callum Wilson does have his 2nd goal and his 15th of the season.
Newcastle kept on winning, but Liverpool kept the pressure on with 7 straight victories. Increasingly little room for error, But a home defeat by Arsenal, despite a good performance and a draw with struggling Leeds, meant there was plenty riding on the outcome of a rearranged match against European hopefuls Brighton. But Eddie Howe and his players would deliver once again.
Almiron away, knocking it around. Caicedo, lovely play. Wilson played through, one-on-one with Steele. Callum Wilson to seal it. Never in doubt. Wilson one-on-one scores the goal at the Gallagher end that will take Newcastle to within 3 points of the Champions League.
In fact, they only needed a draw from their final 2 matches, and they got it against relegation-threatened Leicester. But after dominating the match, they needed their goalkeeper.
Wide to Tielemans, down the line to Maddison. Chance to cross, does, and volleyed, and Pope makes a massive save.
What a save that is!
Nick Pope with a huge save that could be the one that gets Newcastle into the top 4. Forwards it goes. The Champions League Knights are returning to St James's Park, and Newcastle United are back among the elite of European football.
Amazing achievement from where we've come from in a really short period of time. We sort of didn't see this coming. We've just kept going. So I think we deserve to be where we are.
So Chelsea away on the final day is of little consequence. It's a case of 3rd or 4th place. But the Champions League group stage awaits for a team that has upset the established order, proven the doubters wrong, and just been really good at playing football, leaving us with brilliant memories of a special season, the club's best for 20 years. And you sense they're only just getting started.
Total Sport. BBC Radio Newcastle.
And that is how we got to where we are today. Thank you to Matthew Racebeck and to John Anderson and to Simon Pride as well, who made a brief commentary appearance in that montage. It's a 4:30 kickoff. Chelsea against Newcastle United. We'll be back at Stamford Bridge in just 2 or 3 minutes' time. The rest of the Premier League makes for interesting reading this afternoon as well. The battle to avoid relegation, a real focus of attention. Everton currently sit 2 points above the drop zone. They know, therefore, that a win at home to Bournemouth will see them stay up at the expense of Leicester and Leeds. If they win, it doesn't matter what the other 2 sides do. But Sean Dyche's side are 4th from bottom and 2 points clear of safety.
You know, I'd never question the fans here. They've been terrific since I got here. They've been terrific, probably before me. But their affection for the club, their desire for the club to do well is there, and the team's got to respond to that and give something back.
So Everton at home to Bournemouth. Leicester play West Ham while Leeds take on Tottenham at Elland Road, both knowing that survival is not in their own hands. Sam Allardyce, formerly of both Newcastle and Sunderland, of course, is the Leeds boss.
All we can do is win the football match, and is pray the right word? I don't know. But hope let's say the gods look after us and all the other results go the right way for us. But when it's the only thing we control and try and control, and then hopefully after all that there's a celebration.
So that's Sam Allardyce, and Dean Smith is the Leicester manager.
We've got to win the game, plain and simply. We've got to figure out and balance the best way to, not give big chances away and create big chances against West Ham, who were in a European final and, after a tough first half of the season have climbed away from danger and have got a very good manager there.
It could get tense come 6:15-ish for fans of those 3 sides. The other fixtures today in the Premier League, a full set of fixtures all kicking off at 4:30. Manchester United at home to Fulham. Newcastle, of course, needing Manchester United to drop points. Arsenal are playing Wolves. Aston Villa against Brighton. Villa will claim 7th place and a Europa Conference League place if they win. If they don't, then either Spurs, who we've mentioned earlier, or Brentford, who are at home to Manchester City, could nick that final place from them. Crystal Palace take on Nottingham Forest, and Liverpool are away at already relegated Southampton. After Luton won the Championship playoff final yesterday and secured a return to the top flight for the first time in 31 years, it's been the turn of Stockport County and Carlisle United in the League 2 playoff final at Wembley this afternoon. It kicked off at 1:30 and they're still going. They had 9 minutes of injury time at the end of the 90 minutes, and they are now just 3.5 minutes away from penalty penalties. It is Carlisle 1, Stockport 1. An own goal from John Mellish from South Shields, former Gateshead, a Newcastle Benfield player as well. John Mellish had given Stockport the lead 10 minutes before half-time. Amari Patrick, having come on as a substitute, equalised for Carlisle 5 minutes before the end of the 90. Well, it wasn't 5 minutes before the end. It was the 84th minute, but they played a long time after the 90 minutes had gone, and they're getting towards the end of extra time as well. It is a very open game, though. It wouldn't surprise me if there was a winner in the next 3 or 4 minutes. At 3 o'clock today, though, so they're just beginning the second halves of the final round of matches in the bottom half of the Scottish Premiership. Relegation still to be decided in that one. Kilmarnock are 1-0 up on Ross County through Brad Lyons. Dundee United have to win big to avoid relegation and hope that Ross County lose heavily. They are drawing 1-1 at Motherwell. A Jamie McGrath penalty equalising for Dundee United after Kevin Van Veen had given Motherwell the lead. He's now scored, incidentally, Kevin Van Veen, in 11 games in a row. St Johnstone are 1-0 up on Livingston in the third and final game. It was the Women's Scottish Cup final earlier today as well. Rangers facing Celtic after both of them missed out on the title on the final day of the league season last weekend. Glasgow City nicked the title from both of them, but Rangers have won the Scottish Cup today. They beat Celtic 2-0. Natasha Flint and Claire O'Riordan with the goals. Durham's cricketers then kept up their terrific start to the season with a 28-run win over Yorkshire in the T20 at Headingley earlier on today. Durham's total of 217 for 3, their highest in the format against Yorkshire. It included career best scores of 90 from Alex Lees and 64 from Ollie Robinson. Yorkshire in the end could only get to 189 for 7 in their 20 overs. Here is Alex Lees.
I think obviously a good performance in the end. Obviously we had 3 good contributions with the bat. Obviously myself, Ollie and Jonesy. I think we obviously got a real good total on the board, and then I think we bowled absolutely top draw there. I think obviously on a real good batting wicket to restrict them to what we did. I think it was I'm really pleased with the performance.
So Durham take on Nottinghamshire at Chesterley Street in the next match tomorrow evening. Kilmarnock have gone 2-0 up on Ross County, so it now looks very much like Kilmarnock are going to be safe and finish 10th, that Ross County are going to finish 11th in the playoff spot, and Dundee United will finish bottom and be relegated. In Rugby League, Newcastle Thunder put in a bit of a comeback in the second half, but ultimately still falling short at home to Sheffield Eagles in the Championship. 38-32 the final score. Red Bull's Max Verstappen held on to win a dramatic rain-affected Monaco Grand Prix. He finished ahead of Fernando Alonso, who was second in the Aston Martin. Esteban Ocon was third in his Alpine, and despite all the fun and games in the 2 hours before, that was actually how the top 3 had started the race as well. The French Open tennis has got underway in Paris today. Bad start for the Brits though. Dan Evans losing in straight sets, 6-4, 6-4, 6-4 to Australia's Thanasi Kokkinakis. And in the first match of the tournament, Ukraine's Marta Kostyuk booed off court following her first round defeat by Arina Sabalenka. She refused to shake hands with her Belarusian opponent. Belarus is an ally of Russia. Marta Kostyuk of Ukraine has been very outspoken in the tennis world, and she later said that those booing her should be embarrassed. And in rugby union, finally, the England World Cup winner and Saracens flanker Vicky Fleetwood has retired from the sport. The 33-year-old won the World Cup in 2014 and ends her career with 82 caps. Right then, back to Stamford Bridge we go. Newcastle Chelsea kicks off at 4:30. Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson are back after this.
Beyonce in Sunderland. So that was Charlie, our reporter, going wild as many people did when Beyonce started Crazy in Love.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
So asking this morning, when's the last time you made that noise? Gary says, I made that noise when I found out how much money it was going to cost to put my car through its MOT. Oh, man. Yeah. Sarah says, my husband says I made that noise when I was giving birth to our son. I can't remember, but he said he heard that noise for 13 hours. Brenda in Greencroft, she says, the last time I made that noise was when someone put too much tonic in my gin. What do you think you're doing? More gin, less tonic.
The sound of the North East at breakfast. BBC Radio Newcastle, making a difference in the North East. Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And we're building up to Newcastle United's final match of the season here against Chelsea. 4 changes: Dubravka in goal, Trippier, Schär, Botman and Targett at the back, Anderson, Bruno and Gordon in midfield, with Almiron and Saint-Maximin either side of Isak up top. We're now going to talk for the next few minutes to a member of the North East's written media, and we're delighted that Craig Hope, the North East football correspondent for the Daily Mail, is with us. Hi, Hopey.
Reza, how are you doing?
Yeah, nice to see you. I was going to talk to you about the match first, but Newcastle in the last couple of minutes have just announced that not only has Bruno been named in the Brazil squad, but Joe Linton, who's missing today with a knock, has earned his first international call-up. Fans have been hoping that would happen for a while, and he's finally got there, Joe Linton. What a turnaround.
Well, yeah, if they'd put him in the World Cup squad, they might have gone further than the quarter-finals, to be honest with you. It's 6 months too late for Brazil, but no, absolutely well-deserved, you know. The irony being the man who never misses a game and is so robust is missing injured here today. But no, he'll go away with Brazil for the for the first time, and incredibly well deserved. You know, I had this conversation with someone on the train down yesterday, and we were saying, you know, for a while us journalists used to look at it and say, you know, who signed Joe Linton? Who's to blame for signing Joe Linton? We now look at it and we want to know the person who to give all the due credit and praise to. So no, what I like about him is that he never missed a match. During the time when it wasn't going for him, he always came back for more. That showed such resilience. The arrival of Eddie Howe, coupled with a position change, and it's just been a quite incredible turnaround. And he is, you know, you use that phrase, don't you, the first name on the team sheet now. And I honestly think Newcastle aren't the same team without him in it. And I actually said to the guy on the train yesterday, you know, even if you put him back at centre forward now, I still think you would see a player. I don't think it's necessarily the positional change in isolation. I just think there's a belief there, there's confidence. Everything about him is so much improved, and the call-up is well deserved. Great to see.
Kieran Trippier won the club's Player of the Year award, but Joe Linton couldn't have been far behind. He would be in the conversation, wouldn't he, for Newcastle's Player of the Season again?
Yeah, well, he'd be my Player of the Season.
Yeah, mine too.
We've just had the conversation in the press room there downstairs, and you know, we went round a little straw poll, and I had Joe Linton as mine. As I said, you know, Ray said, when he's in the team, you've got far more confidence. He's a reassuring presence, and he's actually as well, you know, having been a physical disruptor, he's actually now, I think, technically he's improved for that exposure to Eddie Howe and the work he's done with him, and just he really is turning into that all-round midfielder. You know, we joked at one point with the likeness to Patrick Vieira, whereas now he's saying there is something to it, and he's actually started to add goals to his game as well. So yeah, brilliant player.
And your pick for Player of the Season would be, since we're on the subject?
Oh, Trippier.
Yeah.
I think he's just, with everything that he's done, he's I think since coming to the football club, he's been outstanding. His performances have been excellent. There's been so much to take out of this season as a collective unit, but as individuals as well. But for me, Trippier is the one who stands out. You know, he leads by example. He's a good organiser, but his performances as well have been outstanding.
Yeah, mentioned it earlier, but he's the first Newcastle player in the Premier League, outfield player, to start every match in the season. He'll skipper them again, Kieran Trippier, here against Chelsea. What did you think was possible this season, Craig? You discussed it with Eddie Howe last summer, and he was reflecting on that at his pre-match press conference on Friday. None of us thought that this would happen. Where did you think they could go?
I remember doing a True Faith event on the eve of the season. I think I even came into the studio with you guys on Friday, and I was asked the same question, and I was one of the more optimistic in that I said, you know, I thought a top 7 finish was possible. I thought it was realistic. I thought they had to achieve that to maintain that forward momentum and to keep happy the likes of Sven Botman, Alexander Isak and Bruno Guimaraes. Now, others said that, you know, anything better than a relegation scrap, you know, comfortable top 10 finish would be progress. And while that was right, I did think European football was imperative. I never dreamt they would secure top 4, even after the first 7-8 matches. Razor, I think they draw 6 of the first 7 or something like that. And you just thought, you know, it could be a little bit of a stop-start season. Since then, they've been absolutely tremendous, and there's one man it comes back to, and that for me is the manager. You know, they have spent money, and the accusation now Newcastle have secured top 4 footballers that it is because of the influx of the Saudi ownership. But every other team up there spent the same amount. We're here at Stamford Bridge today. They've spent even more than Newcastle.
No one spent money like Chelsea have.
And they're in the bottom half. The reason they've accelerated their journey comes back to me. It comes back to the manager. I just think he's absolutely fantastic. The job he's done in improving every individual he inherited, plus every individual who's come into the club. He's improved them, technically, tactically, mentally, physically. It's just an unbelievable job. And while we're on the subject of our pick for player, etc. of the year, he would be mine for manager of the year.
Still in the running for that prize, Eddie Howe. I'm guessing they were waiting for the outcome of all the final matches of the season. Craig Hope from the Daily Mail with us on BBC Radio Newcastle as Newcastle's players finish their warm-up and head back inside. About 15 minutes to go until the match gets underway. Speaking of spending, they'll be doing that again in the summer, and Eddie Howe talked about squad depth because there will be more matches next season. How busy do you think they will be? Because if he's talking about depth, they need quality, but depth would imply possibly similar to last summer in terms of a number of new arrivals.
Well, you're a man for your stats, Reyes. I don't know if you know this one, but Newcastle have had only 14 players this season who have started more than 5 Premier League matches, which just goes to show the shallow nature of the pool they've been working with in terms of genuine first team regulars. Yet they do. Eddie said to us last week, didn't he? He needs 2 11s of equal strength, and I think if this season proved anything, they couldn't actually marry a Carabao Cup campaign with a Premier League campaign. We saw, didn't we, coming out of January into February, how much they fell away in the league. They're going to have to do it on 4 fronts next year, so they do need more depth. I don't think you need to go to 25 men, and that's the reason why I probably expect to see the likes of Paul Dummett and Matt Ritchie win new contracts. I do think you need, beyond the 22, 2 or 3 players who are happy not to play. We've seen the problems at Chelsea. They've got 25, if not more, who actually want to be in the starting 11. You can bring issues to your doorstep, but I do think they need now another 4 or 5 who, and Kevin Keegan always used to say this, didn't he? Buy better. Don't just buy players to improve, from 14, 15, 16 downwards. Go out and buy 3 or 4 or 5 who are going to improve that starting 11 and put pressure on those 14, as I said, who've sort of made those first team spots their own. So it's a really busy summer. Finished in the top 4.
And finally, Craig, you were at Wembley yesterday, taking a look at the 2 teams that were vying for a place in the Premier League, and Luton Town did it on penalties, so it'll be Kenilworth Road in the top flight next season. Might have been nice, I think, for anyone who's nostalgic for the 90s to have Coventry City back up, but the Luton story is incredible. And that will be something different for the top flight next year, won't it, with their style and the surroundings at their home ground.
Yeah, I have to say, Reyes, I was quite taken aback by the lack of quality in the game. Now, usually these playoff finals, there's a little bit of Premier League pedigree in there. Players played in the top flight before. It wasn't a very good game, listen. It was high on emotion, high on drama, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. But yeah, they've got a lot of work to do. Now, when Ando played, they had a plastic pitch down at Kenilworth Road that they said was worth 5 to 10 points extra a season. I think Kenilworth Road's going to have to be worth 15 to 20 points extra for them this season. But no, it'd be brilliant going there. 10,000 seats, tight, packed in, that concentrated hostility, the intimidatory surrounds. Really looking forward to it, and for that reason, I was probably glad they emerged as the winners.
Do you fancy Newcastle to finish off with a win today and possibly reclaim 3rd spot?
Not really. I think we're set for a fairly dry 0-0, 1-1, to be honest with you. I think mentally Newcastle have perhaps come off it a little bit since they got the job done last week. There's no shame in that whatsoever. Yes, I wouldn't be putting an awful lot of money on a Newcastle victory today, but then again, they are playing Chelsea, so we'll see. I'm not expecting a classic.
It's been great to speak to you, and thanks for your time. Craig Hope from the Daily Mail with us on BBC Radio Newcastle. The team shows 4 changes from Monday against Leicester. Dubravka is in goal in place of the injured Pope, and then Trippier, Schär, Botman and Targett at the back. Targett coming in for only a 6th Premier League start of the season. Anderson, his 3rd Premier League start for Newcastle, along with Bruno and Gordon, who is yet to complete 90 minutes for the club following his move from Everton in January. Then Almiron and Sam Maxima, his first start since the away match against West Ham at the beginning of last month. And Isak through the middle, a bench of Karius and Gillespie, the 2 goalkeepers. Dummett, Wilson, Lewis, Murphy, Ashby, Byrne and Miley. No Longstaff in the squad today. We haven't been given a reason for that. We'll try to find out from Eddie Howe after the game. And obviously Pope missing out through his injury, and Joe Linton among the players unavailable because of a knock. Quite a few missing for Newcastle today, but that is the side that Eddie Howe has selected for a match that will determine whether they finish third or fourth, but they need help from Fulham at Manchester United. If Manchester United drop points and Newcastle win, then they will move up a place and be third behind Arsenal and Manchester City. And Eddie Howe wants the season to finish with another Newcastle victory, and he's hoping it will be enough for them to nick that third spot.
We would love to finish third. It's not in our hands now after last night, but I think more importantly than that is finishing the season right. And the lads have been incredible this year in terms of their professionalism and how we've approached every challenge, and that can't change. So we're looking for us to give a good performance. Yeah, it does matter because you're representing the club, and our supporters will travel to the game, and we want to reward their loyalty and their everything that they've given us this year with our best effort, and that's the least we should give.
Should we be prepared for further changes to the team beyond who plays in goal, given that quite a few of your players, it seems, have been carrying knocks for a little while?
Yes, I think there will be changes. I think we've got injury concerns. I think there's Joelinton will miss the game after he pulled out in the injury. Manquillo will miss the game, and then we've got the other guys that had been missing. Joe Willock will miss the game. Jamal Lascelles, Matt Ritchie. So yeah, I think we're pleased the season's ending now, because we would be very, very stretched. But it will be a chance for some players to come in who have been waiting patiently for an opportunity to show how good they are.
So season finishes on Sunday. What does Monday and next week look like for you? Will everyone go away, or will you be back here working and preparing for next year?
Well, we're working and preparing for next year as we speak, or not literally as we speak, because I'm talking to you, but you know what I mean. No, the players will go after the game. They will go to various places across the world and enjoy a holiday. The international boys will be getting ready for their football. For me, it will all be about transfers and transfer market and making sure we're prepared as we can be for what's ahead in that sense, and then of course planning and making sure that we're ready for the season ahead.
Last couple of things, just on the futures of players, particularly those whose contracts are due to expire soon. When will you make a final decision on that, if you haven't done it already, given that players will be going on their summer break?
Yeah, I think the majority of decisions in my mind are there. You know, we're in a difficult position because we're not in a position to recruit huge numbers of players. The prices of players, financial fair play restrictions will be very much on us in this transfer window. So I think it will be subtle changes to the squad, and the majority will stay.
Final thing I want to ask you is just about Bruno, because there was some reports about him potentially being in line for a new contract. Is that something that you might look at over the summer with a player whose value to the club and the team is so clear?
Yeah, we'll look at every player individually and try and make the right calls regarding contract extensions and lots of various things that are always going on behind the scenes. Bruno's someone that we value greatly. We'd love him to commit his future to us.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
So a new contract for Bruno Guimaraes appears to be in the offing, with Newcastle having a lot of work to do over the summer, but Eddie Howe telling us there that some decisions have been made, and I'm sure over the weeks to come we will find out more regarding who stays and who goes, in particular ahead of some new signings and some new arrivals as they prepare to go at it again in the Premier League next season as a Champions League side, with the return to the very top of European football already confirmed. The substitutes, including Callum Wilson, taking their places on the bench in the beautiful sunshine here at Stamford Bridge. We are waiting for the two teams and the set of officials today, which will be led by the referee Jared Gillett from Australia. Fourth Newcastle match of the season. He did the home draw with Manchester City back in August, and their wins at Spurs and at Leicester. On VAR duty today is Peter Banks. Chelsea Strange, isn't it, Ando? Beginning the season with Thomas Tuchel, Graham Potter comes in, and it just didn't work out. All the new signings that they've made, such a strong squad full of quality players and star players. They'll finish between 11th and 14th, and they've struggled for goals as well. They're probably the one thing they do lack is a prolific centre forward. But from the outside looking in, you can see maybe why there have been problems, but you can also look at the individuals they have and know that some of these players have been part of Chelsea's success, and wonder why it's gone so wrong to the extent that it has.
Well, obviously a new owner came in. I think the one major problem you would say is that instead of a gradual change, he tried to change everything all at once. You know, it wasn't a gradual thing. Brought a lot of players in, didn't bring a goal scorer in. Huge squad, but you look at the squad and you just look at the imbalance that's in it. You know, there's just a total imbalance in that squad, and it's been a tough season for them. You would expect them to have done better with the quality of players that they've got, individual players, but it's one thing having good individual players, but I've said it many a times, they've got to be able to blend, they've got to be able to gel together, and obviously with all the quality individuals that they've got, they just haven't been able to gel. And as you rightly say, scoring goals has been a huge problem for them. I think since Frank Lampard has come back, I think he's only won one game. You know, that tells you everything you need to know.
Carlisle United have won promotion to League One after a victory on penalties 5-4 against Stockport County at Wembley. This is the final day of the Premier League season. Fortunately, Newcastle know what next season will look like. It will not affect Champions League qualification. Whatever happens today, they go straight into the group stage. No qualifiers for the Champions League for any of the English teams that have reached the competition. So it doesn't matter regarding third or fourth. But they need to win, and they need help from Fulham at Manchester United if they are to get back up to third place, which would be a nice reward, maybe a fitting reward for the brilliant season they have had. But the real drama will be at the bottom. Southampton relegated, but Leeds, Leicester and Everton, two of those three, will be joining Southampton in the Championship next season. Referee Jared Gillett and his assistants Mark Perry and Wade Smith wearing luminous yellow shirts, black shorts and socks. Keith Stroud is the fourth official pitch side, and Chelsea in blue shirts, blue shorts and white socks, with goalkeeper Kepa in luminous orange, and then the outfield players Cesar Azpilicueta, more than 500 Chelsea appearances in 11 seasons in West London. Thiago Silva comes into central defence, and he'll play alongside Trevor Chalobah, with Lewis Hall on the left, the teenager who came through the academy. Conor Gallagher in midfield with Enzo Fernandez, the World Cup winner with Argentina, and Ruben Loftus-Cheek, who's restored to the starting 11. Raheem Sterling is back as well, Chelsea's joint top scorer with 9, along with Kai Havertz, who's also in the attack, and Noni Madueke, 21-year-old England under-21 international, on the left of Chelsea's front three. Newcastle, Dubravka in goal, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Target at the back, Anderson, Bruno, Gordon, Almiron, Saint-Maximin and Isak, who gets us underway at Stamford Bridge in the final game of a fantastic season. Live once again here on BBC Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV. We've been there every step of the way. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for following the match with us today. Newcastle have put the ball out, and it's a Chelsea throw. Then they go back into central defence, and a crossfield ball from Thiago Silva goes out, and it's a United throw on halfway. Target takes it back to Botman, and Schär in possession in front of Martin Dubravka, and the Newcastle fans away to our left. That's the goal they are defending, shooting up towards the right as we look. And Elliot Anderson on a run, left side of central midfield, trying to find Isak. Challenge comes in from Chalobah. And this is Gallagher towards Havertz, but out of play it goes, just inside the Newcastle half, far left side of the pitch. 0-0 in the early stages at Stamford Bridge. One back in midfield by Chelsea. Raheem Sterling on a run. Anthony Gordon, good challenge. Went in shoulder to shoulder, then won the ball back at the edge of the box. Chipped forwards to Anderson and helped out wide left to Saint-Maximin. Only Isak in the middle. Plenty of blue shirts back. Saint-Maximin taking on Chalobah, slipping it through for Isak, who holds it up. Left side of the box, draws a save from Kepa. Down low by his near right-hand post. Newcastle corner.
Yeah, good break. Azpilicueta got himself forward. Saint-Maximin didn't track him, just stayed in the hole. All of a sudden we broke. Good save by the keeper.
It's the final day of the season, but it's an opportunity, possibly a big one for Saint-Maximin, who has had a tough season. He's played more times as a substitute than from the start. But it's his run that set up Isak, and they have the corner, which is whipped in right-footed, punched by Kepa. Almiron, edge of the box, tries to guide it back in towards goal, blocked by Chelsea. Cher on the right wing, into Gordon, takes a touch. Now the cross, dangerous one to the far post. Botman can't get it, but Saint-Maximin has it. Turns away and out wide, stuck back in deep, and it was Trippier coming from the left, who hung up the cross, but Kepa makes the claim.
Yeah, it wasn't the best ball in the world, was it? It was with his left foot. Easy take for the keeper. Nobody in black and white near the keeper.
Chelsea go back into their box to Kepa. Thiago Silva, 38 years old. He's got another year at Chelsea after this, the Brazilian. Hall back inside to Kepa. And Chalobah out to the right. They're looking for Conor Gallagher. That's a foul by Gallagher on Bruno. Eased him to the floor. Newcastle left side in the middle third of the pitch have the ball. Leeds, who need to win, are losing 1-0 at home to Spurs. Harry Kane with an early goal there. Bruno on it again in midfield, dispossessed by Gallagher. That one was a fair challenge, and Chelsea are away into Newcastle's half. It's Madueke, who started on the right, actually back towards Gallagher, near to the goal line, wins a corner off Matt Targett.
And then, doesn't it, very stretched in these early moments of the game.
So on the far side, with Lewis Hall preparing to deliver a Chelsea corner towards the near post, and Chalobah, both teams appealing for the ball. It's a goal kick.
Poor corner, isn't it?
They're singing their Anthony Gordon song. We heard it on the train on the way down. It's to the tune of Voulez-Vous, isn't it, by ABBA?
Is it?
I think so. It's outside your musical sphere?
It would be, yeah.
Okay. It ends with the fans singing "We're all going to Madrid," which they might be next year. It's Gordon on the right, who tries to keep the ball in from the goal kick. Chelsea throw. Hall wearing number 67. It's a return pass from Loftus-Cheek. Gordon with a challenge, and another Chelsea throw on this near side, up to Gallagher towards halfway. Hall with a forward pass along the floor. Target back to Dubravka. First Premier League start since the final day of last season at Burnley. He did play twice for Slovakia in March and obviously was brought on against Liverpool in February. That's his recent action, as well as the cup tie at Sheffield Wednesday in January. Cher. All the noise coming from the away section. Isak's dropped in deep to pick the ball up, under pressure from Gallagher, and Fernandez chases him as they play it back to Botman. Now Anderson on to Saint-Maximin, who's getting plenty of the ball in this opening 10 minutes. Good feet, edge of the area, looking for Isak. Cleared as far as target. Anderson's out wide, they look for him, but the ball is too strong, and it's a Chelsea throw near the corner flag. 0-0.
Yeah, idea was right. Just overhit.
Chelsea without a win in 7 home matches in all competitions. And they've also set a club record for the most defeats in a Premier League season, Chelsea. 16 this season. And they've never lost more in the league in the Premier League era. Havertz in the centre circle, spreading it out to Sterling. Now into Newcastle's box. Sterling, couple of step overs, goes on the outside. Good defending by Kieran Trippier, got down to make the block and concede the corner.
Yeah, defended well, good break. Just switched it wide to Sterling. Trippier just stood up nice and big. Made the tackle when he needed to.
Chelsea right-footed in-swinging corner, header away by Almiron at the near post. Azpilicueta hoists it back in. Dubravka with an easy catch. It was Enzo Fernandez who took
They've had
the corner.
2 corners, and neither of them have got more than 3 foot off the ground. They've been awful.
Aston Villa 1-0 up on Brighton through Douglas Luiz. 0-0 here, and we're into the 9th minute on BBC Radio Newcastle. Fabian Cher looking for another black and white shirt. Saint-Maximin, more space on the left. Anderson on the outside, feeds him. Anderson low cross, Anthony Gordon! Anthony Gordon's first Newcastle goal on the final day of the season. Stabbed it into the net at the near post from Anderson's cutback on the far side, and Gordon in from the start today with an early finish, right-footed from close range, and it's Chelsea 0, Newcastle United 1.
It's just so simple, wasn't it? Switch of play, Saint-Maximin all on his own. The overlap's made. Straightforward ball, nobody's picking Gordon up. He's not going to miss from 4 yards. But it's just so easy. Just open Chelsea up so easy.
Gordon there to apply the touch, and it got a touch off the keeper on its way through, but it was always going in, and timed his run, got on the end of Anderson's ball across, and it's 1-0. Saint-Maximin involved in the build-up as well, all off the bench. They enjoyed that one. They'll be pleased for Gordon, who is someone that you think will benefit so much from a full pre-season with Eddie Howe ahead of next year. Now Saint-Maximin has been played in again, heading towards the Chelsea penalty box. It's Almiron on the left, Gordon and Isak in the middle. Almiron's gone for it.
Wrong decision. Like queuing up in the middle.
And they smacked it towards the near side of goal, but it was straight at Kepa. Pretty sure it was a shot rather than a cross. Had 2 options to aim for, but he took the shot on, and Chelsea are on the attack themselves from that Kepa save. Loftus-Cheek, edge of the box, Fernandez stretching. They've lost it. Here's Saint-Maximin again. He's got Almiron to the right and Isak down the left. It's on to Almiron, who sidesteps one in midfield, gives it back to Saint-Maximin. Bruno running through the middle. Saint-Maximin goes to Isak, left corner of the area. Alexander Isak, oh, narrowly wide of Kepa's goal.
Where is Azpilicueta playing? He's given Saint-Maximin the total run of that left side, our left side, he keeps coming inside, leaving him out there. He's the outlet all the time.
Well, that was close from Isak. Tried to bend it inside Kepa's far left-hand post. Just didn't come back in time. As Liverpool take a 1-0 lead at Southampton through Diogo Jota. And Arsenal are 1-0 up on Wolves. Granit Xhaka with their goal. Anthony Gordon has scored for Newcastle. There is a Champions League banner draped over the front of the top tier at the shed end, the away end at Stamford Bridge, with the old NUFC club crest on it.
Chelsea can't pass water at the moment.
Now they've played the ball out. It's a Newcastle throw, left side of defence. There are a couple of black and white flags, South Shields mags, Shildon mags as well on display. As Madueke goes on a run and wins a corner.
Good play, nice and direct.
Eddie Howe, Jason Tindall and coach Stephen Purchase, all of them all in black in the technical area, conversing as Chelsea prepare to take the corner through Hall, left-footed on the right side. This one's got more height on it, and Dubravka gets down to claw it away. It was about to creep in to the near side of goal. It's Thiago Silva who had the final touch. I think Newcastle have a player down in the 6-yard box. Good corner kick. Dubravka makes a very good save.
He went down in stages, didn't he? It's not the cleanest of headers, but he went down in stages, Dubravka.
Matt Targett is the player who was hurt. They're sending on the physio with the medical bag. I'm not sure what happened to Targett, but he's going to need some treatment. As Trippier comes running over to the touchline to talk to Howe and Tindall. And it's 1-0 Newcastle here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Anthony Gordon with the goal. Sounds like a home match with all the noise. Certainly got more to sing about than the Chelsea fans have. Targett has got a bloodied nose, and they're just mopping up and dealing with that. He might need a new black and white shirt. It's white shorts for Newcastle today for outfield players and black socks. Dubravka is in green. 4 changes: Dubravka, Targett, Gordon and Sam Maxima in for Pope, Byrne, Longstaff and Wilson. Byrne and Wilson are on the bench, and the other 2 not in the squad. Still waiting for the match to restart from another Chelsea corner as Arsenal take a 2-0 lead over Wolves. Granit Xhaka again supposed to be leaving. And 2-0 to Liverpool at Southampton. Roberto Firmino, his final match for Liverpool. Wouldn't be a bad free transfer signing, would he?
Wrong age, isn't he?
Yeah, maybe. Chelsea corner on this near side. Fernandes back to Hall, left corner of the box. Good cross, swung into the back stick. Anthony Gordon puts it behind.
Yeah, went to sleep on the corner kick, allowed it to be taken short, swung in by Hall. Back stick, Gordon defended it well at that back post.
Hall's going to deliver this one as well. Players around the penalty spot. It's low and volleyed clear by Almiron, near post area. Azpilicueta back in with a header. Header up by Cher. Havertz goes for it in the air and volleyed by Chelsea with a big deflection on the shot that came in right side of the penalty area from Madueke, and that'll be another corner on the far side. Still leading 1-0 Newcastle, but a succession of Chelsea corner kicks.
Yeah, good defended by young Anderson, got his body in the way.
Lewis Hall again. This one's high, round the back towards Havertz, who's taken it down with a really good touch, kept it in, turned the cross back over into the middle, and then Newcastle half clear it. Almiron straight to Hall. It's taken a touch off Isak. Now it's Sterling right side of the box. Cross is blocked. It's come back to Sterling. Down the line, Madueke beats one, cuts it back, and Newcastle make the block. And Cher plays it away to Saint-Maximin. And here they go in this end-to-end game. He's into the Chelsea half. Almiron up ahead. Isak on the far side. Rolls in Almiron, but Azpilicueta gets back to intercept and then clear. Header forwards by Anderson. Chelsea with it through Chalobah and Fernandes deep in midfield. Over to Hall on the near side. 17 minutes played. It's been enjoyable, hasn't it, John Anderson?
Been very stretched, very open.
Headed away by Newcastle from a Chelsea crossfield ball. Bruno then wins it back, and Anderson to target. On the floor, cut out by Chelsea, then moved quickly by Newcastle to Saint-Maximin, who's in the mood today. Good ball inside to Bruno. Flicks it along halfway to Isak, onto Trippier, but behind Almiron. Slightly off balance, Kieran Trippier, and uncharacteristically got that one wrong. Chelsea throw, middle of their half. Newcastle 1-0 up. Hall back down the line, the left to Thiago Silva. Has a touch, passes it into the box to Kepa, who's been the number one for most of the season, certainly since the World Cup. With Edouard Mendy on the bench. Havertz drops in, lays it off to the far side. Azpilicueta into Fernandes. Chelsea seeing more of the ball now after the good Newcastle start, but the threat's still there on the break, particularly down the left with Saint-Maximin. Listen to BBC Radio Newcastle. It's Chalobah on halfway, right of centre. Azpilicueta inside to Fernandes, wearing shirt number 5 for Chelsea, the midfielder. Thiago Silva up to Gallagher. Gets it back from Hall, doesn't. It's straight to Bruno, who drops his shoulder, moves inside, then turns and goes back to Cher. Now under pressure from Havertz. He runs away from him, dinks it over the top, but Isak didn't make the forward run. And Kepa sends it forwards into midfield, and Chelsea now in possession through Thiago Silva. Left side of the centre circle. Up to the feet of Gallagher. Cher with a challenge. Loftus-Cheek takes over, running square across midfield, back to Fernandes. Madueke on a run, cross into the near post, stopped by Newcastle. Saint-Maximin with it in the corner. 2 blue shirts there with him. Oh, how well has he done there? Brilliant. He's got away and then sent it downfield, and Isak trying to keep it in. He's done so, Isak, and he's got away. Down the left, Alexander Isak into the box, but great recovery by Trevor Chalobah to stop Isak going through one-on-one on Kepa.
Yeah, good defending. Big and strong, wasn't he? Looked like he was away.
Over the top for Havertz, might be in. Dubravka comes to the edge of the box and claims the bouncing ball and throws it out to Trippier on the near side. Newcastle still 1-0 up through Gordon's goal. Fulham leading at Manchester United. As it stands, Newcastle staying third. Gordon, edge of the area, trying to get round Thiago Silva. Back to Kepa though, and Loftus-Cheek will bring it out from the back. Kenny Tete with Fulham's goal at Old Trafford. Good news for Newcastle, who need to win, and they need Manchester United to drop points. So either win, either lose or draw. Gallagher on the left. There's been more goals elsewhere. We'll catch up in a second. Sterling on the edge of the box. Back to Hall. Loftus-Cheek to Enzo Fernandez. Jason Tindall screaming instructions at Newcastle as Chelsea have possession. James Ward-Prowse has pulled one back for Southampton. Now 2-1 down to Liverpool. Chelsea crossfield ball out to the right. Headed into the box. Madueke, who's been lively, keeps it alive. And then Azpilicueta shot blocked. And Saint-Maximin takes it on down the left, wants a free kick and gets it. He was dragged back by Azpilicueta, and Deniz Undav has equalised for Brighton against Aston Villa. That one is 1 apiece.
Azpilicueta, somebody of his experience, he just keeps drifting forward and leaving St Maximin, who's not tracking him. He's not following him in there, but when it breaks down, St Maximin then has all the room in the world to run into.
Overall, Ando, what would you say about Newcastle's performance?
Open, very open. You'd say it's more like a friendly than a than a Premier League game. It's really stretched. It's real end to end.
They've got one of those against each other coming up in July in the United States in the Premier League Summer Series. (1-0). Anthony Gordon, the goal scorer. Share on the diagonal. Sam Maxima's got loads of room again. Here he goes into the box on the left. Alan Sam Maxima heads to the goal line, turns back. Isak shot on the turn, big deflection, and Sam Maxima tries to let it go for a corner, but he is offside. But must have been because he went for the ball or was near to it.
Azpilicueta was in playing centre half on that occasion. He obviously just doesn't want to mark him. It's incredible the amount of room he's getting.
It's the perfect sort of game for Sam Maxima with all the space and time that he's getting. Chalobah with the block on Isak's low shot, looking for a first goal since he got 2 against Spurs, 6 without one before today. Alexander Isak. Trippier in for Gordon to chase. Loftus-Cheek gets there between man and ball, back to Kepa, short to Thiago Silva. Loftus-Cheek in the penalty area, tries to go away from Isak and does just. Hall on the near side, stopped by Gordon, but it's fallen nicely for another blue shirt, and Gallagher on it inside. Bruno, it's Almiron actually rather than Bruno that wins it back, but the referee Jared Gillett has brought it back. One pass to give a free kick to Chelsea on the left, just behind halfway. This is Chelsea through Azpilicueta. It's away from Madueke and back to Fernandez. Big deflection on the cross. It's going to go for another corner on that far side once again. 1-0 up. And Anthony Gordon's goal was Newcastle's 100th in the Premier League under Eddie Howe in 65 matches. It's another stat for you. 2 arms in the air from Hall, left-footed corner, in-swinger. Trippier header away. Nobody near to the clearance in black and white, but they push up now to the edge of the area. Almiron closes down Sterling, who sends it in, a flick off Havertz, and that will run for a goal kick. Dubravka leaves his box, gets the ball from Trippier. 1-0 up, and we're going back to third. Fulham are winning at Manchester United. So midway through the first half, things are going Newcastle's way. It's pretty much a full-strength Manchester United team as well today. Isak, you know they've got the cup final next week. Can't hold the ball. Loftus-Cheek regains possession, and it's Thiago Silva now. No pressure on the ball. It's out to Hall, then back to Thiago Silva. He's playing as the left-sided centre-half in the Chelsea defence, with Chalobah to the right. 1-0 Newcastle. Thiago Silva still on it. Lots of little touches near the centre circle. Home fans getting frustrated. Then he plays the ball back to Chalobah. Away from Isak. Foul by Target, I think, rather than Anderson, though they were both there. And Jared Gillett is telling Chelsea to bring the ball back, and didn't want them to have a quick free kick. about 35 yards from the goal. Penalty to Fulham at Manchester United about to be taken. Newcastle 1-0 up here. Fernandes slips it down the line. Chance for Sterling to cut inside and shoot, and blocked on the line, but then it spins up and goes in, and it's an own goal, I think. And Newcastle's lead has been cancelled out, so it doesn't matter really at the moment what Fulham do at Manchester United. They need to win to have a chance of claiming third spot, and Chelsea have equalised here with Sterling cutting inside, having the shot, big deflection, took it past Dubravka. Chelsea won, Newcastle United won.
Well, that's a poor goal. We just switch off at the free kick. He stood with St Maximin and he just drifts off, and St Maximin lets him run. Nobody picks him up. I think it's Botman that comes off.
It's Trippier. Ollie Watkins has made it Aston Villa 2, Brighton 1, or Brighton 0. So their equaliser must have been ruled out. Newcastle go long from the kick-off, looking for Almiron. Kepa is there. 1-1 then. And the Fulham penalty was saved at Old Trafford. That's how things can turn, isn't it? Havertz for Chelsea. Madueke, who's been lively, might have overrun that. Oh, nearly another own goal. Took a big touch off a defender and flashed across the face of goal. I thought the ball had gone out, but he cut it back, and the Newcastle touch took it across Dubravka's goal and out to the near side. Chelsea still playing. They're finding a bit of form on the final day of the season to try to avoid finishing as low as 14th. Gallagher on the right wing. 1-1 now. Trippier own goal, bringing Chelsea level. They've got Azpilicueta in. It's all happening down that far side, the Newcastle left. That's where Chelsea are getting their joy and the space. A bit like Newcastle when they go up the other end.
Yeah, but you've got to track runners. You've got to track people back. You just can't let them run and give them the space and give them the...
Oh, there are loads of goals elsewhere. Southampton now 2-2 with Liverpool. Sulemana has scored the goal to equalise, and it's Arsenal 3, Wolves 0. I think it's Bukayo Saka who's scored. 1-1 here. Chelsea on top at the moment. Hall, cross blocked by Trippier, out for a throw, 30 yards out. Need to get the ball again. Newcastle, a promising start, took the lead. And Chelsea dominating the play at the moment. Fulham still leading at Manchester United, which will help, but Newcastle need to win to get third. Target heading back to Dubravka, who catches. As it stands, both Leeds and Leicester will be going down. Leeds are losing to Spurs, Leicester drawing 0-0 with West Ham, and Everton just above the relegation zone, 0-0 in their match with Bournemouth. Botman up to Almiron, who is on the left side of midfield. Bruno with a pass that's behind target, but he plays it back to Dubravka. Out to Cher. Trippier pulls wide right. Found by Cher's pass. Trippier inside to Bruno. Gallagher makes the challenge, and Gordon keeps it in. Near side of the pitch. Tackled by Hall. Free kick.
Looked like he won the ball.
Frank Lampard, the Chelsea manager, I think makes that point to the fourth official. It's Newcastle free kick. 31 minutes played. Cher to Trippier. It's in the centre now. And Botman gives it back to him, then back to the Dutchman in the D. looks to Bruno on the left, tackle from Gallagher, foul outside the Newcastle box. Not too many Chelsea complaints, apart from a few groans from the home fans. Cher, difficult ball, lifts it out to Gordon on the right, that's good, gets it back from Almiron. Now Bruno charging forwards, back through for Gordon. They've got a good situation here, Newcastle. Gordon's cut back, Miguel Almiron, he's put it wide, edge of the area, really good move, and Almiron, left foot on the 18-yard line, has steered it past Kepa's right-hand post, low down and away for a goal kick.
It's just so open, so stretched the game. They were flying in earlier in the season, weren't they?
Target, header forwards, intercepting the Chelsea clearance. Thumped forwards by Chalobah. Cher header onto Gordon. He's got so much space. Bruno takes it on over to the left side. Anderson back into Bruno, 2 on him. Plays it back to Target, into the Newcastle half now. They wanted a free kick for the challenge on Bruno. Referee let them play on. Cher to Botman, just inside the centre circle. This is Gordon. Now Cher, just behind halfway. Isak, Trippier free to the right. Isak carries it himself, then plays in Trippier. 20 yards from the Chelsea goal. Back through for Gordon, who has a couple of touches and tried to slip in Isak, but an outstretched leg from Thiago Silva got in the way, and Loftus-Cheek bringing Chelsea up to halfway. Sterling on the near side turns and plays a short ball back to Hall. Now inside to Gallagher, almost, but
he got caught in 2 minds, didn't he?
(1-1) here, and Nottingham Forest, Taiwo Awoniyi with Nottingham Forest's goal at Palace. 1-0 at Selhurst Park. Thiago Silva, Gallagher in between Newcastle's midfield and defence, but plays it back to halfway. Enzo Fernandez, curling ball on to the boot of Azpilicueta, right wing. Target clears out of a blue shirt, and they have a throw. And whatever happens today, Newcastle will be playing in a season where they've set a club record for the fewest defeats in the top division. It's currently 5. The previous best in that regard was 8, which they last had in 2003-2004. Fewest defeats by Newcastle in any league season, by the way, is 4 in the 2009-2010 championship. Isak, oh, what a lovely take, and then he glides past Chelsea players before being tripped near to the touchline, still in his own half, far side. Does receive the ball so well on the move, and was taken down by Azpilicueta almost on the line. Big goal in the relegation battle, scored by Harvey Barnes for Leicester. 1-0 up against West Ham. Bad news for Leeds, who are losing against Spurs, and they have to win, Leeds, in order to have a chance of staying up, but that would put Everton into the relegation zone, that Leicester goal. Gordon on the right, takes it on the outside of Loftus-Cheek, but it's a Chelsea throw in Newcastle's half. Thiago Silva into midfield, Enzo Fernandez away from 2 black and white shirts. Sterling, left side of the attack, back into Enzo. He's got away from Bruno. Brazil on Argentina there. Newcastle have it back though. Saint-Maximin behind the centre circle. Anderson onto Isak down the left and heading into the final third, through for Almiron in the box, looking for Bruno. It's Alan Saint-Maximin, shot on the turn, blocked by Chelsea, who still have Fernandez down in Newcastle's half. Cher then fouling Sterling in front of the centre circle, and Jarrett Gillett blows the whistle. Enzo Fernandez might require treatment, but Newcastle won it back and went on another attack, Ando, and could have retaken the lead.
Yeah, Chelsea are just so open. It's It's like jumpers and playgrounds.
One all at Stamford Bridge, where Newcastle have won only once in 27 previous attempts in the Premier League. 6 draws and 20 defeats in the other matches. Saint-Maximin taken down just behind halfway. Frank Lampard played in that Papis Cissé match in 2012. Gordon over to the far side. Saint-Maximin keeps it in. Looked like it was heading out, but they're still in possession of the ball. Target back to another black and white shirt. Botman has got Share available inside. Trippier to his right as well, but it's Isak on the centre spot. Lovely turn, great skill to get past Thiago Silva, and a ball to Saint-Maximin. Fantastic centre forward play. Saint-Maximin with a back heel. Now another cross. Anthony Gordon. It's come to Almiron. Must be.
Oh, you're joking.
No, Almiron went for the far top corner and has ballooned it wide of Kepa's goal. Another really good break. Isak, sublime stuff. Saint-Maximin back heel, then the cross came over. Gordon couldn't quite make anything of it. Almiron took a touch, 10 yards out, and it's well off target.
Wasn't even close. Big chance.
It remains one apiece. BBC Radio Newcastle. Saint-Maximin sliding tackle, but Fernandez has still got it. On the Chelsea right wing, over to Sterling. Trippier gets across. Great first touch to kill the ball. Into Gallagher, back to Sterling, still in the box near the corner. Hall to Sterling on the 18-yard line, just about. In the sunshine, in front of the away fans, then blocked by Newcastle. And Almiron to Bruno, who's trying to get clear, but Loftus-Cheek wins it back. And Havertz takes a touch, 20 yards out. On his left, could line up the shot. Instead, plays it to Gallagher. He has a go. Block by Newcastle. And Saint-Maximin with it. On to Bruno. Here they go again. It's like a basketball match. Apart from with a score. 1-1. Isak taking on Chalobah. On the left, into the box. Still has it, Isak. Twisting and turning. Heading towards the goal line. Back to Bruno. Got Trippier free if they can switch it. They've gone out wide to Saint-Maximin, and now Bruno, and here it comes to Trippier in the area on the right. Cross gets blocked by Hall. Flicked out to Bruno in between the corner and the penalty box. Almiron still in possession. Back to Trippier. First time cross is blocked. Newcastle throw 15 yards out, and Bruno has gone down on the edge of the penalty area, and he's untying his left boot. And the medical staff get up off their seat. Jared Gillett calls for them. Bruno down, and the problem is with his left foot. So he'll receive treatment as Fabian Schär is called over by Jason Tindall. And they're having a conversation, Eddie Howe with Kieran Trippier, who comes across. It's 1-1 in the 40th minute.
It's so stretched. It really is. It's like a school game. It's like, yeah, you have it and go forward, then we'll have it and go forward.
Manchester United still losing 1-0 at home to Fulham, which is good for Newcastle, but they have to win here to finish above Manchester United for the first time since 1977. Brighton have pulled one back at Aston Villa. Deniz Undav has scored a goal that they'll hope will count. And we spoke too soon. Manchester United, of course they have equalised. Jadon Sancho. Do you know how hard it is to keep track of all these scores in this first half?
Well, you don't have to keep track of them all. There's only certain ones you need to keep track of.
Well, as we've started doing them all, we might as well continue in that fashion. There's only 2 games that are 0-0. Brentford Man City and Everton Bournemouth. As it stands, Leicester are staying up on goal difference from Everton at with Leeds in the relegation zone as well. And Aston Villa would claim 7th ahead of Spurs and Brentford. Trippier, header forwards to Almiron. Bruno's back on and seemingly okay. Another Newcastle throw, about 15 yards from the Chelsea goal. 4 minutes to half time on BBC Radio Newcastle. Colin White will have a full run through of all the scores and what everything means during the break. This is Trippier looking for Gordon. Gallagher across, prevented the corner, and Hall back to Gallagher on the goal line, inside into the box to Thiago Silva. A couple of touches to shift it, and then away. Botman pushes it forwards. Saint-Maximin just beaten to it by Azpilicueta. Havertz, no offside flag. Noni Madueke down the right wing for Chelsea. Left-footed shot,
He's
comfortable
having a laugh
to Dubravka by his near post.
Kidding himself.
Mentioned he's an England under-21 international. Madueke, born in London. He'd spent 4 years in the Netherlands with PSV before Chelsea brought him back to England in January for 29 million. Big player for the future, but in the team from the start today. He's caused a few problems.
He's quick, isn't he?
Target to Anderson. Unable to keep the ball in. Just past halfway. Chelsea ball on the far side. We'll be discussing the match after the game as well tonight until 7. So about half an hour afterwards. Ando and Colin in the studio will be here. And they can get in touch anytime. The text number is 81333. Start your message with BBC or WhatsApp. Put BBC at the start, and it's 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp. Still 1-1. 43 minutes. Fernandes to Azpilicueta. Madueke getting it back from Fernandes. Then intercepted by Target, up to Saint-Maximin. Crosses the halfway line, inside, skips around Fernandes, and through for Almiron in the box. Is this his goal? No, it's saved by Kepa again. How many big chances has Almiron had today? And none of them have really come close to beating Kepa, and it remains 1-1.
It makes you wonder how he scored all them goals earlier in the season.
That time it was the right side of the box. If it's a right footer, they'll just take it on in their stride first time.
Footer, just got it out of his feet well enough. Just hit it straight at the keeper.
He came back across it, Almiron. Lovely play by Saint-Maximin, jumping inside around the challenge from Fernandes, and then Almiron tried to guide it back across and bend it inside. But a really comfortable stop for Kepa, who stood big and pushed the ball away. Loftus-Cheek approaching halfway. Gallagher, who has picked up a good position in the hole quite a few times, and gets it there again on to Hall, who gets forward well from fullback. Ruben Loftus-Cheek over to Enzo Fernandez, and Madueke with nice feet, close control, keeping it alive. Hall now to Gallagher in the box, Bruno with him, careful not to foul him, and Bruno with a block challenge, stopping Hall from running through onto goal. Fernandes forced well wide by pressure from Elliot Anderson. The numbers board from Keith Stroud shows a minimum of 4 additional minutes at the end of the first half on BBC Radio Newcastle. Ruben Loftus-Cheek plays it between Bruno and Trippier. Dangerous cross! Dubravka, another good save, and then off the line. And Chelsea play on. The referees watch. Doesn't get signalled from goal line technology.
There's
and
one
it
for the
didn't cross the
cameras.
line, and it was cleared, and then the shot came in. Dubravka with a diving save to catch Sterling's effort for the cameras, as Ando says, but it remains 1-1. Martin Dubravka with one very good save, then a clearance off the line from Newcastle. And Sterling with a follow-up shot caught by the goalkeeper.
Yeah, chances at either end. There's plenty of chances. Almiron could have had a hat-trick.
Frustrating in front of goal. Trippier, header on to Almiron, lets it run. Gallagher might get there. Almiron and Newcastle lose the ball on the near side. Gallagher's pass inside. Good tackle by Bruno on Fernandes, and Almiron to take them forwards down the right wing into the penalty area. Goes away from Thiago Silva, but has to turn and get it back onto his left. Bruno looking forward at the edge of the box. Chelsea get a toe on the ball, and then Bruno tidies up away from Sterling. Elliot Anderson shifts it and could hit it. It's blocked. Edge of the penalty area. Trippier nod on to Gordon, and then back to Cher. Bit of Newcastle possession in the third of the 4 additional minutes. Saint-Maximin steps inside, then loses the ball, and it's up to Havertz, but he's isolated. Manages to hold it up and play it back to Sterling on the left. Now he comes into the Newcastle half. Gordon attempts a challenge. Sterling still has it. Loftus-Cheek to Hall. And we are heading towards the half-time whistle with Chelsea in possession in Newcastle's half on the left. Now back to halfway to Thiago Silva, and 1-1 the score. In behind the 2 fullbacks, but particularly on the Newcastle left, Chelsea's right.
Azpilicueta just goes walkabout.
That's where the fun is for Newcastle, but not too much to smile about when it comes to the finishing. Gordon intercepts. Chelsea get a block there, but then Trippier wins it back, and now Bruno with about 10 seconds to go up to Isak and cleared, and out on the near side. Newcastle's ball. Referee has a look at his watch. It's 1-1 at Old Trafford at half-time. Trippier, as we wait for the whistle. In the final minute of the additional time, Saint-Maximin takes it back into his own half. Trippier in the centre circle. Almiron stretching the play, looks to get him in. Trippier with a ball that Almiron takes down with his left, knocks it past Hall. Good defending to make the challenge. Cher then intercepts. Almiron can play it on to Cher. Fabian Cher gets away into the penalty area, looks for Isak at the back post, but Kepa gets in the way and makes the stop.
Dear oh dear. Final balls have been absolutely...
Eddie Howe puts his hand on his head in frustration. That's half-time. It's 1-1. It's been so open.
Oh, it's been crazy. It's been really has.
It's been enjoyable because there's been so much attacking play.
Yeah, but you feel you're on Chelsea are on top, and then all of a sudden they throw so many bodies forward. The problem is they haven't got a defensive midfielder who just sits. They all get forward, they leave huge gaps. Azpilicueta just keeps bombing down this right side. Saint-Maximin doesn't track him, and then when it breaks down, Saint-Maximin picks it up. He's got all the room of Stamford Bridge just to start running with the ball. It's like jumpers in a playground. It really is. From a defensive point of view, from Chelsea's part, it's, as I say, they haven't got a hold of midfield player. They all want to get forward. There's huge gaps appearing. We've had chance after chance. I mean, Almiron should have a hat-trick. And it's not as if they're difficult chances either. You know, they're real good chances. And he hasn't hit the target.
The finishing needs to be better.
Oh, God. Yeah, finishing's been awful. Finishing's been shocking. But, look, it's been enjoyable enough. It's been end-to-end, there's no doubt about that. But we've had plenty of chances, we just haven't taken them.
Well, we'll bring you the second half on BBC Radio Newcastle shortly. Hopefully it'll be as entertaining and as open in the second 45, and maybe Newcastle can go on and get the goal or goals they need to win the match. They should have had them already, really, and try to pinch third spot from Manchester United, who are being held by Fulham. So if that was to stay the way it is now, a Newcastle win would get them back up a place and into third. But lots can still change. There could be big drama at the bottom end of the Premier League table. All the details coming up in a second from Colin White in the studio. And a reminder of the contact details for half-time, to possibly have a message read out, and for after the game as well with Ando. 81333 on text or WhatsApp, 08000 321 333. And put BBC at the start of your message, whether it's text or WhatsApp. Anthony Gordon gave Newcastle an early lead with his first goal in black and white, but then an equaliser for Chelsea came through an unfortunate own goal from Kieran Trippier, deflecting a Raheem Sterling shot into his own net. So at half-time at Stamford Bridge, it's Chelsea 1, Newcastle United 1.
You eat at work, you use social media at work, you sometimes even work at work. So why not listen at work on BBC Sounds and your office radio? Just don't blame us if you get told off.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And at half-time at Stamford Bridge then, Chelsea 1, Newcastle United 1. We'll be back with Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson very shortly for full commentary of the second half. But the drama really down the bottom of the table today. The half-time scores then elsewhere. All 10 Premier League matches being played at the same time today, of course. Goalless between Everton and Bournemouth. If Everton win, they are safe. But as it stands, they are going down because Leicester City are beating West Ham by 1-0. Harvey Barnes 10 minutes before half-time. So Leicester out of the relegation zone on goal difference at half-time. Leeds, who need to win and hope other things go their way, are losing 1-0 at home to Spurs. Harry Kane after 2 minutes. So it doesn't look at the moment anyway like Sam Allardyce is going to do the single job that he was brought in to do, but it's still going to be a very tense second half. Manchester United drawing 1-1 at home to Fulham then. Kenny Tete had given Fulham the lead, but Jadon Sancho equalising for Manchester United 5 minutes before half-time. It means that at the moment at Manchester United will finish third and Newcastle will finish fourth, but plenty could happen in the next 45 minutes. Aston Villa need to win to secure themselves a European spot and 7th in the table. They are beating Brighton 2-1. Douglas Luiz and Ollie Watkins with the Villa goals. Dennis Undav getting one back for Brighton. They'd also had one chopped off by the video assistant referee as well. It's goalless between Brentford and Manchester City. Nottingham Forest are 1-0 up away at Crystal Palace. Taiwo Awoniyi after half an hour. Arsenal are cruising. They're 3-0 up on Wolves. Granit Xhaka with 2 in the space of 3 minutes, and then Bukayo Saka making it 3-0. And Southampton already relegated, drawing 2-2 at home to Liverpool. They were 2-0 down though. Liverpool scoring through Diogo Jota and Roberto Firmino, but James Ward-Prowse and Kamaldeen Sulemana equalising for Southampton. So Southampton 2, Liverpool 2 at half-time. After Luton won the Championship playoff final on penalties yesterday, and we'll come back to that in a minute actually, so too Carlisle United needed spot kicks, but they did beat Stockport County in the League 2 playoff final earlier today. It was 1-1 after 90 minutes. A John Mellish own goal giving Stockport the lead. Amari Patrick equalising for Carlisle 6 minutes before the end of the 90 minutes. They went through extra time with no more goals. Carlisle then winning 5-4 on penalties. 2 former Gateshead players in John Mellish and Taylor Charters scoring 2 of the kicks. Charters the winner. Here's how it sounded on BBC Radio Cumbria.
This is it. One kick from League One. If Charters scores, Carlisle are going up. Here he comes. Taylor Charters scores! Carlisle are going up for the first time in 17 years. Carlisle have won promotion at Wembley Stadium. The players celebrate. The fans in raptures. Carlisle will play in League One next season. The most dramatic of ways to do it. 49 games of football, extra time and penalties. They have done it.
They have indeed. James Phillips with the commentary there. Well done to Carlisle United. And I mentioned Luton Town just before them as well. They beat Coventry City on penalties yesterday to reach the top flight of English football for the first time in 31 years. Mick Harford, former Sunderland and Newcastle player from Sunderland as well. He's been a Luton player, manager, and is now their chief recruitment officer.
Oh, hey. What a day, what a day. Unbelievable day, incredible. It'll secure our future going forward. And it's a fairy tale, you know. The players in there deserve all the accolades they're going to get. They've been brilliant. And they, in my opinion, should become football legends at this football club. I mean, some of these boys have been here since non-league. Some of them have been since League Two. Absolutely icons of the football club. To step up that far and produce the kind of football they've been producing, it's just unbelievable. What happens next? What do we do next? We have to go back to work, and we have to start recruiting for the Premier League. We did have 2 lists, and we'll be honest with you, we had 2 lists on our minds of what players we'd like to bring in and what players we couldn't bring in. Fortunately, we've been promoted, and we'll have to extend the budget a little bit, and maybe try and bring some little bit more players into the squad, strengthen the squad, and give it a right go next season.
That will be the plan. Mick Harford there, the Luton Town, now Chief Recruitment Officer, but he's basically a Luton legend. In the Scottish Premiership today, Dundee United were relegated. They lost 3-2 at Motherwell. They'll be playing in the Championship next season. Ross County will face a relegation playoff against Partick Thistle because they lost 3-1 at Kilmarnock, who saved themselves today. St Johnstone beating Livingston 2-0 in the other game. It was the Women's Scottish Cup final earlier on today as well. Rangers facing Celtic after both of them missed out on the league title on the final day of the season last weekend. Glasgow City winning the league, but it was Rangers who emerged victorious today. They won 2-0 thanks to goals from Tash Flint and Claire O'Riordan. So 3 different teams winning the 3 competitions up there. Durham's cricketers kept up their terrific start to the season with a 28-run win over Yorkshire in the T20 Blast at Headingley today. Durham's total of 217 for 3, their highest against Yorkshire in this format. It included career best scores as well of 90 from Alex Lees and 64 from Ollie Robinson, the hosts in the end. Could only get to 189 for 7 in their 20 overs. Here is Alex Lees talking to our cricket commentator Martin Emerson.
Well, Alex, you must have enjoyed that today.
Yeah, I think obviously a good performance in the end. Obviously we had 3 good contributions with the bat. Obviously myself, Ollie and Jonesy. I think we obviously got a real good total on the board, and then I think we bowled absolutely top draw there. I think obviously on a real good batting wicket to restrict them. That's what we did. I think it was, I'm really pleased with the performance.
You came ever so close to your first century in T20. You felt a stunning catch on the boundary.
Yep.
You were nearly there, weren't you? Did you think you were going to get over the line?
To be honest with you, I think in T20 you're just trying to get as many runs as you can in as little balls. I think obviously my catch in the end, it was disappointing because I hit it beautifully. I just probably needed a little bit more, a little bit more air on it. But I'm just happy to contribute, obviously, to a win. I think this team, we just need to keep making sure that somebody stands up when we need it, and everybody within this dressing room and the wider squad, red ball or white ball, I think we're just heading in a direction where we're not too bothered about obviously personal accolades. I think as long as we get the W and keep the momentum moving forward is the most important thing.
That is Alex Lees talking to our cricket commentator Martin Emerson. Durham hosting Nottinghamshire in their next match tomorrow evening in Chesterley Street. In Rugby League, Newcastle Thunder put in a bit of a second half comeback, but ultimately they still fell short at home to Sheffield Eagles in the Championship. 38-32 the final score. Red Bull's Max Verstappen survived a mid-race downpour to win the Monaco Grand Prix ahead of Aston Martin's Fernando Alonso. He was cruising at the front, Verstappen. The race then given a bit of added jeopardy, the team delaying his pit stop to try and make sure it coincided with the rain, but they did. They got it right, and that win is his 4th in 6 races this season, moves him 39 points clear of teammate Sergio Perez, who had a dreadful race and finished down in 17th. But here is Max Verstappen.
It was quite a difficult one because we were on the medium initially, and of course Fernando was on the hard tyre, so we didn't want to go that long, but we had to stay out. The rain was coming, so we didn't know really what was going on, and the tyres were graining, and then took a few laps to get through that graining phase, and then the pace picked up a little bit, but it was still very tricky to drive. Then it started to rain lap by lap, bit more. So at one point, of course, we had to make the call to go onto the inters, but yeah, it was incredibly slippery. When you are that far in the lead, you don't want to push too hard, but also you don't want to lose too much time. So it's quite difficult, in that scenario. Clipped the walls a few times, but it was super difficult out there. But yeah, that's Monaco.
That is indeed Monaco. It's also the Indy 500 race in the United States as well today. That one gets going 5:45 our time, so in about 15 minutes time. The French Open tennis got underway in Paris today as well. A bad start though for the Brits. Dan Evans losing in straight sets, 6-4, 6-4, 6-4 to Australia's Thanasi Kokkinakis, and here's what he had to say afterwards.
Yeah, Thanasi played well, me not so well. It was a difficult day, bottom line really. It was I was poor from start to finish. Yeah, and that was basically it. He took advantage of it. He served well. Yeah, frustrating really. That's about it. Really. Well, to be honest, it's just frustrating that I've been there so long and then not being able to get inside becomes frustrating. Not winning the slightly bigger matches. At the minute it's more frustration than knowing what I can do to get there. I'm trying to do what I think's right to get there, but it's obviously not paying off. And yes, it's just hard. It's a hard sport. That's the bottom line. I've never missed a shot from inside the living room, and I guess no one missed at home today. So it's just incredibly frustrating, and I'll keep going, trying and get back practicing.
That is Dan Evans there after his defeat elsewhere in the men's draw. The Greek 5th seed Stefanos Tsitsipas overcame Yuri Vesely in 4 sets. The Russian 11th seed Karen Khachanov produced a terrific fight back. He was 2 sets down against France's Constant Lestienne, but he won it. And Poland's 13th seed Hubert Hurkacz was also forced to go the distance against Belgium's David Goffin. The American 24th seed, though, Sebastian Korda, faced no such problems. He had a 3-set victory over compatriot Mackenzie Donald. In the first women's match of the tournament as well, Ukraine's Marta Kostyuk booed off court following her first round defeat by Arina Sabalenka. She refused to shake hands with her Belarusian opponent, Belarus being an ally of Russia.
I have to say I didn't expect it. I did not, but I have no reaction to it. People should be honestly embarrassed.
And finally, in rugby union, the England World Cup winner and Saracens flanker Vicky Fleetwood has retired from the sport. The 33-year-old won the World Cup in 2014 and ends her career with 82 caps. We will be on air until 7 o'clock tonight. The Newcastle match will finish at around about 6:30. So plenty time for you to get in touch with us. I'll be having a chat with John Anderson up to 7 o'clock as well. So if you want to send us a text message, the number is 81333, or for a WhatsApp message, it's 08000 321 333. Start them all with the letters BBC. Put your name on the end of them as well. But for now, it is time for us to go back to Stamford Bridge. Newcastle-Chelsea is 1-1 at half-time. Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson are back after this.
Half-time highlights.
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
So Fabian Schär looking for another black and white shirt. Sam Maxima, more space on the left. Anderson on the outside. Feeds him. Anderson low cross. Anthony Gordon! Anthony Gordon's first Newcastle goal on the final day of the season. Stabbed it into the net at the near post from Anderson's cutback on the far side. And Gordon in from the start today with an early finish, right-footed from close range. And it's Chelsea 0, Newcastle United 1. Newcastle 1-0 up here. Fernandes slips it down the line. Chance for Sterling to cut inside and shoot. And blocked on the line, but then it spins up and goes in. And it's an own goal, I think. And Newcastle's lead has been cancelled out.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And the timing is perfect because as the sprinklers on the pitch soak the substitutes who've been finishing off their warm-up routine at half-time, Newcastle and Chelsea's players make it back out onto the field of play. A big hug for Alexander Isak and Christian Pulisic, who know each other from their time in Germany together, and Matt Targett and Carney Chukwuemeka, who were both together at Aston Villa previously. High five as well. No changes for Newcastle, so it's Dubravka in goal, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Targett, with a midfield three of Bruno in the middle, Anderson to the left, Gordon to the right, and then Almiron and Sam Maxima either side of Isak. Chelsea have made a change at half-time. Trevor Chalobah has gone off, and Wesley Fofana, who they paid Leicester £70 million for last summer, has come on at centre-half. That's their only change. So it's Kepa in goal, Azpilicueta, Fofana, Thiago Silva and Hall at the back. They've played into the box too. Kepa, no real Newcastle pressure on it. And it's lifted out to Hall on the far side and then headed out for a United throw. In midfield, Fernandes, Gallagher and Loftus-Cheek, with Madueke, Havertz and Sterling in the attack for the home side. All in blue with white socks. Newcastle black and white stripes, white shorts and black socks. The United bench: Karius, Gillespie, Dummett, Wilson, Lewis, Murphy, Ashby, Byrne and Miley. And the Chelsea remaining subs: Mendy the keeper, Kovacic, Pulisic, João Felix. As Newcastle win a corner through Gordon, trying to get away and then putting pressure on Hall, who did the defending. Mudryk, Ziyech, Koulibaly and Chukwuemeka. Newcastle, we've got the same view as the television camera position, which is just above us, so they are shooting towards the left as we look towards the away end. I think this is their first corner. Matt Targett to take it, left-footed from the right. They're all in there, everybody back for Chelsea. Targett, decent ball, headed up and away from the keeper by Thiago Silva, right in front of Kepa. Is it Thiago Silva? Gallagher's been hurt, been caught by Kepa, I think, who went for the ball, taken away from him.
Nowhere near it, did he?
By a teammate. Gallagher collided with a couple of players. It's another Newcastle corner. They're coming across to the near side and Trippier will take. Meanwhile, they were 2-0 down, Southampton, through Kamaldeen Sulemana. They lead Liverpool 3-2.
Sums Liverpool up, doesn't it?
At least it doesn't matter what they do today. Newcastle looking to go back up into the lead. 2-1, they're looking to make it from this corner kick. Saint-Maximin on the corner of the area, Almiron in the D, Trippier to deliver the ball. And the fans shielding their eyes from the sun as Trippier looks to the back of the box towards Gordon, touched away by Chelsea, then a clearance from Madueke out of play against the advertising board on the far side. Newcastle throw. The sun is shining on the few thousand away supporters. Looks like it's curtains for Leeds, who are 2-0 down against Spurs at home. They need to win to have a chance of staying up. This is Cher for Newcastle, into Bruno, 30 yards out. It's a pass that's got Targett sprinting after it to get there before Madueke, and he does, down the line to Saint-Maximin. Now Anderson, back to Saint-Maximin, and it's driven over to the far side of the box. Hall heads away, Trippier has intercepted. Chelsea appeal for handball. The pass inside is cut out, and now the home team through Madueke played on to Havertz, who's dropped in deep. He spread the play and moved it over to Sterling on his right on the far side, where he likes it, Raheem Sterling, but Botman able to clear as far as Loftus-Cheek, 30 yards from goal. Fernandes. Havertz on the right this time with that touch. Madueke with a cross. Fabian Schär gets up. It's kept in by Sterling, and then they look for Havertz with the ball back over to the right. It's gone clear of the penalty area and into the corner with Madueke back to Cesar Azpilicueta. Inside to Havertz, a layoff. It's a bit short for Fofana, and the French defender playing it towards the Chelsea forward line. Newcastle win it back, get it back to Dubravka, who stumbles but is able to pass it to Targett. Then Anderson gets clipped from behind by Azpilicueta, and a free kick in the left-back position for Eddie Howe's side. 5 minutes gone in the second half, 1-1 the score. If it finishes 1-1, Newcastle will end the season with 71 points, which is the tally that got them to 4th under Sir Bobby Robson in 2002. If they were to win and get to 73, it would be their 3rd highest Premier League points tally. 78 when they finished 2nd in 95-96, when they came so close, is their best. Share up to Isak. He's taken it in a tight area. There were 2 on him, and one of them, Loftus-Cheek, pinches the ball back, and Madueke now to Gallagher, right side of the penalty area, holds up the ball back to Fernandes, looking for Havertz. Newcastle head away. Sterling to Loftus-Cheek, left side of central midfield, wide to Sterling. Loftus-Cheek has it back. Madueke now popping up on the left, turns. Raheem Sterling again near to the corner of the Newcastle penalty area. 1-1. Hall in the corner, brings it back. Both Eddie Howe and Frank Lampard have put their hands across their foreheads, trying to shield their eyes from the sun. Newcastle clear to halfway. Thiago Silva onto Loftus-Cheek. Sterling takes it, turns. Good block by Trippier. But back to Loftus-Cheek, and now on to Sterling. 2 in the box for Chelsea. Ball doesn't come in. It's rolled back down the left to Lewis Hall, and Conor Gallagher. He's missed only 3 of their Premier League games since coming back from his loan last year at Crystal Palace. Fofana inside along halfway to Thiago Silva. Hall now on the left. A lot of Chelsea possession. Newcastle have Murphy and Ashby and Byrne warming up. Still Chelsea on the ball on the far side, in possession in Newcastle territory. They come over to this near right-hand side. Azpilicueta back to Fofana. Missed a good chunk of the season, Wesley Fofana, with a knee injury. A half-time substitute involved again as they play it along the back and then out to the right, then to Fofana again on halfway. Really spraying the ball around. Hall now with a low cross, Share with a clearance. First time lifting it away, straight back to Hall on the left wing. And then Fernandes to Fofana. Thiago Silva to the left of the centre circle. Forwards it goes. Trippier gets it back to Dubravka, and he lifts it away, but it's nowhere near a black and white shirt. And Fofana collects, plays it into midfield to Fernandes. Almiron had tried to close down, but that left a space out wide, and Hall has run into it, but then goes backwards with the ball to Thiago Silva. Fernandes under pressure from Bruno, just holds on to it. Azpilicueta now facing his own goal, inside to Fernandes. Bruno closing down, Almiron applying the pressure. Bruno's made a challenge but can't win it back properly. And Fernandes scoops it over halfway to Loftus-Cheek, holds off Anderson, pushes it wide to Madueke, taking on target, onto his left. Noni Madueke has done an Almiron by cutting inside and missing the target. Yeah, a long way over, wasn't it? Well, not great news from Old Trafford. 2-1 to Manchester United. Bruno Fernandes. So unless Newcastle score again and then win, and Fulham take something, it'll be 4th rather than 3rd. 1-1 at Stamford Bridge. Away by United, on by Chelsea, then a clearance from Share. Fofana back to Kepa. Isak closes down. He's put the ball out because Chelsea have a player on the floor in Newcastle's half.
Silva, isn't it?
Holding his face, Thiago Silva. Kieran Trippier has gone across to check on him. Anthony Gordon's there as well. I don't know what happened.
He went for the header.
55th minute.
Seemed to be clean enough.
And it's 1-1. He's holding his face, but Newcastle are helping him up. So's Raheem Sterling. He is a competitor. He ran into the Gordon, collided with Gordon. I don't think he was looking. Just hit Gordon in the back. But he's up, he's okay, and Newcastle, after Chelsea put it out, they play it back to Kepa. Goalkeeper with it to the edge of the penalty area. It's a risky pass back inside to Fofana. Saint-Maximin was close, but Chelsea bring it away. Madueke to Gallagher. Good tackle, Matt Targett. Oh, the assistant referee's flagging. That looked clean. And Newcastle are quite surprised at that decision. But on the near side, Mark Perry.
That is never a free kick. Never a free kick. He's won the ball as clean as you want. It's a short ball by Gallagher. Sells him short. He slides in. He wins the ball. He's always going to catch the man. You cannot tackle and win the ball if you're not going to have contact with the player. It's ridiculous.
Loftus-Cheek gets around Gordon, who pulls him back, but still has the ball, and Jared Gillett signals for play on because Chelsea have the advantage. Sterling left wing, bursts inside, then back out wide to Loftus-Cheek. 1 or 2 step overs, then turns, corner of the box. Hall, it's crossed to the far post, runs out for a Newcastle throw on the near side next to the corner flag. Carney, Chukwuemeka and João Felix are going to be brought on by Frank Lampard. Chelsea's second and third changes. Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall have a chat. Callum Wilson among those warming up. Gabriel Jesus with Arsenal's 4th, 4-0 up against Wolves. Well, wow. Everton lead Bournemouth, and as it stands, Abdoulaye Doucouré's goal would keep them in the Premier League at the expense of Leicester, who are also winning 1-0 against West Ham. Saint-Maximin and Anderson are working together to try to win it back. Targett's now got the ball and chips it down the line. Just clear their lines, Newcastle. Fofana under pressure, might have carried that out. No, Newcastle appealed to the assistant referee, and Jason Tindall has a word with the 4th official. Chelsea get it back to the goalkeeper. Hall plays it away from Almiron. Sterling backing into Trippier. Chelsea want free kick, and they get it. And now they make their 2 changes. Kai Havertz is coming off for João Felix, the Portuguese international on loan from Atletico Madrid until, well, the end of this game, really. Loan fee of about 10 million. João Felix, Havertz, off he goes. The German. And the very talented 19-year-old Carney Chukwuemeka will replace Ruben Loftus-Cheek, who came in for him at the start of this match. 1-1 the score. You listen to BBC Radio Newcastle as we head towards the hour mark. There's Chukwuemeka jogging into the middle, just play in the same position. Right of the midfield 3 for Chelsea. Azpilicueta on the right of defence with the ball. First touch for Chukwuemeka. Was born in Austria but plays for England's under-20s.
Young boy at Villa. I remember seeing him for Villa's youths in the Youth Cup tie at St James's. He was excellent.
Scored a hat-trick, didn't he?
Did.
Newcastle win the ball back. Almiron through the legs of his man. It's a good run. Almiron just outside the box. Plays it wide to Anderson, still on the attack. Newcastle lifts in the cross. Kepa catches the 6-yard box.
He's just hung up there, keeper's ball all day.
It's a rare attack in this second half for them. It's been mostly Chelsea probing, and they're playing forwards again. Madueke back into the Gallagher in the box, and here's Fernandes with a block from Newcastle, edge of the penalty area. Gallagher in the box on the right, trying to shift it back to Fernandez. Madueke away from one, target with a clearance into Chelsea's half. Newcastle step up 10 to 15 yards from the edge of their box. Isak doing a lot of running between central defenders. Goes back with Fofana, Azpilicueta. Certainly been a bit tighter defensively, but Newcastle haven't really held the ball, Ando, to get in down the sides, especially this Chelsea.
Haven't seen much of the ball second half.
Like they did in the first, and did repeatedly in the first. Madueke.
Oh, good luck with that.
Azpilicueta beaten to the ball by Sam Maxima on the goal line, wide of the box. He's now bringing it forwards, gets tackled. Fernandez. Gallagher lays it off. Chukwuemeka, Sterling. Away from Almiron and into the box on the left side. Drags the ball back, then rolls it to Hall. João Felix. Conor Gallagher's made the darting run into the penalty area. Hall to Chukwuemeka. Wout fast for Leicester. 2-0 up on West Ham, but Everton are winning, so it's Everton who are staying up. Sterling goes for it from 20 to 25 yards, and it's comfortable for Martin Dubravka in the Newcastle goal.
Yeah,
1-1.
just straight at him. Just straight at him.
All the noise comes from the black and whites. They've got their shirts off, a lot of them. Southampton are 4-2 up against Liverpool. Adam Armstrong, what a ball that is. Fabian Schär to Elliot Anderson, who made a great run and then moves it to the right wing. Newcastle on the attack through Almiron. Really lovely play. Anderson, corner of the area, has to turn back and give it to Bruno. Gordon to Anderson, 20 yards from goal in a wide position. Back to Trippier. Lifted down the line for Gordon to get away into space. Turns back. Almiron with support from Bruno. Edge of the penalty area. Bruno has it. Target's offered himself. Bruno to Isak. And the layoff. Straight back to Chelsea. Target makes a challenge. Referee says that's a foul.
It's like slow motion, isn't it? Everything's in slow motion.
It's a great ball into Anderson.
Yeah, it was.
From the back.
Yeah.
Anthony Gordon opened the scoring, but an own goal from Kieran Trippier, deflecting a shot into the net, is the reason why it's 1-1. Newcastle trying to win it on halfway, and a share with a foul on João Felix. Might have been
too close
for the earlier challenge. Crystal Palace have equalised against Nottingham Forest through Will Hughes, 1-1. Only Jacob Murphy warming up at the moment. No sign of any Eddie Howe changes. In the 65th minute, Conor Gallagher. Madueke flashes it across the face of goal. Hall's kept it alive and gone for it with his right. It's over the top.
You can see why they don't score goals, can't you?
What's your verdict then, Ando?
Well, Chelsea have had all the ball second half, but they haven't done a great deal with it. I mean, the full-back comes onto it, Hall, always leaning back. Tries to bend it, just put your foot through it.
Jason Tyndall, the assistant boss, has had a word with Jacob Murphy, who's gone down into the tunnel. Playing it out short from the back here. Schär to Trippier, who's turned inside and then played it to Schär, slipping it on towards Bruno. It's come for Gordon, back into the United penalty box to Botman.
Got away with it, didn't it?
And Almiron there in central midfield, picking it up. Anderson wide left. Back to Target. Into Botman. Forwards to Anderson, who's got a bit of space. Picked up a good spot. Almiron down the line. Looking to get Anderson away, but the ball... Did it go out?
Yeah.
It did eventually. It's a Chelsea throw. Callum Wilson's now gone for a jog down the touchline, orange bib over his black and white striped shirt. Azpilicueta with Chelsea's throw. Thiago Silva, the return ball behind Azpilicueta. Newcastle's now level with the edge of the box. Isak quickly to Saint-Maximin. Wants to go between two players. Madueke there, he has intercepted and then turned out and off the pitch. Wilson's going to come on, Murphy's going to come on. BBC Radio Newcastle, level at 1-1.
Almiron and Isak.
Targets throw, Saint-Maximin. Side of the left side of the penalty area, wanting to win a corner. Referee's given goal kick, to the astonishment and the fury of Newcastle's fans, who had a very good view of that.
And they're the only ones. None of the players are furious. Not even Saint-Maximin.
He's saying the fans are.
So you're saying Saint-Maximin is wrong?
I've got no idea what happened. And we are right on the halfway line, so we've got a good view of both ends of Stamford Bridge, but that one close to the line. Chelsea goal kick, they played it out short. So the double change, and Mateo Kovacic will be coming on for Chelsea soon. He is a good player, isn't he? Croatian international. Fofana to Chukwuemeka. Holds off Gordon and passes it back to Thiago Silva. That was nearly a short back pass to Fofana, who under pressure from Isak gives it to goalkeeper Kepa. Fofana to Azpilicueta, in off the right touchline. Sharp play, moves it quickly. Chukwuemeka into midfield, away from Gordon, sliding challenge. Now Gallagher for Chelsea, back to Chukwuemeka in the final third, left side, all the way into the box. Hall's cut back, it's come for Sterling.
What a chance.
He puts it over from about 6 yards, left-footed. Got completely underneath it, Raheem Sterling.
Can't even hit the target, can they?
Now Anthony Gordon, Newcastle's goal scorer, is the player coming off for Jacob Murphy, and Alan Saint-Maximin, who was so effective in the first half, is replaced by Callum Wilson. Saint-Maximin looks at the away fans and applauds, as does Gordon. Disappointed to be coming off, you can see it in his face. Saint-Maximin high fives Eddie Howe, as does Gordon. That's the double change. Isak comes over to the left. It's a Newcastle goal kick. Leeds have one back against Spurs through Jack Harrison, but they're losing 2-1 and they are heading to the Championship. Everton still the team staying up because they are beating Bournemouth, but if Bournemouth manage to equalise, Leicester on goal difference would be staying up instead. Newcastle are in fourth because Manchester United are winning. Liverpool pull one back at Southampton through Cody Gakpo. It's Southampton 4, Liverpool 3.
Southampton 4.
It's a stupid scoreline, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dubravka, long goal kick, too high for Murphy. Bruno's header inside. He's not seen the ball at all in the second half, Bruno. Murphy getting back. Bruno then making a challenge, and that's a foul. It's been nowhere near as enjoyable as the first from a Newcastle point of view, has it? Because they've not really had the ball.
It hasn't been a stretch, does it? Bye-bye, Leeds.
Leeds 1, Spurs 3. Harry Kane adds another. .20 minutes to play at Chelsea. 1-1. Free kick is 30 yards plus. Newcastle, a couple of steps in front of the penalty box. It's on the left and lifted in by Fernandez, headed down by Target. Anderson swings it away. Azpilicueta comes to meet it. The volley inside. It's Chukwuemeka who's there. And this is João Felix. Deflection, corner. Set it up nicely. Cut back inside. And low shot beyond Dubravka's left-hand post for the corner. And Liverpool have equalised at Southampton, 4-4.
Hey.
If you want to send us a text, it's 81333, put BBC at the start, and we'll get to some messages after the match until 7. Hall's corner, it's beaten everybody and gone across the 6-yard box, and Newcastle just get it clear all the way to Kepa, who has it back from Fernandez. Murphy pressurising. Azpilicueta stumbles slightly back inside to the goalkeeper. Newcastle closed down, long ball forwards. Trippier rises, it's gone off a Chelsea player and come to João Felix. Kovacic is involved in this move, and he has it 10 yards outside the area. Targets onto it, wins it for Isak, who can now run at Azpilicueta and wins a throw. Kovacic came on for Conor Gallagher a few minutes ago.
It was poor, wasn't he, Gallagher?
BBC Radio Newcastle. Our WhatsApp number is 08000 321 333. Put BBC at the start if you send us a WhatsApp message. On Twitter it's at BBC Newcastle. Target's throw to Wilson. First touch, I think, since coming on. Back to Anderson, who wriggles free. Isak now trying to win the ball back from Madueke. Oh, he's a tricky customer, isn't he? Bruno eventually puts it out. Some very skillful play.
Yeah, he's got good feet, hasn't he?
He's got his braided hair tied up and a black headband on. Madueke, tall player,
breaks on.
Isak. Here's Wilson into the Chelsea half. Oh, it's got away from him slightly. Can't find Murphy with the pass, but he'll get another go. Murphy on it now. Forced away by a challenge from Hall, and then another Chelsea tackle, and they win the ball. Dan Burn, I think, is going to come on, and we might be about to see a debut for 17-year-old Lewis Miley. Botman interception at the edge of the box. Lewis Miley is going to come on and make his first competitive appearance for the senior team. It's his 4th time on the bench in the Premier League. Eddie Howe's going to give him a good 15 minutes, wearing squad number 81. Kovacic to Chukwuemeka. He looks in the mood. Block at the edge of the area from Botman from a Chelsea shot, and then fired over from a long, long way out. Powerfully struck, but too high. Enzo Fernandez. Matt Target getting a breather. Here comes Dan Burn. And Eddie Howe with his last instructions for the debutant Lewis Miley, a player they believe has a big future, and one academy graduate on for another in Elliot Anderson, who set up the goal for Anthony Gordon. And a Geordie midfielder for a Geordie midfielder with this substitution. Big hug for Miley from Anderson.
Big day for the young man. Huge.
A huge roar from the away fans.
Big lad, isn't he?
Not in terms of muscle, but he's tall.
Yeah, he's a big
long
boy.
leg player. Lewis Miley into the left side of central midfield. He's from a talented footballing family. His brother Jamie is in the under-21 squad. Jacob Murphy getting away. Newcastle are on the attack through the middle of the Chelsea half. 2 to the left, and he's played it to the right because Wilson bent his run in, and Chelsea have it back. He did so well, Murphy, to get into the position to set it up. But the final ball wasn't quite there, to Newcastle's frustration. And Chelsea, through Hall, for 18 years of age, he's participated a lot in the game, hasn't he? He'll have a big future.
He's not bad. Yeah, he's not bad at all. Young left back.
He's on it again from Fernandez's pinged ball out wide. It's a flat cross. Oh, it's come over to Madueke. Right side of the box. It's behind off Miley for a corner. Lewis Hall coming across, it hit him on the shoulder. Chelsea with some half-hearted, some hopeful shouts for a penalty, but we're going to play on with the corner kick from the near side. Hall, flat, straight to Almiron at the near post. He's had a touch, then has another, and away it goes.
What a ball that is.
Back out to Hall on the right, back heel into the area. Botman beats Madueke to the ball and wins a free kick. Does he? No! No, Chelsea play on. Noni Madueke, the cutback. Chukwuemeka, Sterling! Wide!
Put it wide.
Well, they normally go in from Raheem Sterling against Newcastle. They want a corner. Jared Gillett, the referee, says goal kick. It should be 2-1 to Chelsea.
Oh, what a miss that is. Botman went down far too easy as well. Went looking for the free kick. You can't do that. Got to be strong. I mean, it just falls.
It's Arsenal 5, Wolves 0. Hang on, what are they given? Is this a penalty maybe for Chelsea? They're looking at a possible Chelsea penalty. Peter Banks on VAR.
It's hit his arm.
Referee is still saying wait. No, corner.
Yeah.
They picked the ball up through João Felix with quite a sense of entitlement.
It has hit his hand.
Saying that
his hand's by his side, but it's hit his arm.
Well, before VAR check had been completed, they picked the ball up expecting a penalty. Peter Banks on VAR says corner. Jared Gillett points to the corner. Chelsea take it. Callum Wilson heads clear. They expected it to go their way, Chelsea, and it didn't. You're saying it hit the arm. I didn't see a replay.
Hit his arm.
Where was his arm?
His arm's down by his side, but you can't give a penalty for that. His arms are down by his side. The shot comes in, it hits him. But
through the middle, João Felix, Dubravka diving header at the edge of the box. Then an offside flag goes up. West Ham pull one back at Leicester. It's 2-1 to Leicester. Pablo Fornals. Everton still staying up, and with the other scores today, it's Aston Villa who will get 7th and the Europa Conference League spot. Manchester United are going to get 3rd unless Fulham turn it around and Newcastle score again here. Botman on the edge of the box. Can make one more change, Newcastle. This is Bruno, back to the goalkeeper, closed down by Sterling, and that's a good ball. Brilliant from the back from Dubravka. Trippier galloping forwards into space in the Chelsea half. Wilson wants it in the middle. Miley takes it to Almiron, just outside the area. Through for Wilson, on the turn. Lewis Miley hit it. Oh, it's clipped the bar. Lewis Miley so close to an incredible debut. Right-footed, just outside the box. It's clipped the top of the crossbar. He almost got Newcastle what could have been a late winner.
He's so unlucky, it falls to him. No real backlift, he just puts his foot through it, side foot. A lot of power on it. Smacks the top of the crossbar.
He'll replay that moment over and over again. He was involved in the build-up. Free kick for Newcastle. Foul on Bruno. Out on this near left side. Chelsea half. Oh, what a story that would have been. Stewards and security staff are heading around the perimeter of the pitch. I think just preparing for the end of the season. Stop any encroachment from supporters. We have 9 minutes of normal time to play. 1-1. Trippier with the free kick, driven into the area, looking for the big man. Burns committed a foul on Thiago Silva.
Second half's been really scrappy, hasn't it?
Would love to see them go and win it. I mean, you've seen countless miserable matches here, haven't you, over the years? Their record is shocking at Stamford Bridge. They could have been well ahead by half-time. Chelsea have been on top in the second half. They've had lots of the ball, they've had chances. And that mighty effort there, the closest Newcastle have come after half-time. Here on BBC Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV. This is Hall, but Murphy there, covering, plays it back to Dubravka, and back out to Murphy. Challenge coming in on him from Sterling, and it's a throw for Chelsea. To the bewilderment of Jacob Murphy.
Don't know why, he had the ball.
Offside, Sterling on the left wing.
He's been asleep today. He really has.
Fabian Schär, a few yards in front of the corner of Newcastle's box. Behind the free kick, Isak bending his run in from the left into the centre. Offside at present. And now gets back on. It's a long high ball forwards from Schär. Thiago Silva backpedaling, heads it down to Lewis Hall. Away from Murphy, then turns inside. Mateo Kovacic. Noni Madueke. Botman sliding challenge on Azpilicueta. Referee let it go for a couple of seconds, then brought it back for a free kick. And they're into the area. Madueke's ball across, and it's stabbed away from goal. It was a Newcastle touch rather than a Chelsea one. It's a throw next to the corner flag.
Big interception by Schär.
Chukwuemeka to Fofana. Inside, middle of Newcastle's half. Kovacic chased by Wilson. Back on England duty in a couple of weeks, along with Trippier. Brentford 1, Manchester City 0. Ethan Pinnock, the defender, scored there. One apiece here. Kovacic away from Bruno. Every match has seen a goal. Still Everton winning, and that will keep them up. Sterling on halfway. Back to Fernandes. They are trying to win it, Chelsea. And moving it to Madueke, who's been a problem all afternoon. Chukwuemeka cutting it back to the near side of goal, and João Felix unable to turn it in. Eddie Howe is sending Jamal Lewis out to warm up. Wondered whether we might see one more change. Still got Dummett, Lewis and Harrison Ashby available. Newcastle as outfield players. Up to Wilson, can't rise to head it on to Murphy. Chelsea with it again on the left wing. Christian Pulisic is going to come on, the American, linked to Newcastle previously. Madueke takes it down and away
towards the corner on the near right side. Byrne with him. Miley covering as well. Fofana. Back to Thiago Silva. Mateo Kovacic passes it between the lines of Newcastle midfield and defence to João Felix. Raheem Sterling in the box, blocked by Botman, and that's a big clearance from Trippier over to the near side. Isak's got it and now starts to run. Byrne goes on the overlap. Isak has to go back to Botman in front of the penalty area, but they keep possession. That's up to Almiron, who has lost it. João Felix, edge of the area. Madueke to possibly win it for Chelsea. Newcastle get a couple of blocks in. Madueke with a pullback. Dubravka gets down and holds on.
Needed to hit it first time. Don't know what Almiron's trying to do.
He's in central midfield, by the way, Almiron, alongside Bruno and Miley. Byrne to Miley on the near side, back to the defender. This is Bruno away from João Felix, and what a charge from Bruno, stopped by Kovacic, brought back by the referee for the earlier challenge. And Jamal Lewis, rather than Paul Dummett, is going to get a run out. It's only Lewis's second in the Premier League this season. He came on late at Fulham in October. Before that, Christian Pulisic on for Noni Madueke, who looks absolutely shattered, but he's put in some shift. He's been very good in terms of causing problems and being a threat. Alexander Isak will finish the season with 10 goals. He might be going to a 5 at the back here, Newcastle, because Jamal Lewis replaces him. Lewis only a 4th Newcastle appearance of the season. 2.5 minutes of normal time to play. Don't think he's had a chance today, has he, Isak, really, to score?
No.
Trippier with the free kick into the box. Byrne nodding it down, but cleared by Thiago Silva, swinging right-footed clearance. Murphy keeps the ball in on the far touchline. Back into his own half. And Trippier with it. Down the line for Cher. Helped on round the corner. Cleared by Chelsea. Newcastle have it back. And then Miley gets a touch to move it on to Almiron. This is Bruno, back to Almiron. Referee might have got in the way, but they still have possession. Botman in the centre circle. Short ball to Miley. 1-1 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Can they go and nick a late winner? Cher driving it through the middle. It's come off Fernandez, and Chelsea then clear. Botman to Byrne. Inside from Byrne, and Botman with a last-ditch recovery challenge to stop João Felix going through on goal.
Just wanted it more, didn't he? João Felix didn't really fancy it.
Looks like Lewis might have gone into the forward line. Cher with a pass to Bruno in midfield, aiming it towards Murphy. Hall back to Kepa, off balance, not the best kick. Miley's header up, Lewis trying to win it, and now it's Kovacic picking up the ball in midfield. Newcastle recover possession, and Miley there to mop up and play it back to the keeper. He's looked confident, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's looked all right, hasn't he?
Jamal Lewis might be in from a ball over the top, but Kepa quickly out of the box to clear. Murphy's header on. Kovacic loses it to Almiron, right side of central midfield. Newcastle having a bit of a spell with the ball. Haven't seen much of this in the second half. Lewis back to Byrne, into Miley, on to Lewis, first time. Byrne dispossessed by Sterling. Felix up ahead. Sterling's got Pulisic to the left. Sterling to Christian Pulisic. Good save, Dubravka. Low down at the near side. João Felix then wins it back from the clearance. Newcastle concede a free kick through Trippier on the edge of the box.
Huge chance to win it. Massive.
3 minutes minimum additional time
Chelsea almost nicking it at the end after Newcastle gave the ball away.
Hit it straight at Dubravka.
And they will have a chance from this free kick, Chelsea, to go 2-1 up in additional time. Away to our right, they get the wall ready in the box. Would be a bit of a sad way to lose a game right at the end of the season after taking the lead. With this free kick, Trippier protested against the decision, but Jared Gillett is obviously not going to change his mind. Dubravka getting the wall into the right place.
And tell you what, if he gets this up and down, it's some free kick. Have you seen the size of this wall?
They've got a player down. It's Murphy, I think, behind the wall, but he's on. Is it Bruno? He's on his. Can't see. On his knee. João Felix, right-footed, a lot of whip, but off target, and that's eaten up 90 seconds of the minimum 3 minutes. #81333 to text 0800321 on WhatsApp. BBC at the start of your messages. Goal kick for Dubravka. We're almost there at the end of the season. Trippier's dropped in to get the ball short from the keeper, then through the middle. Wilson looking interested. Lewis running beyond. Headed back by Fofana to Kepa. 45 seconds. Thrown out to Hall. Far touchline. On to Pulisic. To Fernandez. Pulisic gets it. They do move it quickly, Chelsea. Hall down the left wing. Dangerous cross. Felix over the top.
What a chance.
Great header in the middle of the box.
Blow the whistle, referee. What a ball that is.
Well, we're waiting for Dubravka to take the goal kick. We are now 3 minutes
what a chance.
Added on time. All eyes on Jared Gillett, the referee. They may not get a chance to win at Newcastle, but they might have avoided losing it. And the whistle goes on the season, and with Manchester United winning 2-1 against Fulham at Old Trafford and a 1-1 draw here at Stamford Bridge, Newcastle United finish in 4th position, which, given where they came from, is an absolutely sensational achievement. Champions League football is coming back next season, and 4th place, clear of Liverpool and the rest of the chasing pack. All that was riding on the outcome of today's match was their final position in the table, and like in 2001-2002, they finished 4th on 71 points. They took the lead through Anthony Gordon in the first half with an early goal on 9 minutes, but Kieran Trippier unfortunate to concede an own goal, to score an own goal on 27. And Newcastle, plenty of opportunities in the first half, they didn't take them. Chelsea bossed the second really, but 17-year-old Lewis Miley could have won it when he looped a shot onto the top of the bar from the edge of the area after coming on for his debut. An impressive cameo from Miley. Chelsea, though, with a couple of big chances very late, including the Felix header in added on time. But Newcastle get a point, and it means, Ando, they finish 4th in what was an entertaining first half, not the best second from their point of view, and that brings to an end a sensational season.
Yeah, season's been wonderful, no doubt about it. First half of the game was like jumpers and playgrounds, and both sides getting forward and having chances. we probably had the best of them. Almiron could have had a hat-trick in the first half. Second half, we couldn't get out of our half. In saying that, young Miley's had the effort to hit the top of the crossbar, but they had a couple of great chances towards the end of the half to win at Chelsea, which would have been harsh. Second half was a little bit of an anti-climax. It was a typical end-of-season game, second half. But look, the season as a whole has been absolutely tremendous. You know, you can't take anything away from it. And we look forward to next season.
The players go to a joyous away section. The staff are all there. The squad embracing. They're all huddled together and thanking the fans one final time for their brilliant support up and down the country, and they'll be doing it on the continent next season. Leeds have been relegated, and at the moment, as it stands,
have been relegated.
No, it's as it stands, because I think there is a lot of additional time at Everton. 10 minutes added on at Everton. Thanks to Colin in the studio for telling us that. Leicester have won, but if Bournemouth can equalise, Leicester would stay up on goal difference. I'm not sure what minute they're into.
96th.
So they've still got a bit of time to play. Leeds have lost 4-1 to Tottenham. They are definitely down, along with Southampton. 1-1 here at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea's players stay on the pitch. About 2/3 of those in home sections have remained after a pretty dreadful season by Chelsea standards. Incredibly high standards over the last 20 to 30 years, really. It's their worst finish since 95-96, when Newcastle recorded their best Premier League season. Lewis Miley, Ando, Eddie Howe will be delighted to get him on the pitch, and we liked what we saw.
Yeah, the little bits that he did. Obviously, he hit the crossbar. He's a big boy. He'll fill out during the summer, there's no doubt about that. He'll grow into his body. He'll grow into a big, powerful lad. He looks confident, looks comfortable on the ball. He's a boy that they think a lot of, and someone who they think is going to have a big future.
There might be a few goodbyes in there as well, Ando, from some of the players. Alan Saint-Maximin posted something on social media yesterday. You might call it cryptic, you might not. It was something along the lines of, remember who was there when nobody else was. He's always linked with a move away, but there'll be others, not necessarily him, that will have question marks against them regarding their Newcastle future. Squad players, players who you would think, because they haven't featured this season, won't really get the chance in the future with additions coming in.
Yeah.
So it's always a sad time of year, a bit like last season when a lot of the squad that got Newcastle up and kept them up for so many years were saying goodbye and ready to depart. But that's the evolution of football squads. That's what happens.
Look, you can't have any sentiment about it. If you want to move forward, you've got to bring better in, you know, and you've got to say goodbye to one or two. That's the nature of football. As I say, if you want to move forward, if you want to improve, you've got to bring better than what you've got in. But that's the way it is. You know, you can't have any sentiment to it. What these boys have done this season has been remarkable. It really has. But if you want to go to the next phase of that, you've got to bring better quality and better players in.
Still, the staff and the players stand in the penalty box away to the left, in front of the thousands of black and whites. They're not all in black and white, as I mentioned earlier, because they're in the sunshine. They've got their shirts off, many of them, but they are in great voice, applauding and saying thank you for bringing the good times back, for restoring Newcastle United to the elite once again, and they'll be at the top of European football in the Champions League next season. The final roar was for Eddie Howe, who has taken them there, up for manager of the season. In their minds, there is nobody else who would come close to Eddie Howe for that particular prize. They have finished in 4th position. They have qualified for the Champions League. They have given us an incredible season. Jason Tindall runs back to the away fans, pushed there by Sven Botman to take the acclaim one final time as Newcastle United say goodbye to the season here at Stamford Bridge in their final match of the campaign. It has finished 1 apiece, and finally from us, and we've been there for every match this season on BBC Radio Newcastle, exclusively live as we have been for many years. We look forward to doing it again next season. Thank you to you. You're not
Pleasure.
on social media, so you don't see all the comments that we get, though I do pass some of them on. There is so much love for what you do and so much joy from our listeners now that you, after many, many years of watching stuff that was not very good, are seeing good football again, seeing a return to better times.
Yeah, look, it's been a tough decade, a little bit more for all the supporters and all those supporters who came to watch it and stuck with the side, and all those who've travelled away and the money that it cost them. And it's just fabulous for them to see the good times return. You know, all of a sudden the chance to go and play against Europe's elite, fourth best team in the country. You know, at the end of a season like this, the league doesn't lie. You finish where you deserve to finish, and you read it like that. We're the fourth best team in the country, and nobody can take that away from us.
Thanks very much, Ando.
Cheers, Razor. Enjoyed it.
It's BBC Radio Newcastle. Players have gone back inside. We'll get some reaction from the Newcastle United dressing room. They've been playing late, deep into 10 minutes of added on time at Everton. Colin White in the studio will shortly tell us who has stayed up and who has dropped into the Championship. Final score in West London here. Chelsea 1, Newcastle United 1.
This is Jam Hot. Time of our lives.
Nothing's fine, I'm turned. I can feel my face when I'm with you. Gold, always believe in your soul. Very superstition.
Chaka Khan. Time of our lives.
Chaka Khan, let me rock it.
1 hour, 2 mystery years. Weekdays from 1. BBC Radio Newcastle, the sound of the North East.
Thank you to Matthew Raisbeck. We'll be back with John Anderson in just a minute or two to chat a little bit longer. We are on air right the way through until 7 o'clock tonight, so almost half an hour left. Get some of your text messages and your WhatsApp messages into us as well. 08000 321 333 is the WhatsApp number. 08000 321 333. And if you are Joey the Geordie Yank, who sent us a test message on WhatsApp and said, finally wrote down your WhatsApp number so I can send in my witty and insightful remarks. We got it. So now you can send in your witty and insightful remarks. If it's a WhatsApp message, like I say, 08000 321 333. If it's a text message, 81333. Start them all with the letters BBC. Matthew there left you on tenterhook, so I will put you out of your misery. Everton are safe and Leicester are relegated. Everton held on through 10 minutes of injury time to win their game by 1-0 at home to Bournemouth. They knew that if they won this afternoon, they would be safe. Abdoulaye Doucouré scored their only goal of the game, the only goal of the game, 10 minutes into the second half, and they held on. There was a bit of a pitch invasion at Goodison as well. It said you'd think they'd won a league, never mind just avoided being relegated out of one. Leicester did their bit. They beat West Ham 2-1. Harvey Barnes in the first half and Wout Faes in the second, but they knew that winning wasn't necessarily going to be enough for them this afternoon. And Leeds United didn't even do their bit. They lost 4-1 at home to Spurs. Harry Kane scored a couple. Pedro Porro and Lucas Moura with the other ones. Jack Harrison with very much a consolation goal in the end for Leeds United. I'll run through the final table in just a moment, but the other scores today: Manchester United beating Fulham 2-1, so they finished third in the table. Jadon Sancho in the first half, Bruno Fernandes in the second. Aston Villa will be playing in Europe next season. They beat Brighton 2-1. Douglas Luiz and Ollie Watkins with Aston Villa's goals. They will finish 7th and in the Europa Conference League. Brentford finished the season by beating Manchester United, the title winners, 1-0. Ethan Pinnock in the final 5 minutes of the game. Arsenal, who of course missed out on the title to Manchester City, thumped Wolves by 5-0. Granit Xhaka with 2 of them in there. Bukayo Saka, Gabriel Jesus and Jakub Kiwior with the other ones. Crystal Palace 1, Nottingham Forest 1, and a bonkers game at St Mary's finished Southampton 4, Liverpool 4. Liverpool were 2-0 up and then 4-2 down, and then scored twice in the space of a minute in the last kind of 20 minutes as well. So Southampton 4, Liverpool 4 the final score. Manchester City win the league on 89 points, 5 clear in the end of Arsenal. Manchester United 3rd, Newcastle United 4th on 71 points. And they finish 4 clear of Liverpool in 5th. Brighton will be in the Europa League as well. We knew that before this afternoon. Aston Villa, like I say, claiming 7th place and a place in the Europa Conference League. Spurs are 8th, Brentford are 9th, Fulham are 10th. And then down the bottom, Southampton relegated a couple of weeks ago, finished bottom. But Leeds United go down with 31 points. Leicester go down with 34. And Everton stay up with 36. Nottingham Forest, Bournemouth, West Ham and Wolves having made themselves safe at different points over the last month or so. Elsewhere, football results-wise today, the League Two playoff final went all the way, just like the Championship final did yesterday. Carlisle against Stockport went all the way to penalties, and Carlisle won it 5-4. 2 former Gateshead players in John Mellish and Taylor Charters scoring 2 of the kicks. Charters scoring the winner, actually. We'll come back to that in about 10-15 minutes' time. But it had been 1-1 after 90 minutes. Carlisle, 17 years after they last won a promotion, win one again, and they will be playing in League One next season. North of the border, it was the final games in the bottom 6 of the Scottish Premiership. Dundee United had to win and hope other things went their way to avoid being relegated to the Championship. In the end, they lost 3-2 at Motherwell, so they go down. Ross County will be in a playoff with Partick Thistle to keep their place in the Premiership because they lost 3-1 at Kilmarnock. Kilmarnock securing their place in next season's Premiership in the process. St Johnstone beat Livingston 2-0 in the other game. And Rangers won the Women's Scottish Cup final earlier on today as well, beating Celtic 2-0 thanks to goals from Tash Flint and Claire O'Riordan. But we were focusing predominantly on Newcastle United at Chelsea this afternoon, rounding off the season. And despite the fact, Ando, that Razor pinched pretty much every single one of the questions I was going to ask you, let's have a chat for another 5 minutes or so. What a season it's been.
Yeah, it's been unbelievable, Colin. You couldn't have wrote the script, to be quite honest, if you had predicted this at the start of the season. People probably would have laughed at you. I know there's people who predicted that we would have finished in the Champions League spot, but you've got to really ask how confident were they that would have happened. To do what we've done, to get to a cup final, albeit losing that cup final, to qualify for Champions League football, to the opportunity to play against the best in Europe next season, you couldn't have asked for any better. It was, it's been a wonderful season.
Loads of messages coming in. Do keep them coming in as well. 08000 321 333 for WhatsApps, 81333 for text messages. Gareth says, thank you to the team at BBC Radio Newcastle for a season that will live long in the memory. Enjoy the summer. On a side note, sorry to see Leeds go, but happy that Sam Allardyce doesn't get a big payout for keeping them up. See you next season in Munich, Madrid, Milan and Luton, says Gareth. It's not beyond, probably not all of Munich, Madrid and Milan, but yeah, Newcastle will be going to Luton next season at least once, certainly in the league. Stephen Cramlington says, my 51st and favourite season. Well done. We have a team. And Geordie Dancer says, hi everybody, a season beyond any fan's wildest dreams. Additions required in the summer now, though. Quite a few people already looking forward to next season, and that in itself is a feeling that people haven't necessarily had for a long time. But that's what Champions League football does to you, or even just European football would have done to Newcastle. There's excitement already, even though the season doesn't get underway for another 8-10 weeks. Yeah,
I mean, look at people are already booking holidays and seeing when Champions League weeks are and one thing and another. I feel next season's going to be really interesting, Colin. I really do, because we're going to have to play an awful lot more games. I think prior to that, the summer's going to be really interesting to see who comes and who goes. Obviously, we're going to have to add a bit more quality and a bit more depth to this squad. I think the way we play, the intensity that we play with, that high press and pressing teams high up the pitch in the final third of the pitch and looking to get the ball back quickly. It will be really interesting next season when you're playing 3 games a week and you're travelling away to Europe and then you're coming back and you're playing again the weekend, to see if we can keep that up. I think it's going to be really, really tough.